as others traverse dimensions, fretting over the possibility of not surviving beyond 3 chapters. Guhan finds himself troubled by the question of which realm to choose for his rebirth. While his comrades in the Death Squad struggle to endure, his martial arts incarnation has already dominated the low martial world. His cultivation avatar is undergoing tribulation for ascension, and his ancient persona is engaging in philosophical discourse with sages. Until one fateful day, all simulated lives awaken simultaneously, proclaiming, "Welcome back to your true self." Chapter 1. The Immortal Simulator. Guhan opened his eyes to a shroud of darkness. Outside, a light rain pattered softly, with only scattered flickers of firelight penetrating the thin canvas of the tent, allowing him to vaguely discern the interior scene. It was a cramped space of merely 10 square meters, where dozens of soldiers, clad in tattered armor and smeared with blood, lay sprawled about like corpses, exuding an unbearable stench. The thunderous sounds of snoring filled Guhan's ears, interspersed with grinding of teeth, murmurs, and even curses reminiscent of tormented souls from hell, sending chills down his spine. Death Squad. A strange term suddenly surged into Guhan's consciousness, causing his body to jolt as he grasped his predicament. He had traversed realms. This was not any dynasty he had known in his previous life. He was no longer on Earth, but in a nation called Yu. Here, towering martial masters, who could only be found in the novels of his past life, existed alongside legendary beings known as immortals, reputed to live for centuries, capable of riding the winds and traversing the azure sky. These immortals wielded immense power and commanded unparalleled respect. Even the ruler of the great Yi dynasty dared not treat them lightly, requiring deference and equality in their interactions. His former self was a distant scion of a prominent family in the capital, the Gu family, sharing the same name, Guhan. At the age of 12, he had just completed 100 days of foundational training, stepping into the first realm of martial arts, the body refinement stage. Born into such an esteemed family, even as a side branch, his starting point surpassed the endpoints of countless ordinary individuals in this world, promising a bright future. In the future, even if he could not become an innate master or a top-tier expert, with the support of his family and parents, attaining the status of a second-tier master would not pose a significant challenge. Should he later establish connections to secure a position in a county city, he could become a local sovereign, wielding authority over the lives of thousands. However, fate is often unpredictable. A few days prior, a short-sighted direct descendant of the Gu family inadvertently offended an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. Enraged, the immortal personally dispatched the so-called pinnacle martial experts of the family and orchestrated the complete eradication of the entire Gu clan by the imperial court. In this calamity, the direct descendants of the Gu family were annihilated, and even the side branch's proficient martial artists, including the former self's parents, uncles, and grandfather, were mercilessly slaughtered by the imperial army. Only those like the original Guhan, who had just embarked on the path of martial arts and were still young, barely survived. Females were conscripted as court prostitutes, while males were exiled to the frontier, consigned to the death squad in search of a slim chance of survival. This, it was said, was the immortal's act of mercy, unwilling to spill further blood. What a grand act of mercy! Reflecting on the gruesome scenes that haunted his mind, Guhan could not suppress a shiver. As a commoner raised in the new century, though darkness and injustice existed in his previous life, the vast majority of individuals had their safety and rights protected. As a citizen, no one could arbitrarily take your life. How different from this world, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. If one is weak, even if their entire family is slaughtered and they themselves conscripted into a death squad, they dare not utter a word of reproach against the perpetrator. What absurdity! Beep. Detecting successful world traversal of the host. The Immortal Simulator has officially activated. Loading simulator data. Beep. Data loading complete. The Immortal Simulator is now operational. Just as Guhan was lost in thought, a series of mechanical system notifications echoed in his mind, followed by a transparent attribute panel materializing before his eyes. Name: Guhan level, 1 realm, body refinement stage. Cultivation technique: diamond body refinement phys skills, none system skills. 1. Simulation. Allows the consumption of a certain number of simulation points to create a new identity and commence a new life across myriad realms. 2. Insight. Enables insight into characters no more than 20 levels above the host, acquiring detailed information without consuming simulation points. Current simulation points. 100 simulation points are ample. Simulations can be initiated. Simulation? Insight? Immortal simulator? Gazing at the unexpectedly manifested attribute panel, Guhan felt astonishment rather than fear. As a newcomer to this realm, he was no stranger to systems, cheats, and attribute panels, having encountered many in online novels during his leisure time. This so-called immortal simulator appeared to be his golden finger. Its description suggested similarities to other cheats, such as the Heavenly Disc or World Pearl, enabling one to traverse diverse realms, utilizing external resources to bolster oneself and ultimately achieve transcendence. However, unlike those cheats, this simulator resembled a game, generating virtual identities without allowing physical travel. The advantage lies in safety. No matter how recklessly one acts in the simulated world, it poses no threat to their real self. The downside, however, is that the cultivation attained in the simulated world cannot be carried over into reality, limiting one to gaining techniques and experiences. Alas, is there such a thing as perfection in this world? To possess the immortal simulator is already a stroke of fortune for me, Guhan. How can I dare to wish for more? I shall simulate today and ascertain whether this immortal simulator aligns with my conjecture. If it does, it may alleviate my pressing predicaments in the real world. Guhan silently resolved. This was not the modern era, but an ancient battlefield akin to a hellish purgatory. In such an environment, even he, a novice in the body refinement stage, could not ensure his safety, let alone a second-tier or first-tier martial artist. More critically, the original had only just completed 100 days of foundational training and had yet to learn the family's martial arts before being captured by the imperial court. Currently, he possessed merely a foundational body refinement technique, the Diamond Body Refinement Fist. Though this fist technique was a top-tier body refinement method emanating from the Dragon Elephant Diamond Temple, the foremost martial sanctuary of you, it solely encompassed body honing techniques, lacking any offensive capabilities. Consequently, the original's actual strength fell short compared to typical body refinement stage martial artists, placing the present Guhan in an even more precarious position. Thus, for him, the only recourse lay in utilizing this so-called immortal simulator to engage in world simulations, honing his skills and acquiring offensive martial arts, perhaps finding a glimmer of hope. Simulator, consume simulation points, and initiate world simulation. Guhan firmly commanded within his mind, no longer hesitating. Chapter 2. Identity and Talent. Ding. The host's command has been received. Searching the simulated world. Ding. Consumed 100 simulation points. The search for the simulated world was successful. The chosen realm is the celestial domain. The host's new life is about to commence. Please select your identity. With Guhan's command, the transparent attribute panel before him surged like flowing water, and rows of text began to materialize. Identity. True sect disciple, you were born into one of the most powerful cultivation sects in the world, where everything is at your command alongside a few other sections. Your sect is immensely strong, with countless cultivation families and sects as vassals. While countless mortals and cultivators bow before your sect, you possess extraordinarily formidable cultivation talent, and you have an exceptionally powerful master. From birth, you have already surpassed the endpoint of countless individual struggles, and your future may shine brilliantly, towering over billions. Required simulation points for this identity, 50 to 9999 points. Identity. Immortal sect disciple, you were born into a noble immortal sect, which is immensely powerful and governs vast territories, with many cultivation families and mortal kingdoms as vassals. Countless mortals and cultivators prostrate themselves at your sect's feet. You have a strong master and possess considerable cultivation talent. From birth, you have surpassed the endpoints of countless mortals and most cultivators, and your future may also be bright. Required simulation points for this identity, 2000 to 4999 points. Identity. Cultivation family progeny, you were born into a cultivation family. Although your family may not be as powerful as the immortal sects, in the eyes of countless martial artists and common folk, it is exalted and untouched by the mundane. You have an elder with average cultivation, and you may possess ordinary cultivation talent, yet from birth, you have already surpassed countless worldly mortals. Required simulation points for this identity, 1000 to 1999 points. Identity. Mundane progeny, you were born into the secular world. You might be a noble, a martial artist, a beggar on the street, or even a person with disabilities, such as being deaf or mute. You lack a powerful backing and possess no cultivation talent. Even your martial arts aptitude may be feeble. The cruelty of the world is laid bare upon you. You are merely one among the ordinary masses, your birth seemingly just to fill the numbers. Required simulation points for this identity, 0 to 999 points. Rows of text emerged continuously, with selectable identities appearing before Guhan's eyes. These 4 identities were merely broad categories. Thus, the range of simulation points varied significantly. Once Guhan selected one of these categories, further subdivisions of identities would become available. For instance, among true sect disciples, there are outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors, among others. Similarly, within the mundane progeny category, there are divisions such as royal princes, the offspring of ministers, and disciples of martial sections. Each subdivision had clearly marked simulation points, leaving Guhan astonished. The world often claims, all is determined by fate, and not a bit is under human control. Unexpectedly, within this simulator, this adage was utterly disproven. Not only could one dictate their own fate, but as long as one had sufficient simulation points, they could also choose freely. This was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Guhan in utter shock. Alas, regardless of the world, for the impoverished, it has always been filled with malice. While these identities were enticing, Guhan's rations had already been completely depleted during the simulator's world search. He was left with not a single simulation point. How could he possibly choose? In truth, there was no choice at all. Sigh. Simulator, I consume 0 simulation points. Please select the mundane progeny for me. Guhan sighed internally, shedding tears of poverty, and silently responded. Ding. Host command received. 0 simulation points consumed. Identity selection successful. Now, please choose your talent. The system's mechanical voice rang out, and the transparent panel before him surged with movement once more. Available talents. Innate strength. You possess innate strength that exceeds that of ordinary individuals, requiring no martial training to wield power far beyond that of the common man. In an era devoid of supernatural forces, you would be the most valiant general on the battlefield. Required simulation points for this talent, 30 points. Broad meridians. Your meridians are naturally wide, unlike those of others. When cultivating internal energy, your speed surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even when using the same martial arts, your strikes will be significantly more potent than your opponents. Required simulation points for this talent, 100 points. Remarkable comprehension. Your comprehension has been exceptionally high since childhood. You learn any martial arts with remarkable speed. While others may require 3 months, you may need only 3 days. You are the embodiment of genius and wisdom. Required simulation points for this talent, 500 points. Martial arts talent. This is a comprehensive reflection of your martial arts aptitude, encompassing meridians, comprehension, root bone, and other qualities related to martial arts. It is divided into 4 levels: weak, ordinary, superior, and unparalleled, requiring simulation points of 0 to 30, 50 to 100, 300 to 500, and 500 to 999, respectively. Strong root bone. A plethora of talent options reappeared before Guhan's eyes, each more enticing than the last, evoking a deep yearning within him. Alas, the impoverished are unworthy of indulging in luxuries. Gazing at the simulation points required for each talent, Guhan once more shed silent tears of poverty. I shall choose the weak martial arts talent. Guhan internally replied to the system. In truth, the threshold for martial arts cultivation is inherently low. Nearly everyone possesses some degree of martial talent. Guhan merely held on to a slim hope with this choice. For within the realm of talents, the weak martial arts aptitude does not constitute a major category and lacks further subdivisions. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might select the highest option within the weak martial arts talent, which requires 30 simulation points for redemption. Would that not be a significant gain? Ding. Host's identity and talent selections are complete. The simulated world is officially commencing. Please prepare yourself. Just as Guhan was deep in contemplation, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind, followed by a blinding white light that enveloped his vision entirely. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Chapter 3. In the Baozhu Temple, a young novice knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic sound jolted Guhan awake. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a hard wooden bed, beneath a layer of gray bedding, and covered with a thin gray cotton quilt. Outside, the resonant sound of wooden fish echoed, as if pious monks were reciting scriptures throughout the night. What is this place? Guhan wondered, gazing around to find himself in a modest meditation room. In the center stood an incense table, upon which a nameless Buddha statue was enshrined. Before the statue, a bright yellow incense burner sat, with 3 large incense sticks slowly burning, releasing fragrant smoke that accentuated the statue's solemn and majestic presence. The Great Yin Kingdom, Baozhu Temple. Young novice Jingming. As Guhan pondered in confusion, memories suddenly surged into his mind, like a film unspooling, quickly clarifying his current predicament. The location of his simulation is a small nation named Dian within the realm of Tiansong, where he assumes the identity of a young novice monk named Jingming, who has spent his childhood in the sacred Baozhu Temple of Dian. Having just turned 12, this age is quite suitable. Reflecting on his identity in this life, Guhan silently nodded in satisfaction. 12 years old, a coincidence that aligns with his real-life age, or perhaps an intentional design of the simulator. Regardless, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance, as this is an age that straddles childhood and adolescence, ideal for martial training, not too young to risk injury, yet not too old to lose potential due to established physical limitations. Furthermore, his current status as a disciple of a martial arts sanctuary is impressive. Although this so-called Dian may not be as formidable as the historical Yu Kingdom, the very assertion of being a sanctuary suggests a degree of genuine prowess, undoubtedly affording him significant growth and mastery of martial techniques that could aid him in overcoming the challenges of the real world. It seems that luck is on his side, as he has fortuitously arrived at a time when this young novice, Jingming, has yet to formally enter the fold. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to assume the identity without expending any simulation points. Guhan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude as he recalled Jingming's memories. Baozhu Temple, being the martial arts sanctuary of Dian, has established numerous regulations since its inception, one of which states that only those who demonstrate absolute loyalty to the temple and possess the capability to learn its martial arts may be admitted as formal disciples. Having grown up in Baozhu Temple, Jingming's loyalty is beyond question. However, due to his young age and lack of mastery in the temple's true martial arts, he does not qualify as a formal disciple, nor even as a lay disciple, but merely as a somewhat special ordinary child. It is precisely for this reason that Guhan has seized an exceptional opportunity to assume the identity of a direct disciple. Had he been even a few hours late, it would have been impossible to inhabit Jingming's persona. Today marks the day when Jingming and several other novices will undergo their ordination, as the abbot prepares to assign them to various halls and officially welcome them into the temple. Feeling a sense of fortunate relief, Guhan took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, refraining from sleep, and instead sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating in anticipation of the dawn. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 hours had quietly elapsed. As the first light broke, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside Guhan's meditation chamber, followed by a series of urgent knocks on the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. Jingming, Jingming, rise and shine. The hour is late. The abbot will soon commence the entrance ceremony in the main hall. We must hurry to the dining hall for breakfast, and then proceed. Following the knocks, a youthful and excited voice resounded in Guhan's ears. Upon reflection, he recognized the identity of the person outside. This individual, known as Jing Yuan, is a young novice who grew up alongside the original Jingming in the temple. Being merely 3 days younger, he has always referred to Jingming as his senior brother. The two share a close bond, frequently assisting one another. Just days prior, they received the abbot's permission to be ordained today, and they had mutually agreed to arrive early for the ceremony. All right, just a moment, I'll be right out. Guhan responded in Jingming's tone, accepting Jing Yuan's invitation to join him for breakfast. As they interacted, Guhan endeavored to mimic the original speech and mannerisms to avoid detection. Throughout the journey, whether due to Jing Yuan's excitement or Guhan's impeccable disguise, Jing Yuan remained oblivious to any changes, his face alight with anticipation as he spoke of the martial skills they would soon acquire. Arriving at the main hall of Baozhu Temple at the third watch, they found a significant number of monks already assembled. Most were novices like Guhan, preparing for their ordination, while others, clad in yellow robes, appeared significantly older. These senior monks stood in 2 rows, poised and solemn, exuding an extraordinary presence. Within Baozhu Temple, the hierarchy is divided into 8 ranks: Liao, Zhu, Ben, Yuan, Jing, Kong, Wu, and Heng. At present, the highest rank is held by several reclusive monks of the Zhu generation, followed closely by the abbot and the heads of various halls. The younger monks, including Jingming and his peers, belong to the Yuan and Jing ranks. There are also many lay disciples, predominantly of the Jing and Yuan ranks, but their status and potential for martial training pale in comparison to that of the temple's direct disciples. As thoughts of the temple's hierarchy flashed through Guhan's mind, he and the blushing Jing Yuan took their places in the formation of novices, awaiting the arrival of the abbot. Abbot has arrived. After a brief interval, a resounding voice echoed from outside the hall, followed by a procession of yellow-robed monks escorting 7 elderly monks draped in crimson robes into the hall. These 7 are the abbot and 6 esteemed heads of Baozhu Temple. Amipa, Yuan-yin, the hour approaches. Are all the disciples prepared for their ordination? Upon entering the hall, the lead monk, an elder with black brows and white beard, clasped his hands in prayer and inquired of a young monk in yellow robes. Yes, abbot, all are present. The monk named Yuan replied respectfully, stepping forward to deliver the message. Very well. Since all disciples have assembled, let us commence the ordination ceremony. The abbot nodded, leading the 6 heads to initiate the formal proceedings. In Baozhu Temple, the admission of disciples is a significant event, occurring only once a year, thus filled with elaborate rituals. From the burning of incense and prayers to the recitation of scriptures and homage to the Buddha, the entire ceremony consumed over an hour. This rigorous process, while manageable for adults, proved arduous for a group of novices just over 12 years old, who would still be considered elementary school children in modern terms. Had it not been for their early training in scripture and meditation, fostering robust bodies and spirits, they might have faltered long before the ceremony's conclusion. Nonetheless, even with their resilience, the lengthy rituals had drained much of their earlier excitement about the impending ordination. Fortunately, after enduring over an hour of such meticulous formalities, the ceremony finally approached its conclusion. Clang, clang, clang. With the resounding toll of 3 bells, the monks of Baozhu Temple rose in unison, chanting a Buddhist invocation as the ordination ceremony officially commenced. Amipa, a resonant chant of the Buddha once again filled the air as the venerable abbot, draped in his robe and exuding an aura of solemnity, approached a young novice monk, holding 3 incense sticks in his hands. With a grave expression, he spoke, Jingding. Today I shall ordain you on behalf of the Buddha and the esteemed ancestors, welcoming you into the sanctuary of our Baozhu Temple. You must always remember the 5 precepts of Buddhism: to refrain from killing, to abstain from theft, to avoid illicit sexual conduct, to shun falsehood, and to eschew alcohol. Do you comprehend these precepts? Yes, master. Jingding understands. The young novice, Jingding, quickly bowed, hands clasped together in reverence, responding earnestly. Good. The youth is worthy of instruction. The abbot nodded in satisfaction, placing the 3 incense sticks gently upon Jingding's smooth head. With a sizzling sound, the heat seared his skin, and in the next moment, 3 circular marks appeared on Jingding's head, signifying his formal ordination, severing worldly ties, and pledging his allegiance to the Buddha, thus entering the gates of Baozhu Temple. Disciple Jingding has been officially ordained, becoming a disciple of Baozhu Temple. His innate talent is exceptional. He is eligible for admission to the Dharma Academy. As Jingding received his marks, a resonant voice echoed once more. Guhan focused his gaze to see a monk in a yellow robe holding a scroll. His voice clear and commanding, while Jingding, brimming with excitement, hurried to stand beside the head monk of the Dharma Academy. At that moment, the other novice monks gazed at Jingding, their eyes betraying a mixture of envy and admiration. The Dharma Academy. Upon hearing this term, Guhan felt a jolt of recognition as memories surged forth. Since its establishment a millennium ago by the founding patriarch, Baozhu Temple and Dayan had been organized into 4 academies and 2 halls: the Dharma Academy, the Discipline Academy, the Medicine Academy, and the Enlightenment Hall, as well as the Arhat Hall and the Prajna Hall. Among these, the Discipline Academy, the Medicine Academy, and the Enlightenment Hall are not the focus of our discussion. However, the Dharma Academy, the Prajna Hall, and the Arhat Hall serve similar purposes, honing martial skills and cultivating the temple's martial monks. The Dharma Academy and the Prajna Hall are of equal standing. The former specializes in staff and fist techniques, while the latter focuses on claw and palm techniques. The core and elite forces of Baozhu Temple's martial monks typically emerge from these 2 academies. Hence, the entrance requirements are exceedingly stringent, admitting only those of exceptional talent. Conversely, the Arhat Hall, while also dedicated to martial studies, offers a broader and less refined curriculum, essentially serving as a fallback for disciples not accepted into the Dharma Academy or the Prajna Hall. Now that Jingding had entered the Dharma Academy, it indicated that he would likely achieve notable success in martial arts, becoming a pillar of Baozhu Temple. Such fortune naturally elicited admiration from the other novices. Alas, Guhan lamented inwardly, reflecting on his initial choice of identity, which had been marred by insufficient simulation points. Although his original self's aptitude was not particularly lacking, it was hardly exceptional, making his prospects of admission to the Dharma Academy or the Prajna Hall exceedingly slim. He would likely end up in the Arhat Hall. As a novice who had grown up in Baozhu Temple, his aptitude had already been assessed, allowing Guhan to discern his standing from the original memories. Sure enough, after the abbot marked his head with the ordination scar, a resounding voice called out once more in the Great Hero Hall. Disciple Jingming has been officially ordained, becoming a disciple of Baozhu Temple. His innate talent is average, and he shall be placed in the Arhat Hall. As expected, hearing this, Guhan felt a sense of resignation as he walked over to the portly monk in yellow robes presiding over the Arhut Hall. Within the great hero hall of Baoju Temple, the ordination ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, swiftly concluding. Following this, regardless of joy or sorrow, the disciples gradually accepted their fates and followed their heads back to their respective halls to commence their formal training. Jingming, Jingming. Just as Guhan was about to leave with the head of the Arhut Hall, a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. Upon turning, he recognized it was the young novice Jingyuan. Oh, it is you, Jingyuan. I had momentarily lost focus and forgot to congratulate you on your admission to the Prajna Hall. Soon, you shall acquire the temple's profound skills, and in time, you will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of our temple. Guhan responded with a gentle smile, extending his congratulations. Compared to the original Jingming, the young novice Jingyuan possessed much greater aptitude and had been selected for the Prajna Hall to delve into its martial teachings. Hehe. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. I am unworthy of such praise. My admission to the Prajna Hall was merely a stroke of luck, nothing more. You should not lose heart, for even if you have entered the Arhut Hall, it does not preclude the possibility of becoming a martial arts master in the future. I once read in a miscellaneous tome from the scripture pavilion that centuries ago, there was a monk in our temple who, despite having ordinary talent, initially entered the Arhut Hall. Yet, through immense perseverance, he ultimately cultivated internal energy, surpassing countless monks from the Dharma Academy and Prajna Hall, contending with the heads of various halls, and achieving renown throughout the land. I see that you have always been more clever than I. With diligent effort, you too may follow in the footsteps of that esteemed predecessor. The young novice Jingyuan initially smiled and humbly downplayed his accomplishments, then sincerely encouraged Guhan. Oh, internal energy? The mention of this term piqued Guhan's interest. Chapter 5. Mastery of Skin Refinement. This term was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. In the world of you, the path of martial arts commenced with 100 days of foundation building, followed by the stages of body refinement, bone tempering, and internal organ honing, which strengthened the body, hardened the bones, and enhanced the organs. Only then could one formally begin to cultivate internal martial arts. Throughout this process, martial artists harness internal cultivation methods to refine the essence of heaven and earth until the first wisp of internal energy manifests within them, qualifying them as proficient practitioners. Guhan surmised that the internal energy of Dian must be a similar force to that of you, albeit with different nomenclature. As he contemplated this, a thought struck him. And in the next instant, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes, as if he could perceive all things and comprehend the universe. System skill, insight target of insight, head of the Arhut Hall, Bingguan. In an instant, as he activated insight, the virtual void before him shimmered, and a transparent attribute panel appeared, visible only to him. Name, Bingguan. Age, 52 level, for realm. Minor success in internal energy martial skills. Arhut Fist, major completion. First level, Tiger Suppressing Palm, major completion. Second level, Great Strength Vajra Fist, minor completion. Third level, Spirit Ape Agile Steps, minor completion. Third level, indeed. Observing the realm and level descriptions on the attribute panel, Guhan felt enlightened, yet somewhat disheartened. Despite Baoju Temple being a revered martial arts sanctuary in Dian, established for a millennium, even the heads of the various academies and the abbot only reached the level of internal energy. This revelation underscored the low martial prowess of the Dian nation, especially when compared to the world of you. In the realm of you, those who achieved internal energy were merely considered competent, while there existed second-rate experts who could project internal energy, first-rate masters who could transform their essence into formidable force. And even innate martial artists and celestial beings occasionally appeared, far exceeding the capabilities of this world. Jingming, Jingyuan, have you two finished your discussion? What do you know of internal energy? Such esteemed individuals cannot be pondered upon by two novices who have yet to learn even the basics of martial arts. To be so ambitious and scatterbrained, even if you enter the Prajna Hall, how can you possibly hope to succeed in martial arts? Jingming, come back with me at once. Jingyuan, you two should return to your team in the Prajna Hall. As Guhan contemplated these words, a voice rang in his ears. From within the ranks of the Luohan Hall, a middle-aged monk clad in yellow robes approached with an irritable expression, reprimanding Guhan and Jingyuan. Yes, we shall heed the teachings of our esteemed uncle and return to our respective groups at once. Upon hearing the admonition from the monk in yellow, Guhan and the young monk Jingyuan had intended to exchange a few more words, but felt compelled to refrain, not daring to oppose him. And thus they both acknowledged their fault. The Great Yin Kingdom is a society that places great emphasis on the distinction between the young and the old, as well as the hierarchy of respect. Naturally, the The Baozhu Temple is no exception. Although Jingyuan is a disciple of the Prajna Hall and destined for a bright future, he is still under the jurisdiction of the yellow-robed monk, who is considered an elder in the temple. Should Jingyuan dare to confront him, he would undoubtedly face punishment. And even the Prajna Hall would not come to his defense. Amitabha, brother, I shall take my leave now. Let us converse again on another day. Seeing the displeasure on the monk's face, Jingyuan timidly retracted his head and, after speaking to Guhan, returned to the ranks of the Prajna Hall. Guhan, witnessing this, did not linger and followed the yellow-robed monk and the other novice monks to the Luohan Hall. The Luohan Hall, a grand edifice, housed a towering statue of Buddha, nearly 10 feet high and gilded on the surface, at its center. Surrounding it were smaller statues of Buddha, each with distinct expressions, all being venerated. Before each statue lay an incense table adorned with several incense burners, where countless incense candles burned steadily, exuding an atmosphere that calmed the spirit and soothed the mind. Amitabha, dear disciples, we have arrived at the Luohan Hall. Yuan Hai, from now on, you shall be responsible for teaching the new disciples. The chief monk, Ben Guan, entered the main hall and declared a Buddhist chant, then turned to a middle-aged monk in yellow robes, approximately 30 years of age, giving him instructions before departing. As the head of the Luohan Hall and a master of profound inner strength, his time was exceedingly precious, and he would not waste it on the new disciples. Understood. Esteemed master. The yellow-robed monk, Yuan Hai, promptly stepped forward, responding respectfully. Once the chief monk had left, he adopted a serious expression and addressed Guhan and the other novice monks, saying, Esteemed disciples, my name is Yuan Hai. From this day forth, you are all disciples of the Luohan Hall, and I shall be your master in the transmission of skills. I will teach you the foundational martial arts of the Baozhu Temple. Should any of you manage to cultivate any martial art to the second major realm, you may graduate from the Luohan Hall and become a warrior monk or a master of transmission. If not, you will be assigned to the temple's servant quarters to perform menial tasks. Yuan Hai's voice was clear and resonant, carrying a weight that ensured every novice could hear his words distinctly. May I inquire, esteemed master, how will you impart the martial arts to us? As soon as Yuan Hai finished speaking, a diminutive, bright-eyed young monk raised his hand to ask. That is an excellent question. Hearing the young monk's inquiry, Yuan Hai nodded in approval and explained, as for the teaching of martial arts, there are established regulations within the Luohan Hall. For the first few years, all disciples will practice the foundational martial art known as Lan Fist. Only after reaching the first major realm of Lan Fist may you select 3 other advanced martial arts from the temple's scripture repository. This is not due to the Luohan Hall's reluctance to share, but rather to allow you to focus on a single discipline for greater achievement. Yuan Hai patiently elaborated. Then, esteemed master, what constitutes reaching the first major realm? The young monk inquired once more after listening to Yuan Hai's explanation. This is quite simple. Upon hearing the young monk's question, Yuan Hai smiled gently, picked up a staff about the thickness of a child's arm, and struck it forcefully against his own arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the staff splintered in two, yet there was not a single mark on Yuan Hai's arm. It remained unscathed and pristine. When your skin becomes as tough as leather, impervious to blows, that will signify your attainment of the first major realm of Lan Fist in the outside world. This state is referred to as skin refinement mastery. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the novice monks, Yuan Hai joined his palms together and smiled faintly. Skin refinement? At this utterance, Guhan's pupils constricted and a tumult of emotions surged within him. In the real world of the Great Yu Kingdom, martial artists progress through the stages of muscle refinement, bone tempering, and organ conditioning before achieving inner strength. As the term suggests, these 3 realms pertain to the cultivation of muscle, bone, and internal organs, while the concept of skin refinement was utterly unheard of. Now, in this realm, the existence of skin refinement as a martial practice left him both astonished and delighted. Could it be that this world not only lagged in martial arts, but also possessed entirely different cultivation methods, allowing for the completion of aspects of the human body that had never been refined in the real world? Guhan's heart raced with excitement, eager to commence cultivation to verify the authenticity of these claims. If this were indeed as he speculated, then the martial arts of this realm would be immensely beneficial to him. After all, the human body is inherently imperfect, whether in martial cultivation or mystical practices. The essence lies in refining oneself to become more perfect and facilitating the evolution of the human body to higher levels. The coexistence of these 2 vastly different yet complementary martial cultivation methods would undoubtedly enhance Guhan's physical prowess, yielding results far beyond a simple arithmetic sum. Without needing to ponder deeply, Guhan realized that this would render him significantly stronger than any martial artist of the same realm in any world. Being invincible among peers and easily defeating opponents of higher levels would be as effortless as eating and drinking. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to confront masters of inner strength with a body refined through organ conditioning. With this thought, Guhan felt elated and could no longer contain himself, asking Yuan Hai, "Esteemed master, now that we are aware of the realm of skin refinement, what other realms exist beyond it in the path of martial arts?" Though Guhan inherited the memories of his former self, it was unfortunate that his predecessor's passion for martial arts was far less than that of the young monk Jing Yuan, who spent his days reciting scriptures and meditating, remaining utterly ignorant of martial matters. And now he was left to bear the consequences of this neglect. Subsequent realms? Upon hearing Guhan's question, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yuan Hai's face. The Baozhu Temple belongs to the Zen sect, the foremost of all Zen schools, and its martial arts are grand and noble, progressing in a systematic manner while adhering to principles of humility and patience. Now, here was Guhan, a mere novice just stepping into the doors of martial arts, yet already expressing ambitions to discuss realms beyond skin refinement, a mindset that was indeed contrary to the teachings of our Zen martial philosophy. How could he expect to achieve success in martial arts with such fleeting thoughts? If this disposition remained unchanged, it would be difficult for him to achieve greatness, regardless of whether his aptitudes were ordinary or exceptional. Enough. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Follow me outside to practice the fist. The monk Yuan Hai sighed deeply at the end, suddenly losing his enthusiasm for conversation, and then strode out of the main hall. The group of young monks within the hall, upon witnessing Yuan Hai's anger and departure, cast reproachful glances at Guhan before following suit. Guhan, observing this, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, feeling a sense of speechlessness within. Being a monk comes with many constraints, and one is often subjected to lectures. However, the abundance of martial arts here, along with the tranquility and safety, far surpasses that of the death camp, allowing me to diligently cultivate in order to unravel the crises of the real world. With such thoughts, Guhan joined the group heading toward the martial arts arena at the Arhut Hall. Time flew by, seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Guhan's arrival in this world. At the Baozhu Temple in the southern region of Dian, dozens of young monks, bare-chested and sweating profusely, were vigorously training in the martial arts arena of the Arhut Hall. These monks were quite young, appearing to be around 10 years old, still displaying a hint of childishness. Yet, each one exuded an incredible aura, their muscular bodies gleaming like bronze under the sunlight, radiating strength that made them seem formidable. Some were practicing punches, others lifting stone locks, while others walked on plum blossom stakes, each agile and powerful as an ox. Among them, the most striking was a handsome young monk effortlessly lifting a massive stone lock, a feat that belonged to Guhan. With a whoosh, the stone lock tore through the air, moving like a phantom in the void, as Guhan manipulated the 200-pound stone lock with the ease of handling cotton. Although 2 years may not seem long, it had brought profound transformations for Guhan. 2 years ago, he was merely a young monk, newly out of childhood, lacking the strength to even tie a chicken. Yet now, he had become a formidable martial artist with a body as tough as leather, unafraid of blunt weapons and dull blades. Moreover, unlike ordinary martial artists of the same level, he possessed the martial arts of 2 realms, making him immensely stronger. At last, after 2 years, he had achieved mastery in both the refining of skin and flesh. Feeling the solidity of his muscles and the resilience of his skin, Guhan let the stone lock crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the hard martial arts arena. The combination of martial arts from 2 realms yielded effects that far exceeded Guhan's expectations, not only enhancing his physical strength beyond that of his peers, but also complementing each other, accelerating his progress in training beyond what could be achieved by focusing on a single discipline. It was precisely this terrifying enhancement that allowed someone with ordinary talents to achieve such remarkable results. Jingming Shixiao. The Baichao pills for this month have arrived. A young monk, around 14 or 15 years of age, hurriedly approached Guhan after his training, smiling in a somewhat ingratiating manner. Despite having inadvertently angered Yuan Hai and his fellow disciples 2 years ago, Guhan's formidable talent in martial arts had seen his progress soar, establishing him as the undisputed senior brother of the Jing generation in the Arhut Hall, even surpassing many outstanding disciples from the Demo Academy and the Prajna Hall. This achievement not only astonished Yuan Hai, but also earned the respect and admiration of his fellow monks, including the present Jingxin Shidi. Ah, I see. Thank you for the reminder. Shidi, I will go to Uncle Yuanqing now. Guhan replied with a smile, nodded to Jingxin, and after setting down the stone locks and putting on his clothes, followed him to the main hall to collect the Baichao pills. The Baozhu Temple in Dian was not only renowned for its martial prowess, but also excelled in alchemy. Without even mentioning the famed pills like the Shaohai and Dahai Dan, even the basic Baichao pills possessed remarkable medicinal effects, significantly enhancing a martial artist's progress. A single pill could equal 10 days of rigorous training for an ordinary person, making them highly coveted among countless martial artists. Uncle Yuanqing, I have come to collect this month's medicinal pills. In the bustling main hall of the Arhot Hall, Guhan strode confidently toward a monk in a yellow robe and spoke in a steady voice. Oh, it's Jingming. I see your stance is stable and powerful, and your gaze is sharp. Have you broken through to the mastery of skin refining? Upon seeing Guhan approach, the yellow-robed monk Yuanqing's eyes lit up with a smile as he inquired. Indeed, uncle, your insight is remarkable. I just recently achieved the breakthrough. Guhan responded with a smile. Martial artists possess a precise control over their bodies, with their vital energy often concealed deep within, making it difficult for others to discern their true level of mastery, even if they are of a higher realm. Had it not been for Guhan's careful concealment over the past 2 years, he would not have been able to hide his progress, just having recently broken through. His vital energy had not yet fully settled, resulting in a slight overflow. Coupled with his previous efforts to display progress that was already close to mastery, Yuanqing had boldly speculated, and now, seeing it confirmed, he could not help but express his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly, you are a martial arts prodigy that our Arhot Hall has not seen in decades. With such advancement, I doubt even a few from the Demo Academy or Prajna Hall could rival you." Yuanqing, filled with joy, then picked up a porcelain bottle from the table and handed it to Guhan, saying, "Jingming, this is your quota of medicinal pills for this month. Keep it safe. Furthermore, your breakthrough to the mastery of skin refining has brought honor to our Arhot Hall. I will report this to the head seat, and in a couple of days, there will be an additional reward for you. You may return and await good news." Oh, an additional reward? Guhan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. His face filled with surprise. After all, he had never heard of anyone receiving rewards for merely breaking through to the mastery of skin refining. This level was not particularly rare in the Arhot Hall, with at least 100 individuals having reached it. If everyone were to receive a reward, it would require an immense amount of resources. Could this be the treatment reserved for geniuses? With this thought, Guhan felt exhilarated, realizing that his deliberate display of talent over the past 2 years had indeed yielded significant benefits. Not only had it earned him the respect and esteem of various senior monks and fellow disciples, but it also granted him a greater monthly quota of Baichao pills than ordinary disciples. While ordinary disciples received 3 pills each month, equivalent to 10 days of hard training, he received 4, a third more than others, translating to an extra 10 days of training each month, and now, with an additional reward for his breakthrough. This feeling was, without a doubt, incredibly satisfying. Guhan chuckled inwardly, then opened the porcelain bottle, only to be met with further astonishment, for there were actually 2 more pills than usual. Inside the bottle lay 6 Baichao pills, each the size of a soybean, dark in color, quietly resting within. Wait, why are there 6? Uncle Yuanqing, did you make a mistake? Guhan promptly inquired, without a trace of greed in his heart. It wasn't as if, after 2 years of being a monk, he had genuinely converted and become a devout follower of Buddha. In the esteemed Baozhu Temple, personal character holds paramount importance, surpassing all else. The Pharmacy Institute of Baozhu Temple produces a fixed quota of medicinal pills each month. Should he dare to covertly take this particular pill today, should he be reported and discovered in the future, he would face irreparable consequences. Even if his martial talent were exceptional, he would undoubtedly be abandoned by the temple's higher-ups. This would be akin to grasping at a sesame while letting go of a watermelon, a loss far outweighing any potential gain. Rest assured, Master Jingming, there is no error in the quantity of pills, Yuanqing said with a smile, clearly pleased with Guhan's demeanor. He elaborated, recently, the abbot has issued a decree for the Pharmacy Institute to increase the monthly production of medicinal pills to aid the disciples in their martial training. Consequently, this month, the Baichao pills allocated to our Arhot Hall have increased significantly, and each disciple will naturally receive a greater share. Oh, I see. May I inquire, Master Uncle, why has the abbot suddenly issued such a decree? Guhan asked, his curiosity piqued. He was aware that the ingredients for the Baichao pills were quite rare, and to preserve the temple's resources, the Pharmacy Institute had long adhered to a fixed quota for pill production. The customary allocation of 3 Baichao pills per ordinary disciple in the Arhot Hall had persisted for over a century. Such an abrupt deviation raised suspicions of significant events at play. Indeed, Yu Wenqing's next words confirmed Gu Han's suspicions. Alas, you are correct, my disciple. This matter is widely known, so it is no secret to share. A year ago, the king of Yin passed away, leaving the young prince to the mercy of the power-hungry Empress Zhou. Since her rise, she has indulged in luxury, mercilessly exploiting the populace of Yin, leading to widespread suffering. A few months prior, Zhang Guangyun, the military governor of Yunhezhou, revolted, proclaiming himself the king of Yunhai. In the ensuing months, rebellions have erupted across the land, and the kingdom of Yin teeters on the brink of collapse, plunging the world into chaos. Though we at Baozhou Temple are but humble practitioners, our position under the reign of King Tang Li Hanhai leaves us far from tranquility. Thus, the abbot has commanded the Pharmacy Institute to increase the production of medicinal pills to bolster the temple's strength for self-preservation. Now I understand. Thank you, Master Uncle, for enlightening me. With that, I shall take my leave, Gu Han said, joining his hands in a gesture of reverence before departing from the main hall of the Arhit Hall. The sound of his steady footsteps echoed against the stone-paved path of Baozhou Temple, his mood heavy with contemplation. He had come to this realm seeking the time to diligently hone his martial skills, aiming to resolve the crises of the real world. He had hoped that in such a sacred domain of martial arts, he could cultivate in peace. Yet, merely 2 years had passed, and his tranquil existence was now threatened. Let fate take its course, he sighed. It seemed he must redouble his efforts in training, hoping that King Tang would delay his attention toward Baozhou Temple, granting him more time for cultivation. Reflecting on the past 2 years, Gu Han felt a pang of guilt. His training had been relatively diligent due to the looming crisis in the real world, but the comfort of stability had indeed corroded his resolve. Though he had maintained a sense of urgency, he had grown somewhat lax in recent months. Had he remained more committed, he could have achieved the pinnacle of skin refinement last month. He vowed to use this as a lesson, ensuring he would not falter again. Chapter 8. The Scripture Pavilion. Awakened by his own resolve, Gu Han wasted no time and headed directly to the Scripture Pavilion of Baozhou Temple. Having already achieved a significant mastery of the Arhut Fist, he realized that further efforts in this path would not allow him to break through to higher levels of martial arts. To advance, he needed to explore a different school of martial arts. Over the past 2 years, alongside daily training, Gu Han had also familiarized himself with the foundational principles of martial arts in this realm. He had learned that beyond skin refinement, there existed 3 additional realms: muscle transformation, blood purification, and the highest level of inner qi, corresponding to bone forging, organ refinement, and internal energy in the real world. However, unlike the real world, in this realm, the stages of skin refinement, muscle transformation, and blood purification seemed distinctly separate. Each advancement to a new realm required the study of an advanced martial art. Otherwise, one could not ascend to greater heights. This explained why, upon observing the diverse martial practices of the Arhut Hall's head, Gu Han realized that the complexity was not due to indecision, but rather a necessity of the system. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Gu Han arrived at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion, pausing to address an elderly monk, his hair white as snow, reclining in a chair under the sun. Master Ancestor, I am Jingming. Today I have fortuitously reached the pinnacle of skin refinement. According to tradition, I am entitled to select 3 martial arts from the Scripture Pavilion. I seek your guidance in this matter. With utmost respect, Gu Han inquired of the old monk. This was not merely a notion derived from stories he had read, believing every guardian of the Scripture Pavilion to be a master of unparalleled skill. In this world, a martial artist's strength primarily stemmed from their robust physique, and even those of inner qi mastery derive their power from refined blood essence. Generally, with age, one's vitality wanes, leading to diminished strength. The saying, martial arts favor the youth, rings true. Take this old monk, for instance. He belonged to the Shaolin order and had surpassed 80 years of age. In terms of lineage, he ranked above the current abbot and the heads of various halls. Yet, due to his advanced age, though he still retained a semblance of the blood purification stage, his combat prowess might not even match that of an ordinary practitioner at the muscle transformation level. His role in the Scripture Pavilion was more about mentoring younger generations in their martial arts choices than safeguarding it. The pavilion itself was a crucial location within Baozhou Temple, always under the watchful eyes of high-level practitioners and patrolled by numerous blood purification monks, rendering the presence of such elderly monks unnecessary for protection. Despite their diminished strength, these monks had lived long and possessed keen insight from their years of experience guarding the Scripture Pavilion. They could certainly assist Gu Han in selecting suitable martial arts at the muscle transformation level. Ah, Jingming, you have reached the pinnacle of skin refinement? The old monk opened his clouded eyes at the sound of Gu Han's voice, gazing at the spirited youth before him, seemingly envisioning the future of Baozhu Temple. A smile blossomed upon his aged face as he exclaimed, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Jingming, I recall you have only been practicing martial arts for 2 years. In that short span, you have achieved such commendable progress, far surpassing my own accomplishments at your age. It has been ages since the Arhut Hall has produced a talent like you. It appears that little monk from our sect will be quite pleased. Now, you seek my guidance in selecting martial arts, correct? Amitba, thank you for your kind words. Master Ancestor, I am unworthy of such praise. Indeed, Jingming has come to seek guidance from his master. Troubled by indecision regarding which of the martial arts of Baozhu Temple to choose as his foundation for the Aijin technique, Guhan clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist invocation before addressing the old monk. Ah, Jingming, your visit today is commendable. The selection of advanced martial arts is of utmost importance for a warrior, as it pertains to one's future prospects, and should not be taken lightly. The old monk nodded in agreement and continued, if I recall correctly. The disciples of the Luohan Hall are trained in the Luohan fist as a means of refining their physical form. Am I right? Indeed, Master, that is correct. Guhan affirmed. Excellent. Although this fist technique may appear simple and rudimentary, its essence is profound and extensive. It was specifically devised by the third-generation head of your Luohan Hall to seamlessly integrate with the many martial arts of Baozhu Temple. The old monk then inquired, now? Jingming, what are your intentions regarding the Aijin martial arts? Do you wish to establish a solid foundation to enhance your future potential for breaking through to the inner energy realm? Or do you prefer to expedite your progress in order to refine your blood more swiftly? Upon hearing the question, the old monk fell silent, gazing at Guhan as he awaited his decision. Master, I wish to pursue the path of quicker cultivation, Guhan responded decisively, without hesitation. The notion of solidifying one's foundation merely serves to increase the likelihood of future breakthroughs in inner energy. However, my situation is distinct. I possess the supreme foundational techniques of the Longxiang King Kong Temple in Great Yu, known as the King Kong Body Refining Fist. This technique was created by an invincible monk of innate mastery and has been refined over centuries by countless elite monks. Even within the martial arts realm of Great Yu, it holds a prestigious reputation as an unparalleled physical cultivation method. Moreover, my current training in the martial arts of this realm has significantly augmented my physical strength, far surpassing that of ordinary warriors. Therefore, a breakthrough into inner energy seems assured, and there is no need for me to emulate others by adopting their slow-paced techniques in hopes of a marginal advancement. It would be far wiser to accelerate my progress, achieve the Aijin technique, refine my blood, and enhance my power to better confront future challenges. Alas, I anticipated you would choose this path, the old monk sighed. Reclining back in his chair, his eyes closing as disappointment washed over him, seemingly drained of vitality. As an elder of Baozhu Temple, he believed that the only honorable path was to steadily build a solid foundation to pursue breakthroughs in inner energy. Conversely, the pursuit of rapid cultivation contradicted the principles of Zen. In the past, he would not have even mentioned such inferior techniques to a promising disciple like Jingming. But given the current tumultuous times, the imminent chaos could not spare even the ancient sanctuary of Baozhu Temple, which had stood for a millennium. In such a period, possessing a higher martial realm and greater strength might provide a better chance of survival. With another sigh, the old monk instructed, in the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion. On the 5th shelf, the 3rd book contains the martial arts you seek. Additionally, if you wish to further augment your strength, I recommend examining the 8th book on the 7th shelf of the 2nd floor and the 12th book on the 9th shelf. That will be all for today. I am weary, so you may proceed to retrieve the texts. Yes, thank you, Master, Guhan replied, bowing respectfully before heading towards the Sutra Pavilion. In the Sutra Pavilion, Guhan promptly retrieved the 3 indicated books and wasted no time in commencing his formal training. Days turned into months as he diligently practiced, oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, a gust of autumn wind swept through the temple, dislodging numerous withered leaves from a tree in a secluded corner, transforming them into nourishment for the tree's growth in the coming year. It was only then that Guhan ceased his training. A year had passed since Guhan had achieved mastery in refining his physical form and learned of the impending chaos engulfing the world. During this time, the land of Yen experienced upheavals unprecedented in the past few centuries. The entire realm seemed to have been turned upside down in a mere year. With smoke rising from countless battlefields, and the suffering of countless displaced civilians was palpable. Although Baozhu Temple, situated in the southern region of Yen, was a sanctuary, it could not remain untouched by the fires of war that raged below, shattering the tranquility of this ancient establishment. Just a few days prior, the formidable King Tang, Li Hanhai, had set his sights on Baozhu Temple after successfully conquering the surrounding regions of Yunhai, Xinjiang, and Lanling, thereby controlling the southern territories of Great Yan. He declared his intention to pay homage at the temple today. Jingming, brother, there you are. I searched all over the temple for you. Knowing you must be here practicing in solitude, a cheerful voice called from a distance as Gu Han sat cross-legged beneath the tree, savoring his recent breakthrough in martial arts. It was none other than Jing Yuan, the first young monk he had encountered upon his arrival in this world. Despite being in different halls over the past 3 years, they had maintained their exchanges, validating each other's martial progress. Now, after years of refinement, the youthful innocence had faded from Jing Yuan's face. As the elder brother of the Jing lineage in the Prajna Hall, he had not only attained a breakthrough in Yi Jin, but also exuded confidence, appearing as a transformed individual compared to the young monk Gu Han had first met. Amipa, brother, you are right. Today marks the day of King Tang's visit. And according to the elder brothers at the foot of the mountain, his entourage has already arrived within 5 miles of the temple and will soon ascend. Jing Yuan replied with a slight smile, joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Thus, the abbot has decreed that we disciples of Baozhu Temple should proceed to the Daxiong Hall to welcome the king. Very well, let us go and greet this King Tang. Gu Han responded, nodding slightly, his demeanor calm and composed as if discussing an ordinary individual. After 3 years, he had transformed from a naive youth who had stumbled upon his arrival in this world into someone far more composed. With his current mindset, he was no longer easily shaken. After all, what was King Tang? Despite his immense power, he was still but a mortal being, capable of suffering death, fear, and surprise. One could regard such a person with respect, but not with trepidation. Moreover, he was not of this world. Even in death, he would merely expend some simulation points and return in another life. Why fear him? Furthermore, Gu Han possessed his own confidence. With a mere thought, an ethereal panel, visible only to him, began to emerge before his eyes. Name, Gu Han level, 2 realm, minor completion of bone forging. Minor completion of muscle transformation techniques, Vajra body refinement fist, Arhut fist, first major completion, White Tiger muscle training fist, second minor completion, skills, Moonlight step, first minor completion. 72 routes of demon subduing palm, first major completion, system skills, simulation. Allows the consumption of a certain number of simulation points to create a new identity within the myriad worlds, thus commencing a new life. Insight. Can discern details about characters within 20 levels of the host without consuming simulation points. Current simulation points. 0. The magnificent data lay before Gu Han, and compared to the time of his initial arrival in this realm, his strength had multiplied tenfold. Not only had he attained minor completion in both bone forging and muscle transformation within the martial arts realm, but with the complementary nature of martial arts from 2 worlds, alongside the supreme body refinement technique of the Dragon Elephant Temple, Vajra body refinement fist. His physical prowess had reached a level that could rival the blood-refining warriors of the Yu Kingdom and the common blood-refining practitioners of the Dian, perhaps even subtly surpassing them. More importantly, a year prior, he had successfully acquired a blood-refining level offensive technique, 72 routes of demon subduing palm, as well as a life-saving lightness skill, Moonlight step. From the scripture vault, while 72 routes of demon subduing palm could be considered an ordinary blood-refining palm technique, Moonlight step was different. It was said to have been comprehended by a high monk of the Baozhu Temple under the moonlight a century ago, encompassing 3 levels. Mastering this technique to its 3rd major completion would significantly enhance one's abilities even against inner chi realm experts, and for those below the inner chi realm. It was undeniably a supreme skill in agility. As Gu Han reminisced, the hierarchy of martial arts techniques in this world vividly surfaced in his mind. In this realm, both body refinement techniques and strength-enhancing skills are categorized into 3 levels, corresponding to the stages of skin refinement, muscle transformation, and blood refinement in martial arts. As for inner chi experts, they transcend the limits of ordinary martial practitioners, achieving their status solely through innate talent and solid foundations, without any accompanying techniques or martial arts to practice. This may well explain why inner chi experts are so rare and difficult to emerge in this world. Pondering this, Gu Han then followed Jing Yuan outside the Great Hero Hall. The two moved swiftly, arriving at the designated location in approximately a quarter of an hour, returning to their respective courtyards to await the arrival of King Tang. The King Tang has arrived. As the sun reached its zenith, the monks of Baozhu Temple, who had been waiting for an indeterminate time, began to feel restless. Outside, a lavish palanquin, nearly a yard high and 7 feet wide, carried by a dozen men and adorned with pearls and treasures, approached slowly. The silks embroidered with four-clawed golden dragons, and the sounds of beautiful maidens within hinted at extravagance. Is this the King Tang? Truly a case of title not matching reality. Upon witnessing such ostentation, Guhan felt no shock or awe. Rather, he harbored a quiet disdain. Initially, he had thought this King Tang to be a person of remarkable talent for having seized control of the Jiangnan region, but it appeared he was merely an empty figure. Throughout history, those who achieve great feats often conduct themselves with humility and frugality, skilled at concealing their true selves. In stark contrast, this King Tang flaunted his opulence amidst a time of turmoil, displaying a palanquin of embroidered dragons, seemingly desperate to be recognized as the first among men. Such a small-minded individual, once elevated, would likely not remain so for long. Observing all this, Guhan silently shook his head. The abbot of Baozhu Temple, however, saw the grand entrance of King Tang and thought little of it. After leading the disciples in a chant of Amitabha, he bowed slightly towards the palanquin and proclaimed in unison, Amitabha, I am Benjan, the abbot of Baozhu Temple in the southern region of Dian, accompanied by all disciples of the temple, to respectfully welcome the esteemed presence of King Tang. Stand at ease. A commanding voice emanated from the palanquin. Subsequently, the curtain of the palanquin gently parted, revealing a man resembling a mountain of flesh, clad in a thin robe. This man was none other than King Tang. Chapter 10. Recruitment Amitabha. Thank you, Your Highness Tang. The abbot, upon hearing this, straightened up and continued, I have long heard of Your Highness's illustrious reputation, which resonates in my heart with profound respect. However, our Baozhu Temple is a secluded place, traditionally indifferent to worldly strife. And I wonder what brings Your Highness to our humble abode today. Please enlighten us. General Wang, you may speak. King Tang chuckled and did not directly respond to the abbot, instead instructing a formidable general clad in golden armor, wielding a long sword, to address the matter while he indulged in the company of beautiful maidens and delicacies, evidently delegating all affairs of the temple to General Wang. After all, matters of the martial world should remain within the martial world. As a person of noble birth, he had never engaged with these so-called martial practitioners. To intervene forcibly would be unbecoming. It was better to let General Wang, who hailed from the martial world, handle everything while he awaited the unfolding of events. For a monarch, it is not necessary to oversee every detail personally, as long as one is adept at utilizing talent. Even if one's own abilities do not surpass those of subordinates, they can still ascend to greatness. Yes, my lord. General Wang respectfully nodded in response, then laughed heartily. Addressing the abbot, Abbot, you jest. Baozhu Temple is recognized as the pinnacle of the martial world in Dian, with experts and strong practitioners abounding. Not to mention the 500 monk soldiers guarding the temple gates. If this is considered a humble abode, then I dare say there is no place in the world worthy of the term noble. As General Wang spoke, he stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura that resonated like a great bell, his voice clear and booming enough for all in the vast square, accommodating thousands, to hear distinctly, showcasing his formidable strength. An inner chi master at full maturity. Upon sensing the immense aura emanating from General Wang, the abbot and the 6 grand elders of Baozhu Temple exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with astonishment. Baozhu Temple, having stood in Jiangnan for nearly a millennium since its founding, had long been regarded as the uncontested holy land of the martial world in Dian. There exists a saying that all skills in the world stem from Baozhu, underscoring its profound strength and deep-rooted heritage. Yet, despite this, within the entirety of Baozhu Temple, aside from the abbot, the only other inner chi master of full maturity was the head of the Damo Institute, Ben Yuan, who had barely achieved such a level after consuming a sacred elixir from the temple. The other leaders of the temple had toiled for years, achieving only minor completion in inner chi, and since surpassing their 40s, their physical vitality waned, leaving them with no hope of attaining full maturity. Maintaining their current strength was already a blessing. To think that this General Wang, clad in golden armor and appearing no older than 30, had reached such heights of martial prowess, truly a prodigy. Amitabha, General, your extraordinary talent is evident, attaining mastery at such a young age. I admire your skills. But may I ask why Your Highness and the General have graced our humble temple today? Please, do enlighten us. Sensing the potential for conflict, the abbot invoked a chant of Amitabha, his aura surging to meet that of General Wang, standing in opposition. This old monk possesses a terrifying strength. Feeling the formidable presence of the abbot, General Wang was equally taken aback. The old monk's reputation was well known to him. He was aware of the monk's extraordinary talents, having achieved the pinnacle of inner energy mastery during his own prime. However, youth often holds an edge in combat. Now, As he stood at the same level of mastery as the old monk, bolstered by his vigorous youth while the monk approached his 60s, he fancied he might emerge victorious. Yet, reality often defies expectations. Despite his age, the old monk's strength remained formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Contemplating this, General Wang suppressed his earlier disdain and adopted a more solemn demeanor, laughing heartily and proclaiming, Since the abbot has posed a question, how could I, a humble general, refrain from answering? Today, we have ascended the mountain after hearing that the Baizhu Temple is the sacred ground of the martial world in the Great Yin Dynasty, brimming with masters. Not only is the abbot a master of inner energy, but all the heads of the various halls have also attained such prowess, a rarity in the world. Therefore, I advised His Majesty, King Tang, to recruit your esteemed monks to serve as advisors, aiding his noble cause. Our Lord, King Tang, possesses great vision and seeks talent with fervor. Having recently subdued the 3 provinces of Yunhai, Xinjiang, and Lanling, he now commands all of Jiangnan. It is not far-fetched to envision him ascending to supreme power in the future. Should the abbot agree? The day our Lord achieves his ambitions will surely bring wealth and honor beyond measure. General Wang's words were laden with sincerity. The Great Yin Dynasty had enjoyed peace for centuries, with a flourishing culture but a waning martial spirit. Those lofty officials in the halls of power might fail to comprehend the terror of masters of inner energy, mistakenly believing that no matter how powerful a martial artist, they would be reduced to dust under the onslaught of a great army. Yet, a master of inner energy is no fool. They would not easily bind themselves in the chaos of a battlefield. Thus, the true value of inner energy experts lies not in their charge into battle, but in the art of assassination. Once a martial artist masters inner energy, ordinary guards become utterly ineffective, for until the expert's inner energy is depleted, they are enveloped in an aura akin to impenetrable steel armor, invulnerable to blades, fire, and arrows. Such formidable defense, combined with devastating offensive capabilities, renders them nearly unstoppable as assassins, unless shielded by equals. This is precisely why General Wang persuaded King Tang to recruit the monks of Baizhu Temple before the lords recognized the rarity of inner energy practitioners. I see. The abbot replied, having listened to General Wang's explanation. He first chanted a Buddhist invocation, his face reflecting enlightenment, and then continued, I am grateful that King Tang and you, General, have deigned to visit our humble temple to extend your invitation. However, the monks of Baizhu Temple are ascetics who have long sworn before the Buddha to distance themselves from worldly affairs and, naturally, cannot involve themselves in such disputes. Therefore, while we appreciate your goodwill, we must ask that you do not press us to join your ranks and seek your talents elsewhere. Abbot Benzhen sighed. So the abbot implies refusal to King Tang's invitation. Upon hearing these words, General Wang narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura akin to a hungry wolf in the forest, instilling fear in those around him. Alas, Amitabha, I implore you and King Tang to descend the mountain. Abbot Benzhen sighed once more, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together. Chapter 11. The gamble. A gust of autumn wind swept through, rustling the leaves of the towering trees, and a chilling atmosphere descended, enveloping Baizhu Temple in an ominous silence, as if a great battle were about to erupt. Yet, in the next moment, laughter erupted, breaking the tense ambience. The golden-armored General Wang relaxed his murderous intent, smiling as he spoke. I have long heard that Baizhu Temple is home to enlightened masters, and today's encounter has confirmed such tales. Since the abbot perceives himself as an outsider, unwilling to stir worldly strife, I shall not press the issue. However, it is said that Baizhu Temple is a sanctuary of martial prowess, and countless masters reside within. Let us engage in 3 contests today, regardless of the outcomes. I shall take my leave afterward. What say you? General Wang's gaze was sharp, like that of a hawk, fixated on Benzhen. Well, if that is the case, I shall comply with the general's wishes. After a moment's contemplation, Abbot Benzhen sighed, fully aware of General Wang's intentions. Baizhu Temple was situated on a high mountain, accessible by a single path, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. General Wang, cognizant of this, understood that a forceful attack on Baizhu Temple would necessitate thousands of troops, a move that would be unwise for King Tang, already surrounded by enemies, merely to vent frustration. Conversely, this duel offered numerous advantages. A victory would allow them to bask in the glory of having triumphed over such a revered institution, drawing attention from the martial world, while a loss would likely remain unspoken, resulting in no harm at all. Abbot Benzhen's mind was clear as a mirror, yet, under the eaves of another's roof, one must bow their head. He had already turned down General Wang once. If he were to refuse again, he could not guarantee that the general would not take offense. Thus, even knowing the pitfalls of this course, he reluctantly acquiesced. Haha, excellent. The abbot is indeed forthright. Let the 3 contests commence forthwith. We shall each present a contender within specified age brackets. One between 31 and 35, one between 16 and 30, and one below 15. With the victor determined by best 2 out of 3. What do you say? Upon receiving the abbot's agreement, General Wang's spirits soared, and he spoke with the enthusiasm of one who had long prepared for this moment. Very well, let it be as the general suggests. Abbot Benzhen, finding no grounds for rebuttal, replied, Excellent. Since the abbot has consented, let the duel commence. Please send forth your first challenger, General Wang declared. Suddenly pausing, he took a step forward, releasing a surge of inner energy that resonated like thunder in the air. In an instant, the ground beneath him cracked, debris flying as he proclaimed, I am but 35 years old and volunteer to be the first champion for King Tang's side in this contest. Who shall represent your temple to offer guidance? General Wang bowed slightly, executing a customary gesture of respect. Shameless, shameless. The monks of Baizhu Temple erupted in indignation at General Wang's audacity. Even a 12-year-old novice monk named Jingsong, seething with anger, clenched his tiny fists, itching to confront the brazen general. It was well known that Baizhu Temple's martial arts were rooted in authentic Zen practices, emphasizing a gradual approach and profound foundation. Thus, breaking through to inner energy before the age of 35 was considered extraordinary, and attaining full mastery was nearly impossible. General Wang's actions were indeed somewhat disgraceful. However, stepping outside the identity of a monk and viewing matters rationally, Gu Han believed General Wang to be a remarkable individual, likely destined for great achievements. As the saying goes, war is the art of deception. General Wang's willingness to set aside pride for victory indicated that he was no ordinary adversary. Gu Han silently observed, his thoughts concealed from others. At this moment, the abbot Benzhen, witnessing General Wang's demeanor, could only reluctantly concede. Ba, General, you are truly a prodigy. Among the warriors of Baozhu Temple under 35, none can rival you. Thus, we shall consider this match a victory for you. Please send forth the next combatant for the duel. Very well. Shi Rui, step forward and test the prowess of Baozhu Temple's eminent monks. Upon hearing Benzhen's concession, General Wang's face revealed a satisfied expression as he turned to a tall, handsome young general in a white robe, whose lips were red and teeth white. Yes, General. The young general replied with a solemn demeanor, not hesitating for an instant. With his Feng Tianhua halberd in hand, he strode confidently to the center of the square. In the next moment, his vitality surged, resembling a tiger or leopard, as he proclaimed loudly, I am Shi Rui, vanguard officer of the Third Army under the Great Yin Dynasty, led by King Li Hanhai. Today, I seek guidance from the esteemed monks of Baozhu Temple, and I hope for your generous instruction. Shi Rui's voice resonated powerfully, his white armor reflecting dazzling sunlight, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an air of majesty that commanded respect. Yuan Yin, you shall engage with this vanguard Shi in a sparring match. Observing Shi Rui's formidable presence, Benzhen remained composed and addressed a towering middle-aged monk clad in yellow robes, standing next to the abbot. As you command, abbot. The yellow-robed monk, Yuan Yin, stepped forward, wielding a robust iron staff, weighing at least 50 or 60 pounds, and walked to the center of the square. Please. The two faced each other and exchanged greetings before their bodies moved in unison. The air seemed to tear as Shi Rui's mighty halberd, seemingly weightless in his hands, sliced through the void, aiming directly at Yuan Yin with ferocity. Such a terrifying strike, if it landed, would not only shatter flesh and blood, but even split a century-old tree in two. Come on, Yuan Yin bellowed, raising his staff high, resembling a wrathful deity ready to vanquish countless demons. This staff technique was the secretive Fumo staff technique of the Baozhu Temple. Dust rose as the two engaged, the clashing sounds of metal reverberating, expanding outward and resonating in the ears of the spectators, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. You strong monk. What tremendous strength you possess. As the weapons collided, Shi Rui, the young general in white robes, staggered back 3 steps, his halberd trembling in his grip, nearly slipping from his hands. Clearly, in this exchange of power, he had lost. You are not lacking either, Yuan Yin observed, his expression serious. Since he began his martial training, he had undergone skin refining, muscle transformation, and blood tempering, culminating in his formidable strength, coupled with his innate divine power. His might was nearly unrivaled in blood tempering. Typically, those who reached such mastery would find themselves injured in a contest of strength against him. However, Shi Rui had only retreated 3 steps, indicating his considerable strength. Huh, come again. After a brief standoff, Shi Rui called out, initiating the attack, his halberd displaying an ethereal skill, with shadows of the weapon dancing across the arena. Clearly, recognizing Yuan Yin's imposing strength, Shi Rui altered his strategy, aiming for agility to secure victory. The clash of weapons echoed as they exchanged blows, Shi Rui striking from all directions, employing his agility to evade direct confrontation. Moving like a nimble monkey, incredibly flexible. In contrast, Yuan Yin stood firm, wielding his long staff to block every incoming strike, rendering the formidable iron staff unyielding. Like an immovable tower, it appeared that Shi Rui was on the verge of defeat. After 2 or 3 moments, Gu Han observed the 2 combatants and felt a rising thought. Although he was not a match for either, his strength was relatively comparable, and he had noted Shi Rui's increasingly disordered footwork and movements, clearly suffering from significant fatigue. Conversely, Yuan Yin, having remained on the defensive, had expended little energy. Even after this prolonged battle, his staff technique remained composed and steady, indicating he had reserves of strength. Indeed, merely after a short incense stick's time, Yuan Yin found an opening in Shi Rui's halberd technique and struck decisively with his staff. Release. A powerful shout rang out, and Shi Rui's halberd flew from his grasp, landing far from him, while he was sent sprawling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Amipa, General, this round belongs to our temple. Observing Yuan Yin's prowess as he bested Shi Rui, Benjin's face bore a hint of a smile. He was not devoid of emotions, having transcended the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Witnessing General Wang's oppressive demeanor today, he felt a sense of relief and joy. Useless fool. Looking at the injured Shi Rui, General Wang initially scolded him, and then turned to Ben Zhen with a smile. Do not be too hasty, Abbot. This match indeed belongs to your temple, but there is still the next round, and it may be too early to celebrate. Lao Air, step forward and showcase the skills you have learned over the years to these esteemed monks of Baozhu Temple. General Wang turned to a youth behind him, whose fur was thick, and whose face bore a wild, bloodthirsty expression, resembling a crazed wolf from the mountains. Oh woo. Good, 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 dear father. An odd voice, part human, part beast, emerged from the youth, and the next moment, he brandished a long knife and stepped forward. Chapter 12. The rescue. This youth, named Wang Lang, was raised among wolves, surviving through blood and flesh. 5 years ago, the general encountered him while hunting and rescued him from the wolf pack, adopting him as a son, naming him Wang Lang, and teaching him martial arts and moral conduct. By his bone age, he was now exactly 15 years old. The general had chosen him as the 3rd combatant in the duel. He inquired what choice the abbot would make. Observing the feral Wang Lang, General Wang appeared proud, viewing him as his finest creation, addressing Abbot Ben Zhen. Amitabha, General Wang, you are indeed calculating. Seeing the beast-like ferocity of Wang Lang, Ben Zhen furrowed his brow, casting a deep gaze at him. Such a fearsome figure, seemingly born for slaughter, would likely pose a challenge even to those of comparable or slightly superior martial prowess. Furthermore, since General Wang had chosen him as the final contender, it was evident that his martial skills were formidable and not to be underestimated. Truly a terrifying opponent. Within the temple, few young disciples could withstand him. Yet, how could Ben Zhen concede defeat? After a millennium of Baozhu Temple's illustrious reputation, could it become a stepping stone for others? This was a thought he could not bear to entertain. Even if he were to achieve enlightenment in the future, how could he face the many venerable monks who had already attained bliss? Dear esteemed masters, within our temple, which disciple under the age of 15 possesses the might to confront this formidable wolf king? I am truly reluctant to remain silent. Thus I turned to my fellow masters beside me and spoke. In response to the abbot, I, Jingyan of the Dharma Academy, joined the temple 3 years prior, achieving significant breakthroughs in my training, 1.5 years to master the skin refinement stage, and 1 year and 8 months to advance to the muscle transformation stage. Just 5 months ago, I reached the initial level of muscle transformation. Now, I have thoroughly cultivated the 2 major tendons in my body and am advancing towards the mastery of muscle transformation. In my humble opinion, Jingyan should represent our Baozhu Temple in this 3rd contest to bring glory to our name. As soon as I finished speaking, Master Ben from the Dharma Academy stepped forward to recommend me. However, Master Benin from the Prajna Hall promptly countered, asserting that while Jingyan is indeed impressive, in terms of martial prowess, my disciple Jingyuan surpasses him. Master Benin continued, Master Ben, you mentioned Jingyan's year and a half to master the skin refinement stage. Yet you may not be aware that Jingyuan achieved this in merely 1 year and 4 months. You stated Jingyan reached the initial stage of muscle transformation 5 months ago, whereas Jingyuan accomplished this 8 months prior and has since fully cultivated 5 major tendons, having traversed nearly half the path to complete mastery of muscle transformation. He far exceeds Jingyan. With a smile, Master Benin spoke, his face radiating pride and joy. Do not assume that monks lack the spirit of competition. In truth, even the legendary sages have their emotions and desires, deeply valuing reputation and fortune. How could Master Benin be any different? Since the founding of the Baozhu Temple a millennium ago, the Dharma Academy and Prajna Hall have been locked in a rivalry, each vying for superiority over the other. For instance, in the previous generation, the Dharma Academy leveraged the recent emergence of Yuanin to dominate over Yuanshin of the Prajna Hall. Now, the tides have turned, and within our own hall, we have finally produced a prodigious talent in Jingyuan, whose innate abilities surpass even those of Yuanin and Yuanshin from the last generation. Naturally, we must take pride in this achievement. Amitba, indeed, Master Benin, you are formidable. I did not realize that the Prajna Hall, despite its low profile, has produced such a talent as Jingyuan among the current generation of disciples. With proper cultivation, he may well attain complete mastery of inner energy in the future. In this instance, I concede the victory to you, my brother, Master Ben remarked, his eyes filled with envy. The path of muscle transformation involves the cultivation of 36 tendons within the human body, rendering them as resilient as an ox and as flexible as a tiger, capable of withstanding the immense pressure and wear experienced by a martial artist. The initial stage of muscle transformation requires the refinement of 24 minor tendons, and only upon completing this can one officially enter the initial level of muscle transformation before progressing to the 12 major tendons. At merely 15 years of age, Jingyuan has successfully cultivated 5 major tendons, suggesting he may achieve blood refinement before the age of 25, potentially beginning his journey into inner energy, a truly astonishing talent. Oh, Master Ben, you flatter me. Although Jingyuan is indeed a gem in the rough, he is still young and requires careful honing. To speak of inner energy mastery at this stage may be premature. We must not allow him to grow complacent, lest it jeopardize his future, Master Benin responded humbly, despite the evident joy on his face. Thus, through their spirited exchange, the two masters determined the contender for the upcoming battle, leaving only Master Bongguan of the Arhut Hall, who observed enviously with a bitter smile. The disciples of the Arhut Hall have traditionally possessed the weakest talents among the 3 martial halls, and the resources allocated to them, such as herbal elixirs, pale in comparison to those of the Dharma Academy and Prajna Hall. Consequently, their strength has consistently ranked the lowest. At last, a promising disciple named Jingming emerged, his talents comparable to those of Jingyan from the Dharma Academy and Jingyuan from the Prajna Hall. However, due to insufficient resources in his early training, he has languished for 2 years in the skin refinement stage. Although he made remarkable progress in the past year, aided by my support in providing training elixirs, he still lags behind in fully mastering the minor tendons and achieving the initial stage of muscle transformation, let alone the major tendons. Alas, such is fate. Sighing inwardly, Master Bongguan glanced at Guhan with a hint of guilt before falling silent. Feeling Master Bongguan's gaze, Guhan exchanged a brief look with him but chose not to speak up, having no desire to draw attention to himself at this moment. His current strength remains modest, and he has ample room for improvement. Thus, it is prudent for him to focus on cultivating a solid foundation in the real world for the battles that lie ahead. Should he attract General Wang's attention and be compelled to join his ranks, the Baozhu Temple would find it difficult to refuse. After all, he is merely a junior disciple and not a headmaster. Despite possessing some talent, others may view him as unlikely to ever break through to inner energy mastery, making it not worth the temples while to confront General Wang on his behalf. If the abbot were to sell him out, he would either have to betray the temple or squander his time and potentially his life on the battlefield. While the military may offer abundant resources and opportunities for rapid breakthroughs amidst the chaos of war, for someone with a solid foundation in martial arts, destined to reach the pinnacle of this realm, such a path appears unnecessary. Therefore, since the abbot has not chosen him, he sees no reason to complicate matters and invite unnecessary troubles. All right, given that none of the esteemed masters have other candidates, let us proceed with Jingyuan from the Prajna Hall. After a moment of silence, Abbot Benzhen made his decisive pronouncement. Yes, Master, Jingyuan shall comply with your decree. Upon hearing Abbot Benzhen's words, the young monk Jingyuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he strode forward. After years of martial training, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his skills before everyone, naturally feeling exhilarated and eager to demonstrate his prowess. Please. Upon entering the arena, Jing Yuan called out to the Wolf King and then assumed a stance, embodying the opening move of the secret martial technique of the Prajna Hall known as the Bodhi Palm. Aptly named, Bodhi Embracing Zen. This technique is renowned for its dual nature, capable of offense and defense, and is favored by countless disciples of the Prajna Hall in competitions, ensuring they stand on solid ground. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the Wolf King, sensing Jing Yuan's aggressive stance, allowed his primal instincts to surge forth. In a flash, he transformed into a ferocious predator, his gaze as cold as a lone wolf in the wilderness. With a swift rotation of his single blade and a powerful stomp, he shattered several bricks beneath him, launching himself towards Jing Yuan like a bolt of lightning. The air was ruthlessly sliced apart, and a white streak cleaved through the void as the Wolf King surged forward, blending his weapon with an overwhelming aura, delivering a strike that seemed capable of splitting mountains asunder, intent on cleaving Jing Yuan in two. What? Complete mastery of muscle transformation. This young man possesses such an extraordinary martial talent, having reached this level at the tender age of 15? Observing the terrifying speed and explosive power of the Wolf King, Abbot Ben Hin and the 6 elders exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. Moments ago, the Wolf King had concealed his energy, appearing as an ordinary individual. They had not perceived his exceptional nature, presuming he could merely match Jing Yuan in breaking through to the initial stage of muscle transformation and mastering several major tendons. How unexpected it was to discover that his talent surpassed even the expectations of his peers, achieving the pinnacle of the Yi Jin realm at such a tender age. Could it be that this Tang Wang is indeed a destined dragon, aided by fortune? After all, it has only been a year since his uprising. Yet he has already attracted extraordinary talents like General Wang and Wang Lang to his side. The abbot Ben Zhun and many other leaders were astonished, their eyes filled with wonder as they gazed at Tang Wang and General Wang. Haha, Master, you have misjudged. Wang Lang has not yet reached the pinnacle of Yi Jin, nor even the minor achievements of Yi Jin. He has merely just broken through the limits of the refining skin stage, having barely mastered 2 or 3 minor tendons. General Wang laughed heartily upon witnessing the monk's astonishment. This is simply impossible. Wang Lang's strength and speed clearly indicate he has already reached the level of Yi Jin, even ranking among the average in that realm. How could he have just recently broken through? The head of the Dharma Institute, Binda, exclaimed in shock. His words were utterly incredulous, even with decades of meditative practice. He found it difficult to maintain his composure and could not help but inquire further. Haha, Master Ben has become flustered. Would I deceive you? It is merely that my son's talent is extraordinary. When I first encountered him at the age of 10, he could chase after tigers with nothing but his bare hands. After years of my dedicated guidance, even in his nascent state of Yi Jin, Wang Lang can rival ordinary practitioners who have achieved the full Yi Jin level. What is there to be surprised about? General Wang explained, pride gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the assembled monks of Baozhu Temple. Yet, amidst his pride, the young monk Jing Yuan felt a sense of dread. This opponent was truly formidable. He needed to find a way to prolong the encounter, no matter what. He could not afford to lose too quickly. As he observed Wang Lang's speed and explosive power far surpassing his own, a chill ran through him. But he quickly resolved to make the best of the situation. Winning was no longer an option, but even in defeat, he aimed to maintain some dignity. With determination, Jing Yuan retreated swiftly, his hands moving in a flurry as he unleashed a series of palm strikes, precise and powerful, redirecting Wang Lang's blade while entangling him further. Their fight mirrored the previous duel between Shi Rui and Yuan Yin, and soon they exchanged numerous blows, seemingly stalemated. However, just moments later, a fierce wolf's howl erupted as Wang Lang, frustrated by his inability to overpower Jing Yuan, unleashed a surge of murderous intent. His blade's speed increased dramatically, striking with a ferocity akin to a lumberjack wielding an axe, swift and powerful, far exceeding Jing Yuan's expectations. This is bad. Seeing the terrifying strike approach, Jing Yuan's heart raced, and he instinctively activated his latent potential, executing a bridge maneuver just in time to narrowly evade the blow. He then sprang back, leaping away like a flea, landing at a distance. Die! Just as Jing Yuan touched down, Wang Lang's slight frame leaped forward, covering several meters in an instant. His eyes ablaze with ferocity as he brought his blade down towards Jing Yuan's head. My life is forfeit. As Jing Yuan felt the chilling wind of the blade, his face paled, thoughts of his worldly attachments flooding his mind. He lamented his impulsive actions, realizing he could only close his eyes and await his fate. Stop! Stop! General Wang, let him go. Witnessing the imminent peril of their disciple, Abbot Ben Zhun and the other leaders rushed forward, furious, employing their lightness skills in a desperate attempt to save Jing Yuan. Unfortunately, having already retreated twice, Jing Yuan was now over 10 zhang away from the leaders. And despite their inner energy surging, they could not close the distance in time to intercept Wang Lang, helplessly watching as the blade descended. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, akin to iron colliding with stone, as Wang Lang's 4-foot-long blade was caught firmly between a pair of hands, held fast as if in the grip of a blacksmith's tongs. No matter how fiercely Wang Lang stomped the ground, his face contorted with rage. His hair flying and his furious roars echoing, he could not budge it. Chapter 13, The Punishment. Brother Bengua, is this your disciple from the Arhut Hall? As Jing Yuan was rescued, the leaders of the various halls sighed in relief, only to notice the distinctive Arhut Hall insignia on Gu Han's attire, prompting incredulous inquiries. Yes, indeed. Jing Ming is indeed my disciple from the Arhut Hall, Bengua replied instinctively, still in shock over Jing Ming's astounding strength. Hadn't he only broken through the Yi Jin realm 7 or 8 months ago? How could he be so powerful? Even Wang Lang, who was comparable to a full Yi Jin practitioner, was no match for him. What was happening? Bengua's mind was awash with confusion, wishing to rush to Jing Ming and inquire about the source of his strength. Meanwhile, the other leaders were filled with delight. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Brother Bengua, you have achieved great merit, raising such an extraordinary disciple. Who would have thought that the Arhut Hall, which usually remains low-key, would unleash such astonishing talent? Jing Ming, at only 15 years of age, could effortlessly block Wang Lang, who was comparable to a full Yi Jin practitioner. He was quite impressive, possibly comparable to early-stage blood refinement warriors. The leaders of the Dharma Institute expressed their admiration. Indeed, Jing Ming is formidable. To have such accomplishments at such a young age places him among the top 3 talents in the 1,000-year history of Baozhu Temple, only behind the likes of Zhu Ming and Liao Kong, and just below the venerable Bodhidharma. Hearing Benjin's words, the leaders of the medicine, discipline, and enlightenment halls nodded in agreement. The illustrious figures mentioned, Zhu Ming and Liao Kong, were renowned throughout Baozhu Temple's history, though they had not transcended into the legendary realm as Bodhidharma had. Yet, in their prime, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary Yi Jin practitioners. They represented invincibility, capable of defeating even the most skilled fighters with just a few moves, regarded as half-legendary figures. My fellow brothers, you flatter him too much. Although Jing Ming appears impressive now, reaching the level of Zhu Ming and Liao Kong remains exceedingly difficult. We must ensure he does not become overly proud and continue to nurture his potential, Benjin cautioned after the others spoke. As a practitioner who had achieved Yi Jin through his own efforts, Benjin understood better than anyone the challenges of attaining the heights reached by Zhu Ming and Liao Kong. While Jing Ming showed promise, he must remain humble and be refined gradually. Haha, the words of Master Fangzhong are misguided. I firmly believe that Jing Ming possesses the potential to transcend to the realm of awakening and emptiness. In the future, the resurgence of our Baozhu Temple may very well depend on this young one. Furthermore, his pivotal role in rescuing Jing Yuan cannot be overlooked after this matter concludes. I must express my sincere gratitude to Jing Ming. As soon as Master Benzin's voice fell, the head of the Prajna Hall, Benin, countered with a smile, his heart swelling with boundless gratitude as he gazed at Gu Han, who had saved Jing Yuan from afar. Jing Yuan is a rare gem, a prodigious talent that emerges only once in decades, if not a century, within the Prajna Hall, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. His breakthrough into the realm of internal energy is nearly assured, and he harbors great promise even in achieving mastery. Thus, I have long regarded Jing Yuan as my chosen successor, intending to pass the position of head of the Prajna Hall to him after my demise, so that he may continue to promote our martial arts. If Jing Yuan were indeed to fall at the hands of Wang Lang, I cannot fathom the depths of my despair. After all, my age is advancing, and the prospect of witnessing another disciple with Jing Yuan's talent arise within the Prajna Hall seems almost impossible. What utter despair! Even if I were to avenge him by slaying Wang Lang afterward, it would be a regret too profound to bear. Moreover, Wang Lang is under the protection of General Wang. Even if I were to take action, I might not be able to defeat him to avenge Jing Yuan. However, all is well now. Jing Yuan has been saved by Jing Ming, and I need not confront General Wang. Lost in thought, Benin felt an even deeper gratitude toward Gu Han. Let go. I will kill you, roared Wang Lang, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty frenzy as he struggled against Gu Han, who had seized his long blade with both hands. He exerted all his might, attempting to wrench the weapon from Gu Han's grip. Yet, no matter how frenzied Wang Lang became, his formidable strength, capable of uprooting willows and shattering stones, seemed to vanish like a drop of water in the ocean upon encountering Gu Han's palms. Alas, the practitioner is excessively ruthless, It is merely a contest of martial skills. Having gained the upper hand, why pursue Jing Yuan with such lethal intent? Such ferocity deserves punishment. With a soft sigh, Guhan suddenly unleashed an immense force from his palms, instantly shattering Wang Lang's formidable steel blade. Following this, he threw a punch. Boom! A resounding blast echoed through the arena as Guhan's fist, as immaculate as jade, propelled forward. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to explode, creating terrifying shockwaves that ruffled Wang Lang's hair. With the enhancement of martial prowess, a single arm could exert 2,000 pounds of strength, and with the added amplification of his formidable technique, the force of his punch exceeded 5,000 pounds. Given the minuscule contact area of his fist and its terrifying speed, the impact was such that even an Iron Man would be deformed, and a great tree could be instantly pierced, let alone a mere mortal. Surely, it would be obliterated in an instant. A wolf's howl erupted as Wang Lang, in a moment of desperation, activated his latent potential. As an adept practitioner of the E-gene level, and having grown up among wolves, he possessed an unparalleled sense of danger. In that critical moment, he managed to use the broken blade to block Guhan's fist just in time. Clang! The sound of metal ringing echoed once more as the broken blade before Wang Lang finally succumbed to Guhan's punch, shattering into fragments that flew in all directions. Subsequently, propelled by Guhan's residual force, Wang Lang's entire body was hurled backward like an arrow, crashing into a group of guards several paces away, collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, his head spinning into unconsciousness. Chapter 14. White Tiger E-Gene Pill Wolf. Upon witnessing Wang Lang, akin to a deflated balloon, being sent flying and bleeding, General Wang gasped, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Yet, this sorrow appeared cold and unfeeling, as if he were observing a mere piece of art rather than a human being. Good. Very good. Young monk, you are Jing Ming, correct? Remarkable indeed. To be merely 15 and rival a master of blood refinement, striking my wolf son into grievous injury. Master Benzin, your Baozhu Temple truly lives up to its reputation as a martial arts sanctuary of the great Yin Kingdom, brimming with talent. General Wang's sharp gaze swept over Guhan, as if attempting to see through him entirely, before shifting his focus to Master Benzin, filled with derision, as he pressed, however. I have heard that the Baozhu Temple is composed entirely of monks, adhering to compassion and refraining from anger. Yet, in your temple, you have produced such a ruthless and malevolent individual as Jing Ming. I wonder how the abbot intends to deal with this. Bah. General, you exaggerate, Master Benzin replied, palms pressed together in reverence. The Buddha once said, a bodhisattva possesses compassion but also the wrath of a diamond. General Wang, your adopted son, Wang Lang, sought to take the life of my disciple Jing Yuan. Jing Ming could not stand idly by and merely taught him a lesson. He has neither ruined Wang Lang's future nor taken his life. His actions merely embody the teachings of the Buddha. How can they be labeled as malevolent or ruthless? So, you refuse to hand over this little bald donkey, Jing Ming? Upon Master Benzin's words, General Wang's expression shifted dramatically, his internal energy erupting and causing the air around him to resonate with a mournful sound, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Bah. Jing Ming is a disciple of our temple. He cannot be casually handed over to others. General, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Master Benzin commanded with a firm voice, his internal energy surging, matching General Wang's formidable presence. As the saying goes, even a Buddha can unleash fire. General Wang had repeatedly tested the limits of Master Benzin's patience, and now sought to take Jing Ming, who possesses talents rivaling the enlightened and emptied ancestors, away, allowing him to be at his mercy. This was simply intolerable for Master Benzin. He was gambling, betting that General Wang would not dare to turn hostile, trusting that the Tang Emperor would not permit Wang to mobilize tens of thousands of troops against Baozhu Temple. Indeed, after a brief silence, General Wang's expression shifted from grim to bright, bursting into laughter. I have long heard of Master Benzin's stubborn nature and tenacity. I initially thought it was mere rumor, but having seen it today, I realized that the tales are indeed true. Since you are so determined to protect this young monk, I shall not press the matter further. Let us consider the earlier incident as a jest. I hope Master Benzin and young Master Jingming will not take it to heart. Should you wish to descend the mountain, I invite you to visit my army. I would be honored to welcome you. General Wang spoke with a smile, as if he were not the one who had just been angered. In truth, he was not angry at all. To him, both his adopted son Wang Lang and Jing Ming were mere pawns in his game. Now, it was evident that Jing Ming was a far superior piece compared to Wang Lang. Why would he ruin a valuable piece over a lesser one? As for his earlier demand for Master Benzin to surrender Jing Ming, It was merely a ploy to abduct him from Baozhu Temple and train him for his own purposes. It had nothing to do with any paternal affection toward Wang Lang. What is affection worth? What benefits could it possibly bring? General Wang contemplated inwardly, then respectfully inclined his body slightly towards the corpulent Tang Wang seated in the Grand Palanquin, saying, "Your Highness, the matters have all been settled. We may now return to the manor." "Oh, is that all? Wang Zhongyi, your handling of this affair has been rather lackluster. You failed to recruit any noteworthy talents, and your reputation remains unestablished. This has caused me to make this trip in vain." Upon hearing that their journey was concluded, the corpulent Tang Wang let out a cold huff, expressing his dissatisfaction. Thud. Witnessing the Tang Wang's wrath, Wang Zhongyi instantly turned pale, his body trembling as he fell to his knees like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade, repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, "I am deserving of death. I am deserving of death. My incompetence in this matter warrants your punishment, Your Highness." Rise. In consideration of your past contributions, I shall spare you this time. However, should you continue to falter in your duties, I will not be so lenient. Observing Wang Zhongyi's trepidation, the Tang Wang's anger dissipated considerably, and he nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I am grateful to Your Highness." Wang Zhongyi's face lit up with boundless gratitude as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Very well, let us depart." With a resounding clang of a gong, at the command of the Tang Wang, the numerous bearers promptly rose, lifting the heavy palanquin down the mountain. Following closely behind, General Wang, Shirue, and the rest of the entourage surrounded the Tang Wang, and soon, the large procession vanished from sight within the Baozhu Temple. Phew. Amitabha. This matter has finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Watching the Tang Wang and his entourage depart, Abbot Benjin exhaled heavily, his body trembling slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. He then turned to Guhan with a smile, saying, "Jingming, one must truly credit you for this outcome. It is thanks to your intervention that the millennium reputation of our Baozhu Temple has not been tarnished in an instant. Moreover, it is because of you that Jing Yuan of the Prajna Hall has been granted a second chance at life, enabling him to contribute to our hall in the future. Jingming, your merits cannot be understated. Do express what reward you desire, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Upon hearing this, Abbot Benjun beamed at Guhan, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The other senior monks nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly in acknowledgement of the abbot's words. Especially the head of the Prajna Hall and the head of the Arhot Hall, the former's gaze brimming with gratitude, while the latter was filled with pride. Seeing this, Guhan did not overstate his accomplishments but instead humbly replied, "Abbot, you flatter me. The resolution of this calamity is a collective effort of all the senior monks and my brothers. How could I claim sole credit? However, I do have a request to make of you, Abbot, and I hope you will grant it." "Oh, what is it?" Abbot Benjun asked with a smile. "To the Abbot, I humbly seek some white tiger muscle transformation pills, as I am yet to complete the transformation. These would greatly aid in my future martial arts training, allowing me to achieve mastery in this discipline and embark on the path of blood refinement." Guhan respectfully articulated. "What? White tiger muscle transformation pills? You are not yet at the blood refinement stage?" Upon hearing Guhan's words, the senior monks exchanged startled glances, their pupils contracting in astonishment. To the Abbot, "I am filled with shame. My martial arts aptitude is indeed lacking. After 3 years of practice, I have only just reached the minor completion of the muscle transformation stage, and I have yet to master even a single major muscle." Guhan spoke, suddenly moving as if a dragon were ascending to the heavens, his muscles resonating with a series of dull cracking sounds. The sound, 24. In martial arts, the assessment of how many muscles one has mastered can be done in various ways, with the simplest being to listen to the sound produced. It is said that a sound is worth 1,000 gold. It is well known that during the muscle transformation process, if a practitioner has mastered a minor muscle, the resonation of their bones will produce a dull sound, while mastering a major muscle will yield a crisp sound. Presently, Guhan's entire body resonated with 24 dull sounds, clearly indicating he had only mastered 24 minor muscles. Indeed, he has only achieved minor completion of the muscle transformation. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from Guhan, the senior monks exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. "Jingming, since you have only mastered 24 minor muscles, how is it that your strength is so formidable? Could it be that you, like the Wolf King, possess extraordinary talent?" After a moment of contemplation, Abbot Benjin gently exhaled and inquired with curiosity. "Your insight is commendable, Abbot. Jingming indeed possesses innate strength, but unlike the Wolf King, whose exceptional talent was evident from childhood, I was but an ordinary child. It was only after I commenced my martial training 3 years ago that I began to experience a transformation, with my physique growing stronger. Even now, should I refrain from martial arts practice, my physical strength alone can rival that of an average practitioner who has achieved mastery. Guhan responded with a smile. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication. As a transmigrant, had he found himself in a world of celestial beings or a high martial realm, he could easily concoct tales of consuming miraculous fruits or receiving divine insights in dreams. However, regrettably, while the Great Yin Kingdom is a fragment of the celestial realm known as Tian Tsang, it seemed devoid of any celestial beings or high martial prowess, appearing instead as an ordinary ancient world with but a sliver of extraordinary power. Thus, his fabricated narrative would not hold water. Hence he opted for a blend of truth and illusion, cloaking his gift to avert suspicion. I see. It appears that the world is indeed full of wonders. The Wolf King is a rare talent, seen but once in a millennium, and to think that Jing Ming's gifts surpass his, truly a blessing for our Baozhu temple. Hearing Gu Han's explanation, while Abbot Benjun and the other senior monks still found it hard to believe, they nonetheless nodded in reluctant agreement, recognizing Gu Han's words. He then turned to the head of the apothecary hall, Ben Deng, saying, "Brother Ben Deng, since Jing Ming has yet to break through to the blood refinement stage, I shall request you to produce 3 additional white tiger muscle transformation pills each month for him. This pill is highly effective for muscle transformation and will be of great benefit to Jing Ming. Furthermore, Brother Ben Yin, you just mentioned a desire to express gratitude to Jing Ming for saving your disciple Jing Yuan. Words must be followed by action. I recall that your Prajna Hall possesses a few minor rejuvenation pills. Would you be willing to share 2 with Jing Ming?" Upon hearing Abbot Benjun's promises, Gu Han was not the only one astonished and overjoyed. Even the head of the Prajna Hall, Ben Yin, and the head of the Apothecary Hall, Ben Deng, were taken aback, shocked by the abbot's generous offer. The White Tiger Muscle Transformation Pill is currently the most potent pill regarding muscle transformation in the entire Great Yin and Baozhu Temple. Just one can aid a practitioner in mastering approximately 1/5 of a minor muscle or 1/30th of a major muscle. Its effects are nothing short of terrifying. Naturally, such powerful effects come at a substantial cost. The White Tiger Muscle Transformation Pill is costly to manufacture and challenging to refine, even with the Apothecary Hall's utmost efforts. They can produce no more than a dozen each month. In the past, the entire Arhut Hall could only receive 2 each month, with the majority going to the Dharma Hall and Prajna Hall. Gu Han, even with the staunch support of head Ben Guan from the Arhut Hall, had only consumed about 10 White Tiger Muscle Transformation pills over the course of a year, averaging 1 per month. However, now, as soon as Benjun opened his mouth, he granted Gu Han a monthly quota of 3, which was almost tantamount to allowing Gu Han to enjoy resources comparable to a 1.5 Rohan Hall. What a tremendous support this was. Moreover, this was not even the most precious offering. What was even more invaluable were the 2 small Huandan from the Demo Academy. The small Huandan was derived from the Great Huandan, simplified by the first chief of the 9th generation Apothecary Institute of the Sacred Pearl Temple of the Great Yin Martial World. It is well known that within the Great Yin Sacred Pearl Temple, there exists a miraculous elixir known as the Great Huandan. In the martial world of Great Yin, it is referred to by various names such as Divine Elixir and Celestial Pill, with powers said to be beyond comprehension. It is claimed that possessing even 1 pill can heal all internal injuries in the world, significantly increasing a martial artist's chances of breaking through to greater mastery of internal energy and advancing to higher realms. Naturally, the efficacy of the small Huandan pales in comparison to the Great Huandan, yet it remains a top-tier treasure in the world, capable not only of healing numerous injuries, but also of accelerating a martial artist's breakthrough from the easy muscle stage to the blood refinement realm, boasting multiple functions and terrifying effects. Contemplating that such a miraculous elixir was about to fall into his hands, combined with the 3 White Tiger Easy Muscle pills he would receive monthly thereafter, even Gu Han's composure could not help but swell with overwhelming joy. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Benjun, promising, "I sincerely thank Master for the bestowed pills. I shall diligently train in martial arts henceforth, and I will not disappoint your earnest nurturing." "Haha, good." Benjun responded with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm as he remarked, "Jing Ming, there's no need for excessive formalities. You have rendered great service to our Sacred Pearl Temple and are thus deserving of this reward. All of this is rightfully yours. Besides, I too harbor my own hopes. Your talent is unprecedented and rare in this world, and I am eager to see whether this extraordinary gift of yours continues to flourish even after reaching the blood refinement realm. If so, it would indeed be a blessing for our Sacred Pearl Temple." gazing at this extraordinarily gifted disciple before him. Ben Jun felt as though a legendary figure was on the verge of rising before his eyes. After all, Jingming had only just reached the preliminary stage of easy muscle, yet his strength was already comparable to that of blood refinement warriors. Should he reach the pinnacle of internal energy mastery, what greatness could he achieve? Even if he did not surpass the Demo Patriarch, he could certainly rival or even surpass the likes of Zhu Ming and Liao Kong. Ben Jun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 16. Hard training and bottlenecks. Time flew by. The sun and moon cyclically turned. Since that day Guhan defeated Wang Lang and saved Jing Yuan, Ben Jun promised to diligently provide pills for Guhan's cultivation. Guhan then entered a phase of fervent training. In the first year, marking the 4th year since entering the Tiansong realm of the Great Yin Kingdom. With ample support from the White Tiger Easy Muscle pills, Guhan devoted himself to mastering the White Tiger Easy Muscle Fist and the Diamond Body Refinement Fist, 2 martial arts from different worlds. The differing philosophies of these 2 martial arts complemented and stimulated each other, creating a chemical reaction that unleashed astonishing power within Guhan. 1 month to master a large muscle. 2 months to master 2 large muscles. 3 months to master 3 large muscles. As time passed, Guhan's large muscles were progressively perfected, and throughout his training journey, he encountered virtually no bottlenecks, maintaining a steady pace of mastering 1 large muscle per month, swiftly advancing towards the pinnacle of easy muscle. By the end of the first year, consumed by his training, Guhan suddenly rose, his body quaking, and his bones resonating like firecrackers, producing 24 deep and 12 crisp sounds. Remarkably, after a year of arduous training, Guhan finally mastered all 12 of his large muscles, officially becoming a practitioner of the easy muscle realm at the age of 16. At this point, having reached the apex of easy muscle, Guhan's strength, not accounting for his bone refinement, allowed him to be regarded as a top-tier expert in the martial world, comparable to many of the Demo Academy and Prajna Hall's senior disciples. As for the bone refinement training from the other world, though it lagged behind the easy muscle training due to the absence of pill assistance, Guhan's progress remained rapid. Thanks to the effects of the Diamond Body Refinement Fist and the support from the White Tiger Easy Muscle Fist, merely 3 months after breaking through to the easy muscle realm, he similarly caught up in progress and achieved mastery in bone refinement. At this moment, with both easy muscle and bone refinement successfully attained, the fusion of the 2 martial arts revealed its might, enabling his power to soar well beyond that of any single world practitioner at the same level. With a mere flick of his arm, he could summon 5,000 pounds of divine strength, and with a single punch, his might exceeded 10,000. This terrifying power could rival that of blood refinement masters from the Great Yin Kingdom or bone refinement masters from the Yu Kingdom, and under internal energy, he had nearly reached the pinnacle, standing as one of the foremost experts in this world, far stronger than the Guhan, who had once defeated Wang Lang by several folds, or even a dozen times. Filled with joy, Guhan continued his training. Several months later, after regulating his breath and consolidating his foundation, he began his first attempt to break through to the blood refinement and bone refinement realms. The first attempt to break through blood refinement, failure. The second attempt to break through bone refinement, failure. The third attempt to break through bone refinement, failure. The fourth attempt to break through blood refinement, failure. It must be said that Guhan's innate physical talent was abysmally poor, compared to Jing Yuan. Even when juxtaposed with an ordinary disciple from the Demo Academy or Prajna Hall, he paled significantly. Truly, he possessed the weak martial talent rated in the simulator, and his martial aptitude was indeed meager. Initially, he had been able to bypass bottlenecks and rapidly cultivate due to the complementary nature of the 2 worlds' martial arts. Yet, even if he reached mastery in blood refinement, relying solely on the strength of his own blood and energy to break through to internal energy, he estimated it would be relatively simple. For the fundamental test of breaking through internal energy was not martial talent, but rather the strength of one's own blood and energy. Thus, the breakthrough to internal energy could be said to present no bottleneck for Guhan. However, despite his calculations, he never anticipated that he would become stuck at the small blood refinement and bone refinement realms. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself at a standstill. Alas, let it be. I truly do not believe that after enduring so much hardship, I, Guhan, would be stuck at such a trifling bone refinement realm. Guhan sighed, determination filling his eyes. If 1 attempt fails, then let there be 2. If 2 fail, then let there be 3. If 3 fail, let there be 10. If 10 fail, then let there be 100. As long as he persists, success will ultimately come. He still has plenty of time to endure this slow process. Guhan thought to himself. In truth, during this time, Confronted with repeated failures, he had entertained thoughts of abandoning this body and starting anew, hoping for a better life in the next. Even though he had not accomplished much in this life, he had at least reached mastery in both bone refinement and easy muscle levels, and defeated Wang Lang, preserving the millennium reputation of the Sacred Pearl Temple from ruin. So, when he calculated carefully, he should still be entitled to some simulation points as a reward, if he truly did restart. His talent in the next life would undoubtedly surpass that of this one. However, the variables in the process of reincarnation were simply too great. If he could indeed choose a powerful identity and a body with formidable potential, that would be splendid. Yet, he feared that he might end up with an identity akin to that of a villainous second-generation character from a web novel, offending the child of destiny, wound tea that lead to certain doom. After all, with his current abilities, attempting to contend against the Chosen One is akin to chasing a delusion. A mere surge of power from the latter could effortlessly render him, a mere blood refinement martial artist, into oblivion. What means does he possess to resist such fate? If luck continues to evade him, depleting his simulation points without any progress, in the next life, he may not enjoy such favorable fortune again. Should he refrain from expending simulation points and allow the simulator to act randomly, there exists the grim possibility of reincarnating as a beggar or a blind individual. However, if he were to become a vegetative state, he would find himself unable to restart at all, which would indeed be a tragic fate. Merely contemplating this caused Guhan to shake his head in despair, temporarily relinquishing the notion of a restart. Thus began his journey of repeated failures and breakthroughs. As time passed, Guhan remained unable to transcend the blood refinement stage. Regardless of the earnest efforts and resources provided by the abbot Ben-Jun and the heads of various halls, he consumed numerous small elixirs and attended countless lectures from seasoned masters, yet no tangible results materialized. Gradually, even the abbot and the heads of the halls began to lose faith in Guhan, their attention towards him dwindling. Within the entire Baozhu Temple, only Jing Yuan occasionally visited Guhan's secluded space to encourage him to persevere. Although it bore little fruit, it nonetheless warmed Guhan's heart. Time flowed quietly. Days turned into months, and years slipped by unremarked, as Guhan shut himself away, oblivious to worldly affairs. His once illustrious reputation for defeating Wang Lang and rescuing Jing Yuan faded into obscurity. Jing Ming from the Arhit Hall became akin to a shooting star, illuminating the eyes of many for a fleeting moment before vanishing from memory, with only a few retaining his name. Chapter 17. Success. As the saying goes, new talents emerge with each generation, each leading the way for centuries. During Guhan's retreat from the world, the younger generation of Baozhu Temple had already become the dominion of others. Merely 3 years into Guhan's seclusion, Jing Yuan, the senior brother of the Jing generation from the Prajna Hall, was the first to achieve mastery in the art of muscle transformation. Following this, with the aid of a small elixir, he successfully broke through to blood refinement a year later, gaining unparalleled renown. The subsequent year, Jing Yan, the senior brother of the Jing generation from the Damo Institute, witnessing Jing Yuan's breakthrough, followed suit and also attained blood refinement. Over the following years, numerous exceptional disciples from the Baozhu Temple's Prajna Hall and Damo Institute began to shine brightly, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain, each striving towards the blood refinement stage. One by one, they succeeded. By the 5th year of Guhan's zealous cultivation, Yuan Yin, the 35-year-old senior brother from the Damo Institute, experienced an epiphany, breaking through the barrier of internal energy and emerging as a top-tier master, subsequently assuming the position of head of the Damo Institute, marking the beginning of the Yuan generation's rise to prominence. In the next 7 to 8 years, the Yuan generation, following Yuan Yin, saw members gradually breaking through to internal energy and succeeding as heads of various halls. By the 13th year of Guhan's fervent training, with the last head of the Ben generation retiring to become an elder, a new cycle of succession was completed. The Yuan generation monks officially took the historical stage, becoming the highest decision-making body of the Baozhu Temple, overseeing its myriad affairs. Another cycle begins. Bong, bong, bong. The resounding chimes of the Grand Temple echoed through the sacred mountains, startling countless birds into flight. A year later, in the Dian region of Fangyan Prefecture, the new disciple initiation ceremony at Baozhu Temple commenced once more. However, this time was different, with the generational shift of the Bin and Yuan generations. New disciples could no longer belong to the Jing generation, but instead hailed from the first generation of the Kong generation among the 8 lineages of Baozhu Temple. Zhu, Ben, Yuan, Jing, Kong, Wu Hong. The abbot is here. A booming voice resonated as the robust figure of the abbot Yuan Yin, clad in a vibrant red robe, led the heads of various halls into the great hero hall, amidst the anxious, expectant, worried, and excited gazes of the young novices poised to join. After invoking a Buddhist chant, he addressed the congregation. Ba, Jing-yi, the time is approaching. Are all the disciples ready to receive their vows today? In response to the abbot, we are all present. The young monk Jing-yi, appearing to be in his 20s, promptly replied with reverence. Excellent. Since everyone is here, let us officially commence the initiation ceremony. Yuan-yin smiled and nodded, signaling the beginning of the event. Following nearly 2 hours of rituals including incense burning, prayers, chanting, and bowing before the Buddha and informing the ancestors, it was finally time to assign the new disciples to their respective halls. Disciple Kong Xing, officially ordained, is now a disciple of Baozhu Temple, possessing excellent aptitude, and may enter the Demo Institute. Disciple Kong Wan, officially ordained, is now a disciple of Baozhu Temple, possessing ordinary aptitude, and will be placed in the Arhut Hall. Disciple Kong Zhan, officially ordained, is now a disciple of Baozhu Temple, possessing excellent aptitude, and may enter the Prajna Hall. Disciple Kong Xing, officially ordained, is now a disciple of Baozhu Temple, though of ordinary aptitude, possesses remarkable insight, and may enter the Medicine Master Institute. With each proclamation, the disciples assigned to the Demo Institute and Prajna Hall beamed with joy, their eyes sparkling with confidence, as if countless stars were shining within them. The disciples assigned to the Medicine Master Institute remained relatively composed, neither overly elated nor disheartened. In stark contrast, those assigned to the Arhut Hall wore expressions of despair, their heads hung low, following the head of the Arhut Hall, the accomplished blood refinement master Yuan Huai, back to their hall with a sense of resignation. What is this? Why does everyone look so downcast? Lift your heads. Observing the dismal demeanor of the disciples, Yuan Huai, newly appointed head of the Arhut Hall and yet enscathed by reality's harshness, glared fiercely at the frightened disciples, chastising them with a tone of exasperation. What? Do you little monks believe that joining my Arhut Hall today signifies an end to your prospects? Let me tell you, that notion is utterly misguided. Gold shines wherever it is. Success is a product of effort. As long as you strive, the disciples of my Arhut Hall will not lag behind those of the Prajna Hall or Demo Institute. For instance, take Jing Fan, who joined the Arhut Hall 5 years ago. He serves as your role model. After just 5 years, he has already broken through to the art of muscle transformation, progressing towards mastery without losing ground to the disciples of the Demo Institute or Prajna Hall. And then there's Jing Chun, who joined 8 years ago. He too has achieved success in martial arts, persevering for 8 years to break through to the art of muscle transformation, remaining undefeated against numerous disciples of the Demo Institute. Furthermore, consider Jing Yuan, who joined 10 years ago, and Jing Hai, who joined 12 years ago. As Yuan Huai continued, he hesitated for a moment, revealing a flicker of uncertainty on his face before ultimately stating, 17 years ago, Jing Ming joined my Arhut Hall. He was the true paragon of excellence. After merely 3 years of training, he rivaled those at the blood refinement stage. During the Tang Dynasty's Wang Shan incident 14 years ago, he even bested the subordinates of the barbarian Wang Zhongyi, rescuing the Demo Institute's senior brother Jing Yuan and severely injuring Wang Lang with a single strike. Such an extraordinary prodigy, one cannot help but ponder. Amidst the illustrious history of Baozhu Temple spanning a millennium, how many could possibly rival him? How many could stand against him? And yet, he is a disciple emerging from our very own Luohan Hall. Upon the utterance of these words by Yuan Huai, the atmosphere in the hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, as myriad complex emotions danced across the faces of the attendees. There was shock, there was joy, but predominantly, there was disbelief. Master, is what you say truly the case? Is it true that Master Jingming is indeed more formidable than Wang Lang, the son of that barbaric traitor Wang Zhongyi? After the initial uproar in the hall, a timid young monk, thin in stature, mustered the courage to stammer forth this inquiry. It was simply too incredible to fathom. After all, who is Wang Lang? It is said that he is the reincarnation of the celestial killing star, sent to obliterate the common folk, earning him the moniker of the Mad Wolf Butcher, revealing the depths of his murderous intent and ruthless nature. In his earlier days, while under the command of the Tang King, although he had claimed many lives, he was still somewhat restrained. However, since the Tang King's defeat over a decade ago, and Wang Lang's subsequent betrayal alongside his father, he has unleashed a ferocity akin to that of a rabid wolf, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. In these past 11 years, the number of Yin nationals who have perished at Wang Lang's hands, whether directly or indirectly, surely exceeds 100,000, resulting in countless families torn asunder and left homeless. This ocean of blood and deep-seated enmity has rendered the mere mention of Wang Lang a source of loathing for the people of Yan, who would gladly feast upon his flesh and wear his skin. Yet, regrettably, his prowess is dauntingly formidable. Although his martial arts realm is merely at the pinnacle of blood refinement, his combat abilities are almost on par with those who have just entered the realm of internal energy, and he is constantly flanked by numerous soldiers for protection. It was rumored that not long ago, 5 masters of internal energy from Yan attempted to infiltrate the barbarian army to capture this scourge, aiming to rid the land of his menace. However, they returned in disgrace, having lost 3 of their number and severely injured 2, further solidifying his fearsome reputation. Now, hearing that a disciple from Luohan Hall once managed to severely wound Wang Lang with a single strike left the young monks in awe, how could they not feel astonished, elated, and proud? As their hearts brimmed with anticipation, the disciples turned their hopeful gazes towards Yuan Huai, yearning for his affirmation. Would I, the venerable head of Luohan Hall, deceive you fledgling novices? Yuan Huai chuckled in response to their skepticism. This is a well-known fact. Simply inquire with any master of the Jing lineage over the age of 25. And you shall discern the truth of my words. Seeing the doubt linger in the eyes of the young monks, Yuan Huai scoffed lightly and continued. Fear not, dear disciples. The esteemed head would never mislead you. Rest assured, we shall strive to cultivate our martial skills, drawing inspiration from Master Jingming, and elevate the prestige of our Luohan Hall. With Yuan Huai's resolute assurance, the young monks exchanged glances, their doubts dissipating, and with fervor, they promised to work diligently. Excellent. Yuan Huai beamed with approval. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain of Baozhu Temple, Gu Han, disheveled, clad in soiled garments, with an unkempt beard and a foul odor emanating from him, finally opened his eyes after what seemed an eternity of meditation. I have succeeded, he declared, a serene smile illuminating his face. Devoid of ecstatic laughter or wild joy, only a natural, profound delight radiated from within him, akin to the Buddha's gentle smile, imbued with an irresistible charm. Upon witnessing him, it felt as though any prior sorrow or heaviness vanished, replaced by an involuntary smile, as if all burdens had been lifted. Chapter 18. Breakthrough and Emergence. 14 years, a full span of 14 years. Throughout this duration, Gu Han had long lost count of how many times he endeavored to break through the realms of blood refinement and organ refinement. Nor could he recall the number of failures he had endured. All he knew was that with each setback, he discovered flaws within himself, allowing him to rectify shortcomings, accumulate knowledge, and learn from his mistakes to avoid future missteps. At long last, after a relentless journey of 14 years fraught with failures, he had finally amassed sufficient understanding to master the intricacies of blood refinement and organ refinement. Now, Gu Han possessed unwavering confidence. Even the second-tier or first-tier masters of the realm of internal energy would pale in comparison to him. Only those heralded as innate masters at the pinnacle of martial arts could potentially surpass him. Such was the conviction in Gu Han's heart. Let us commence, he resolved, no longer hesitating, drawing a deep breath before closing his eyes once more, embarking on the familiar path to challenge the boundaries of blood and organ refinement. With a surge of intent, an overwhelming force akin to an ancient behemoth erupted from Gu Han, washing over his body like a mighty river. The essence of martial arts lies in utilizing the power of blood to cleanse the entire corporeal form, excluding the 5 organs, until the vitality permeates every crevice of the body, thereby achieving a true breakthrough in blood refinement. Conversely, organ refinement aims to purify the 5 organs using blood power, rendering them transparent, akin to crystal, thus marking a genuine breakthrough in organ refinement. This interplay serves as the true complement between the martial arts of this world and that of the tangible realm. Gu Han surmised that only upon simultaneously attaining the realms of organ refinement and blood refinement could the combined forces of both disciplines be unleashed in their full glory. Thunderous sounds akin to rushing waters reverberated within Gu Han's being as barriers shattered and obstacles were cleared. These so-called barriers, in Gu Han's view, were merely the various blockages within the human body. From the moment a being descends from the placenta, the impurities of the world begin to taint them. As they grow and consume the grains of the earth, they inevitably accumulate various toxins within their bodies. These impurities serve as obstacles to the flow of blood power throughout the body and are the main culprits hindering many martial artists, including Gu Han, from progressing further. Those with exceptional talent accumulate fewer impurities, making their breakthroughs in blood refinement relatively effortless. Conversely, those with lesser gifts find themselves burdened with copious impurities, rendering the cleansing of their bodies and organs an arduous task, thus stymieing their advancement. Undoubtedly, Gu Han belonged to the latter category, and he was among the most disadvantaged. For through his years of striving, he had discovered that the impurities within him were nearly boundless. In such a state, even with the assistance of minor elixirs, it would be nearly impossible for him to break through, let alone the great elixirs that could aid martial artists in overcoming the realm of internal energy. This is the terrifying reality of poor aptitude. Guhan's blood power, while merely at the level of muscle refinement, rivaled that of a perfected blood refinement, offering him a glimmer of hope. Were it another individual, not even a century or a millennium of study would suffice to breach such barriers. Only a complete reset would lead to any possibility of advancement. With a resounding thud, Guhan, though distracted in thought, found the power of his vital energy surging through him like a scythe cutting through grass, effortlessly breaking through numerous bottlenecks. In mere moments, he had cleansed nearly 1/10 of his entire being. Moreover, as time progressed, the pace of this cleansing did not diminish. It continued to advance with relentless vigor. This was the culmination of his research over the past 14 years, a perfect mastery of the profound mysteries of these two realms. Even while multitasking, whether dining or engaging in combat, he could easily circulate his vital energy throughout his body. Boom. After several breaths, a fierce wind erupted within the cavern, stirring up countless grains of sand and stone. This was not a phenomenon of the external world, but rather the turbulent air generated by Guhan as he suddenly rose. Such formidable power and terrifying speed. To think that breaking through the realms of blood refinement and organ refinement would yield such an extraordinary enhancement of strength, far surpassing my expectations. Now I am at least 10 times stronger than I was before the breakthrough. Within the cavern, Guhan clenched his fists, acutely aware of his transformed, yet continuously strengthening physique, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He then began to execute a series of moves from the 72 paths of demon subduing palm. Over the years, in addition to his dedicated focus on overcoming the bottlenecks of blood refinement and organ refinement, he had also spent his spare time honing martial skills he had previously learned, including the 72 paths of demon subduing palm and the agile movement technique known as moonlit steps. Fortunately, despite his physical body being of inferior quality, his aptitude was remarkably high. Even with casual practice, he had mastered both the 72 paths of demon subduing palm and moonlit steps to their utmost potential. Swoosh! The sound of tearing air resonated as Guhan fluidly moved his fists and feet, ripping through the atmosphere with his bare hands, transforming the air into a tempest that lifted countless small stones, akin to a dragon dancing in the cavern. Finally, as he concluded the series of movements, his body came to a halt, causing the myriad stones to lose their buoyancy and tumble to the ground with a clatter. Excellent. It was worth my painstaking efforts over 14 years to break through this realm. My physical strength has greatly increased, and my power and speed have risen to unknown heights. I must now surpass even those with minor accomplishments in internal energy. Yet, I wonder how I would compare to those with major accomplishments in internal energy? After thoroughly assessing his newfound strength to his satisfaction, Guhan decisively stepped forward, traversing several meters to exit the cavern where he had resided for over a decade. After being isolated for so long, akin to being in a world of his own, he was now ready to step into society and showcase his prowess. Chapter 19. Ion's challenge. The sky was clear, and the breeze was pleasant, marking an ideal time for martial practice. At the Pearl Temple in the southern part of Dian, the training ground of the Prajna Hall was alive with the sounds of shouts and cheers. A group of newly initiated disciples, full of excitement, formed a square formation as they diligently practiced the foundational martial art known as Prajnapam. At the forefront of the formation stood a tall, robust monk, appearing to be in his late 20s, instructing the young acolytes. The Prajnapam is one of the secret martial arts of our Prajna Hall, specifically designed for newly admitted disciples. It consists of 49 techniques, each possessing boundless utility, capable of comprehensively training the skin and flesh of the human body, yielding extraordinary results. In the realm of martial arts, it is regarded as a premier foundational technique for skin refinement. As the tall monk continued to explain, his hands moved deftly, creating a flurry of palm shadows accompanied by the sound of air being pierced. Despite being a seemingly ordinary technique, it exuded an aura of profound depth in his execution, embodying an ineffable essence. Just as the tall monk became engrossed in his demonstration, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Jingyuan. Startled, he turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a striking monk with 3 distinct scars on his forehead, smiling at him from beneath a large tree. Jingming. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jingyuan's body stiffened momentarily, followed by a wave of joy as he exclaimed to his fellow disciples, "Continue practicing diligently," before swiftly making his way to the tree. Jingming, you have emerged from seclusion. Have you finally? Jing Yuan's eyes glimmered with anticipation, awaiting Gu Han's response. Indeed. Today, I have gained a minor understanding and have barely crossed the threshold of blood refinement. Achieving the blood refinement realm, Gu Han replied with a faint smile and a nod. Haha, truly, you have broken through. Jing Yuan congratulates you, brother. With this breakthrough in blood refinement, it won't be long before you achieve mastery in internal energy. Upon hearing Gu Han's confirmation, Jing Yuan's face lit up with delight, and he eagerly offered his congratulations. While others might be unaware, Jing Yuan, having had the most interaction with Gu Han at the Pearl Temple, understood the immense strength of his elder brother's vital energy. For an ordinary blood refinement practitioner, breaking through to internal energy could be quite arduous, as they lacked the robust vital energy needed to refine essence into qi, thus birthing the first strand of internal energy. However, this challenge was non-existent for the brother before him, as his vital energy was truly formidable. Recalling 14 years ago when his brother had just achieved minor success in muscle transformation, he had been able to severely injure Wang Lang with a single punch. After breaking through to major success in muscle transformation, he had even been comparable to Jing Yuan, a master of blood refinement. Now that his brother had broken through to blood refinement, one could only imagine the heights of his physical strength and vitality. He might even surpass those at the level of internal energy. Jing Yuan pondered in awe. Ah, you flatter me. Junior brother, I have merely broken through blood refinement, and I am still far from mastering internal energy, Gu Han remarked modestly. I came to inquire about any significant events that may have transpired while I was in seclusion and what changes have occurred in the world. Oh, I understand. Since you've asked, allow me to share, Jing Yuan nodded, organizing his thoughts before continuing. Since you repelled the Tang King and entered seclusion, while our Pearl Temple has remained tranquil, the world outside is still fraught with turmoil, whether it is fate or mere chance. During this period of strife in the Central Plains, an extraordinary figure has emerged among the southern barbarians. This individual, known as Ayanda, is the leader of the Dada tribe, a mid-tier clan among the southern tribes. It is said that his martial talent is astonishing. At merely 20 years of age, he has already reached the pinnacle of internal energy. Moreover, he has crafted a terrifying martial technique tailored to the unique physique of his clansmen. With this technique, the Dada tribe has risen from the shadows, becoming a formidable force where every member, regardless of age or gender, is a fierce warrior, possessing extraordinary physical prowess. Among soldiers over the age of 15, even the weakest among them rivals those at the level of major success in skin refinement. Their strength is truly astonishing. As Jing Yuan spoke, his eyes were filled with awe. Oh, is it truly astonishing that the martial arts created by Ayanda possess such remarkable power? Upon hearing this, Gu Han felt a twinge of shock within. Generally, martial practitioners begin their training at the tender age of 12 and by the age of 15. Achieving a minor mastery of skin refinement is already considered a significant talent, with prospects of breaking through to the realm of muscle transformation. To attain a major mastery of skin refinement is to be deemed a genius, with the potential to eventually surpass blood tempering. Yet, within the Dada clan, has a single technique enabled them to collectively achieve major skin refinement? This is indeed quite unbelievable. Were it not for Gu Han's certainty that he had not disseminated the diamond body refining fist, he might have thought that the Dada clan had somehow acquired his martial arts. Though intrigued, Gu Han did not dwell on this matter for long. Setting aside whether Ayanda had indeed developed a complementary martial art akin to his own current fusion of the two realms, he found it more prudent to inquire about the subsequent developments. Thus, he promptly turned to Jing Yuan and asked, and then what transpired? Upon hearing Gu Han's sudden question, Jing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly replied, then, Ayanda, dissatisfied with the impoverished mountains and rivers of the southern barbarians, coveted the fertile lands of our great Yin. 13 years ago, he swiftly unified the entire southern barbarians. Consolidating all tribes and establishing a nation he proclaimed as the Great Barbarian Kingdom. Subsequently, he led his soldiers to launch a surprise attack on our southern border at Yunhai Prefecture. In this battle, he decisively defeated King Tang, capturing Yunhai and demonstrating the formidable might of the Dada clan to the world. Within a month, the barbarians continued to conquer Jinsong and Lanling prefectures, slaying King Tang amidst their ranks. Had it not been for the northern monarch Zhu Hong's timely resistance, I fear that 12 years ago, our southern province would have also succumbed. Alas! At this point, Jing Yuan sighed deeply, his face etched with concern, and continued, however, I have heard that recently, Ayanda has made further advancements. Although he has yet to reach true invincibility or ascend to the legendary realm of the Patriarch Damo, He has far surpassed the mastery of internal energy and stands comparable to the illustrious ancestors Zhu Ming and Liao Yuan of our Baozhu Temple. He has even resolved to personally lead his forces into battle against our southern province in the near future. As Jing Yuan concluded, his spirit seemed to wane, and a frown settled on his brow. Chapter 20. The Siege. Haha. My junior brother worries too much. Gu Han shook his head with a smile upon hearing this. Though the realms of the ancestors Zhu Ming and Liao Kong are indeed formidable, they are not insurmountable. Moreover, in the chaos of war, individual strength is often of little consequence. Even if a Yenda can take on 1,000 foes single-handedly, what impact can he have in the face of an army of tens or even hundreds of thousands? Thus, I believe that monarch Zhu Hong may not necessarily face defeat. Furthermore, even if he were to lose, what then? As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. As martial practitioners, we must rise against adversity, forging our own path with our fists. A fierce light shone in Gu Han's eyes, and an air of dominance enveloped him. This was not arrogance, but rather confidence. Although, in terms of martial realms, he had only just broken through to blood tempering and the internal organ refinement stage, rendering him relatively inconsequential in this world where countless others surpassed him. Realms are but realms, strength is strength. In this moment, though he had only recently entered the blood tempering stage, his formidable physique and vitality constantly assured him that his power was not inferior to any invincible master of internal energy in existence. One could assert that, while Gu Han may not yet be truly invincible in this realm, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. As long as he does not encounter the great barbarian Lord Yenda, Gu Han is confident he would not be outmatched by anyone. Haha, brother, your spirit is commendable. I, your junior brother, am truly ashamed and far inferior. Observing Gu Han's unwavering confidence, Jing Yuan smiled and praised him. He understood that his senior brother was typically a low-key individual, displaying far greater composure than himself. Just as when his brother, after 3 years of training, could rival blood-tempering experts, he had managed to endure the provocations of Wang Lang without striking back. Had it not been for Jing Yuan's life-threatening crisis, Gu Han might have remained concealed in silence. This demonstrated his character. Yet now, upon Gu Han's return from seclusion, he exhibited an unprecedented boldness, speaking such lofty ambitions. Perhaps his strength had indeed surpassed Jing Yuan's expectations. Could it be that his brother's current prowess rivals that of a minor master of internal energy? Jing Yuan boldly speculated in his heart, convinced that Gu Han's strength was likely on par with a minor mastery of internal energy, while he dared not even imagine the possibility of equating it to that of a major mastery. Meanwhile, as Gu Han emerged from his retreat, an immense army was steadily advancing towards the southern province of the Great Yin, specifically to Xingluo City. Xingluo City, a fortress at the border of the southern province and Yunhai province, derived its name from a celestial star that fell to Earth a millennium ago. A mere decade ago, it was an ordinary city, but now it had become the foremost bastion for monarch Zhu Hong, guarding the southern province. Not only had the city walls been heightened threefold, but the fortifications had also been reinforced to over 3 feet thick, resembling an ancient beast lying in wait. Stop! A commanding voice rang out from the outside army. At the forefront, a man clad in golden armor, with a flat nose and a rugged appearance, exuding an aura of wild ferocity, bellowed. This man was none other than Yenda, the barbarian king of the great barbarian kingdom, an unparalleled genius who had surpassed the mastery of internal energy. With his command, the army instantly came to a halt, moving with precision akin to a finely tuned machine. Wang Zhongyi, go forth and issue a challenge. Yenda, astride a blood-red steed and wielding a Fong Tianhua halberd, commanded with an imposing demeanor. Yes, noble king, Wang Zhongyi responded, bowing respectfully. Though the years had taken their toll on him, his once robust frame had withered, his hair now half-white, and his posture somewhat stooped, evoking a sense of a hero in decline. Yet, as he stepped forward to hurl insults at the monarch atop the city walls, his voice, bolstered by his substantial internal energy, remained resonant. Zhu Hong, listen well. Our barbarian king's prowess is unrivaled, his talents unmatched throughout the ages. Not only did he develop a remarkable cultivation method that rendered our great barbarian army invincible in countless battles, but he has also now surpassed the mastery of internal energy, reaching the brink of legendary status, deemed invincible across the land. Zhu Hong, if you possess any sense, do not persist in futile resistance. Surrender your weapons at once. Perhaps the barbarian king will spare your life, recognizing your rare talents. Otherwise, when our army breaches the city, you shall be annihilated. Wang Zhongyi's voice was steady and powerful, akin to the tolling of a great bell, resonating clearly even from hundreds of meters away, as though whispered in one's ear. Bah! Wang Zhongyi, you traitorous scoundrel! How dare you, a descendant of our Yin nation, fail to defend our land from foreign invasion? You shameless wretch! After your defeat, you hastily surrendered to a Yinda, assisting in the slaughter of countless citizens of our Yin nation. How can you, a man who forgets his roots and fears for his life, face the world? What face will you have to meet your ancestors in the afterlife? As soon as Wang Zhongyi's voice fell, beside Ming Wang Zhuhong, a general clad in gilded armor, approximately in his 30s, gritted his teeth and cursed vehemently. Subsequently, he knocked an arrow and aimed it directly at Wang Zhongyi's face, unleashing a fierce shot. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart echoed as the silver arrow, forged from pure steel and empowered by the general's formidable inner chi, tore through the air with the speed of a cannonball, creating a faint white shockwave. In less than half a breath, it traversed hundreds of meters, striking directly at Wang Zhongyi's face. With a bellow, he exclaimed, "Break!" Sensing the imminent threat of the arrow, Wang Zhongyi did not dare to hesitate. He unleashed his inner chi, raising his long knife in a vertical slash, executing a move akin to splitting Mount Hua. The blade met the arrow, neutralizing its force as if a needle met a weed on. Ultimately, with a resounding clang, Wang Zhongyi's long knife ricocheted, causing his steed beneath him to tremble violently, resulting in its untimely demise. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely managing to deflect the arrow to the ground. What a formidable Suyuan! Indeed, he is one of the invincible generals known as the Dual Kings under the Ming Wang's banner. Truly impressive. Great King, since Zhu Wu is unwilling to surrender, let us launch a direct assault. Wang Zhongyi, bloodied and kneeling, spoke in the tongue of the savages to the blood-steed-riding King Ayanda. Very well, then let us kill. At the forefront of the army, King Ayanda, upon hearing these words, swung his Fangtianhuaji, his hair bristling, resembling the legendary warrior Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. His immense chi and blood surging skyward, shaking the very heavens. Chapter 21. The Ming Wang ascends the mountain crack. In the dim sky, a bolt of crimson and white lightning suddenly illuminated the endless earth. Following this, a torrential downpour descended, drumming upon tiles, walls, and the stone-paved ground, producing a cacophony of sound. At this moment, outside the great hero hall of Baozhu Temple in Fengnan Prefecture, amidst the rain's din, the sound of sutra teachings arose. Today marked the monthly sermon day at Baozhu Temple, where the robust abbot, Yuan Yin, sat cross-legged, eloquently expounding upon the profound meanings of Buddhist scriptures. Beside him were the head of the sixth courtyard draped in a crimson robe and numerous senior disciples clad in yellow robes, all attentively listening. Their expressions shifted from joy to contemplation, from nodding to bewilderment, reflecting the myriad states of existence. Not good, not good. Abbot, head, something grave has occurred. Just as the monks were enraptured by the teachings, a panicked voice pierced through from outside the hall, prompting everyone to focus their gaze. They beheld a disciple, around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a yellow monk's robe, dashing into the hall despite the pouring rain. Net. The abbot is currently preaching with the heads and your senior brothers, and you rush in here shouting, "What is the meaning of this? Are you unaware of the temple's rules?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, the head monk, Yuan Huai, immediately scolded him sternly. Head, it's not that I intentionally disrupted the sanctity of the hall. It is a matter of great importance, and I dared not delay, hence I rushed in to report. The young monk, startled by Yuan Huai's rebuke, managed to explain, albeit trembling. Oh, what matter could be so significant that it warrants such a disturbance in the hall? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall see how I punish you, Yuan Huai declared, waving his sleeve in anger. Head, abbot. It is that a man claiming to be Ming Wang Zhuhong, accompanied by over 10 remnants of soldiers, seeks refuge in our temple for the night. We disciples were uncertain of his identity, and thus I braved the rain to inform you. Net, frightened, shrank his neck and spoke rapidly. Oh, Ming Wang. Upon hearing this, Abbot Yuan Yin furrowed his brow and pondered for several breaths before finally addressing the assembly. Esteemed heads, the Ming Wang is a hero of Yin, having defended our great Yin against the barbarians for over a decade. Since the Ming Wang has arrived, we should go forth to welcome him. What say you? Indeed, the abbot speaks wisely. The Ming Wang has valiantly defended against foreign tribes for many years, safeguarding our Yin people from invasion, and has made great contributions to our nation. If he is truly in distress, we must risk our lives to assist him. The head of the Dharma courtyard, Yuan Liang, immediately concurred. Yes, absolutely. The abbot and brother Yuan Liang are correct. The Ming Wang deserves our aid today. The rest of the heads whispered among themselves, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed outside the temple to ascertain the truth of this Ming Wang. With the consensus of the heads, Abbot Yuan Yi nodded and strode towards the exit. Brother, shall we go see? Observing the heads following the abbot, the remaining disciples began to disperse, and Jing Yuan turned to his companion Gu Han. Let us go. I am also quite curious about this Ming Wang. Gu Han recalled the historical figure from his past life who founded a dynasty that lasted for centuries, and reflected upon the legends surrounding this Ming Wang in this life, feeling as if the two were intertwined. Indeed, let us go take a look. Upon hearing Gu Han's words, Jing Yuan smiled, though a hint of astonishment arose within him. He was well aware of his companion's typically indifferent demeanor. Even the likes of the barbarian Lord Ayanda had seemed insignificant to him. Yet now, he was curious about this Ming Wang, which left Jing Yuan quite surprised. Let us go. Just as Jing Yuan was lost in thought, he noticed that Gu Han had already opened a dim yellow oil paper umbrella and was swiftly making his way towards the temple exit. Brother, wait for me. Jing Yuan quickly followed suit, raising his own umbrella. Creak. With a sound, the imposing red-painted temple doors, resembling a grand city gate, slowly swung open from within, revealing the figures outside. Could this be the Ming Wang? No wonder he resembles the magnificent emperor from my past life, exuding an extraordinary presence. Gazing at the figures outside, particularly the imposing middle-aged man in golden armor, with a short beard and disheveled hair, yet maintaining his heroic demeanor even in misfortune, Gu Han subtly nodded in approval. Haha, Master Yuan Yin, it has been 3 spring and autumn since we last parted. I remember you were once the head of the Dharma courtyard, yet you have now ascended to the esteemed position of abbot of Baozhu Temple. Truly, congratulations. Upon seeing the doors open, the man in golden armor boomed with laughter. Ba, Ming Wang, you flatter me. I was just in the hall preaching when I heard of your arrival. I did not dare delay and rushed over. I never expected it to be you in person. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Master, you overstate the matter. I am no longer a lord, merely a stray dog now. A month prior, I engaged in a fierce battle against the barbarian King Ian at the city of Xinghua. In less than 3 days, I suffered a devastating defeat, with countless soldiers perishing or scattering. It was only through the valiant efforts of my subordinates, Su Yuan and Chang Jian, that I narrowly escaped with my life. Now, having fled to this place, I am accompanied by merely a dozen riders, with countless barbarians pursuing us relentlessly. My visit to this esteemed temple is merely a plea for refuge, and I wonder if the revered monks would grant me their protection. Hearing this, King Ming Zhuhong chuckled self-deprecatingly and spoke. Ba, your majesty is a hero of the Yin kingdom, having defended our people from foreign threats for many years, preventing the barbarian slaughter. Such monumental merit. How could I ever deny you entry? If you seek shelter in this temple, please follow me. At these words, Yuan Yin clasped his hands together in prayer and chanted a Buddhist invocation before turning to indicate that Zhu Hong should follow. Many thanks, Abbot. If I can escape this calamity, I shall ensure ample rewards await. Zhu Hong exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he beckoned his injured generals Su Yuan and Chang Jian, along with a host of guards, to enter the temple. As Zhu Hong ascended the mountain, however, tumult brewed below, with armies gathering from all directions. Chapter 22. The 9 tolls of the bell at the foot of Baozhu Mountain. The torrential rains that had persisted for days finally ceased. That night, within a brilliantly lit mansion, hundreds of barbarian soldiers stood at attention, guarding the premises with unwavering vigilance. In the grand hall, a grotesquely featured man, with a flat nose and a countenance reminiscent of a beast, reclined in the central seat. This man was none other than the ruler of the great barbarian nation, Ian. Beside him stood the treacherous Yin rebel King Zhong Yi and the deranged butcher Wang Lang, while at the lower table sat other equally unsightly barbarian leaders, all gazing eagerly at a middle-aged man dressed in humble attire, who bore a headscarf. I ask you, are you certain Zhu Hong has truly fled to Baozhu Mountain? In the hushed hall, Zhong Yi, catching Ian's gaze, assumed an imposing demeanor and inquired in a low voice. Indeed, I am certain. The middle-aged man trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. I have lived at the foot of Baozhu Mountain since childhood, working as a humble vegetable farmer. For over 10 years, I have delivered vegetables to the temple. Just days ago, as I braved the rain to deliver my goods, I witnessed a man clad in golden armor, exuding an extraordinary presence, entering the temple. I had seen his face 3 years prior during Zhu Wu's pilgrimage and recognized him immediately as that very Zhu Wu. I swear, my words are the truth. Should I speak falsely, may the earth swallow me whole. Good. Upon hearing the farmer's account, Zhong Yi burst into laughter, subsequently explaining in the barbarian tongue, eliciting uproarious laughter from the assembled barbarians. My king, since it is confirmed that Zhu Wu has entered Baozhu Temple, I, Gakado, am willing to lead troops up the mountain, to raise Baozhu Temple and capture Zhu Wu, delivering him to your majesty." Upon Gakado's declaration, a towering barbarian with an impressive mane of hair laughed heartily and volunteered. "Excellent. Gakado, you are truly a warrior of the great barbarian nation, your courage commendable. Since you desire to achieve merit, I shall grant you this task. I command you to lead 2,000 of my warriors tomorrow to flatten Baozhu Temple and capture that Zhu Hong." Ian declared, laughter spilling forth. "My king, that is unwise. Baozhu Temple is no ordinary monastery. It is a sacred ground within the martial world of the great Yin, possessing formidable strength that must not be underestimated." Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically, and he urged caution. "Oh, formidable, you say? How formidable can it be? Are not all Yin people like you, cowardly and weak as sheep? Even if Baozhu Temple is powerful, can it truly rival the might of my great barbarian warriors?" Gakado scoffed, rolling up his sleeves. "Gakado, do not underestimate them." Zhang Yi replied, his gaze darkening with a mix of anger and urgency. "Indeed, the Yin people may not match your bravery, but even sheep can give rise to fierce predators, and Baozhu Temple is such a place. Within its walls, beyond the menial laborers and apothecaries, there exists a cadre of warrior monks, totaling 500, each a master of formidable prowess. Additionally, there are 18 monks known as the 18 Arhats, each possessing significant martial skill, along with several masters of Qi and the abbot himself. I assure you, the temple harbors no fewer than 10 formidable fighters. They are indeed a formidable force. Is it possible that among these feeble Yin people, there exists such a pride of fierce tigers? This is indeed hard to fathom." Gakado's eyes widened in astonishment, and he promptly dropped the notion of an immediate assault. If what Zhang Yi says is true, then Baozhu Temple's strength is indeed formidable. In that case, I shall personally lead 10,000 of my warriors to the mountain tomorrow and annihilate their clan." Ian proclaimed, rising to his full height, his imposing figure radiating ferocity. The following day, as dawn broke, Guhan and Jing Yuan finished their breakfast and set out to a secluded area of the temple to practice martial arts. Most of the training involved Guhan guiding Jing Yuan, who listened attentively. Although Guhan had only recently entered the stage of blood refinement, his power rivaled that of a master of Qi, allowing him to easily exploit Jing Yuan's weaknesses. "Ba, indeed, my elder brother is a prodigy. Having just broken through in a month, I feel as though your strength has surged dramatically," Jing Yuan exclaimed in admiration after a series of practice exchanges. "Oh, you can discern that? It seems you are not far from achieving mastery in Qi," Guhan replied with a slight nod. Since breaking through to blood refinement, his martial skills had seamlessly integrated, and even without the aid of medicinal pills, his body grew stronger with each passing day. After a month, while he still felt he had not yet reached the initial stage of blood refinement, he sensed an increase in power exceeding 20%. If at the outset, he had barely been comparable to a master of Qi, he now felt confident he could stand among the top echelon of such masters. All thanks to my elder brother's guidance. After a month of your instruction, I have indeed made great strides and uncovered many deficiencies in my training. Within 6 months, I should be able to reach the mastery of Qi," Jing Yuan responded joyfully. Just as he prepared to practice again, the sound of a bell tolled in the distance. Ding, 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 ding. In the Baozhu Temple, the resounding chimes of the great bell reverberated through the air, swiftly spreading across the entire mountain monastery, audible to every monk within. Naturally, it also reached Guhan's ears. The 9 tolls of the bell signified a cataclysmic event. The temple faced imminent destruction. As the final note faded, a phrase echoed in Guhan's mind, and he could not help but exchange a glance with Jing Yuan, each reflecting shock and horror. Chapter 23. The Spark Charge. Charge forth, brave warriors. The earth-shattering cries of battle erupted beneath Baozhu Mountain. At the forefront of countless soldiers stood the ruler of the Great Man Kingdom, a Yin, poised atop a towering boulder, resembling a deity surveying the land below. In his right hand, he wielded a formidable halberd, easily exceeding a yard in length and weighing several hundred pounds. With his left hand, he brandished a blood-red banner embroidered with golden script, as if piercing the heavens, swaying in the wind. Charge! Charge! He urged the great man warriors. Victory or defeat hinges upon this moment. Today, let us raise Baozhu Temple to the ground and capture Zhu Hong alive. In the days to come, we shall march northward, seizing the fertile lands of the Yin Kingdom and binding its people as vassals to our great man nation for generations to come. A Yin laughed maniacally atop the boulder, envisioning the day when they would conquer the entire Yin Kingdom. Ever since the demise of the Yin King over a decade ago, the realm had been engulfed in chaos. After years of civil strife, its strength had waned, leaving only Zhu Hong, the Ming King, as a formidable figure. If a yin could slay Zhu Hong today, he would be unstoppable, swiftly conquering the central plains. Henceforth, the barbarians would flourish in the bountiful heartland, free from the suffering of their impoverished southern lands. Charge! Kill! The fervor ignited by Yan's rallying cries sent the throngs of barbarian soldiers into a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they surged forward like a horde of ants, undeterred by the treacherous terrain. Underfoot, the rugged paths transformed into mere trifles, swiftly traversed as they pressed onward toward Baozhu Temple. Meanwhile, within the great hero hall of Baozhu Temple, following the 9 resounding bell tolls, all monks gathered. The assembly included newly initiated disciples, esteemed elders, and even the retired grandmasters of the previous generation, all present to heed Abbot Yuan Yin's directives regarding their retreat. Abbot, esteemed elders, a grave situation has arisen. Just as plans were being laid out, a young monk clad in yellow robes rushed in, breathless. Abbot, it is dire. The barbarians have gathered at the foot of the mountain and are charging towards our temple. They will reach the gates within half an hour. What? Abbot Yuan Huai's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laced with disbelief. What do you mean? How could they arrive so swiftly? Just moments ago. You claimed they were still miles away, expecting to take 2 hours to reach us. How is it possible that they are already at the base of the mountain in less than an hour? Indeed, our mountain stands nearly 1,000 meters high. While not as perilous as Mount Huashan, the ascent is still treacherous. Even skilled martial artists require a significant amount of time to scale it. How could they possibly succeed in such a short span? Yuan Yin chastised Jing Yan, his skepticism palpable. Abbot, I did not err. I cannot fathom why the barbarians are moving with such speed, but it is the undeniable truth. They seem to glide over the terrain, as though riding upon the wind. Any obstacles they encounter, be it a ravine or a boulder, they leap over effortlessly, agile as monkeys. Jing Yan explained urgently. What? This is a harbinger of doom for Baozhu Temple. Upon hearing Jing Yan's words, Abbot Yuan Yin let out a mournful cry, closing his eyes in despair, tears pooling in his fierce gaze as he turned to the elder, Baizhan, whose hair and beard were as white as snow. Master, do you believe I have erred? Should I have allowed the Ming King to enter? Should I have let him fend for himself, rather than intervening? If so, I have become the villain in the 1,000-year history of our temple. As Yuan Yin spoke, his once formidable frame appeared to shrink, burdened by profound sorrow. Ah, foolish child, allow me to ask you, what is the essence of renunciation in the scriptures? Baizhan inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips, akin to that of the Buddha, as he posed the question instead of providing a direct answer. In response, Master, the scriptures state that a monk should embody compassion, Yuan Yin replied. Indeed. You understand that a monk must hold compassion within his heart. Thus, we recite the rebirth mantra with each sip of water to liberate the ephemeral beings within. When we sweep the floor, we do so with care, lest we harm the lives of ants. This is the essence of compassion for all living beings. And now, the Ming King is not only one of those beings but bears the lives of countless citizens of the Yin Kingdom upon his shoulders. He alone possesses the hope to withstand a Yan's onslaught and to protect the multitude of people in Yan. Thus, to save him is to save countless lives. What does it matter if Baozhu Temple is destroyed? Just as the Buddha offered his flesh to feed an eagle, so too can we. Though we may not match his greatness, sacrifice a life for the sake of all beings. Yuan Yin, go and inform the Ming King's generals to evacuate swiftly. Assemble all monks age 15 and above to prepare for battle and to stall for time. As for those under 15, Jing Ming and Jing Yuan shall lead them down the rear mountain path. In this way, we may preserve a flicker of hope for Baozhu Temple. With a heavy sigh, Baizhan's frail body emanated a powerful aura, though diminished from his prime, imbued with unwavering resolve. Yes, I shall carry out the Master's orders promptly, Yuan Yin replied, tears glistening in his eyes as he set about his tasks. Ah, you wish me to lead? In a corner, Gu Han was taken aback by Baizhan's kind gaze directed towards him, astonished. For over a decade, since he struggled to break through to the blood refinement stage, he had become somewhat of an invisible presence within the temple. Even upon his recent return, few recognized him. And he was astonished that Baizhan remembered him and entrusted him with the crucial task of escorting the last spark of hope for Baozhu Temple. Chapter 24. A gift Jingming? Which Jingming? Is it the one who, at the age of 15, could rival those at the blood refinement stage, effortlessly defeating the infamous heavenly killer and the mad wolf butcher, Wang Lang? Upon hearing Baizhan's words, the elder monks present visibly stirred, their expressions filled with astonishment as they followed his gaze. In the next moment, within the corner of the grand hall, a monk clad in a yellow robe appeared, seemingly as unremarkable as an ordinary person. This monk, who once radiated brilliance upon defeating Wang Lang over a decade ago, now exhibited a more mature demeanor, as if he had returned to a state of simplicity. Standing there in a relaxed manner, his presence was entirely contained, exuding no energy, as though he had transformed into an invisible entity. Not to mention those far away. Even his disciples nearby, aside from Jing Yuan, hardly noticed him. Abbot, it has been a long time. I never expected that after so many years, you would still remember me, Guhan said, undaunted by the gazes of the crowd, offering a gentle smile and a nod to the abbot, Benjun. Despite harboring some resentment towards the abbot and the senior monks for their neglect over the past decade, Guhan recognized that the Baizhu temple owed him little in return. Rather, he had consumed many of their resources during his training and healing, contributing little more than the defeat of a single Wang Lang. Moreover, having heard Benjun's recent words, Guhan felt a sense of admiration. The selfless act of sacrificing oneself for others was something he could not achieve. But he genuinely respected those capable of such benevolence. Consequently, his attitude towards Benjun softened. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met, Jingming. I regret that I overlooked you when I saw you struggling to break through to the blood refinement stage, thus reducing my attention and resources. Yet, after all these years, you have managed to break through sheer perseverance, truly commendable. Benjun remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Guhan. Master, you flatter me. Jingming possesses limited talent, and after over a decade of arduous training, I was merely fortunate to have broken through to the blood refinement stage. I hardly deserve your praise, Guhan humbly replied. He understood that his previous inability to advance was primarily due to his own limitations, not the lack of resources. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the abbot chose him, a mere novice who had just broken through to the blood refinement stage, instead of a more seasoned expert or even accompanying him personally to safeguard the temple's flame. This felt somewhat presumptuous. As Benjun finished speaking, Guhan politely declined, expressing his admiration for Benjun's selflessness yet acknowledging his own limitations. After all, with the barbarian army advancing, there were likely many martial artists at the blood refinement and inner chi levels, and he could easily escape alone or with Jing Yuan. However, if he took the entire temple's disciples along, one misstep could lead to disaster. Although his current body was merely a simulation, it remained significant to him. The reason was the same as over a decade ago: insufficient simulation points. Should he fall in this life, the prospect of achieving his current accomplishments or breaking through to the inner chi stage again could take an eternity. Jingming, you must understand how many inner chi experts we have in Baizhu Temple. Even Wang Zhongyi, a lackey of the barbarians, knows each of their names and appearances well. If one of us were to vanish suddenly, it would undoubtedly attract his attention. You, on the other hand, may be weaker in rank, yet your strength is formidable. When you first broke through to the mastery of muscle transformation, your prowess was already on par with an ordinary blood refinement master. Now that you have undergone a transformation and broken through to the blood refinement stage, your strength must surely rival that of a typical inner chi adept. With you escorting us, the survival chances of my disciples from Baizhu Temple will significantly increase, Benjun earnestly expressed, desperately awaiting Guhan's response. Guhan found himself in a dilemma upon hearing this. He acknowledged that he owed Benjun a debt of gratitude for the many pills he had consumed from the temple, which enabled his rapid progress. Moreover, his current vessel was a disciple of Baizhu Temple, and while he could slip away unnoticed, with Benjun's request came a sense of responsibility. A bond of cause and effect. Sigh. Jingming, it seems you still harbor some resentment regarding past events, Benjun sighed, sensing Guhan's hesitation. Believing he understood his thoughts, he then produced a palm-sized box made of gold along with a purple gold key, and said, Jingming, I realize that the temple has wronged you. Forcing you to risk your life to escort the disciples down the mountain feels inappropriate. Therefore, I wish to entrust this to you, hoping you can assist the temple this time and, should Baizhu Temple be rebuilt, return this legacy to us. As Benjun handed the golden box to Guhan, the former senior monks and Abbot Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they remained silent. Observing Guhan's puzzled expression, Benjun continued, within the golden box you hold are 3 great rejuvenation pills, the last remaining treasures of our temple. Additionally, there is a sheet of gold leaf inscribed with our temple's 3 most powerful martial arts techniques and the unique alchemical methods we have researched over the centuries. These martial arts, crafted personally by Master Bodhidharma, are unparalleled in this world, reserved solely for the abbots of Baizhu Temple, with even other senior monks lacking the qualification to practice them. Today, I entrust all of this to you, hoping you can escape and preserve the 1,000-year legacy of Baizhu Temple. Amitabha. After uttering these words, Benjun seemed to expend all his energy, closing his eyes and murmuring a Buddhist chant, falling silent thereafter. Master Bodhidharma's martial arts? Great rejuvenation pills. The unique alchemical secrets of Baizhu Temple spanning centuries? Upon hearing Ben Jun's explanation, Guhan gazed at the small golden box and purple gold key in his hands. Feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Chapter 25, Descent from the Mountain. The gift bestowed upon him by Benjun was of immense significance. One could even say that this small golden box contained the most vital and precious heritage of Baizhu Temple, the foremost martial arts sanctuary of the Great Yin. The mere presence of 3 great rejuvenation pills within it was enough to astonish any martial artist. In the outside world, these pills were renowned as divine and sacred, said to have the power to restore life to the deceased and enhance the martial artist's vitality and quality of inner energy, assisting them in breaking through to higher realms of martial arts. For those who roamed the martial world, constantly facing uncertainties, such treasures were highly coveted. Thus, whenever news of a great rejuvenation pill surfaced, it would inevitably incite a storm of bloodshed, attracting countless warriors at the muscle transformation, blood refinement, and even inner chi levels, all vying for the chance to seize it. Now, this box contained not merely 1, but 3. Feeling the weighty significance of the box, Guhan could only imagine the chaos that would ensue should word of his possession of 3 great rejuvenation pills ever leak. Countless individuals would stop at nothing to hunt him down, driven by the hope of acquiring such a coveted treasure. This, indeed, represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, the unparalleled value of the great rejuvenation pills from Baizhu Temple. However, in comparison to the grand healing elixir, what truly holds immense value for Guhan are the unique alchemical secrets inscribed on the golden leaf and the martial arts techniques created by the revered Bodhidharma. The former represents the culmination of countless alchemical masters from the medicine hall of Baizhu Temple, a testament to years of arduous experimentation and dedication. The latter, crafted by the foremost martial artist of this realm throughout history, is an extraordinary technique born from a singular individual who transcended the pinnacle of inner energy, stepping into a legendary realm, earning the titles of the ancestor of Zen and the progenitor of martial arts. In contrast to the grand healing elixir, these 2 treasures may well be the most significant gains for Guhan in this world, forming the foundation for his dominance across numerous realms, assets that he could rely upon in this life and the next. Amitabha. The abbot's generosity overwhelms Jingming with gratitude. Rest assured, as long as Jingming lives today, he will strive to ensure the safe descent of his fellow disciples, preserving the last flicker of hope for Baizhu Temple. With this thought, Guhan took a deep breath, carefully storing the golden box and the purple gold key close to his body, and then solemnly recited a Buddhist chant, making a vow. Though he harbored some selfish desires, he was not a heartless and ungrateful person. His previous hesitation stemmed from the fear of failing in this lifetime and subsequently faltering in the next. However, with the wisdom of the greatest martial sanctuary in this world, the Baizhu Temple, in his possession, Guhan believed that even if he faced adversity in his next life, he would surely rise rapidly and reach the pinnacle. Excellent. Jingming, indeed, I have not misjudged you. With your words, I am at ease. Time is of the essence. You should depart with your fellow disciples. I, along with the other brothers and sister Yuanin, will do our utmost to delay them. Upon hearing Guhan's agreement, Abbot Benjun's heart swelled with joy, and he smiled warmly at Guhan. Understood. Take care, Abbot. I hope we will meet again in the future. Jingyuan. Let us go. Guhan nodded gently in acknowledgement, and, without further ado, urged Jingyuan to leave. He was not one to linger unnecessarily, aware that the situation was dire and that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger. Brother, very well, we shall leave at once. Jingyuan nodded obediently and then suddenly changed his expression, anxiously saying, Oh no. Brother, I left something very important in the Zen room. You go ahead. I will catch up after retrieving it. What could be more crucial than your life? Forget it. Come with me. Guhan frowned at Jingyuan's anxious demeanor and admonished him. No, it's truly important. I must go get it. Jingyuan, typically obedient, astonishingly countered Guhan, his eyes resolute. Very well. Hurry and return. I will settle the disciples at the foot of the mountain and then come to assist you. After a moment of contemplation, Guhan ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing that everyone has their own convictions and treasures which, while potentially worthless to others, could be invaluable to oneself. Guhan was not Jingyuan. He had neither the right nor the ability to make that decision for him. Thank you for your understanding, brother. I will be quick and will not delay you. With Guhan's consent, Jingyuan smiled and replied, Then we shall part ways. You retrieve your belongings while I lead the disciples to safety. We shall reunite afterward. Seeing Jingyuan's cheerful expression, Guhan nodded and swiftly departed with his reluctant and tearful disciples from this tumultuous place. Alas, Amitabha, may the Buddha grant protection. I hope Jingming and the others will return safely. observing the departing figures of Guhan and his disciples. The former abbot Binjin sighed and recited a Buddhist chant before closing his eyes to meditate, awaiting the impending battle alongside the other monks of Baozhu Temple. Charge, kill, capture that little brat, Zhu Hong, and dominate the fertile Central Plains. Roars of fury erupted as Guhan departed the Great Hero Hall for approximately half an hour. Outside Baozhu Temple, the sounds of clashing erupted as countless barbarian soldiers, led by the barbarian King A Yin, advanced at an even swifter pace than anticipated, resembling a swarm of frenzied ants rushing towards the temple. Wherever they tread, they slaughtered anyone in sight and set fire to everything. Soon arriving at the threshold of the Great Hero Hall. Haha, Binjun, I never expected you, old monk, to still be alive. It has been years. How have you been? A thunderous roar sounded as Wang Zhongyi, clad in silver armor with graying hair, kicked open the doors of the Great Hero Hall, laughing uproariously as he stepped inside. Wang Zhongyi, you treasonous scoundrel, a descendant who has forgotten his roots, having harmed countless innocent lives over the years. You deserve 1,000 deaths and should descend into the depths of hell. Today, I, Yuan, shall act in the name of justice and eradicate you, the traitor. Before Binjun could utter more, the current abbot Yuan, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed a powerful surge of inner energy, shattering numerous marble slabs as he leapt forward like an arrow, his palm flipping as if he seized the very heavens, casting a shadow over a radius of several feet, ultimately bearing down upon Wang Zhongyi. The overturning palm, one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Bodhidharma. Oh no, my king, save me. Wang Zhongyi, witnessing Yuan's terrifying strike, felt his temples throb and frantically shouted, losing all semblance of his earlier arrogance. Approaching 50, while he had attained a level of inner energy mastery, his strength paled in comparison to an average adept. Otherwise, he would not have been grievously wounded and left spewing blood by a single arrow from Su Yuan under Ming Wang Zhuhong. Now, facing Yuan, who had mastered Bodhidharma's techniques and surpassed Su Yuan, he stood no chance. Truly, he could not withstand a single strike. Impudence! Just as Wang Zhongyi was about to meet his end at Yuan's hands, a furious voice erupted from outside, and the next moment, everyone witnessed Yuan being sent flying back at a speed even greater than before, crashing through several beams and columns until he finally collided heavily with the towering golden statue of the Buddha within the hall, coming to a halt. Cough! A mouthful of blood spewed from Yuan as he lifted his head, incredulously gazing at the man beside Wang Zhongyi, wielding a halberd, his body covered in hair. Resembling a ferocious beast, a name surfacing in his mind. A Yin, the ruler of the great barbarian nation. Hurry, everyone. If we can hold out for just another quarter of an hour, we will reach the foot of the mountain, and then you will be safe. Guhan urged the half-grown young monks, who had been following him for over an hour, looking exhausted. But at that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, safe? Ridiculous. With this general here, you wretched strays dare to dream of escaping unscathed? Such delusions. Very well, since you are weary, I shall, out of sheer benevolence, send you down to hell for some well-deserved rest. As these words echoed, the crowd beheld a man clad in black armor, his long hair cascading freely, wielding a long blade, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor. He was flanked by over 10 barbarian soldiers, all of whom wore expressions of mockery. Ah, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Wang Lang, the vanquished underling of yours truly. Over a decade ago, he had the audacity to act recklessly in my presence, nearly falling victim to my fist. Today, upon encountering me, he still dares to be arrogant. How utterly oblivious to his own mortality. As Guhan gazed upon the long-haired man, a flicker of recognition ignited in his mind. Although this man appeared far more mature than the brash youth he had once encountered, a boy whose speech was unclear and whose primal instincts overshadowed his humanity, his eyes remained unchanged, etching an indelible impression that lingered in memory. Those were the eyes of a killer, a gaze that regarded human lives as mere fodder. Such a being, despite any transformation, was instantly recognizable to Guhan. You, the defeated underling? You think you can kill me? Jing Ming, you wretched beast. Upon hearing Guhan's words, Wang Lang fixed his gaze upon him, and memories of their past encounters surged back, igniting a murderous intent within his eyes. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he sneered, haha, Jing Ming, do not attempt to intimidate me. Do you think I am unaware of your circumstances? Since you achieved mastery over the art of muscle transformation over a decade ago, your martial arts have stagnated. No matter how many resources the Baozhu Temple has granted you, you remain unable to break through to the blood refinement realm. I suspect you are still merely a fledgling blood refinement warrior, yes? Haha, truly, the heavens favor me. I shall avenge the blood-soaked grievances of a decade past. Jingming, prepare to meet your end. With that declaration, Wang Lang's murderous aura surged uncontrollably in the next moment. He twisted his long blade and unleashed a devastating strike that aimed directly at Gu Han, as if intending to cleave him in two. Alas, how foolish it is to seek the path of heaven when one has willingly walked into hell. Wang Lang, over a decade ago, I spared your life, considering the threat posed by Wang Zhongyi. Yet, you have squandered the years, having allied with barbarians and committed heinous acts against the innocent. Today I, Gu, shall renounce my vows and exact justice upon you with a single punch. It is not too late. As Wang Lang charged towards him, Gu Han lowered his gaze, exhaled softly, and calmly unleashed a punch. Chapter 26, in this moment, boom. With the mere force of Gu Han's punch, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. In that instant, the very void before him seemed to shatter, the air around him bursting forth, expanding in all directions and generating terrifying shockwaves. Countless withered branches and leaves were swept up, and the fierce winds knocked down rows of tall grass, rendering those nearby unable to open their eyes against the onslaught. There is a saying, with sufficient strength, speed, and a minimal point of contact, even light can be shattered beneath my fist. Although Gu Han's punch had yet to reach such formidable heights, in that moment, it embodied a hint of annihilation. Die, Gu Han uttered, his voice low and filled with a chilling, murderous intent. His dark, gem-like eyes radiated a menacing aura, and the terrifying power capable of pulverizing stone and molding iron surged explosively from his small right fist, propelling his body toward Wang Lang with an unparalleled speed that surpassed human limits. No, no, how can this be? How can you possess such strength? As the fierce wind bore down upon him, Wang Lang was consumed by an overwhelming fear, his heart pounding, instincts honed from years in the pack warning him of imminent danger. At that moment, a thought arose from the depths of his being. This punch was inescapable, unavoidable. It seemed as a fated decree that he was destined to perish beneath this blow, no matter where he fled. A howl of despair erupted from the frantic Wang Lang, a sound laced with both fear and defiance. In the throes of terror, he sensed an unprecedented clarity in his mind, as if a fire burned deep within him, scorching him with unbearable heat, threatening to turn him to ashes. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst the searing agony, Wang Lang cried out. Yet, in the next instant, a soft sound pierced the air, and a thin layer of fiery red energy enveloped his white blade. The moment this energy manifested, it ignited the surrounding air, producing a cacophony of sounds and waves of heat, instantly amplifying the blade's power, both in strength and speed, by more than double. Is that inner energy? Observing the fiery red aura surrounding Wang Lang's blade, Gu Han felt a stir of recognition. He was no stranger to the concept of inner energy. In both his past and present lives, he had witnessed its manifestation by various masters. Additionally, he had encountered numerous descriptions of inner energy within the texts of the Baozhu Temple's library. Thus, he was certain that the crimson energy enveloping Wang Lang's blade was indeed inner energy. It is said that in the face of death, one can encounter great peril or seize extraordinary opportunities. When confronted with life-threatening situations, individuals often awaken dormant potential. Even the frailest among us can bear immense burdens. Evidently, this adage holds true. Unexpectedly, by mere chance, I have aided Wang Lang in breaking through to inner energy. How ironic. Gu Han chuckled internally. Yet his expression bore no trace of concern. What of blood refinement? What of inner energy? In terms of strength, he was already on par with the elite of the inner energy realm. To him, the distinction between the two was negligible. It merely transformed the resolution of a single punch into that of two. I desire your demise. You shall die? Gu Han's heart was cold and dismissive. In stark contrast, Wang Lang, having just broken through to inner energy, was brimming with newfound confidence. Haha, Jingming, I have long been trapped in the blood refinement stage, unable to progress. Yet, today, by a twist of fate, you have inadvertently assisted me in breaking through to inner energy. Therefore, to express my gratitude, I shall grant you the gift of death. Wang Lang proclaimed with an air of superiority, his laughter echoing. He then twisted his long blade, altering its trajectory at an impossible angle before executing a masterful technique. Swoosh! The beautiful glint of the blade sliced through the air, a pristine ribbon of white tearing through the void, reminiscent of a waning moon suspended in the night sky, beautiful, ethereal, and brimming with lethal intent. The blood refinement realm martial technique, Moonlit Blade. Haha, die! Under the frenzied and cruel gaze of the Wolf King, the long blade in his hand finally approached Gu Han. Then, amid the tense stares of the onlookers, the two forces clashed. A sound erupted, akin to a bubble bursting. In that fleeting moment, Guhan's fist suddenly transformed into a palm, delivering a fierce strike upon the Wolf King's blade, shattering his fiery red inner energy shield, which rivaled the strength of tempered steel armor. Without pause, his hand descended upon the blade's surface, crafted by a master of the western regions, capable of slicing through iron like mud. The clash resonated in the air, a metallic ring echoing as Guhan unleashed the power of his palm. With a single arm, he summoned tens of thousands of pounds of divine might, instantly cleaving the pristine long blade in two. Simultaneously, his left fist struck mercilessly against the unguarded Wolf King's flesh, which bore only a thin layer of protective inner energy. A dull thud reverberated across the battlefield. In the next instant, the once formidable Wolf King, who had boasted of his intent to slay Guhan, was sent soaring through the air, akin to a broken doll. Blood spewed from his mouth as he flew for dozens of meters, crashing through countless trees before he finally crashed to the ground, lifeless. This scene was reminiscent of events from over a decade ago. Chapter 27. Flames reaching the sky. The general is dead. Everyone flee. In the midst of chaos, someone cried out. The once cruel and mocking expressions on the faces of the many barbarians that Wolf King had brought vanished, replaced by sheer terror. The Mad Wolf Butcher. The Wolf King was an elite master at the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm, and with his innate divine strength, he was only slightly weaker than those who had just entered the realm of inner energy. Such a formidable individual was rare even among their powerful barbarian tribe, being subordinate only to a few chieftains of the larger clans. Yet, this very powerhouse, even in a life-and-death moment, was brutally defeated by the monk before them with a single punch. The monk's might was evidently comparable to that of a great barbarian king. The barbarians present were gripped by profound fear, wishing they had been born with 2 fewer legs as they exerted every ounce of strength to flee from this terrifying harbinger of death. However, once Guhan made his move, would he allow them to escape so easily? Where do you think you're going? Guhan's eyes narrowed, and a hint of murderous intent surged from within. With a mere thought, it felt as if a divine wind had arisen beneath his feet. His body as light as a feather, covering several yards in a single stride. Then, the air was filled with dull thuds as he effortlessly caught up to a dozen frantically fleeing barbarians, striking them mercilessly with his legs, fists, palms, or knees. In that moment, Guhan's body transformed into the most fearsome weapon imaginable, each part of him becoming a lethal instrument, claiming the lives of countless barbarians with every blow. In less than 30 breaths, all the barbarians were dispatched by Guhan, each one bleeding from their orifices, as if struck by a heavy hammer, their bones shattered, reduced to mere puddles of mud. We must go. Feeling the urgency of the moment, Guhan urged them to hurry. Since the barbarian army had sent the Wolf King to patrol this area, it was inevitable that others would be present. If they encountered just 1 or 2 practitioners of inner energy or dozens or hundreds of barbarian soldiers, it would be manageable, but should they face a large force, they would be in grave danger. After all, while Guhan was indeed powerful, he was not invincible. If surrounded by thousands or pursued by the barbarian king, he would surely meet his demise. Therefore, leaving swiftly was imperative. Shifu, how can you? Upon hearing Guhan's urging, most of the small monks, aside from a few, surprisingly did not move. Instead, they distanced themselves from Guhan, gazing at him with fear, as if witnessing a hellish demon. Monks are meant to embody compassion, and killing is their utmost taboo. Moreover, they were merely novices, the eldest not exceeding 15 years of age. Within the temple, while their masters were strict, any mistakes were met with little more than a punishment of reciting scriptures or fetching water. They had never witnessed bloodshed, let alone taken a life. Thus, even knowing these barbarians were wicked and deserved death, witnessing the gruesome fate of their assailants at Guhan's hands was too much for them to bear, leaving them terrified of the blood-soaked figure before them. Fools. Seeing the small monk's pathetic reaction, Guhan felt a surge of anger. The sacrifices of Benjun and Yuan Yin seemed wasted. While their masters fought valiantly to buy them time, they hesitated, allowing their fear of killing a few wicked outsiders to create a rift among themselves, wasting precious moments. It was as foolish as a pig or dog. Very well. Once we reach the base of the mountain and find them a safe place to settle, I shall depart on my own. Whatever happens thereafter will be their own fate. With this thought, Guhan intended to admonish them once more, when suddenly, boom, a burst of orange flames shot up into the sky from the Baozhu mountain, followed by a series of deafening roars. Countless pavilions and towers that had stood for hundreds or even thousands of years crumbled in an instant, engulfed by the raging fire, which soon painted the entire sky crimson, as if blotting out the sun and staining the vast blue expanse with blood. Beneath this blood-red sky, Excited shouts in the barbarian tongue erupted from the mountain. Roar, Agata, Agata, roar, Agata, Agata. These voices echoed in Guhan's mind, prompting him to shut his eyes in anguish. In that moment, he understood that the legendary Baozhu Temple, a sanctuary that had stood for millennia and was regarded as the foremost holy site in the martial world of the Great Yan Kingdom, had been obliterated. Agata. This phrase in the barbarian tongue, translated to Great Yan's language, roughly means mighty or victorious. Over the past decade of barbarian ascendancy, whenever they triumphed and seized a city, they would unleash such roars to express their joy and exhilaration. Now, with flames engulfing Baozhu Mountain and the barbarians exulting in their cries, the fate of Baozhu Temple was unmistakable. Shizong, Shifu, Shixiao. Witnessing the scene, the small monks beside Guhan were initially stunned. But soon they comprehended the gravity of the situation and collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair, tears and snot streaming down their faces, their visages etched with profound sorrow. For these monks, who had grown up in Baozhu Temple, it was their home. With their family obliterated and loved ones perished, how could they not be heartbroken? Enough. Stop crying. Do you not realize the immense sacrifices that your abbot and masters have made for you? If you wish to honor them, cease your childish antics and train diligently in martial arts, striving to expel these barbarians from the central plains and restore Baozhu Temple. Otherwise, it would be better for you to cease to exist, remaining here to await the barbarians who will guide you to the afterlife, so that you may meet the venerable ones together, thus sparing yourselves the futile existence that wastes precious sustenance. Witnessing this scene, Guhan could not restrain his fury and began to berate them. After all, he held a lingering affection for the Baozhu Temple and was unwilling to see the disciples, whom Ben Jun had desperately rescued, descend into such a pitiful state. Indeed, I shall heed the teachings of Brother Jingming and strive to master martial arts in order to drive away the barbarians and restore the glory of Baozhu Temple. The disciples, having been moved by the spectacle, seemed to mature considerably in an instant. Rather than feeling ashamed or angry at Guhan's scolding, they humbly accepted it, weeping and expressing their resolve. Very well, if that is the case, then follow me. Guhan nodded slightly in approval, though his countenance remained impassive as he strode forward. The disciples quickly rose, tears in their eyes, and followed closely behind. Chapter 28. The manor's silence enveloped their journey, and it was uncertain whether the barbarians had fled in disarray or simply disregarded Guhan and his companions as a trivial nuisance. Throughout their trek, aside from encountering Wang Lang, a character who could barely be deemed a master, Guhan did not encounter any other skilled practitioners or significant barbarian forces. Thus, after approximately an hour, he successfully led the remaining 100 disciples of Baozhu Temple to a place of safety. This location was an abandoned manor, long since forsaken for decades. Situated at the foot of Baozhu Mountain in the southern province of Dian, just outside the city of Xiangyuan, surrounded by bamboo groves. The origins of the manor's owner had long been obscured, but legends within the city spoke of a martial master who had attained the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm several centuries prior, renowned for his formidable strength and unparalleled prowess. However, following the death of his ancestors, the descendants proved unworthy, failing to produce any capable successors, ultimately leading to the gradual decline of the family estate and their silent exodus. Moreover, due to the manor's remote location, no one could be found to take over, resulting in its slow decay, and it had been decades, if not over a century, since anyone had visited. Yet, these tales merely scratched the surface, for the true reason for its abandonment was known to few, and Guhan was among that select group. The manor's owner had indeed been a master of the blood refinement realm over 3 centuries ago, possessing extraordinary abilities. However, he was not a wandering practitioner but rather a distinguished disciple of Baozhu Temple, who had created a fodder with his subordinates, children, attendants, and even his wife, all gathered for the purpose of concealment. His intent was to establish a perfect refuge for Baozhu Temple. Originally, this was conceived as a mere game by the then abbot of Baozhu Temple, who never anticipated it would be put to use. After all, Baozhu Temple, founded by the legendary Master Dharma, stood as the foremost holy site of martial arts in Dian, holding immense prestige both among the populace and within the martial community. Coupled with the temple's advantageous geographic position and its inherent strength, it seemed improbable that the manor would ever be necessary, provided they did not provoke the Emperor of Yan to the extent of risking the lives of tens of thousands to eradicate Baozhu Temple. Yet, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Who could foresee the emergence of a fearsome barbarian horde on Yan's soil hundreds of years later? Who could have anticipated that among these barbarian forces would arise a figure like the formidable King Yan, who would take it upon himself to annihilate Baozhu Temple. It is said that the heavens may conspire against us, and fortunes may shift unexpectedly. Regardless of one's strength or current glory, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies and secure an escape route. As Guhan pondered these thoughts, he led the disciples into the manor. Soon, before a dry, moss-covered artificial hill, he recalled the method of activation imparted to him by Benjin years ago. After a period of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, a resounding click echoed as a man-sized opening slowly revealed itself, exposing a dark passageway. This method had been deeply ingrained in his memory, for Benjin had regarded him with great importance, viewing him as a potential future abbot of Baozhu Temple. He had bestowed upon Guhan ample resources and shared various secrets, though the three supreme martial techniques of the Dharma Master were notably absent from this instruction, reserved solely for the abbots of Baozhu Temple. Very well, you may descend. Within lies a cellar spanning several acres, ample enough to accommodate hundreds. The ventilation, warmth, insulation, and even illumination measures have been meticulously arranged. Supplies sufficient for your sustenance over the next 3 to 4 years have been stored here. From now on, you shall remain within until the barbarian army withdraws, at which point you may emerge, Guhan instructed, having tested the passageway for any issues before beckoning the young monks to enter. Yes, Uncle Master. Following the earlier lesson, the young monks appeared to have matured considerably. Their trust in Guhan strengthened. They bowed respectfully before promptly forming an orderly queue to enter. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical gears echoed as Guhan observed the slowly closing door. After ensuring all was in order, he turned to leave. While the young monks were settled, Jingyuan had yet to return, and Guhan wondered if he had encountered some form of difficulty. Given Jingyuan's prowess at the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm, he should have caught up to their group by now. Guhan hoped that nothing unfortunate had befallen him. Just as he was about to depart, a heavy sound echoed through the bamboo leaves, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Is that you, Jingyuan? Guhan called tentatively into the bamboo grove, leaning forward in anticipation, ready to spring into action should the need arise. Brother, it is I? A familiar yet weakened voice responded. Guhan turned to see Jingyuan, his face pale and blood trickling from his lips, stumbling toward him with a hand pressed to his chest. Jingyuan, what has happened? Observing Jingyuan's ashen complexion, Guhan's expression shifted to one of deep concern as he swiftly moved to his side. Chapter 29 No Regrets Master, brother, I am fine. As long as I can see you, I will be at ease. Gazing at Guhan's face, Jingyuan, with blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, managed to force a smile and spoke softly. Jingyuan, your injuries are too severe. You must not speak. I have several precious pills here, known as the life-reviving elixirs. They are said to bring back the dead and restore flesh to bones. If you take them, you will soon recover. Observing Jingyuan's wretched state, Guhan felt a surge of urgency and continued, while supporting Jingyuan's frail body with one hand and retrieving a golden box from his chest with the other, prepared to extract the precious elixirs within. Though these elixirs are incredibly rare and priceless, capable of inciting betrayal among brothers and enmity between spouses in the world of martial arts, to Guhan, nothing could compare to Jingyuan's life. No need, brother. Please do not waste such precious elixirs on me, Jingyuan interrupted, raising a hand to stop him. I was struck by a powerful barbarian when I descended the mountain. His strength was formidable, and in that moment, his terrifying inner energy invaded my organs, wreaking havoc within me. Had I possessed the elixirs back then, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now, with my injuries, even if a celestial being were to arrive, it would be futile. Brother, I have come to you today to ask for one last favor. What is it? Speak. I shall surely grant your wish, Guhan replied, his eyes reflecting a flicker of pain as he looked at Jingyuan, who seemed to be experiencing a moment of clarity. Haha, I knew you would agree. Just like in our childhood, whenever I asked, you always did your utmost to help me. Since that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. Brother, do you know that I am not like you, a child taken in by the Baozhu Temple? I actually have family in the mundane world below the mountain. I recall that when I was 6 years old, my hometown suffered a devastating drought, leaving the fields barren. In a desperate attempt to save our lives, my father intended to sell me to a wealthy household for food, so that I might have something to eat. It was then that my master, the esteemed Master Yuan II, appeared and rescued me, providing my father with some silver and promising to take me to the Baozhu Temple as his personal disciple. Alas, good souls often meet untimely ends. That year, we encountered fearsome bandits on our way back to the mountain. My master sustained grave injuries while protecting me. After ensuring I reached the temple's entrance, he could no longer hold on and ascended to the western paradise. Before his passing, it seemed he sensed my lingering attachment to the mundane world and my inability to sever ties with my family. Thus, he bestowed upon me the name Jing Yuan, signifying a departure from the worldly realm. But how can I ever forget the profound gratitude I owe my parents for giving me life? Therefore, brother, I wish for you, after my demise, to take this half of the jade pendant from my neck and find my father and mother, providing them with some silver. Please convey to them that their unfilial son, Randa, can no longer serve them in this life, but will silently pray for their well-being and longevity from above. As Jing Yuan spoke, the blood gushed forth more rapidly from his mouth, revealing fragments of internal organs, a sight truly harrowing. Very well, I promise you, brother. But tell me, where is your family located? What is your ancestral home? And who is the barbarian that harmed you? Gu Han inquired, his brow furrowing with fury, his heart ablaze with uncontainable anger. In this world, he had been solitary, with the only attachment being this young monk who had persistently called him brother since his arrival. Now, he lay dying at the hands of a barbarian, and Gu Han, true to his character, would not let the murderer escape unpunished, vowing to exact vengeance. Brother, are you asking for the name of the barbarian to seek vengeance for me? Jing Yuan laughed heartily, his spirit seeming undaunted, unreflective of his impending demise. Yes. Gu Han nodded, revealing the murderous intent that simmered within him. Very well then. You have always been decisive and rational, never undertaking ventures without assurance. I would not disclose this to anyone else, but for you, brother, there is no issue. The name of the barbarian who injured me is unknown to me. But I can tell you he wore black armor, stood about 9 feet tall, had fiery red hair, and a beard covering his face. The fiery hair is exceedingly rare among barbarians. With a little inquiry, you should be able to identify him easily. As for my ancestral home, it is in Ran Family Village, located outside Qingyuan County in the Hexia Prefecture of Fangnan State. However, during the drought, my family fled northward, seeking refuge with a distant uncle in the northern region of Lijiao State. Over 20 years have passed, and I am sure their appearances have changed significantly. Besides, I was so young then that even if they stood beside me now, I might not recognize them. Only this half of the jade pendant around my neck can prove my identity. If you are fortunate enough to encounter them, please assist them. If not, then so be it. Rest assured, I will remember Lijiao State in the north. When I arrive there, I will surely find them and inform them that their son has never forgotten them. Gu Han solemnly promised. Since the destruction of Baizhu Temple, he had intended to wander the world, seeking out masters of martial arts. Lijiao State was certainly within his realm of exploration, and now that Jing Yuan had made a request, he would not hesitate to linger there a while longer. Thank you, brother. Seeing Gu Han nod, Jing Yuan, despite continuing to cough blood and appearing on the brink of death, wore a face of exhilaration. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, in this life, I, Randa, have 3 great fortunes. First, the blessing of my parents who bore and nurtured me. Second, the fortunate encounter with my master, Yuan Tu. And third, the long-lasting companionship of my esteemed brother, Jing Ming. With these 3 fortunes, I, Randa, have no regrets in this life. As Jing Yuan finished speaking, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. After a few hearty laughs, his arm fell limply, his eyes closed, and he entered eternal rest. Chapter 30, taking the life-reviving elixir boom. A crimson and white lightning bolt split the sky, and the weather transformed as if it were the face of a child, changing in an instant. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, yet suddenly dark clouds gathered, and rain began to fall, first gently, then turning into a torrential downpour, as if celestial beings were pouring water from above. Soon, the entire street was drenched. Shopkeeper, open for business. At the foot of Baizhu Mountain, in the bustling city of Xiangyuan, within a humble and named welcoming guests, a mysterious figure clad in a black wide-brimmed hat and robe slowly entered. Braving the heavy rain, he addressed the drowsy attendant at the counter. A guest has arrived. Please, take a seat. May I ask if you wish to rest for a while or stay overnight? Despite the attendant's curiosity about the figure before him, he greeted him with the warmth of hospitality. Since the recent incursion of the barbarians, business in the tavern has significantly dwindled. Not only have the regular patrons vanished, but even the once frequented heroes have also seemingly disappeared, leaving the establishment in a state of financial distress, to the extent that even the proprietor has grown disinterested in attending. However, fortune has finally smiled upon them with the arrival of a peculiar guest. The tavern's young attendant, having spent many years in this establishment, had encountered all manner of eccentric patrons and was unperturbed by the sight of a mere figure donning a wide-brimmed hat. In fact, based on his prior experiences, he surmised that guests who tend to conceal their identities often prove to be the most generous. Indeed, with a resounding thud, a heavy object fell to the counter, revealing a substantial ingot of silver weighing 10 taels, unexpectedly presented before the young attendant's eyes. A room. The mysterious figure in the black cloak commanded in a deep voice. He was not lacking for funds, aside from the wealth of the Baozhu Temple, which provided him with a monthly stipend of several taels. He had recently acquired over 100 taels in gold notes and more than 1,000 taels in silver notes after dispatching the Mad Butcher Wang Lang and a number of barbarian soldiers. In an era where a single tael of silver could comfortably sustain a family of 4 for an entire month, the sum of over 100 taels in gold alongside more than 1,000 taels in silver represented a staggering fortune for an ordinary person. Excellent. Esteemed guest, please follow me. The finest room awaits your arrival. The young attendant's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming silver, and he quickly led the way with a beaming smile. With a soft creak, the wooden door swung open, and the eager attendant ushered the cloaked figure inside. The room was modestly adorned, reminiscent of the ancient dramas from the first life of Guhan. It was not large, furnished simply with a grand bed, a table, a few chairs, an incense altar featuring a small Buddha statue, and a large bathing tub, nothing more. In a small-town inn, even the so-called finest room offered little in terms of opulence. Fortunately, Guhan was not one to be overly particular about his accommodations. Having resided in palatial courtyards as well as dilapidated temples, he was quite adaptable. Dear guest, having traveled from afar, you must be feeling damp. Would you like me to fetch some hot water for a bath? The young attendant asked with a sycophantic smile, eyeing Guhan's wet black cloak. No need. Just bring me a raincoat. I shall require it when I venture out, Guhan replied, shaking his head. He had yet to attain inner energy mastery, hence the need for such a garment for protection against the elements. Otherwise, a mere flicker of his internal energy would cloak him in an impervious shield, rendering him unscathed by wind or rain. Of course, esteemed guest. I shall procure one immediately, the attendant replied, eager to comply. Once you have retrieved it, there is no need to enter, simply leave it at the door. I will collect it myself when I am ready to depart, Guhan instructed with a nod. Understood. Esteemed guest. I shall place it at the door, the young attendant affirmed, bowing respectfully before exiting the room. He understood that while these wanderers often displayed generosity, they were shrouded in mystery and adhered to their own strict protocols. Over the years, he had learned the importance of discretion, knowing that excessive curiosity could lead to dire consequences. Go ahead, Guhan gestured, signaling the attendant's departure. He then turned to gaze out the window, observing the torrential rain. After a brief while, Guhan heard the attendant returning with the raincoat, the sound of footsteps gradually receding as he left. Only then did he take action. With a click, Guhan opened a beautifully crafted golden box, his eyes alight with fervor as he beheld 3 flawless elixirs, each the size of a longan, exuding a delicate fragrance. These were renowned treasures of the Baozhu Temple, known as divine elixirs, said to possess the power to resurrect the deceased and mend the broken. In recent days, Guhan had diligently sought information within the city and finally uncovered the true identity of the barbarian leader responsible for the death of Jing Yuan. This individual, named Saraki, was the leader of the 5th-ranked flame tribe among the barbarians, possessing minor mastery of inner energy. His formidable fire energy was unmatched, making him a formidable opponent even among his peers. Thus, even with Guhan's current strength, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate Saraki without drawing the attention of the barbarian king, a yin. Therefore, enhancing his strength had become imperative. Alas, it was unfortunate that while the great elixir was primarily a healing remedy, its side effect of enhancing cultivation was merely ancillary. To elevate his prowess now meant sacrificing a precious elixir. Guhan felt a pang of regret as he regarded the 3 elixirs, each representing a life or an opportunity for triumph over adversity. To expend one in the pursuit of eliminating Saraki felt like a grievous waste. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Guhan resolved to ingest one. Although his physical strength was considerable, he still fell short of matching the barbarian king. If he wished to return safely after confronting Saraki, some sacrifice was unavoidable. With a soft gulp, Guhan closed his eyes, swiftly swallowing a white, jade-like elixir. He was not one to vacillate. Once he made up his mind, he acted decisively. Boom. As the pristine elixir settled within him, Guhan's powerful digestive system began to break it down. Within moments, he felt a surge of potent energy erupting from within. Chapter 31. The treasure begins. Not daring to delay, Guhan quickly assumed a meditative posture, channeling the elixir's energy to invigorate his body. Thunderous roars echoed within him as the elixir took effect, sending torrents of vital energy coursing through his veins, fortifying his physical form and propelling him towards minor breakthroughs in blood refinement and organ strengthening. If Guhan's cultivation speed had been a mere 1 prior to consuming the elixir, it now escalated to a staggering 10,000, perhaps even 100,000. This remarkable acceleration was incomparable to anything he had experienced before. Such was the terrifying potency of the Baozhu Temple's elixir. Even its secondary effects were enough to astonish the world. As time passed, 1 incense stick, 2, 3. After approximately 15 minutes, a sudden pop resonated within Guhan's body, akin to the shattering of a barrier. He felt a powerful aura emanating from him as he reached a breakthrough in blood refinement and organ strengthening. Feeling the terrifying power within his body, which was more than twice as formidable as before, Guhan's eyes gleamed with delight. As he gently clenched his fist, it seemed as though he could shatter the very air around him, brimming with explosive force. A single great pill not only allowed Guhan to simultaneously break through the minor realms of blood refinement and organ refinement, but also enabled him to advance significantly within both domains. Presently, his strength might still fall short of the legendary figures Zhu Ming and Liao Kong from the illustrious history of Baozhu Temple, as well as the formidable barbarian king Ayenda, yet he was undoubtedly not far behind. At the very least, he could engage in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of moves without issue. As for Ayenda's desire to eliminate him, that was an impossibility. Guhan mused to himself, then took a few deep breaths, quickly calming the surging aura that enveloped him, returning to his usual demeanor. At his current level, it was inconceivable that he would lose control over his suddenly amplified strength. Whether his physical power had increased by a factor of 2 or 10, it mattered not to him. Jing Yuan, await me. I shall avenge you soon, he murmured softly, donning his conical hat once more before stepping out of the inn, slipping into his rain cloak and plunging into the torrential downpour. Drip drop, the sky unleashed a deluge, seemingly unending, with occasional thunderclaps startling the stray cats and dogs seeking refuge beneath eaves. The once bustling streets of Xiong City lay eerily silent, save for a few hurried figures darting about in search of shelter from the rain. In the heart of the city, however, within a lavish mansion surrounded by countless barbarian soldiers, joyous laughter and revelry could be heard. Haha, the king is truly a divine being, exclaimed Wang Zhongyi, seated among the many barbarian leaders. For a millennium, Baozhu Temple has been the most formidable sect in the Great Yin Kingdom, renowned for its unmatched martial prowess. Over the past 1,000 years, from the powerful Chancellor Zhang Shibai of 600 years ago to the mighty King Li Hanhai of recent times, many have aspired to vanquish Baozhu Temple and seize its accumulated wealth, yet all have failed for various reasons. Who would have thought that with a single strike, our king could conquer Baozhu Temple in just one day? Truly remarkable. I raise my glass to you, my king. Amidst the banquet songs and dances, Wang Zhongyi suddenly rose, praising Ayenda while lifting his cup of fine wine and downing it in one go, followed by boisterous laughter. Haha, Wang Zhongyi, you old flatterer. Yet you do exaggerate. While I may be unmatched in martial arts, the strength of Baozhu Temple is not to be underestimated. If I were to face them alone, I would likely find it beyond my capabilities. My success today is thanks to the myriad warriors and leaders of our tribe, particularly Solichi, who astonishingly managed to slay 2 elderly monks, both at the peak of their cultivation, with his nascent strength. Truly impressive. Let us all drink to our combined efforts. Upon hearing this, Ayenda first jested at Wang Zhongyi before rising to lift his own cup, addressing the assembly of barbarian leaders. Such displays of camaraderie and persuasion were not something Ayenda would have employed a decade ago, for in their great tribe, strength was the ultimate truth. A weak barbarian's words bore no weight, while a strong one could easily command respect without uttering a syllable. However, times had changed, having defeated Zhu Hong. They were poised to invade the north and claim the Central Plains. To govern the people of the Central Plains, the old, brutish ways were no longer viable. Moreover, after years of studying the cultural heritage of the Central Plains, Ayenda found himself increasingly captivated by its profound allure and the wisdom of its ancient sages. Compared to them, his own barbarian heritage was undeniably lacking in cultural sophistication. Haha, your majesty is too kind. Our achievements are merely a reflection of your guidance. Without your presence, we could not have dealt with the formidable Round Sound and Benjun, those 2 elderly monks. It is astonishing that 2 mere masters of the inner chi could contend with you for nearly 1,000 moves, delaying you for several moments. Truly incredible. Upon hearing Ayenda's praise, the barbarian leaders wore smiles, yet spoke humbly, especially regarding Round Sound and Benjun, whom they regarded with lingering trepidation. The reason was simple. They were exceedingly powerful. It was common knowledge that at Ayenda's level, even an ordinary master of the inner chi could not withstand more than a few strikes. Hence, It was unfathomable that these two monks could achieve what numerous masters could not. Report. There is someone outside requesting an audience, claiming to possess a treasure for the king. Just as the barbarian leaders were discussing Round Sound and Ben Jun, a soldier hurriedly approached the hall, kneeling respectfully before Ayenda. Oh, a treasure? What treasure might it be? Ayenda inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Your Majesty, the individual did not specify, only stating that the treasure is exceedingly precious and can only be revealed upon meeting you. The soldier replied, not daring to be dismissive. Very well, let him enter. Ayenda nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. This treasure is him? You are the one with a treasure to present to me? Ayenda furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded the mysterious figure clad in a black robe and conical hat, who was led into the hall by the soldier. Yes, my king, came a solemn reply from beneath the hood. Oh, what treasure is it? Bring it forth immediately. Ayenda, intrigued by the composure of the cloaked figure, felt a spark of curiosity. For, typically, those who encountered him were quaking in fear, anxious not to provoke his ire. Yet this black-robed individual appeared entirely unfazed, suggesting that he must possess something of great value. With this thought, others in the hall began to look on with keen interest. Very well, since the king has commanded, I shall present this treasure for your inspection. As the curious gazes of the barbarians fell upon him, Guhan abruptly paused, removing his conical hat, and with a vigorous motion, he hurled it towards Ayenda in the center of the hall. Then, the terrifying power within him erupted like a dragon awakening, and he proclaimed, "It is the head of Salachi." Boom. As Guhan's declaration echoed, a thunderous explosion resonated within the hall, and the ground beneath him fractured as his once slumped figure surged forth with the vigor of a divine dragon, darting towards Salachi with frightening speed. Save me, my king. Upon encountering the terrifying figure of the monk clad in black, Salachi was instantly seized by fear, his soul seemingly fleeing as he urgently called for help from Ian. The imposing presence of this dark-robed individual was overwhelming, rivaling even that of the formidable barbarian King Ian. Faced with such an opponent, Salachi feared that he would scarcely withstand even a single blow. Stop him. Block him. As Guhan made his sudden move, Ian was both astonished and enraged, bellowing orders to his comrades while channeling his internal energy to strike fiercely at the rapidly approaching hat like a cannonball. The monk's might was terrifying. When he hurled the hat, it was more forceful than any explosive. Should Ian recklessly expose himself to save Salachi, he might sustain grievous injuries, and that would place him in peril. Thus, despite his desire to rescue Salachi, he had no choice but to command others to act. Cease, foul monk. Do not harm Salachi, our leader. Though the band of barbarian chiefs was reluctant to confront the fearsome monk, they obeyed Ian's orders and launched their attacks toward Guhan. However, Guhan paid them no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Salachi, whose fiery red hair and bear-like physique contrasted sharply with the sheepish terror in his eyes. A shiver ran through Guhan. Die! Guhan uttered a quiet command, his fingers coiled into a fist. With a single punch, an immense force erupted, tearing through the air as if shattering the sound barrier, carrying an overwhelming kinetic energy toward Salachi's face. Ah, you think to kill me? It won't be so easy. In that critical moment, as no one could come to his aid, Salachi seemed to tap into an inner reservoir of potential. He raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of internal energy that surged forth to meet Guhan's fist. With a thunderous impact, Guhan's fist collided with Salachi's palms. Upon contact, Guhan's formidable strength erupted like a hammer striking glass, easily shattering Salachi's internal energy before delivering a crushing blow to his hands. Ah! A sickening crack echoed as Salachi screamed in agony, his hands shattered beneath Guhan's iron fist, hanging limply like two dead serpents, racked with pain. However, his cries were short-lived, for in the next instant, Guhan's fist connected directly with his face. Crack! The sound of breaking bone reverberated once more. Guhan's might was colossal, surely exceeding 100,000 pounds. Such a devastating blow could obliterate not only flesh and bone like Salachi, but would undoubtedly reduce even a being forged of steel to mere rubble. Though Salachi had managed to momentarily block Guhan's fist, the residual force was enough to crush his skull. With a resounding splatter, the hall was transformed into a macabre scene, splattered with red, white, black, and purple. Where Salachi had sat, there was no longer any trace of him. Only a headless corpse collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Salachi, our leader, the once boisterous Salachi, praised by the barbarian King Ian, now lay in a pitiful state, his life claimed by the black-robed monk. The other chiefs, who had been rushing toward Guhan, were now stricken with terror, retreating as if faced with a primordial beast, their expressions filled with dread. Beast. In the center of the hall, Ian unleashed his internal energy, shattering the hat hurled by Guhan with a single strike, his fury palpable as his hair bristled, radiating a terrifying intent to kill. For years, no one had dared to act so brazenly in his presence. He recalled the last time someone had displayed such audacity was 15 years ago, when he had just declared his intent to unify the tribes, demanding their allegiance. At that time, he had dispatched the leader of the strongest faction among the barbarian tribes with ease. Now, 15 years later, someone had the audacity to assassinate their leader during a celebratory feast, a clear sign of recklessness. Filled with rage, Ian unleashed his formidable internal energy, striking down upon Guhan with the wrath of a divine being intent on shattering the very fabric of reality. Come on. Guhan welcomed the challenge, his spirit ignited, his own internal energy surging forth. Since breaking through to refine his organs and achieve minor success in blood purification, he sensed his power had significantly increased, though he was uncertain how it compared to Ian's. Having never witnessed Ian in battle, he could only speculate. Perhaps he was stronger, perhaps weaker. But today he would find out. At last, amidst the astonished, mocking, and cruel gazes of the onlookers, Guhan positioned himself, stomping the ground with such force that countless stone slabs shattered beneath him. Channeling his energy through his body, he concentrated it all into his fist, launching it at the oncoming Ian. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Guhan's fist met Ian's. And in that moment, the very air between them seemed to explode. The surrounding atmosphere surged violently, as if a whirlwind had erupted, causing the barbarian chiefs to instinctively close their eyes and sending vessels of food and drink crashing to the ground in a cacophony. What of the barbarian King Ian? A name so grand, yet today he proves to be nothing more than this. Take another punch from me. In the heat of battle, Guhan, after withstanding Ian's blow, realized that Ian's strength was even less than he had anticipated, failing to gain any advantage over him. Elated, he wasted no time and struck again, seeking death. Though Ian could not comprehend Guhan's words, he could discern the scorn in his expression. Infuriated by Guhan's dismissive attitude and his audacity to throw another punch, Ian retaliated with his own. Boom! Their fists collided once more, producing a resounding crash that shook the hall. Dust cascading from the rafters as if the very structure teetered on the brink of collapse. Even the grand wooden pillars trembled as if in the throes of a minor earthquake. Bring it on. Following their latest exchange, Guhan, witnessing Ian's fury, erupted into laughter. His internal energy surged forth, as if transforming into a tempest of vitality, his feet planted firmly on the ground, embodying the ferocity of a legendary beast. Now that Guhan had achieved minor mastery in both blood purification and organ refinement, the synergy of the two martial arts had finally revealed its true terror, endowing him with unparalleled speed and strength, as well as remarkable endurance. Martial arts' inner energy, perhaps after a fierce battle lasting 1 or 2 hours, would lead to exhaustion. Even a martial artist like Ian, who has transcended the mastery of inner energy and reached the threshold of legendary status, cannot endure for long. At most, he can engage in combat for a few more moments than an ordinary master of inner energy before his reserves are depleted, leaving him vulnerable. However, for Guhan, with his extraordinary physical endurance, engaging in a battle for a day and night would not diminish his vigor. He remains as lively as ever, his bodily strength unyielding. With a mere thought, Guhan's fist strikes out once more. The technique, though exceedingly simple, resembles that of a child just beginning to learn martial arts. Yet it is imbued with a terrifying force capable of shattering all. At his level of mastery, conventional techniques and skills derived from inner energy have long ceased to augment his abilities. The skills of the blood refining realm and the techniques of the inner energy realm pale in comparison to his casual strikes. Thus, even though his blood refining realm technique, 72 paths of demon suppression, has reached perfection, he seldom employs it, as these intricate maneuvers do not contribute to his strength and may hinder his performance. For the barbarian King Ian, the situation is evidently similar. To the onlookers, Guhan and Ian appear to be akin to children engaged in a brawl, their punches lacking any form or method, using fists, elbows, knees, and shoulders as weapons without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. As time passes, thunderous explosions reverberate throughout the spacious hall, with Guhan and the barbarian King Ian continuously exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, they have unleashed dozens of strikes, leaving the hall in ruins. Debris flying like hidden weapons, scattering in all directions, causing the barbarian leaders to flee in panic. The two combatants are simply too terrifying. Even though many of these barbarian leaders are masters of inner energy, with a few being nearly invincible at that level, they cannot intervene in the battle. After all, given the strength of the two, Any ordinary master of inner energy approaching them would likely suffer severe injury from a single punch or even face death from a mere kick. Alach, Gakado. The enemy is ferocious. We cannot contend with them. The few hundred soldiers outside are far too few to defeat this wretched bald donkey. We need an army in the thousands or tens of thousands. I command you both to take my military token and quickly summon our barbarian forces to aid the king and capture this thief. As the barbarian leaders rush outside, one who appears to hold the highest rank produces a military token carved entirely from ivory, painted red, and exquisitely sculpted to resemble a phoenix ready to take flight. He commands the two towering barbarian leaders of the inner energy realm. Among the myriad tribes of the barbarians, each group venerates its own totem, regarded as a deity. Since Ayanda unified the tribes, the fire phoenix worshipped by his tribe has been revered by all, and thus the military token has taken on the likeness of the fire phoenix. Yes, Leader Stinga, the barbarian leader wielding the fire phoenix token, clearly commands great respect. With a single command, the two leaders bow in submission, seizing the token and dashing outside. Die. Within the hall. Seeing that he cannot gain the upper hand against the black-robed, bald monk before him, the barbarian king Ayanda's eyes redden, and his primal barbarian instincts surge forth uncontrollably, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Contrarily, Guhan grows more exhilarated with each exchange, for he realizes, amidst the battle, that he has unknowingly ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Even when faced with a formidable opponent like Ayanda, who approaches the second-tier level of the main world, he remains unyielding, having gained a measure of self-preservation in reality. Indeed, while the U Kingdom in the main world is formidable, the number of experts capable of releasing vital energy is not abundant. Even in a vast region of 1,000 miles, home to millions, there are seldom many. A half step into the second tier is already considered immensely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. As Guhan contemplates this, his spirit surges, blood boiling, and he continues to clash with the seemingly frenzied Ayanda, shifting across the battlefield, quickly reducing the grand hall to ruins. They then move to other chambers, leaving destruction in their wake. It is not until nearly a quarter of an hour later that the tide of battle shifts. Chapter 34. A single man holds the gate. Thud, thud, thud. A synchronized rhythm of footsteps echoes from outside the hall, shaking the main road of Xiangyuan City as if an earthquake were occurring. Countless barbarian soldiers, summoned by command, rally to aid the king in battle. The enemy is within. Warriors, charge in with me and assist the king in slaying the intruders. Upon seeing Alach and Gakado leading the army, Stinga's face brightens with joy. He draws his long sword and directs the soldiers to advance, while gradually retreating from the front lines. Roar, charge, kill, kill. The barbarian soldiers, hearing the call, become fearless, their eyes blazing red as they storm into the hall, unafraid of the powerful foes within. To them, Ayanda is a deity, a being that transcends their very existence. With their king in danger, they are sworn to protect him at all costs. The barbarian soldiers have charged in. Inside the hall, Guhan, who has gradually gained the upper hand against Ayanda, is momentarily stirred by the sound. He channels his strength and, with a punch, forces the slightly pale Ayanda back, coldly laughing. What a pathetic barbarian king, merely a name without substance. You dare to call yourself the unrivaled prodigy. Yet here you are, seeking reinforcements when pressed. Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve today. Should our paths cross again, I will surely claim your life. Thief, do not escape. Although Ayanda cannot comprehend Guhan's words, he senses his intent through his demeanor. Who in this world can stop me from leaving? Guhan's voice booms as he laughs heartily. He then seizes a massive wooden beam, large enough to be embraced by a person, from the hall structure. And with a surge of strength, he lifts it effortlessly. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Seeing the tide of barbarian soldiers surging in from outside, Guhan displays no fear. Instead, he laughs and brandishes the heavy wooden beam, reminiscent of a deity from ancient legends, sweeping through the ranks as he charges forth. Die, die. Observing the fearless barbarian soldiers, Guhan's eyes turn cold as he swings the beam, and wherever it strikes. Whether against the blood-refining warriors or the officers of the barbarian army, they are reduced to mere insects, their bones shattered and blood spilling. With each swing, Guhan effortlessly dispatches barbarian after barbarian, turning them to mush. These once fearsome soldiers, who had mercilessly slaughtered the people of the Yen Kingdom, now appear as fragile as weeds, each sweep claiming multiple lives. Release arrows. Release arrows. Shoot them down. Witnessing the heavy casualties among the barbarian soldiers he had painstakingly trained, Ayanda, now back in the barbarian ranks, feels his rage boiling over. He disregards the soldiers surrounding Guhan and urgently commands, "Yes, my king." As the barbarian king Ian issued his command, countless barbarian archers simultaneously let out a roar, knocking arrows and aiming at Guhan, positioned at the center of the estate. The air was rent by the sound of countless arrows, as waves of arrows were shot forth by the robust barbarian soldiers. In an instant, the sky was filled with a scene reminiscent of a rain of arrows. Haha, today, let us see who can harm me. Guhan, undaunted by the oncoming barrage, relinquished the pillar in his hand and swiftly grasped a spear, executing the fundamental staff techniques of the Baiju temple, twirling the spear with an impenetrable grace. With a series of clashing sounds, the multitude of arrows was effortlessly deflected by Guhan's spear, as if he were a bastion of iron and bronze, impervious to the relentless onslaught. It was a true embodiment of the saying, "One man can hold back 1,000." The pursuit of martial arts seeks the comprehensive evolution of the human body, and Guhan had reached a level where not only his strength and speed were terrifyingly superhuman, but even his reflexes were astonishingly swift. To an ordinary person, these arrows might appear exceedingly fast, almost invisible, yet to Guhan, they moved as if in slow motion, easily thwarted. Good thief. Ian, witnessing Guhan's formidable prowess that rendered his entire army helpless, felt an overwhelming fury surge within him. He turned to a nearby black-armored barbarian commander and commanded, "Akato, bring me my bow." "Yes, my king." The black-armored commander Akato hurried away, soon returning with a magnificent longbow, nearly 5 feet long, a rich reddish-brown hue, and a collection of pure steel arrows. "Haha, bald thief. Let us see how you meet your end this time," Ian exclaimed, caressing the bow with an almost lover-like admiration. This bow, known as the Divine Tiger Bow, was crafted from a millennium-old cold iron found in a mysterious pool in the southern barbarian lands, and its string was made from the sinews of a formidable white-eyed tiger that Ian had slain years prior. Thus, this bow was regarded by Ian as the finest in the world, a treasure he cherished deeply. Die! Ian's heart hardened as he nocked an arrow, channeling his internal energy into the pure steel arrow. In the next moment, with a swift release, a cold light streaked through the air, akin to a meteor, imbued with unparalleled power and speed, hurtling towards Guhan, who was wielding his spear in the arena. Not good. Perceiving this cold light approaching, Guhan felt a surge of alarm, a sense of imminent danger overwhelming him, causing him to disregard the countless ordinary arrows. "Block it for me." Guhan's gaze sharpened, and he thrust his spear forward, meeting the arrow that was charged with terrifying energy, as if two forces were colliding head-on. The sound resonated like a resounding bell as Guhan's spear met the arrow, the unmatched sharpness of the energy, severing it almost instantaneously. Yet the remaining force continued its trajectory towards Guhan. Fortunately, the spear had mitigated much of the arrow's power, and the residual strength posed little threat, allowing Guhan to easily grasp it in his hand. What a remarkable bow. Indeed, it is incredibly formidable. Guhan realized that remaining here was unwise. Otherwise, he would certainly face peril. Feeling the still but vibrating arrow in his grasp, Guhan was astounded. Initially, he had intended to slay more barbarians, but seeing Ian knocking another arrow, he dared not delay any further. Ignoring the arrows that struck him, akin to mere insect bites, he executed the third level of the moonstep technique, leaping onto the rooftop like a specter, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, and then fled towards the city outskirts. Damn it, chase him. Upon witnessing Guhan's escape, the barbarian king, unwilling to relent, shot several more arrows, only to find them ineffective, and he furiously dropped his prized bow, bellowing at the barbarian leaders. With Ian's command, the barbarians surged out of the city in pursuit. Unfortunately, Guhan's speed was like lightning, unmatched and elusive. The average barbarian could not even catch a glimpse of his form. Though Ian could keep pace with Guhan, he had lost the courage to confront him alone after their earlier skirmish. After all, without the protection of his army, Ian knew that if his internal energy were to deplete, he would surely fall victim to the black-clad monk. "Wang Zhongyi, do you know who this person is? Why does he possess such extraordinary martial skills, yet remains unknown to me?" Ian, atop his blood-red divine steed, slammed down his bow in frustration, directing his inquiry at the bowed and deferential Wang Zhongyi. "Your Majesty, I am unaware," Wang Zhongyi replied respectfully. "Since departing from my master decades ago, I have traversed the martial world of the Central Plains, intimately familiar with the masters of various sections. Yet, I have no recollection of this individual. Moreover, I have never heard of anyone in the Central Plains capable of rivaling your might, not even a hint of such a presence." After all, the king's level of prowess was incomparably formidable. Even after scouring the martial arts of the Central Plains over millennia, only the founding patriarch of Baizhu Temple, Daruma, along with the third patriarch Zhu Ming and the 18th patriarch Liao Kong, could stand alongside him. The sudden emergence of such a figure was indeed perplexing. Wang Zhongyi furrowed his brow, feeling that the monk bore a certain familiarity, yet he could not place it. This was to be expected, as Wang Zhongyi had only briefly parted ways with Gu Han in the past, lacking the vivid memories that came from being defeated by someone like Wang Lang. Now, years later, Gu Han had transformed from a youthful boy into a composed young man, making it impossible for Wang Zhongyi to remember him. Enough. What a waste. After all this talk, it amounts to nothing. Regardless of who this man is, I simply want him dead. Wang Zhongyi, do you have any plans? Ian's ire flared as he listened to Wang Zhongyi's vague explanations, his eyes filled with resentment. Your Majesty, this. Wang Zhongyi's expression shifted dramatically, inwardly lamenting. Yet seeing Ian's increasingly dark demeanor, which seemed on the verge of exploding, he dared not outright refuse. Instead, he racked his brain for a strategy. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, inspiration struck him, and he proposed, "My king, I do have a plan. One that will assuredly lead to that foul thief's demise, allowing you to vent your frustration." "Oh, what is it?" Ian inquired, curiosity piqued by Wang Zhongyi's confident demeanor. "Your Majesty, since the monk appeared at the foot of Baizhu Mountain, regardless of whether he is a monk from Baizhu Temple or not, we can claim that he has obtained the treasures left behind by the temple. Baizhu Temple has stood at the pinnacle of the martial world in Yin for a millennium since its founding by Daruma, and its temple is filled with countless treasures and divine techniques. Thus, we can now frame that foul monk for possessing all the great elixirs left behind by the Baizhu Temple, as well as the secrets of the sublime techniques passed down by our founding patriarch, Bodhidharma, which contain the essence for transcending to the highest legendary realms. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Once we disseminate this information, regardless of its veracity, there will undoubtedly be no shortage of individuals in the martial world eager to eliminate that detestable bald donkey. After all, treasures and divine skills have always been the coveted prizes among martial artists. In the past, even a martial art created by an inner chi practitioner could incite a bloody storm in the world of martial arts, let alone the unparalleled divine skills imbued with legendary mysteries. If there exists even a sliver of possibility, such individuals will not let it slip by. Although they may lack the martial prowess to contend with that monk, they possess an array of despicable tactics, such as drugging, seduction, and coercion. At that moment, no matter how formidable that monk may be, with his 3 heads and 6 arms, can he withstand the ceaseless crises that may arise at any moment? Wang Zhongyi chuckled sinisterly, unable to suppress his delight at the clever scheme he had conceived. Ha! Truly a brilliant stratagem. Wang Zhongyi, it seems the cunning of you Yin people is boundless, unlike us barbarians who only know how to engage in brute force. It appears I must delve deeper into the cultural texts of your Yin people in the future. Hearing this, Ayanda burst into laughter and remarked, "Very well. Since this plan is so exquisite, we must not delay. Gather the artists to prepare portraits, and then disseminate the news of that foul monk acquiring the divine skills and elixirs. I shall see how that monk meets his end." As Ayanda laughed heartily, Gu Han remained oblivious to the scheme concocted by Wang Zhongyi and Ayanda. After evading the pursuit of the barbarian army, he found himself atop a nameless desolate mountain outside Xiangyuan City. This mountain was strewn with graves, seldom visited by the living. Gu Han had deliberately chosen this location to prevent harm from befalling the monks left behind by the Baozhu Temple, designating it as the resting place for Jingyuan. The grave was simple, lacking the deep burial chambers of nobility, consisting merely of a small pit, a modest coffin, and a stone tablet inscribed with characters etched by Gu Han's finger, in memory of my junior brother, Randa, established by his senior brother Gu Han on the 23rd day of the 5th month in the year of the Earth Dog. Junior brother, I have come to visit you today. I have avenged your death. Henceforth, I shall embark on a journey across the world to search for your parents. When we meet again, I know not when that will be. If you truly have a spirit in the heavens, I implore you to bless me in finding your parents swiftly and fulfilling your wishes. Before the humble grave, Gu Han held a wine bowl, speaking to himself as he reminisced about Jing Yuan's visage, his heart still heavy with sorrow. He had encountered his first true friend in this life, one who had treated him with genuine kindness without seeking anything in return. The loss of such a friend filled him with profound grief. Yet, the deceased had departed, and the living must continue to forge ahead. The crisis in reality still loomed, and even with his current prowess, akin to a half-step second-rate expert, he could sweep through this world with ease. However, in the realm of reality, especially amidst the turmoil of two warring armies. His strength would not suffice. In the armies of both nations, even a mere centurion would have cultivated inner strength, and combined with the various martial techniques available, their power would be significantly enhanced. Even if they were not his equal, they would surely surpass the average inner chi practitioners of this world. A centurion, amidst the millions of soldiers from both nations, was merely a mid-level officer, with ranks above him like lieutenants, commanders, generals, and the highest-ranking marshals. In such a formidable military environment, Guhan's prowess, comparable to a half-step second-rate expert, would not guarantee survival, and a mere encounter with a second-rate expert could spell his demise. Thus, although he found himself invincible in this world, he could not afford to squander the remaining time. It would be prudent to swiftly break through his inner chi and master the techniques left by Bodhidharma to their fullest extent, potentially even creating a unique internal cultivation method to surpass the second-rate realm. To forge such an internal method, he would need to gather various martial techniques developed by inner chi masters, amalgamating the wisdom of many. Despite the fact that no inner chi practitioner had ever created a foundational method, they had consistently explored the application of inner chi, providing inspiration. Coupled with the knowledge amassed in his previous life, the creation of a complete internal cultivation method, while challenging, was not devoid of hope. Setting forth, Guhan downed the contents of his bowl, smashed it upon the ground, and strode purposefully into the distance. Chapter 36. The Place of Rest. Qinghe City, a central metropolis in the northern region of the Yan Kingdom, derives its name from the river that flows past it. Thanks to this river, Qinghe City has developed a thriving transport network over the centuries, significantly bolstering the city's economy. Even amidst the conflicts of recent years, the presence of a prominent figure has ensured that Qinghe City remains largely unaffected. Today, Qinghe City stands proudly among the multitude of cities in Yan, consistently ranking among the top 3, a super city with a population exceeding 1 million in the north. As the month of September unfolded, ushering in the early autumn, the sweltering summer gradually gave way to cooler weather. Within Qinghe City, the young gentlemen and ladies, having been cooped up at home for months due to the oppressive heat, finally received the favor of the heavens. They immediately began calling upon friends to enjoy leisurely boat rides on the expansive Qinghe River, composing poetry, savoring fine wine and delectable food, and indulging in the pleasures of the world. In an instant, the vast expanse of the Qinghe River was adorned with exquisitely crafted boats, and countless elegantly dressed young men and women could be seen mingling alongside ordinary folk enjoying their own merriment on the water. Thus, outside Qinghe City, one could witness a lively and prosperous scene of citizens thriving and enjoying their lives. What a bustling city! I have long heard of the unparalleled prosperity of Qinghe City in the northern Yan region, once hailed as the central city of the south and north. I had thought that after over a decade of warfare, it would be unrecognizable, yet here it stands, maintaining such a vibrant visage, truly remarkable. As Guhan gazed at the myriad of people and vessels around the port after months of travel, his eyes lit up with admiration. This was not a spectacle he had never witnessed. In his first life as a modern individual, he had encountered international metropolises tenfold more prosperous than Qinghe City. However, given the current state of continuous warfare and the lack of a unified realm, it was already a rare feat for any city to avoid famine and cannibalism. The fact that Qinghe City appeared as if it had never been touched by war, still bustling with life, was nothing short of extraordinary. It seems you must be a visitor from afar. It is only natural that you are unaware of the marvels of Qinghe City. Would you like to hear this old man share a tale or two? As Guhan finished speaking, an elderly man with a face wrinkled like gnarled wood, wearing a straw hat and rough linen garments, his hair grizzled and aged around 60 or 70, approached him and addressed him in a clumsy accent of the Yan dialect. Months have passed since Guhan returned to secular life, and his once shaven head has sprouted a considerable amount of dark hair. Although it does not match the length of other men's, it is far from short, tied casually with a piece of grass. It gives him the appearance of a wanderer, making it difficult for others to immediately discern that he was once a monk. Oh, what is so remarkable about it? I would appreciate it if the boatman could elaborate, Guhan remarked, curiosity flickering across his face as he smiled at the old man. That is a long story. Dear sir, might I invite you aboard my humble vessel for a drink? I will share the tale in detail, the boatman replied, excitement lighting up his features upon seeing Guhan's agreement. Very well, I shall charter your boat for today. Take me to see the river, Guhan said knowingly, tossing a silver ingot weighing about 5 taels into the boatman's hands with a smile. Excellent. Follow me, dear sir, the boatman exclaimed, his joy palpable as he guided Guhan through winding paths to a small boat, approximately 5 or 6 meters long and over a meter wide, docked at the port. "Girl, come out and greet our guest," the boatman called out as they stepped onto the boat, releasing the anchor. From within the cabin, a sweet voice responded, "Coming, Grandpa." Following the sound, Guhan saw a modestly dressed young girl, around 16 or 17 years old, gracefully approach, her features pleasing to the eye. "Greetings, esteemed sir," she said, performing a respectful curtsy with grace. "Enough of that, my dear. Quickly prepare the food and drink. Today, this vessel is entirely at the service of this gentleman." The boatman instructed the girl, who appeared unperturbed by the sudden change in plans. "Yes, Grandpa," she replied obediently, returning to the cabin to prepare the meal. "Set sail," the boatman shouted, his white beard fluttering as he expertly maneuvered the bamboo pole. The small boat surged forward like an arrow, leaving the harbor behind. "Dear sir, earlier I hadn't finished my tale. You inquired about the significance of Qinghe City. I intended to bring you aboard without elaborating, but since you have shown kindness to my business, I shall share my story. Would you care to listen?" The boatman seemed invigorated as they departed the harbor, arranging food and drink while eagerly addressing Guhan. "Indeed. Please, do continue," Guhan replied, savoring a dish the girl had just brought and sipping the wine, genuinely curious about the subject. "Very well. I shall begin 15 years ago," the boatman said, his spirits lifted now that Guhan had partaken of the food. "Since the last king of Yin passed away and the prince ascended the throne, chaos ensued across the land. Many factions rose to power. In the southern region of Yin, the Tang king, Li Hanhai, held sway, though it is said that the south is now entirely under the control of barbarians, but that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, in the northwest, the Ming king, Zhu Hong, has established a formidable stronghold, with his general, Su Yuan, being a rare martial artist of great prowess, unmatched by many." As the boatman spoke, he shook his head, lamenting the plight of the north, which, despite its wealth and vastness, was marred by continuous warfare among numerous lords. "I am aware of these three lords: King Chun, Lu Sijia, King Wei, Zhao Shui, and King Zhou, Zhang Yi. But what connection do they have with Qinghe City? Is it under the dominion of one of these lords?" Guhan inquired, relishing the food while listening intently. Although he had little interest in the conflicts among the lords, he had certainly heard of these renowned figures. "Not at all," the boatman replied, shaking his head. "If Qinghe City were truly governed by any of these three kings, it would not enjoy the current state of prosperity. Cities under their rule, regardless of their affluence, inevitably suffer the ravages of war, and even if they do not fall into disrepair, they cannot exhibit such splendor. The true master of Qinghe City is not one of the three kings, but rather another individual." "Oh, who is that?" Guhan asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "It is King Lu Zhongzhou," the boatman said, a hint of reverence in his eyes as he spoke. "King Lu? What is his background?" Guhan's mind was filled with questions upon hearing this unfamiliar title. His knowledge of the influential figures in this world was still quite limited. After all, though these individuals wielded immense power over others, to him, they were merely ordinary men, no match for his own iron fists. "Ah, dear sir. The tale of King Lu is significant indeed. Unlike the self-proclaimed lords outside, this king was officially conferred the title by the emperor himself. Centuries ago, when the Yin state was founded, the founding emperor, in his delight, rewarded his loyal subjects and appointed them as kings. King Lu's ancestor, due to his extraordinary contributions and martial prowess, had already achieved inner strength and saved the founding emperor's life on numerous occasions, thus earning his trust and being granted the title of one-character king, a hereditary position. He was also given the small town of Qinghe as his fief. Over the centuries, this lineage has flourished, and now they possess immense power. In times of peace, their strength may be concealed, but with the current chaos, their fearsome might is on full display. Not only does their household boast thousands of martial artists trained in skin-hardening techniques, forming an army, but they also have hundreds skilled in muscle-changing techniques and dozens who have achieved blood refinement, along with several inner strength masters. Truly a formidable force. Currently, although the Lu family shows no ambition to conquer the world and prefers to remain within the confines of Qinghe City, their terrifying strength has deterred the three major lords of the north from provoking them. This is why, amidst the raging flames of war outside, Qinghe City remains vibrant, bustling with life. The boatmen continued to engage Guhan in conversation, discussing various topics until they had enjoyed several rounds of drinks and dishes. Eventually, the small boat arrived at a secluded spot on the Qinghe River, where, aside from a distant sighting of a large pleasure boat, there was no sign of human presence. "Dear sir, may I pose a question to you?" The boatman suddenly paused, his weathered face adorned with a smile as he turned to Guhan amidst the tranquil surroundings. "What question?" Guhan, leisurely admiring the scenery, paused, downed his drink, and responded with a smile. Pray tell, what do you think of the scenery around us? As the captain of the boat was about to speak, a delicate-looking, seemingly frail woman emerged from the cabin. With a melodious voice and a smile, she remarked, "Ah, the rippling waves, towering mountains and stones, peculiar rock formations, and the companionship of white apes on both banks. With their calls echoing through the air, it is indeed a picturesque spot. Thus, it serves perfectly as a final resting place for the two of you." Hearing this, Guhan smiled and nodded, then slowly rose. His terrifying aura surged forth like a dragon or an elephant, as if shattering the very heavens. Chapter 37. The Black and White Duo Boom. The overwhelming force of his energy erupted, akin to a hidden dragon ascending to the skies. Even though Guhan merely stood up casually, the immense power he exuded made the several-meter-long vessel tremble as though it might shatter at any moment. No, impossible. Guhan, you drank the 10 fragrance soft bone powder mixed in my wine. At such a high dosage, even a master comparable to the formidable barbarian King A. Yin should be left powerless and weak on the ground. How can you still unleash such potent energy and strength? Witnessing Guhan radiating an overwhelming presence, the old boatman and the delicate girl were instantly taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. Ah, I wondered who was so audacious. It turns out to be the infamous Black and White duo. You two truly have some nerve to strike at me after learning of my strength. The 10 fragrance soft bone powder may work on ordinary martial artists, but you have miscalculated in applying it to me. Guhan laughed coldly, offering no further explanation. At this point, his physique, honed through the fusion of martial arts from two realms, had progressed towards perfection, far surpassing his peers. If one were to compare physical prowess alone, even the top-tier masters of the Yu Kingdom, who could unleash formidable energy and strike with Tenjong's sword chi, would pale in comparison. Only those legendary innate masters, whose bodies had been purified by the world's spiritual energy, might be able to rival him. Thus, while it might be an exaggeration to say he was impervious to all poisons, achieving a state similar to the legendary 9-yang divine skill from the wuxia novel The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, which grants immunity to all toxins, was certainly within reach. Guhan's thoughts raced, yet his face remained impassive. He had no intention of explaining himself to the duo. Instead, he swiftly turned his palm, casting a shadow over the area around him, as if he were enveloping the entire world, and advanced towards the old boatman. This palm technique was none other than one of the 3 supreme martial skills of Bodhidharma, the Transcendence Palm. After months of practice, Guhan, though still far from mastery, could at least manage to execute it in a rudimentary manner. Gigi, don't mind me, flee quickly. Seeing Guhan seemingly unaffected by the 10 fragrant soft bone powder, the old boatman, in a moment of fear, shouted to the delicate girl to jump into the river and escape. Strangely, instead of retreating, he advanced towards Guhan. Humph, what a devoted couple. Alas, today, both of you shall meet your demise. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Guhan's eyes as he showed no mercy, ignoring the fleeing figure of the girl and accelerating his palm strike, which soon collided with the old boatman's. Puff! A sound of blood spewing echoed as their palms met, and blood was seen spraying through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before the old boatman crumpled, bones shattered, reduced to a mere heap of flesh, lifeless in an instant. Meanwhile, in the river, a shadow swiftly distanced itself from the boat upon hearing the commotion, but quickly resumed its escape. Where do you think you're going? Noticing the shadow in the water, Guhan stomped his foot, grasping a slender bamboo pole, and swung it with immense force. Swish! With the tremendous power behind his strike, the bamboo pole tore through the air like a steel spear, piercing the water and directly impaling the distant shadow. It continued its trajectory, embedding itself deep into the riverbed, coming to a halt only after several feet. Splash! The tranquil river surface, nearly 100 meters from the little boat, turned crimson as the bamboo pole struck the water, revealing a lifeless female body, her eyes filled with unwillingness and terror, a gaping wound in her chest. Thus, the infamous Black and White duo, notorious for having killed numerous masters of internal energy, met their end. Standing at the bow of the small boat, Guhan, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the 2 corpses around him, shaking his head, with not a ripple of emotion stirring within his heart. This was not due to any penchant for killing. Rather, throughout his journey, Guhan had encountered countless individuals attempting to assassinate him by various means, an endless cycle of slaughter. For it was unclear when the rumors began circulating in the martial world that he harbored the last and most precious legacy of the Pearl Temple within him. As the months passed and the number of those he killed grew, Along with the display of his burgeoning strength, more and more began to believe this rumor. The black and white duo were not the first, nor would they be the last. Now, let us see what spoils today brings. As he surveyed the two corpses, a hint of delight crept onto Guhan's face. If others could kill him for profit, he too could slay for gain. In fact, over the past few months, he had reaped considerable benefits from those who sought to ambush him. Aside from the initial waves of robbers, those who dared to come after him subsequently possessed skills that were generally quite formidable. While none could withstand even a single strike from him, they occasionally carried items that piqued his interest or proved immensely useful. For instance, the black and white duo before him. This couple, though of average strength, barely reaching the blood refinement stage, had made a name for themselves in the martial world, overshadowing many masters of internal energy. Their notoriety stemmed from their myriad schemes. It was said they inherited the legacy of the Shadow Poison sect, which once reigned supreme in the Yin Kingdom a century ago, particularly excelling in disguises and poisons. Most notably the infamous 10-fragrance soft bone powder. This powder, a white, odorless substance, easily dissolved in various foods and beverages, and its effects were incredibly potent. With just a small dose, it could render an invincible master of internal energy utterly helpless, weaker than an ordinary person. Years ago, the Shadow Poison sect wielded this potent drug with great power, instilling fear far and wide, ensnaring countless masters into their traps. Unfortunately, their rampant actions and brazenly harming others led to their eventual extermination by the martial world's major sections a century later. It was unknown how these two had once again acquired the Shadow Poison sect's legacy, enabling them to dominate despite their modest cultivation level. Curiosity piqued. Guhan began to search the bodies. Chapter 38. The spoils. With a sound akin to fabric being torn, Guhan explored the old boatman's face. Moments later, with a slight exertion, he pulled away a lifelike human skin mask, revealing a face marked by horror, a common middle-aged man who had died with his eyes wide open. The art of disguise from the Shadow Poison sect truly is unparalleled in the world. Such exquisite human skin masks are so intricately crafted that even I cannot discern a single flaw, which is simply astonishing. Gazing upon the unfamiliar visage beneath the mask, Guhan felt a faint shock in his heart. With his current eyesight, he could clearly see not just a face mere inches away, but even the struggles of ants from 10 paces away. Yet just moments ago, had the old black-clad man not revealed himself, Guhan would not have noticed anything amiss. Even as the old man boasted and laughed heartily, his subtle expressions offering no hint of deceit. Such terrifying skill is indeed beyond belief, not only in ancient times, but even in the technologically advanced era of my first life. Such feats were utterly unattainable, showcasing its extraordinary nature. One can only wonder who created this art of disguise, as it is so remarkable that it even confounds me, truly a figure of great significance. After marveling at the astonishing ability of the black and white fiends, Guhan felt a surge of eagerness and continued to search around the old black-clad man. He unearthed numerous packets of medicinal powders, vials, and jars, 10-fragrance bone-softening powder, 3-day heartbreak pill, life-renewing 8 pills, heavenly fragrance powder, and human skin masks. Yet no matter how diligently he searched, he could not find even a trace of information regarding the secrets of the art of disguise or the recipe for the 10-fragrance bone-softening powder. How could there be none? Could it be that the secrets of the Shadow Poison sect were not on the old black-clad man, but rather with the old white-clad man? Or perhaps hidden elsewhere? Guhan pondered. While it is common for martial artists traversing the river and lakes to carry important possessions for a peculiar sense of security, especially individuals like the black and white fiends, whose threat and life-preserving abilities rival those of formidable practitioners from the dark paths, it is not without exceptions. Perhaps these two are not the type to carry such important items with them. Nevertheless, Guhan resolved to first retrieve the body of the white-clad girl and search her for clues. If he still found nothing, he would have to resign himself to that fate. Just as he was about to paddle his small boat to the elegant corpse of the white-clad girl, he suddenly sensed an unsettling sensation behind him. A tearing sound echoed, like fabric being ripped apart. On the small boat, Guhan turned over the corpse of the old black-clad boatman, tearing through the fabric of his back, and after a thorough search, he finally detected something unusual. With a swift motion, a face-sized piece of human skin, covered in densely packed text, appeared in his hand. 10-fragrance bone-softening powder recipe, disguised technique explanation. At the bow of the boat, Guhan gazed at the myriad of tiny letters on the human skin, and a smile broke across his face. Though these two skills belong to the unorthodox, their potential utility may far surpass the 3 supreme martial arts created by the founder of Zen, Bodhidharma. After all, no matter how powerful Bodhidharma was, he was still limited by the constraints of the world, merely a second-rate martial artist. The techniques he developed may be valuable to Guhan now, but as he progresses to a higher tier, they may become trivial. However, the 10 fragrance bone-softening powder recipe and disguise technique explanation are entirely different. The former is a specialized antidote for internal energy, while it poses no threat to Guhan, who has long since transformed into a body impervious to toxins. It could spell doom for other martial artists, even those proficient in internal energy, or second-rate masters capable of projecting true energy in the world, could find themselves rendered vulnerable if they ingest a sufficient dosage. As for the disguise technique explanation, it might be even more formidable. Although the art of disguise is well known in the martial world, and nearly every wandering figure possesses a modicum of it, mastering it is exceedingly difficult. The Shadow Poison sect is undoubtedly an expert in this field, as evidenced by the Black and White Fiends. Their disguise techniques were so sophisticated that even Guhan's keen eyes could not detect them, let alone those lesser than him in the main world. It can be said that should Guhan fully comprehend the disguise technique, it would be akin to mastering the legendary 72 transformations of the Monkey King from myth. He would be able to conjure countless identities at will, a perfect skill for subterfuge and deception. Elated, Guhan carefully stowed the human skin manuscript in the golden box within his robe. Finally, he selected a human skin mask depicting a young man with a long scar on his face, whose countenance appeared remarkably stern, and gradually placed it upon his own face. A soft sound echoed as the mask adhered to his skin, akin to a suction cup meeting a smooth wall, instantly transforming him from a handsome young man into an ordinary-looking youth with a scarred visage. What a treasure! Feeling the mask snugly fit his face, Guhan leaned down to gaze at the reflection in the clear river water, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. He then returned to the cabin, retrieved a long sword approximately 4 feet in length, secured it to his back, and began to row towards the distant ship that was just barely visible. For according to the old black-clad man's words, that place might hold the next step in his journey and the pathway to fulfilling his ultimate purpose in this world. Chapter 39. Guidance on the deck of the grand ship. The clash of blades resonated, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. In the midst of it all, a young swordsman clad in white and a swordsman dressed in green were engrossed in their sparring, their sword and knife movements captivating the audience of elegantly dressed young ladies and gentlemen, who erupted in cheers. Bravo, brotherly! Your swift light sword technique has become increasingly refined. I dare say you have already reached the second minor level of mastery, and soon you shall attain the second major breakthrough, achieving the realm of great transformation, exclaimed a young gentleman with a white fan, his face glowing with admiration as he watched the white-clad swordsman. Alas, Brother Zhang, you are mistaken. While brotherly swift light sword technique is formidable, Brother Zhou's family tradition of flame blade is not to be underestimated. They are both at the same minor level of mastery. The outcome remains uncertain, retorted a young man in purple simultaneously. Indeed, I too believe Brother Zhou's blade technique is superior. Another voice chimed in. Nonsense. Brotherly swordplay is far more impressive. The spirited debate among the young gentlemen and ladies erupted, each eager to assert their opinions. My lady, what are your thoughts? As the discussion heated up, a young man within the crowd, with a flattering smile, turned to the enchanting young woman at the center of attention. His eyes filled with admiration and respect. The lady referred to as the county princess, whose full name is Lu Yi, is the youngest daughter of the current Lu Wang of the Lu royal residence. Despite her gender precluding her from the right of succession to the throne, she enjoys an inexplicably favored status with the reigning Lu Wang. Even the most formidable contenders for the throne within the Lu family are reluctant to offend her, which speaks volumes about her standing. Beyond her exalted lineage, Lu Yi possesses exceptional martial talent. At the tender age of 18, she has already mastered the Ningyi sword technique, reaching the pinnacle of the Yijin realm, and is but a step away from the esteemed blood refinement level within the martial world. This remarkable prowess unequivocally positions her as the foremost among her peers, and her status and abilities command respect even from those of high birth present. Thus, when the topic shifts to Lu Yi, the young gentlemen and ladies in attendance are quick to express their eagerness for her insights, exclaiming, "Indeed, Princess, whom do you believe stands a better chance? Please share your thoughts so that Brother Li and Brother Zhou may find it easier to advance in the future." Lu Yi, unable to decline the earnest requests, smiled and said, "Very well, since you all have invited me with such sincerity, I shall offer a few remarks. However, I must preface this by saying that these are merely my personal opinions, meant for your amusement. Please do not take them too seriously." With a nod of her head, she surveyed the assembly for a moment before continuing. In truth, both Li Xiujing Xuanguang's sword technique and Zhou Chuan's flame blade are remarkable martial arts. renowned not only in Qinghe City but throughout the northern regions. In terms of technique, they are indeed comparable. However, techniques do not determine superiority. It is the practitioner that does. Li Xiujing's time to achieve the second minor success with the Xuanguang sword technique was evidently longer than Zhou Chuan's with the flame blade. His movements are not only more adept, but his strikes are also executed with greater speed and power, suggesting he has mastered one additional sinew compared to Zhou Chuan. Thus, I believe this match will favor Li Xiujing. Lu Yi's confident smile illuminated her enchanting visage, clearly reflecting her self-assuredness in her judgment. However, as she concluded her remarks and the gathered noble youths prepared to lavish her with praise, an unexpected discordant voice broke through the air. Nay, while Li Xiujing may possess slightly greater strength, his mind is currently in disarray. From my perspective, he is likely to falter soon. From beneath the grand vessel, Gu Han arrived in a small boat, speaking with an air of calm. How audacious! How dare you question the county princess's words? Who is this impudent fool? Seeking his own demise? Young man, come forth and duel with me. I wish to see what skills you possess that lead you to challenge the princess's judgment. At Gu Han's words, the noble ladies and gentlemen aboard the deck erupted in indignation, hurling insults at the cold-faced swordsman he portrayed. Yet, in the very next moment, the duel between the two contenders took an unexpected turn. A sharp clang reverberated through the air, capturing everyone's attention as Zhou Chuan, the youth in green wielding a long blade, suddenly unleashed a fierce attack, exploiting a flaw in Li Xiujing's swordplay. In an instant, he struck Li Xiujing's sword from his grasp and swiftly redirected his blade to rest against Li Xiujing's neck. Zhou Chuan wins. What? Zhou Chuan truly emerged victorious. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld Li Xiujing, now flushed with humiliation after his defeat. Moments prior, he had appeared to hold the advantage and was on the cusp of victory, but with the arrival of this enigmatic swordsman cloaked in black, the tide of battle had dramatically reversed, rendering the outcome utterly inconceivable. You wretched scoundrel! Did you employ some sorcery to ensure Li Daji lost, and brought shame upon the princess? A sweet-faced maiden clad in pink exclaimed amidst the crowd at the sight of the white-clad swordsman's defeat. Qing Yin, do not be disrespectful. This gentleman possesses extraordinary talent and strength, far beyond what I can compare. Please allow me to pay my respects to him. Lu Yi reprimanded the pink-clad maiden before, astonishingly, bowing deeply to Gu Han. Disregarding her noble status, having grown up in a prestigious household surrounded by masters, she had honed her keen perception, though this young man seemed scarcely 30. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor akin to that of the greatest masters within her household. Ah, you little girl, it is refreshing to encounter someone who can engage in reason. Unlike others of your ilk, you have potential. Given your imminent breakthrough into the blood refinement stage, and our fortuitous connection, I shall offer you a few pointers to assist you in your endeavor. Gu Han remarked, his demeanor both courteous and sincere, as if guiding another through the complexities of blood refinement was a trivial matter easily accomplished. Chapter 40. The Martial Hall Master. In truth, this was indeed the case. After spending over a decade in seclusion, Gu Han's comprehension of blood refinement and the intricacies of the internal energy realm is unparalleled. Among his peers, few would dare to claim superiority in understanding. Even the first-rate masters capable of transforming their true energy into formidable power within the realm of Yu country would find themselves lacking in comparison. In this world where the highest cultivation level is merely that of internal energy, Gu Han is confident in his unrivaled grasp of blood refinement and the internal energy realm. Show me your sword technique, Gu Han instructed, a spark of clarity igniting within him. Upon hearing Gu Han's request, Lu Yi hesitated momentarily, but soon acquiesced. Ordinarily, revealing one's martial skills to another is a grave taboo within the martial world. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt compelled to heed the words of this young swordsman, sensing that failing to do so might lead to lifelong regret. Thus, after scarcely a breath of hesitation, she unsheathed her 3-foot-long sword with a resounding clang and began to demonstrate her family's Ningyi sword technique. The sword energy soared through the air, its tip aimed at the stars, the essence of water and sky intertwined. On the deck of the grand vessel, Lu Yi executed each move of the Ningyi sword technique, her internal energy gradually boiling forth in harmony with the exquisite martial art. As her swordplay unfolded, Gu Han's eyes sparkled with insight. With each swing, the circulation of her vital essence appeared to manifest as tangible threads of energy flowing before him. Your body is obstructed at the arm. When executing the sword energy, you should direct your vital essence to that area. Your thigh also bears another blockage. While performing the water and sky technique, Your internal energy must primarily surge towards that point. Amidst the tranquil atmosphere of the ship's deck, the only sounds were the rush of wind from Lu Yi's sword and Gu Han's guiding words, continuously instructing her on how to overcome the blood refinement barrier. Time passed slowly. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks, a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour. After a full half-hour had passed, Lu Yi was unaware of how many times she had consecutively executed the Ning He sword technique, breaking through several barriers. Finally, in that decisive moment, Lu Yi paused her sword, and a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from her. At that moment, her strength coursed through her entire being, her blood essence flowing through her limbs and bones, significantly enhancing her power and allowing her to break through the blood-tempering stage. Stepping into the realm of top-tier masters in this world, the crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Lu Yi's genuine breakthrough, their faces filled with shock. They finally recognized that this young swordsman before them possessed real skills. They no longer dared to utter harsh words, but instead looked at Gu Han with fervent eyes, yearning for guidance akin to what Lu Yi had received. However, Gu Han had no time to heed these onlookers. His sole objective today was Lu Yi herself. After her breakthrough, Lu Yi closed her eyes to savor the moment before exhaling softly, sheathed her sword, and knelt before Gu Han, her eyes brimming with gratitude and excitement. "Sir, your remarkable talent has saved me countless hours in my breakthrough. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth. I implore you to accept me as your disciple today. I shall treat you with the utmost respect in the future." Lu Yi spoke with fervent enthusiasm. Although she was a woman, she had been devoted to martial arts since childhood. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional her innate talent, she could not have achieved such accomplishments at her age. Upon encountering someone like Gu Han, who could effortlessly assist her in breaking through the blood-tempering stage, she realized she had encountered a true master and could not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, accepting the county princess as a disciple is not out of the question. After all, I have traveled extensively over the years and feel somewhat weary. I seek a place to settle down. I have heard that the King of Lu is actively recruiting talents and has established a martial arts hall that houses countless extraordinary techniques. Might I inquire if I could join as a hall master? Gu Han smiled broadly, making a bold proposal, and then patiently awaited Lu Yi's response. Haha, you jest, sir. The martial arts hall would be greatly honored to have a person of your caliber join us. How could we not welcome you? If you agree to join, I shall personally persuade my father to grant you the position of hall master. Lu Yi responded without hesitation, clearly indicating that her status as the king's daughter was even beyond Gu Han's expectations, as she could easily promise such a significant position. Of course, this might also reflect the king's lack of regard for the martial arts hall. After all, the King of Lu was already a formidable figure, with many powerful experts under his command. Additionally, not all martial artists in the world were as extraordinary as Gu Han, possessing an indestructible body that could defy blades and spears. In truth, during battles between armies, even the mightiest warriors could only boast temporary dominance, relying on their inner strength for a brief time to slay enemies and seize flags. If careless, they could find themselves surrounded by troops, and should their energy be depleted, their lives would be at risk. Thus, while the King of Lu claimed to be eager for talent and valued martial artists from the world, his true priorities likely placed this county princess far above the others. Haha, since the princess has agreed, I, Ran Han, shall accept her as my disciple. I hope the princess can diligently practice and soon break through to the realm of inner energy. Gu Han's thoughts whirled, and he quickly grasped the situation, smiling as he provided a false name and agreed. Originally, his escape from the Baozhu temple had two purposes: to immerse himself in martial arts and collect the world's secret techniques, and to search for his junior disciple, Jing Yuan's family. However, during the ensuing months of flight, Gu Han realized the limitations of individual strength. Even with great power, when it came to searching for people and objects, one could not compare to the collective force of countless individuals. Therefore, he had long considered aligning himself with a faction to harness their strength. Now, the King of Lu presented an excellent choice, aligning perfectly with his desires. The following day, under the clear skies and bright sun, Lu Wang and the county princess Lu Yi personally led the way, welcoming a new hall master to the martial arts hall of Lu Wangfu in Qinghe City. This person's origins were mysterious. Though young, their power was unparalleled. Not only did they defeat the previous hall master, who had achieved inner energy, but they also provided insightful guidance, helping several martial artists at the hall break through to the blood-tempering stage. In an instant, they became renowned overnight, captivating everyone's admiration. Furthermore, as word spread, Countless martial artists flocked to Qinghe City, yearning for guidance, and even outsiders arrived, hoping for a glimpse. However, since that initial display of power, the new Hall Master seemed to adopt a more low-profile lifestyle, dedicating each day to studying martial arts, shunning outside visitors, and allowing the world to change around them. The seasons to come and go. Chapter 41. Ran Minyet. The world is vast and does not revolve around any single individual. Guhan's disappearance. While disappointing those in the martial world who believed he had acquired the teachings of the Zen Master Bodhidharma and held the secrets to breaking through legendary realms, did not concern anyone else, especially for the northern warriors led by the barbarian king Ayenda. Upon learning of Guhan's absence from the martial world, they expressed unrestrained joy, believing that he had truly fallen victim to Wang Zhongyi's treachery and perished at the hands of some martial artist. Thus, in the year 328 of the Great Yin Dynasty, after a crushing defeat of the Ming King Zhu Hong in the southern province of Nan, the barbarian army, having regained full control over the southern lands, set forth again after several months of recuperation, intent on conquering the wealthiest northern territories of the Yin kingdom. Unfortunately, barbarian King Ayenda ultimately underestimated the power of the northern lords, whether it was due to tales of the barbarians' brutality or a stirring of national pride. They refused to become slaves to others. After the barbarians captured several cities in succession, the three northern kings, putting aside their grudges from over a decade of conflict, united forces. They then contacted 18 other lords, including the king of Lu, forming a temporary alliance known as the 18 Lords Anti-Barbarian Coalition. Assembling an army of over 1 million to establish Qinghe City as their primary defense, successfully halting the barbarians' advance, leading to a stalemate. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In front of the martial arts hall at Lu Wangfu in Qinghe City, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A warrior clad in a short blue outfit rushed excitedly through the pathways, disregarding the greetings from fellow martial artists. His face beaming with joy as he approached a lavish room and called out loudly, "Hall Master! Hall Master! Great news! You once instructed us to seek out a certain individual, and I have found them. However, by the time I reached them, they had already been slain by barbarians, leaving only their grandson, whom I rescued. All the family heirlooms, such as their jade pendant, match your descriptions, as do their surnames and experiences. I am now certain that this person is the one you have been searching for. When would you like to confirm this, Hall Master?" Kneeling outside the door, the blue-clad warrior spoke respectfully, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation as he recalled the Hall Master's promise. "Very well, bring them to me immediately. If I confirm that he is indeed the person I seek, then you should choose a suitable time to visit me in the coming days. I will guide you in breaking through the blood refinement stage and fulfill my promise to you." Inside the room, Guhan, dressed in a black robe with a mature and handsome appearance, his long black hair casually cascading down, set aside the ancient tome of martial arts he had been reading and spoke softly towards the door. "Yes, thank you, Hall Master." The response from within the room brought a smile of joy to the blue-clad warrior's face. The blood refinement stage is the closest one can get to the realm of internal energy, a milestone considered a minor giant in the martial world. Even amidst the vastness of the martial realm, it stands as a mark of a top-tier expert. Although he himself had achieved a considerable level of skill, being a top-tier second-rate warrior, the gap between him and a blood refinement practitioner remained vast. In truth, the difference was as stark as that between heaven and earth. He feared he might not even withstand a couple of strikes from such a master. However, if he could locate the individual the Hall Master needed, and subsequently break through to that coveted realm under the Hall Master's guidance, he envisioned a future where he could traverse the martial world alone, unmatched and formidable. The blue-clad warrior felt elated at the thought and quickly exited. Meanwhile, Guhan paid little heed to this matter, continuing to immerse himself in the martial arts manual. Guiding someone through the blood refinement stage was a task he could accomplish with ease during his own time in that stage, let alone now, having broken through to the realm of internal energy with a more profound understanding of the physical and vital essence. Previously, he could only guide those with decent talent, offering hope to those who might struggle on their own. Now, he could elevate anyone with a modicum of potential to the blood refinement level without difficulty, provided they were not utterly talentless, akin to his own previous incarnation. Knock, knock, knock. Hardly half a tea's worth of time had passed when another series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Hall Master, I have brought him. Come in." Guhan replied casually, waving his hand. With a surge of internal energy, he stirred the air, and the door creaked open as if moved by an invisible force, revealing two figures outside. One was the blue-clad warrior who had delivered the message, and the other was a child who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. "What's your name?" Guhan disregarded the respectful blue-clad warrior, focusing his gaze on the child with a smile, not requiring further confirmation. The moment he laid eyes on the child, Guhan had no doubt that he was the grandson of Jing Yuan. Though merely the nephew of Jing Yuan, the child's resemblance to a young Jing Yuan was striking, almost as if he were looking back decades in time. With such an identical appearance, what further confirmation was necessary? My nickname is Dog Egg, but my full name is Ran One. However, I later gave myself a name, Ran Wu, meaning I hope to learn martial arts and vanquish all the barbarians. The child spoke boldly, his eyes filled with determination and a hint of hatred, gazing at Guhan with eager anticipation. He understood that the blue-clad warrior was formidable, having effortlessly defeated numerous foes to save him just days prior. Hence, the presence of this esteemed figure, who commanded such respect, promised an even greater strength. Aligning himself with such a powerful individual was essential for realizing his aspirations. Oh, to vanquish the barbarians? Your ambition is impressive, but what makes you believe you can achieve such a feat? Guhan asked, intrigued by the child's bold declaration. Simply by my diligence and my exceptional talent. The master at the town school said I possess extraordinary potential, the likes of which he has never seen. If I encounter a renowned teacher, I will surely become the world's foremost expert. At that time, I will lead an army and eliminate all the barbarians. The child, Ran Wu, clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Hee, young one, you possess a fierce spirit for someone so young. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Come train with me, and I assure you will become the mightiest warrior in the world. What do you say? Before Guhan finished speaking, he moved as if teleporting, appearing beside the child and gently patting him on the back, nodding affirmatively. Yes, disciple pays respects to the master. The child exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling to bow, eliciting a reaction of awe from the blue-clad warrior. Guhan smiled at the sight, saying, well, since you have pledged to be my disciple, you must heed my commands. I sense a heavy aura of slaughter surrounding you, which may lead to recklessness. Therefore, your name should not include the character for Wu Martial, but rather retain one literary to maintain balance. Furthermore, we shall add the character for Min Gate to your name, sealing your literary essence to prevent its dispersion, allowing it to contend with martial prowess. From this day forth, you shall be called Ran Min. How does that sound? The name slipped from Guhan's lips as if inspired by a sudden revelation. Yes, disciple Ran Min will diligently obey master's orders. The moment Guhan finished speaking, the child, Ran Min, trembled as if struck by lightning, taking a moment to regain himself before clasping his hands in respect and exclaiming loudly. Chapter 42. Time flies, like a white horse galloping past thus. In the 331st year of the Great Yin, which marked Guhan's 21st year in this realm, Ran One, in the martial hall of the Lu Wangfu in Qinghe City, became Guhan's disciple, receiving the name Ran Min and commencing his illustrious journey. In the first year of Ran Min's discipleship, the 332nd year of the Great Yin, under Guhan's meticulous guidance, he mastered the Luohan fist in just a year, achieving the pinnacle of skin refinement. Following that, he swiftly transitioned to the White Tiger muscle training fist, breaking through to the muscle transformation stage, becoming one of the few second-tier experts in the martial world, rivaling those who had toiled for decades. In the third year, at the tender age of 15, with his youthful features still intact, Ran Min approached Guhan with excitement, proclaiming that he had perfected the 24 minor and 12 major tendons of his body. In a stunning display, he directly broke through the blood refinement stage, a milestone that had eluded Guhan for over 10 years, leaving him in silent astonishment, lamenting the child's truly terrifying talent. Not only did he surpass Guhan, but he also far outstripped his brother Jing Yuan, a prodigy in his own right. Despite Guhan's extensive experience, having encountered countless so-called geniuses, none could compare to Ran Min. Only the legendary figure of Bodhidharma, shrouded in myth, might stand as a contender. 3 years later, at the age of 18, Ran Min's martial prowess ascended once more, reaching the pinnacle of blood refinement, his strength now only a step away from the most elite internal energy masters. In the following months, he attempted to breach the internal energy stage multiple times, but alas, that seemingly insurmountable step remained elusive for most, often a lifelong barrier. While it might not be a significant challenge for Ran Min, it still slightly hindered his rapid progression. After a month of contemplation, he finally approached Guhan on a sunny morning to tender his resignation, embarking on his journey through the martial world, thus commencing his grand and tumultuous life. Nevertheless, the vicissitudes of the world will never cease for any individual, and Guhan's life would not be interrupted by the departure of Ran Min. After Ran Min's departure, Guhan maintained his previous routine, dedicating his days either to the study of martial arts scriptures or to diligently practicing the techniques left by the revered Bodhidharma. In the first year following Ranmin's exit, Guhan, after years of arduous training, finally comprehended the first supreme martial skill, the turning the heavens palm, and cultivated it to a consummate level. With his formidable inner energy, a single strike unleashed a force that enveloped a radius of several feet, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Reminiscent of a celestial collapse, far surpassing the capabilities of the former abbot Yuan Yin and others from Baozhu Temple. By the third year of Ranmin's absence, during a practice session, Guhan experienced a moment of enlightenment that significantly elevated his martial realm. With the aid of 2 grand elixirs, his internal energy reached its limit within this realm. Although his physical form still lacked the prowess of Bodhidharma, his inner energy had ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Comparable to the renowned masters of Baozhu Temple, such as Liao Kong and Zhu Ming, as well as the southern warrior, King Ayenda. When combined with his physical strength, Guhan's overall power underwent a transformation, rivaling that of second-rate masters in the main world, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. As for the inner martial arts technique he aspired to create, the recent enlightenment finally revealed a glimmer of hope. By the 9th year of Ranmin's departure, although Guhan's inner technique was still incomplete, he had thoroughly grasped another of Bodhidharma's formidable skills, the lightness technique one reed crossing the river, achieving a great level of mastery. This technique focused on lightness, allowing him to move as gracefully as a swallow, able to traverse water with ease. While he was unable to span hundreds of feet across a rushing river with a single reed as Bodhidharma had, he could effortlessly cross a river several hundred meters wide. Thus, Guhan had achieved mastery in both his martial arts and lightness skills. Fast forward to the year 354 of the Dayan calendar, precisely the 23rd year since Ranmin became his master and the 17th year since his departure. The southern warrior King Ayenda had grown old, while his son, Jin, suddenly rose to prominence, exhibiting astonishing prowess. At merely 28, he surpassed his father's former realm, far exceeding the mastery of inner energy, setting his sights on legendary status. Upon his first engagement, he displayed strength rivaling that of his father, decisively defeating several generals from the Northern 18 Lords Alliance, causing them to retreat in disarray. However, unlike his father, who had grown up in a tribal setting, the young King Jin had been educated by esteemed mentors from the Central Plains, making him far more adept in the art of war than Ayenda. Under his command, the Northern 18 Lords Alliance, which had struggled for over a decade, ultimately crumbled against the might of the barbarians. Among them, the Lord of Qinghe City, Lu Wang, perished in battle, with his daughter Lu Yi vanishing, leading to the dissolution of the Lu family, renowned for centuries. 8 of the 18 lords fell in battle, and the remaining ones suffered heavy losses, retreating to their strongholds to mount a desperate defense against the barbarian onslaught. Regrettably, the once unified coalition of 18 lords could not withstand the barbarian assault, let alone the beleaguered remnants now. Thus, under Jin's relentless advance, the northern lords offered no resistance. In 3 days, they captured a city, in half a month, a county, and within 2 months, a state. Miraculous numbers unfolded as the territory of the north was steadily claimed by the barbarians, and within a year, they had occupied 6 out of 9 states in the north, an alarming 2/3 of the region. Just as it seemed that the Dayan Empire, which had thrived for over 300 years, was on the brink of collapse, an army surged forth from the northern Liangzhou, cutting through the ranks of the barbarian forces with unmatched ferocity. The leader, self-identified as Ranmin, was known as the Martial King of Morning. This individual possessed remarkable talents in military acumen, issuing a decree to eradicate the barbarians and rallying all who wished to restore the Dayan Empire. He garnered support from the Northwest Ming King and the lords yet unvanquished by the barbarians, forming an anti-barbarian alliance. Under his leadership, the coalition forces repeatedly triumphed over Jin, reclaiming 4 of the 6 lost states in the north, standing firm against the barbarians who had occupied the entirety of the south and a significant portion of the north, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, 7 or 8 years passed. In a humble thatched cottage in the unnamed village of Gao Liangzhou, an elderly man with white hair and a serene demeanor suddenly felt a tremor within him, as an internal energy began to awaken in his dantian. Chapter 43. Late stage of second rate at long last, he had succeeded. Feeling the unique energy swirling within his dantian, akin to internal energy, yet fundamentally different, Guhan finally exhaled with relief, a smile gracing his face. Since his forced escape from Baozhu Temple, Guhan had harbored the ambition to create a new internal martial arts technique. 3 years of contemplation, 3 years of study, 6 years of simulation. Finally, after 12 years, a moment of enlightenment dawned upon him, providing the initial framework for his creation. Following decades of relentless research and study, he had painstakingly crafted this internal martial arts technique. Guhan pondered deeply, and flashes of information regarding internal martial arts from the main world of the Yu Kingdom flooded his mind. Within the Yu Kingdom, internal martial arts techniques were categorized into 4 major ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven rank was typically conceived by innate masters at the pinnacle of martial arts, exhibiting boundless power and unparalleled intricacy, often referred to as innate techniques or sacred martial arts. Earth rank techniques were significantly weaker, generally crafted by first-rate masters capable of transforming their vital energy into formidable forms. However, even within the vast Yu Kingdom, these techniques were regarded as divine secrets, forming the foundation for many prominent families. In contrast, the Mysterious and Yellow ranks represented lower-tier techniques, typically created by second-rate warriors. The Mysterious rank was considered a prime example among second-rate creations, often developed by peak second-rate warriors who might aspire to reach first-rate status in their lifetime. However, the Yellow rank was entirely pedestrian, produced by ordinary second-rate practitioners. While mastering it to completion could lead to a breakthrough in the second-rate realm, such strength remained feeble. Not to mention, when facing any practitioner who had cultivated a Mysterious rank technique, they would find themselves utterly outmatched without superior martial skills. Such individuals were at the bottom tier among second-rate warriors, only capable of preying upon ordinary third-rate practitioners. If they were to encounter third-rate warriors with deep familial backgrounds, armed with Earth or even Heaven rank techniques, they would likely be defeated, becoming stepping stones for others to rise to fame. Such a fate was nothing short of tragic. Guhan reflected that the internal martial arts technique he had created was likely a lamentably weak Yellow rank skill, perhaps even inferior to those crafted by many second-rate warriors who had immersed themselves in the second-rate realm for years. Nevertheless, Guhan did not feel inferior. After all, the second-rate warriors had numerous references when creating their techniques, while he had but a scant few. It could be said that he had merely established a foundational understanding of martial arts in reality before being exiled after mastering a technique known as Diamond Body Refinement Fist. Compared to the indigenous people of Yin, Guhan, aside from his knowledge of internal cultivation methods and some rudimentary understanding of internal energy, was not significantly stronger. Yet, despite these limitations, he astonishingly developed a genuine internal cultivation technique, achieving an accomplishment that even the legendary Bodhidharma could not attain. How remarkable that is. Furthermore, although his technique was modest, it did not imply that his strength was weak. With this thought, Guhan focused his mind, and the nascent internal energy within him surged vigorously, merging in a peculiar manner to form a new energy that transcended both internal energy and internal force. This new energy began to pulse through the meridians of his body. Thunderous roars echoed as the formidable energy coursed like mighty rivers within him, directed along a predetermined path under his command. Within the human body, there exist extraordinary meridians and 12 primary channels. Opening any one of these would significantly enhance a martial artist's internal power. Among them, if one were to connect with any of the extraordinary meridians, they could transform their vital energy into formidable power, elevating themselves to the ranks of top-tier martial artists. Connecting with any of the 12 primary channels might not reach that level, but it could still allow for the external projection of vital energy, enabling one to become a second-tier martial artist. Thus, the journey of cultivating top and second-tier warriors is essentially a continuous process of opening these channels. Only through this relentless endeavor can a martial artist grow stronger. At present, Guhan was engaged in this very process. The air vibrated, producing subtle humming sounds as he sat cross-legged on a mat in a thatched cottage, channeling the new energy within him to impact the Shao Sanyang meridian among the 12 primary channels. Suddenly, a sound akin to a colossal wave crashing against a dam resonated in the air under the impact of his new energy. The blockages within the Shao Sanyang meridian were instantaneously cleared. In comparison to other martial artists, Guhan's breakthrough was as effortless as eating or drinking. In the blink of an eye, the entire meridian was thoroughly opened, officially elevating him to the status of a second-tier martial artist. At the moment the Shao Sanyang meridian was cleared, an invisible wave of internal energy emanated from Guhan's body, extending several feet outward and dispatching several flies that flew too close, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. The phrase "not a feather could be added, nor a fly could land" from the Taijiquan theory by the Taiji master Wang Zongyue serves as a metaphor for the ultimate realm of Taijiquan practice. where one's sensitivity reaches an extraordinary level, achieving a state of ethereal agility. This phrase, often cited by various authors in the novels Guhan had read in his first life, depicted masters of national martial arts, emphasizing the profound strength of their techniques. However, now, the illusion had transformed into reality. After Guhan attained the second-tier realm, the scenarios from the novels truly manifested in his existence. Moreover, compared to mere masters who could only prevent a feather from being added or a fly from landing, Guhan's projection of vital energy was evidently more formidable. Not only did it extend beyond his body, but it also created a small domain around him, exuding an aura of terror. The powerful new energy surged violently within Guhan, resembling an invincible dragon determined to crush all obstacles in its path. As the meridians continued to open, Guhan's presence grew increasingly formidable. After several breaths, the intensity of his aura suddenly receded, and a series of explosive sounds emanated from his body as he slowly rose to his feet. At this point, Guhan had successfully opened 7 out of the 12 primary channels, leaving only 5 unopened, marking a significant leap into the latter stage of the second-tier realm. Truly a remarkable ascent. Chapter 44, Semi-Spiritual Power Name. Guhan Level 5 Realm. Late stage of external vital energy projection techniques. Diamond Body Refining Fist, White Tiger Muscle Transformation Fist, Arhut Fist. Crocodilian Blood Refining Palm, Self-Created Nameless Technique. Skills, Disguise Technique, Mastered. 10 Fragrant Soft Bone Powder Preparation, Acquired. Moontracking Step, 3rd Major Completion. 72 Paths of Demon Suppressing Palm, 3rd Major Completion. Heaven Overturning Palm, 5th Major Completion. 1 Reed Crossing the River, 5th Major Completion. Indestructible Diamond Skill, 4th Major Completion. System Skills, Simulation, can consume a certain number of simulation points to generate a new identity across myriad worlds, embarking on a new life. Insight, can perceive characters up to 20 levels below the host, obtaining detailed information without consuming simulation points. Current simulation points, 0 Excellent. Excellent. At long last, all goals of this life have been achieved. Gazing at the refreshed data on his attribute panel, Guhan felt a surge of joy, a smile gracing his face. In the early days of his journey in this world, he was engulfed in confusion. His thoughts limited to seeking a martial skill of offensive nature to bolster his strength and face the crises of reality, lest he perish in a death camp. Only after years of cultivation at the Baoju Temple did Guhan's ambitions begin to expand, daring to aspire for loftier goals. Yet he thought only to break through to invincible internal energy, sufficient for a fulfilling life in this world. It was only when he was forcibly driven down the mountain by Yin over 20 years ago and discovered the relics of the Baoju Temple that his true objective crystallized. It was to cultivate the 3 supreme martial skills left by Bodhidharma to the 5th major completion stage and to explore the possibility of creating a genuine internal cultivation method, breaking through to external vital energy projection. However, back then, this goal was merely a beautiful vision, and to be honest, even he lacked confidence in achieving it. Yet now, that aspiration not only materialized but surpassed his wildest expectations. Moontracking Step, 3rd Major Completion. Heaven Overturning Palm, 5th Major Completion. 1 Reed Crossing the River, 5th Major Completion. Indestructible Diamond Skill, 4th Major Completion. One by one, the martial skills and techniques were mastered by Guhan, cultivated to their pinnacle. The 3 supreme martial skills left by Bodhidharma, with the exception of the last technique, Indestructible Diamond Skill, which regressed from 5th major completion to 4th due to the depletion of vitality in later stages, all reached their utmost levels, etched firmly in his mind. Even after simulating countless lives and swapping through myriad bodies, he could effortlessly wield these techniques with a touch of adaptation. Moreover, beyond these martial skills, the unique energy born from the fusion of internal energy and internal force might be the most precious of all. This extraordinary energy not only facilitated his breakthroughs, as if aided by divine intervention, but also possessed boundless might. Although Guhan had yet to engage in combat utilizing this new energy, his original memories revealed that this wondrous new energy surpassed the internal power of second-tier experts in the main world, and was even stronger than the formidable energy of first-tier masters capable of transforming their vital energy into powerful force. In his heart, Guhan silently compared. While a series of mysterious messages emerged in his mind, it is rumored that in the state of you, the cultivation methods of celestial masters are not dissimilar to those of warriors. Warriors cultivate what is termed inner strength, while celestial masters cultivate spiritual power. Spiritual power. At the thought of these 2 words, a glimmer sparkled in Guhan's eyes, stirring his emotions. Spiritual power is an extraordinary energy that far surpasses inner strength. According to legend, once a celestial master cultivates their spiritual power to perfection, they can transform from an ordinary individual, powerless to even harm a chicken, into a transcendent being on par with innate martial artists in the blink of an eye, summoning the winds and calling forth the rain, dining on the mist and drinking the dew, riding the sword upon the wind and stepping upon the azure void. These legends seem not an exaggeration when describing celestial masters. Such is the terrifying nature of spiritual power. It is a high-level energy that completely transcends inner strength, thus its might is boundless. Though the new energy that has emerged within Guhan at this moment pales in comparison to spiritual power, it seems to possess a hint of such a quality, which he may aptly term semi-spiritual power. With a thought, Guhan promptly bestowed a new name upon this energy within him. As soon as his thought settled, a ripple akin to flowing water surged across the attribute panel before him, and the cultivation method previously listed as unnamed heart method abruptly transformed into self-created semi-spiritual power cultivation method. Excellent. What a remarkable self-created semi-spiritual power cultivation method. With this heart method in hand, I shall face no fears whether I return to the main world or simulate the next life. Witnessing the name he had crafted receiving the system's recognition, Guhan laughed heartily toward the heavens, his frail body seeming to shift and vanish in an instant from the humble thatched cottage. Bianxiong City, a significant border stronghold in the northern Anping province, boasts an excellent geographical location and has historically been a coveted battleground. In this era of conflict between the barbarian tribes and the Yin people, it has become even more crucial, serving as a vital site for the Anti-Barbarian Alliance and the barbarian armies, with the leader of the Anti-Barbarian Alliance, King Wu Zhao, stationed here. On the morning of the third year of the Great Yin calendar, on the day of Icho, as the sun rose, the distant sound of war drums echoed, followed by the shouts of soldiers reaching the heavens. Outside Xiong City, nearly 1 million barbarian troops surged forward like a colossal ancient beast, charging towards the city in a great tide, their breath threatening to eclipse the sun above, their armor reflecting the sunlight, blinding to the eyes. Black clouds loom over the city, as the gleaming armor shines like golden scales in the sun. At this moment, though the battle had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already thick with a sense of impending slaughter, weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. Chapter 45. Master in front of the innumerable troops, a general, resplendent in silver armor, rode a blood-red steed, wielding a fangtian huaji, and crowned with a bright silver diadem adorned with pearls. He exuded an impressive aura, embodying the might of a great leader. This man was none other than the current king of the barbarian nation, Akajan, son of the previous barbarian king, Ian. The king's martial prowess is unparalleled, invincible in the world. At merely 30 years of age, he has reached a legendary realm, achieving extraordinary martial skills that surpass even those of the old king. Today, I shall capture that damned Ran Min alive, unify the central plains, and be sung of for generations to come. Before the horde of barbarian troops, a burly general clad in silver armor, mounted on a tall steed, respectfully and obsequiously praised Akajan in the barbarian tongue, his eyes filled with fervor. What is Ran Min to me? My ambitions extend far beyond him. Even if the greatest among the Yin people, the founder of Baozhu Temple, Dharma, were to return, I, Akajan, would not regard him with any respect. Upon hearing the flattering words of the barbarian general, Akajan scoffed, disdain evident on his face. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he swung his fangtian huaji, and a 3-foot crimson light erupted, cutting through the air and shattering a massive stone 2 meters high a mere 10 steps away. Roar, 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 Sjada, Sjada. The sight of Akajan's formidable power, capable of delivering a strike akin to a wrathful deity from a distance, invigorated countless barbarian soldiers, lifting their spirits as they roared in unison. The barbarian general, overwhelmed with awe, displayed exaggerated astonishment, lavishly praising, "My king is truly a divine being. I was blind to underestimate you, mighty king. Your achievements are leagues beyond that wretched Ran Min, or even Dharma. One day, you shall transcend the pinnacle of martial arts and create a new realm atop the legendary." Enough flattery. Step forward and challenge him. Command that Ran Min come forth. I can hardly wait to taste this traitor's blood. With a cruel and bloodthirsty expression, Akajan urged. Ran Min, a name that would forever haunt him. For this individual seemed born to be his nemesis, continually overshadowing him since his rise 7 or 8 years ago. In terms of military strategy, martial prowess, or cunning schemes, Ran Min always managed to outshine him, defeating him time and again. But now, it was different. under Ran Min's pressure. He had finally broken through to the legendary realm just yesterday, surpassing him at last. Finally, I can take my revenge, Akajan thought. Excitement coursing through him as he observed the barbarian general nearby, hurling insults at Ran Min in the Han language, feeling immense satisfaction at Ran Min's unwillingness to emerge for battle. Meanwhile, atop Xiong City, upon hearing the insults from the barbarian general, many of the defending officers were infuriated. My king, that damned barbarian has been insulting us for half an hour. I cannot hold back any longer. Please allow me to confront him. A burly general, wielding twin hammers, stood beside the towering figure of Ran Min, his voice filled with rage. No. The barbarian general below is a master of minor inner strength. While you have just recently made your breakthrough, how can you possibly contend with him? Ran Min countered, shaking his head. Why not take matters into your own hands, my lord? With your strength, defeating that barbarian would be as easy as slaying a chicken. The general insisted. Alas, Li Jin, you do not understand. I received word last night that Akajan has also broken through to a higher legendary realm. This realm is immensely powerful. Though I am not familiar with its intricacies, I have felt its might from my master, and it is indeed unfathomably strong, far exceeding my current capabilities. At this moment, Akajan taunts that barbarian simply to draw me out and slay me. If I allow my anger to lead me out of the city, I shall have fallen right into his trap. With a sigh, Ran Min explained, his tone imbued with a sense of bitter resignation and the weight of unfulfilled potential. In his robust frame lay an indescribable sorrow and helplessness, evoking the poignant feeling of a hero in decline or a beauty aging into obscurity. Without witnessing the legendary, one cannot comprehend the magnitude of its might. Though legends may be elusive in this world, apart from the revered Bodhidharma who, a millennium ago, was acknowledged to have transcended such realms, as the sands of time drift for another 1,000 years, not a single individual has achieved such greatness again. Yet, by a twist of fate, Ran Min has had the fortune to witness such an extraordinary being in action. A decade prior, he had just reached the pinnacle of his inner energy, attaining true mastery, the level of Iron. And he intended to return to Qinghe City to share the news with his master, hoping to bring him joy, while also seeking to engage in a sparring match to gauge the unfathomable prowess of his master. However, during that clandestine encounter, despite his overwhelming power, having vanquished all challengers across the land, he found himself utterly toyed with by his master, as defenseless as a child, unable to counter even a single move, let alone withstand half a strike. His master had remarked then that he was still too weak, and only when he truly broke through to the legendary tier could he hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, with Akajan having breached the legendary threshold, attaining this astonishing state, even though he had just recently done so and his stability was lacking, his strength was far beyond what Ran Min could rival. What? Master? The Heavenly King has a master, and one who has long since reached the legendary tier? Why has this never been mentioned? If he had been summoned earlier, how could Akajan have been so audacious as to this day? As Ran Min's words fell, the faces of the generals beside him transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment, momentarily overshadowing their concern over Akajan's ascension. Alas, his master is indeed a true recluse, always aloof from worldly affairs, having once secluded himself in the martial hall of the Lu Wangfu, dedicating his days to the study of martial arts, indifferent to mundane matters. And given that I have fought against Akajan, how could I dare to disturb him? With a sigh, Ran Min expressed his resignation. Is it truly the case that even the Heavenly King cannot reach his master? Are we destined to be overrun by the barbaric Akajan today, unable to resist? Hearing Ran Min's lament, the assembled generals exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Alas, while insults may seem trivial, what truly terrifies is the thought of Akajan leveraging his unparalleled martial prowess to breach the city gates, leading his barbaric horde into the city and seizing it. The memory of his master's unparalleled strength ignited an unprecedented sense of helplessness within Ran Min. Since becoming his disciple, he had enjoyed a smooth journey. Even when confronted with formidable foes, his extraordinary talent and martial skills allowed him to triumph against the odds. Yet, in this dire moment, he found himself utterly powerless, unless his master were to appear. Despair clouded his thoughts, but in that very instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face. It was his master. Chapter 46, Slaying the Master. Upon seeing the familiar visage of the newcomer, tears welled in Ran Min's eyes, overwhelming him with emotion. Then, in the astonished gaze of those around him, he knelt with a thunderous thud, akin to a mountain bowing. Master, I, your unworthy disciple, have failed to remain by your side in filial duty over the years, and have not fulfilled the vow I made to vanquish all barbarians. Now, with Akajan forcing our hand, it has compelled you to come personally. I cannot express how deeply I regret my shortcomings. From atop the city walls, Ran Min cried out in anguish, recalling how, in his efforts to combat the barbarians, he had neglected to visit his master regularly. Coupled with his failure to fully expel the invaders from Yen, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, tears streaming unabated. Foolish child, you have done remarkably well. If the roles were reversed, I might not have fared better than you, his master, Guhan, replied with a gentle smile, satisfaction radiating from him. But master, I have not defeated Akajan, and now he has reached the legendary realm, preparing to assault my city. At Guhan's comforting words, Ran Min felt a surge of emotion, his voice choking with emotion, rendering him momentarily speechless. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, he remained the indomitable war god, undefeated and unparalleled, yet before his master, he was still that anxious 12-year-old boy yearning to become the world's greatest. Once was, is now, and shall always be. Haha, silly disciple, now that I am here, I shall not allow your city to fall. If you believe Akajan's legendary prowess to be insurmountable, I shall descend upon the enemy ranks and slay him, causing their forces to crumble. Consider it a gift from your master to celebrate our long-awaited reunion. With a serene smile, Guhan leapt from the towering walls, soaring through the air like a shooting star, and landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive crater. Master, no? Open the gates. Quickly, let my master in. As Guhan's words echoed, he plunged into the fray against the barbarian horde alone. Ran Min's heart raced, and he shouted desperately. Though his master had once been powerful, he was now advanced in years. Whether he could best Akajan alone was uncertain, let alone contend with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers at his command. Such an act seemed akin to courting death. With urgent thoughts racing through his mind, the barbarian Akajan and his men were equally astonished to see a figure leap down from the city walls, bewildered by such audacity. Who is this old man? How dare he face our entire army alone, as if we were mere trifles? Is he seeking death? Akajan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he turned to his barbarian general, a legendary warrior with senses extraordinarily keen, even from a distance of over 1,000 meters. Guhan appeared as if he were right beside them. My king, I do not recognize this man. But given his audacity and his ability to leap from such a height unharmed, he is certainly not an ordinary foe. I advise caution. Hearing the general's words, Akajan scoffed. Haha, Slinda, you underestimate me too much. I am a legendary master. How could I be harmed by some random fool? In Akajan's eyes, even someone with some skill was no more significant than an ant, easily crushed beneath his heel. With a dismissive laugh, Akajan drew a 5-foot-long, reddish-brown divine bow from his back. Behold, aiming at the distant Guhan, he knocked an arrow, pulling back with strength, sending a fiery steel arrow, charged with his formidable energy, hurtling towards Guhan like a cannonball. Boom! The air split with explosive sounds as the arrow tore through, creating shockwaves and carrying unparalleled force toward the distant adversary. Seeing the terrifying arrow approach, Guhan's eyes flickered with disdain. He chuckled coldly and unleashed a surge of terrifying semi-spiritual energy that darkened the surroundings, as if seizing the very sun and moon, capturing endless rays of light. Simultaneously, he grasped the swiftly approaching arrow firmly. The fiery steel arrow screeched against his grip, sparks flying as it struggled in vain. In his hands, this arrow, capable of toppling cities and rivaling small cannonballs, was rendered as helpless as a caged beast, unable to escape, no matter how fiercely it thrashed. What? This is impossible. It cannot be. Guhan's strike not only instilled profound fear in the distant Akajan and the other barbarians, but it also left the generals atop Xiangyuan city, including Ran Min, utterly astonished, rendering them incapable of even issuing the command to open the city gates. The barbarians were renowned for their archery skills, with Akajan being the paragon among them, historically dubbed the world's foremost marksman. Ever since his breakthrough into the legendary realm the previous day, his archery had become unparalleled. He was confident that a single arrow could inflict harm on not just ordinary masters of internal energy, but even those at the pinnacle of that realm. Yet, this individual before him had emerged unscathed from his arrow? What sorcery is this? A chill of terror gripped Akajan's heart, and his mind raced to devise a plan. Soon, he bellowed, relay my command. The army shall heed my call and charge forward. Today, we vow to slay this rogue, and there shall be no mistakes. Those who defy my orders shall be executed. As he brandished his sword to command, Akajan retreated repeatedly, realizing that despite achieving legendary status, he was no match for this mysterious elder who had appeared from nowhere. To confront him head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, stealth and ambush seemed his only viable strategy. His blood-red steed galloped swiftly, its hooves pounding the ground as if flames were igniting beneath them, covering several dozen meters in mere moments, akin to a bolt of lightning. Yet, Guhan was swifter still. In the distance, after catching Akajan's arrow, Guhan soared into the air, reminiscent of a celestial being, suspended in the void. Employing one of the three supreme martial techniques, the one reed crossing the river, his lightness skill allowed him to glide through the air like an ethereal spirit. Occasionally, he would descend upon the heads of soldiers, leveraging their height for momentum. Each step unleashing a burst of half-spiritual energy that claimed the lives of soldiers within a 10-foot radius. He soon found himself mere meters from Akajan. Upon spotting Akajan, Guhan's aged form suddenly surged with speed, weaving through the throngs of barbarian soldiers like a phantom. Finally, he pointed a finger at Akajan. Boom. At that moment, his formidable half-spiritual energy erupted violently, akin to a cataclysm. In an instant, a flawless, emerald-green finger, resembling a divine punishment, descended upon Akajan's head. Witnessing this terrifying strike, Akajan's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, raising both hands. An immense wave of internal energy surged forth from him, forming two massive palm imprints the size of millstones, attempting to counter the impending blow. Pop! A resonant sound echoed in the air as the gigantic palm imprints were effortlessly pierced through by the emerald finger, disintegrating into an endless stream of energy. In an instant, both Akajan and his steed were pulverized, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 47. Return my king. My king. Upon witnessing Akajan's demise at the hands of Guhan, the barbarians present were overtaken by a wave of despair and terror, their eyes filled with rage as they glared at Guhan, who stood resolute amidst the encirclement of 1,000,000 troops, devoid of any fear. Kill this yin man, avenge our king. After a moment of stunned silence, a barbarian general clad in silver armor, his eyes aflame, shouted, igniting a frenzy among his kin, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Kill. Slay him. Avenge our king. The battlefield erupted with the roars of countless warriors, each charging towards Guhan like frenzied beasts, appearing as a swarm of ants feasting upon an elephant. A sight both terrifying and absurd. Alas, they may be ants, but Guhan was no mere elephant. They were far more formidable. Seeing the multitude of barbarians surging forth, a chill ran through Guhan's heart, and he snorted disdainfully. In the next instant, his half-spiritual energy erupted like a torrent, manifesting a terrifying internal energy storm within a radius of several meters, mercilessly slicing through everything around him. Regardless of how recklessly the barbarians charged, they could not breach the few meters surrounding Guhan. Like a small spark illuminating the vast darkness of night, though it seemed insignificant against the infinite void, it could pierce through the consuming shadows and radiate boundless light. Brothers, Akajan has perished. Drive away the barbarians. Reclaim our middle plain. Open the gates, and follow me to victory. Upon witnessing Akajan's swift demise at the hands of his master, Ranmin, though exhilarated, was also concerned for his master's safety. He promptly leaped into the city gate, raising his hands to strike the heavy bolt, sending it flying. With a surge of strength, his veins bulging, he single-handedly pushed open the towering gate, forged of fine iron and weighing countless stones. Charge! Kill! Seeing Ranmin descend like a deity, all soldiers were invigorated, brandishing their weapons as they surged onto the battlefield. Die! Kill! Kill! Within the ranks, countless warriors, their eyes ablaze, fought valiantly, under Guhan's careful attention. Nearly all high-ranking generals of the barbarian army who had attained internal energy were dispatched, leaving only a few ordinary commanders beneath that level, who now floundered like headless flies. Devoid of command, this chaos allowed Ranmin's forces to grow stronger with each skirmish, especially his generals at the internal energy level, who proved to be indomitable, sweeping through the ranks of their foes. You barbaric dogs, die! Among Ranmin's troops, a towering general clad in black armor wielded a pair of massive hammers, each weighing 700 to 800 pounds, laughing heartily as he swung them with devastating force, obliterating all in his path. Apart from the hammer-wielding general, others, equipped with various weapons, also displayed their prowess, striving to slay the barbarians with all their might. Thus, day turned to night, and the stars shifted as the two armies clashed fiercely, the battlefield strewn with corpses and blood, the ground soaked in crimson, painting the sky red. After a day and a night of relentless combat, the beleaguered barbarian forces finally succumbed and fled. At that moment, Guhan strolled leisurely to Ranmin's side. Master. Upon seeing Guhan approach, Ranmin immediately bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formalities, my disciple. The tide of this battle is all but settled, and my experiences in this lifetime have sufficed. I have come merely to bid you farewell. Guhan spoke gently, his tone laden with nostalgia as he reflected on the myriad memories that flooded his mind. From the initial trepidation of becoming a young monk, to the first display of prowess 3 years later, and then the prolonged silence shackled by the blood tempering for over a decade, followed by the joyous breakthrough from that confinement, the heavy burden of the abbot's entrustment, the harrowing pursuit by a yin, the calm refuge in the Lu royal mansion, and ultimately achieving invincibility across the realm. Guhan's journey has not been devoid of trials, yet it is undeniably fraught with challenges that are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. What, Master? You say you are leaving this world? Surely, this cannot be true. Upon contemplating the dreadful implication, Ranmin's complexion paled, and an overwhelming weight settled in his heart, instantly dispelling the elation he felt after vanquishing the barbarian forces. Since his youth, having been taken in as a disciple by his master, he had regarded him as both teacher and father, the sole kin he cherished in this world. Thus, the thought of his master departing was inconceivable. No, Master, your strength is formidable. How can you simply leave? Is there some ailment afflicting you? Speak, and I shall traverse the earth to find the finest physicians and the most exquisite herbs to heal you. No matter the obstacles, I will ensure your recovery. Ranmin declared with unwavering resolve. He was not one to remain in the shadows. His ambition to establish a legion and lead armies was not solely to expel the barbarians, but also to vie for supremacy in the world. With his master's assistance, he had only recently triumphed over the barbarians, with the remaining elder Ming Wang of the Northwest yet to be subdued. Just as he was on the precipice of seizing the world, he received such dreadful news before he could share it with his beloved master. How could he possibly accept this fate? Ah, foolish child, birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural order of the world, and mortals cannot alter this. Moreover, I am but a traveler from another realm, wandering through countless worlds. I am not truly gone, but merely departing from this one temporarily. Gazing into Ranmin's eyes, Guhan sighed inwardly, reflecting on the situation. He then produced a simple booklet from his robe and said, Listen well, my disciple. I am not of this realm, but rather I have come from a distant world solely for the purpose of cultivation. Having finally achieved mastery, I have inscribed the essence of my life's work within this tome. I entrust it to you today, hoping you will diligently cultivate it. For perhaps there will be a chance for us to reunite in the future. With a gentle sigh, Guhan handed the booklet to the tearful Ranmin. Observing his disciple's sorrowful expression, Guhan felt a pang in his heart, closed his eyes, and thus, his soul ascended to the heavens. Chapter 48, Updates and Draws TikTok. As Guhan opened his eyes once more, he was enveloped in darkness, with the gentle patter of rain outside echoing softly. The rhythmic sounds of snores filled his ears, evoking a sense of nostalgia akin to that of his life before his journey began. At long last, he had returned. Breathing deeply, Guhan felt a shift in the fabric of time and space. However, before he could acclimate, another voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host's life simulation has been completed. Calculating achievements in the simulated world. Ding. Calculation complete. Below is the simulator's evaluation of the host. In rapid succession, 2 voices echoed in Guhan's mind, and within less than a second, the simulator had finished its assessment. Suddenly, waves resembling ripples in water appeared in the void before him, coalescing into a virtual attribute panel filled with dense text. Simulated world. Tian Song Realm Simulated Character. Guhan Character Summary. You have slain many and saved many. You have defeated the destined antagonist and guided the destined heir. You have reached the pinnacle of several mortal kingdoms and abandoned everything to fall. You have instigated significant changes over a vast area and indirectly altered the future evolution of that region. You are the unrivaled champion of that domain, the founder of its glorious future. Your actions have permanently transformed that area, and your true name shall be celebrated by its people for millennia. Overall evaluation. Perfect. Note, this system is divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. The levels are inferior, average, excellent, perfect, and divine. The current evaluation concludes here. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 4-star perfect rating, earning a total of 923 simulation points, 1 designated lottery opportunity, and 3 random lottery chances. This lottery opportunity allows you to extract any entity from the Tian Song realm, including but not limited to martial arts talents, precious elixirs, unparalleled martial techniques, or even the host's own internal energy cultivation. Additionally, due to the host achieving an evaluation of excellent or above in their first life simulation. The simulator officially recognizes the host as its master and activates the third system skill, propagation. Skill name, propagation skill effect. Propagation is one of the fundamental skills of the wuxia simulation system, allowing the host to consume their own cultivation to propagate any martial arts or skills within the simulated world to enhance their strength and power. 923 simulation points, designated and random lottery opportunities, system skill propagation. Even with Guhan's current mindset, he was taken aback by the revelation of the virtual panel. He was astonished by the rarity of the simulation points, despite having upheaved that world and imparted his self-created method of half-spiritual power cultivation. He had only amassed such a paltry sum. He was equally astonished by the lottery opportunities, which allowed him to choose freely from anything within the simulated world. Furthermore, the system skill of propagation amazed him. As a seasoned novel enthusiast who had read numerous stories, Guhan understood the potential of this skill. This skill could indeed accompany him on his journey to the pinnacle, never becoming obsolete, providing him with endless assistance, a truly divine ability. It appears that the power of this wuxia simulator far exceeds my expectations. I wonder what kind of formidable being created it, and why it suddenly recognizes me as its master. Does it harbor some ulterior motive? Guhan pondered. Yet, he did not waver in his intention to utilize the simulator, regardless of its mysterious origins. For in the face of an existence whose power he could scarcely fathom, it was more prudent to harness its capabilities to grow stronger. After all, with sufficient strength, one need not fear any hidden machinations. Simulator. Utilize the designated lottery opportunity to extract all my martial arts cultivation from the simulated world and bestow it upon me. Upon noticing the prompt above the attribute panel, Guhan resolutely decided to prioritize the restoration of his own cultivation. In this perilous battlefield between two nations, true strength is the fundamental essence. Without absolute power, no matter how many treasures one possesses or how great one's potential, it ultimately leads to demise, serving merely to benefit others. Thus, even though the talents of figures like Ran Min, Akajin, and even the venerable Damo Patriarch in the celestial realm are formidable, they pale in comparison to the strength Guhan has painstakingly cultivated over decades. Beep. The host's command has been detected. Cultivation extraction in progress. Beep. Cultivation extraction complete. Infusion into the host commencing. Boom. As the mechanical voice of the simulator echoed in Guhan's mind, a tremor erupted in the void above him, as if a colossal black hole were about to manifest, tearing through the fabric of space. Following this, an invisible beam of light emerged, surging with formidable energy that flowed into Guhan's body. With the influx of this energy, a cacophony of cracking bones resonated within Guhan, amplifying his physique exponentially with each passing moment. Skin refinement, muscle training, tendon alteration, bone forging, blood tempering, organ refining. Guhan's body rapidly strengthened, and within a mere incense stick's time, he effortlessly achieved what had taken him over a decade of arduous training in the simulated world. Immediately thereafter, he began to ascend toward the realm of inner energy. Pop. In the void, the sound of a bottleneck shattering reverberated. Guhan, seated in meditation, felt a jolt as a verdant stream of energy surged within his dantian. This was neither the inner strength of the Yu kingdom nor the inner energy of the Yin kingdom. It was a potent substance born from the fusion of both, which Guhan referred to as semi-spiritual energy. Break. Sensing the formation of the semi-spiritual energy, Guhan smiled gently, silently urging it on. In the next moment, this nascent and tender semi-spiritual energy began to impact the 12 meridians surrounding Guhan. The delicate streams flowed through his meridians, unblocking them with ease. Though diminutive, they pierced through obstacles like steel needles through cotton, rendering all barriers utterly impotent against its advance. 1 meridian, 2 meridians, 3 meridians, 4 meridians. As time progressed, Guhan's semi-spiritual energy grew increasingly robust, rapidly clearing the meridians. It was only after another incense stick had burned that the energy in the void finally ceased, marking the end of Guhan's rapid growth. With 10 meridians open and achieving the pinnacle of the second tier, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon realizing such promising results, Guhan opened his eyes and smiled, a wave of joy swelling within him. Chapter 49. Ranmin's Talent in the Celestial Realm. Guhan had just broken through, having only opened 7 of the 12 meridians, and his realm was merely at the late stage of the second tier. It was only through the might of the semi-spiritual energy that he could rival the perfected second-tier masters of the Yu Kingdom. However, now, despite having equivalent energy, Guhan had managed to open 3 more meridians than he had in the celestial realm, thus attaining the pinnacle of the second tier. Now, bolstered by the power of semi-spiritual energy, while Guhan may not yet be able to defeat first-tier experts, he was certainly no less formidable than those born into innate families who had studied various powerful techniques and had received guidance from eminent masters, all at the perfected second-tier level. He could likely contend with even the weakest first-tier experts, exchanging blows for dozens, if not hundreds, of encounters, marking a significant rise in his power. Such unexpected delight truly astonished Guhan. It was no wonder that a perfect evaluation warranted a singular designated lottery. Indeed, it was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to reclaim his cultivation from the simulated world without a trace of loss. Otherwise, even a slight reduction might have hindered him from opening all 10 meridians, thus preventing him from achieving the perfected second tier. Feeling the surging semi-spiritual energy within him, Guhan rejoiced while marveling at the simulator's might. After all, while there exists a notable gap between the late stage of the second tier and the perfected second tier, it is not as stark as the difference between the second tier and the first tier, or the first tier and innate mastery. Yet, the change in strength is still considerable. Guhan estimated it to be roughly a doubling in power. Simulator, since the designated lottery has been utilized, please proceed with the 3 remaining random lotteries. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the turbulence within, Guhan commanded the simulator once more in his mind. He was not one to linger unnecessarily, especially since he had already obtained the greatest treasure from that world. The other 3 random lotteries were merely supplementary. Beep. Host command detected. The first random lottery is commencing. Extracting. Beep. The first lottery is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 great return pills from the sacred pearl temple of the Yin Kingdom in the celestial realm. As the mechanical voice of the simulator faded, the transparent attribute panel before Guhan transformed fluidly, ultimately revealing a pearly white silhouette of the great return pill on the left and lines of text on the right. Item name: Great return pill quantity. 3 source: Sacred Pearl Temple of the Yin Kingdom in the Celestial Realm, rebuilt after its destruction. Description: The Great Return Pill is a labor of love from the Sacred Pearl Temple of the Yin Kingdom, a rare crystal of effort that can heal internal injuries and significantly enhance a martial artist's physical strength or power, greatly increasing the probability of breaking through the inner energy realm. Great Return Pill? Observing the 3 pills that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Guhan felt neither elation nor sorrow. This pill might hold substantial value for martial artists at the inner energy realm and below, perhaps even regarded as a divine elixir. However, at his level, it was almost akin to an ordinary candy. Unless consumed in vast quantities, merely 3 pills would hold no effect. In Guhan's eyes, the only distinction between it and candy was that it lacked the latter's palatable taste. Crunch, crunch. Simulator, continue the lottery. Guhan casually tossed the 3 great return pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them, then felt a surge of inspiration and commanded the simulator once more. Beep. Host command detected. The second random lottery is commencing. Extracting. Beep. The second lottery is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 human skin masks crafted by the notorious dual assassins, Black and White, of the Yin Kingdom's evil sect. Item name: Human skin mask quantity. 3 source: Crafted by the evil dual assassins, Black and White, of the Yin Kingdom. Description: The human skin masks, made by the evil dual assassins of the Yin Kingdom, have been tailored to suit the physiological characteristics of a male host. Thus, all 3 masks are male visages, featuring old, middle-aged, and young faces, which can be donned to achieve excellent disguise effects. Human skin masks? This item is rather impressive. Upon witnessing the 3 lifelike human skin masks that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand, Guhan was no stranger to such phenomena. Nodding inwardly, he carefully stored them away. Although he had already mastered the technique of crafting human skin masks in that simulated world, his skills might even surpass those of the Black and White duo, who had honed their craft for decades. At this moment, Guhan found himself in the heart of the death camp, devoid of the necessary tools to craft human skin masks. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot work without rice, without materials. Even the most adept skills cannot conjure a few masks from thin air. Thus, the arrival of these human skin masks was indeed timely. Simulator, let us proceed. Following this unexpected delight, Guhan felt a spark of curiosity regarding the final lottery of the simulator. After securing the masks, he commanded the system once more. Ding. Host command detected, commencing the 3rd random lottery. Ding. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of Ranmin, the martial king of the Yin Kingdom from the Tiansong realm. As the simulator's voice faded, the attribute panel rippled with renewed vigor. Shortly thereafter, A rigid three-dimensional likeness of Ran Min materialized on the left side of the panel, accompanied by a detailed description on the right. Item name: Ran Min's talent quantity. 1. Origin: Ran Min, the martial king of the Yin kingdom from the Tiansong realm. Description: Ran Min's talent, replicated from the martial king of the Yin kingdom, consists of 4 fundamental talents: innate divine strength, photographic memory, unparalleled martial arts proficiency, and tri-elemental spiritual roots of water, fire, and earth. Spiritual roots. Gazing at the description on the panel, Guhan, initially indifferent, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, his heart racing with shock. The term spiritual roots was not foreign to him, whether from his previous life or his current existence. In the former, he had encountered it in various online novels, while in the latter, he had gleaned it from numerous tales of immortals. According to legends, the reason immortals are born extraordinary and can cultivate spiritual power, ascending from mere mortals to peerless beings, is that they each possess spiritual roots. This trait appears to be an exceedingly noble lineage, often found only among the descendants of immortals, rendering it an unattainable dream for ordinary folk. It symbolizes nobility and invincibility. For those endowed with spiritual roots are unparalleled prodigies, possessing extraordinary comprehension, innate abilities, and all the talents that mortals aspire to. They embody nobility and serve as the epitome of invincibility. Their potent and noble bloodlines position them atop the pinnacle of existence, overlooking billions of lives. While even the most extraordinary of ordinary individuals might expend a lifetime of effort merely to graze their starting point. Chapter 50. Departure 3. Elemental Spiritual Roots. The fact that Ran Min possessed the talents of a cultivator was astonishing. No wonder his innate abilities were so formidable, allowing him to learn any martial skill or military treatise with just a glance. Could it be that the Yin kingdom of the Tiansong realm once had an immortal sage descend, with the Ran family being one of their descendants? Reflecting on the formidable talents of Jing Yuan and Ran Min, Guhan speculated quietly, simultaneously feeling a wave of delight at his own fortune. He had not held much hope for this random lottery, merely wishing to seize the opportunity without letting it go to waste. After all, considering his current abilities, there was hardly anything within the vast expanse of the Yin kingdom that could entice him. Of course, this was before he had acquired Ran Min's talent. Innate divine strength, photographic memory, unparalleled martial arts proficiency, tri-elemental spiritual roots. These were Ran Min's most significant attributes. Other lesser talents, such as robust physique and resilient meridians, were not listed here. Yet they would undeniably be conferred upon Guhan. The accumulation of these talents, if converted according to the system's exchange list, would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of simulation points to acquire. Such an enormous sum of points is beyond Guhan's current achievements in the Yin kingdom. And even if he were to turn the world upside down and receive a divine evaluation, it would be improbable to attain such a vast figure. Moreover, the talents exchanged through the simulator are subject to limitations. Within each world, a talent can only be used once before being considered consumed, akin to a mere experience card. However, what Guhan possessed was permanent. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the talents acquired in the real world could be reflected in the avatars within the simulated worlds. Guhan's thoughts drifted to this question, prompting him to inquire swiftly. Response to host. All items obtained through the simulator can indeed be utilized in the various simulated lives. Since Ran Min's talent was derived from this latest draw, it can be stacked with the avatar's talents in the next simulation, resulting in a more potent effect. However, if the host's innate talent in the main world is involved, stacking cannot be applied. Upon hearing Guhan's inquiry, the mechanical voice of the simulator responded immediately. It can be stacked. Receiving this news, a smile crept across Guhan's face once more. Only upon acquiring Ran Min's talent did he truly grasp the essence of genius. In the past, when absorbing the world's spiritual energy or comprehending various martial skills, he had always felt a sense of obscurity, as if peering through a fog. Everything was within reach, yet perpetually elusive. At this moment, however, the spiritual energy surrounding him appeared to pulsate with life, as if imbued with vitality, rushing towards him eagerly, in stark contrast to the previous reluctance. The various martial techniques in his mind were now crystal clear, akin to illuminating a darkened path. He could effortlessly perceive and understand them, as if optimizing them would merely require a moment's time. Such terrifying innate talent explains why Ran Min had made such rapid progress in his cultivation, only slightly hindered during his breakthrough into inner energy. Had Guhan possessed such talent upon entering the Yin kingdom, he would likely have become invincible, and the matter of the barbarian king would have been a mere footnote. Alone, he could have easily vanquished all the leaders among the barbarian army. Nevertheless, having acquired it now is still fortuitous, whether in this reality or in future lives. He has established a solid foundation. Guhan mused quietly. Although he was not particularly well versed in the realm of cultivation, he understood that a three-elemental root talent of this caliber was not considered exceptionally high, yet it certainly wasn't deemed low either. As for the cultivators of the Yin Kingdom, Guhan was not intimately acquainted with them, but he knew their spiritual root qualifications were undoubtedly lacking. Otherwise, they would not have spent decades confined to this small realm, reigning over this weak kingdom and bullying ordinary martial artists, unable to venture into broader horizons. Guhan recalled memories from his mind. The Yu Kingdom was, in fact, an exceedingly weak nation in this world, with no other nation being nearly as feeble, save for the bordering Yin and Zhou kingdoms. Setting aside distant matters, let us consider the state of Zhou, located 50,000 miles away, whose strength far surpasses that of Yu. There, even ordinary innate masters hold a certain position, yet it is not particularly esteemed, akin to second-rate warriors in Yu. In fact, even lesser celestial masters in Zhou must show deference to the king of Zhou. Unlike in Yu, where any celestial master can engage with the king on equal or even superior terms. However, the distinction of celestial mastery feels distant to me at present. Although I possess innate spiritual roots, without cultivation methods, they are of little use. My most pressing concern remains escaping the Death Brigade, for only then can I avoid the constant peril that threatens my life with the slightest misstep. Shaking his head, Guhan cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and began to meditate, awaiting the dawn. As the sun rose slowly in the east, casting a faint light on the battlefield, the clarion call of war echoed across the land, awakening the soldiers. Time for breakfast. The sound of drums and the raucous voices of men filled the air outside the military tents. In the wake of this commotion, the soldiers of the Death Brigade, bleary-eyed and reeking, gathered their weapons and trudged toward the cook's area, none paying heed to Guhan, let alone noticing his transformation. Such is the nature of the Death Brigade, where every man lives on the brink of death, having long since lost their will, indifferent to the outside world, merely surviving day by day. Rather than being human, they are akin to the living dead. With a clatter, Guhan followed the footsteps of the condemned, clutching a spear. His internal energy and vitality subdued, stepping onto the damp earth as he made his way to the cook's area. Ding Jia Camp Number 1, this is yours. Ding E Camp Number 9, that's yours. Ding Mao Camp Number 18, take yours. Amidst the disdainful looks of the soldiers who held their noses, Guhan finally received his breakfast, two inky, indistinct objects that resembled black buns, yet were far from palatable. They were exceedingly hard and swallowed with a rasping sensation, akin to consuming wood shavings, making it quite uncomfortable. Crunch, crunch, Guhan chewed, the sound of grinding echoing in his mouth, as bitter flavors spread within, making the former pampered resident of a prosperous world feel utterly miserable. Nevertheless, he displayed no outward discomfort, as he was no novice in this new world. Observing the expressions of the other soldiers, he quickly mimicked their demeanor and began to eat slowly, occasionally sipping water to feign nonchalance. Soon, a black-armored officer arrived. Have you all finished? If so, follow me to the battlefield. Today, the Death Brigade of Ding Camp leads the charge. Anyone with a name starting with Ding, step forward. Remember, do not attempt to cheat or evade, for doing so will bring suffering beyond death. The black-armored general spoke fiercely, brandishing his sword in a menacing display, causing the listless soldiers to turn pale. No, I don't want to lead the charge. I don't want to die. My adoptive father promised to come and rescue me soon. I cannot go to the front. As the general's words fell, a young soldier in his early 20s, handsome yet with eyes devoid of life, began to shake his head frantically, fear evident in his demeanor. Simultaneously, he employed his lightness skill, bursting forth with internal energy, attempting to flee from the ranks, seeking death. Seeing such audacity, the black-armored general erupted with fury, his eyes glaring fiercely as a formidable aura emanated from him. He pointed his sword, and a red beam shot forth, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly severing the fleeing soldier in two, leaving only a bloody mess behind. Those who attempt to flee without fighting shall die. Upon witnessing the soldier's demise, the black-armored general's expression hardened, and he bellowed to the remaining men of the Death Brigade. He then advanced, leading the rest of the ordinary soldiers to press the Death Brigade of Ding Camp towards the front lines. General, aside from the one who attempted to escape and was slain by a subordinate, all soldiers from Ding Camp have been brought here. Please give your orders. Upon reaching the front lines, the black-armored general respectfully bowed to a figure in golden armor riding a massive, formidable red-haired lion, emanating a powerful presence. I have brought them. Now send them to the front of the army. The golden-armored general nodded, casting a cursory glance at the assembled death brigade before withdrawing his gaze, appearing unconcerned. Yet, he was unaware of the profound impact his mere glance had on Guhan. A master. A true master. This individual undoubtedly surpassed innate levels. When the golden-armored general's gaze swept over him, Guhan felt an instinctive alarm, akin to a young prey being eyed by a tiger, prompting an urgent desire to distance himself, even stifling his breath. In that moment, he recognized this golden-armored general as one of the most formidable figures he had encountered in both his past and present lives. Except for a few faint memories of the esteemed elders from the Gu family, none could compare. Fortunately, the general had only glanced in passing. Had he lingered even a moment longer, Guhan, despite his confidence in concealing his internal energy and vitality, could not guarantee he would remain undetected. I truly cannot remain in this death brigade. The danger is palpable, and the risk of exposure looms large. Today has been fortunate, but should my luck falter next time, and I attract the attention of an innate master, my demise would surely be imminent. Guhan silently resolved, his desire to depart intensifying. Though that celestial being had stated that as long as the children of the Gu family under the age of 12 were sent to the death brigade or as courtesans, they would no longer pursue responsibility. Who could ascertain the truth of such words? If that celestial figure chose to act against him, who could stand against such power? Moreover, even if we entertain the notion that his words held merit, who could guarantee that those below would not seek to curry favor with the celestial master by targeting Guhan? After all, a 12-year-old second-rate master is indeed a terrifying prospect. Even innate masters in their youth could scarcely achieve such heights. Perhaps only those born into the exalted lineage of celestial beings could easily surpass such accomplishments. All troops advance. Just as Guhan was lost in contemplation, a voice like thunder suddenly resonated in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, while he pondered, he had already been swept to the forefront of the army, now being propelled forward into battle. Charge! Kill! Slay these people of Yen! The cacophony of battle cries surged around Guhan, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums, invigorating the soldiers for the fight ahead. In the muddy yellow earth, Guhan fiercely battled against enemy soldiers, his body drenched in blood, on the verge of collapse. Every time he seemed to reach his limit, he would miraculously evade fatal blows, merely sustaining cuts to his skin and muscles, before swiftly decapitating his adversaries. After more than 2 hours of relentless combat, it was only then that the bloodied and weary Guhan finally reached the edge of the battlefield. Suddenly, an explosive roar erupted, taking down several bewildered, ordinary soldiers who were pursuing him. Remarkably, he grew taller by over 10 centimeters, and in an instant, donned the visage of a youth of 15 or 16, before vanishing from sight. From that moment on, the vast sea beckoned for the fish to leap, and the sky soared high for the birds to fly. Chapter 51. A Choice of Worlds in the City of Hengshan. A quaint town located on the northwestern border of the Yu Kingdom, named for its proximity to the 800-mile Hengshan mountain range. A venerable gray-clad servant stood outside a lavishly adorned residence, respectfully calling out, "Master Ran, the leader of the Taizhan gang, is requesting an audience. Might you be available?" "Oh, Lu Taizhan. Inform him that I am currently occupied and request that he visits another day." As the servant's words faded, a calm, yet aged voice resonated from within the room. "Understood, my lord." The gray-clad servant responded promptly, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. It was known that the leader of the Taizhan gang, a prominent figure among the 3 major factions in Hengshan, had already reached the pinnacle of internal strength, on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of the martial world. Such a person, while perhaps not remarkable throughout the entirety of the Yu Kingdom, ranked among the top 5 masters in this remote border town. To so decisively reject his request for an audience was a feat that even the leaders of the other 2 gangs would find arduous. With a heart full of reverence, the servant maintained a formal bow as he retreated several steps before daring to walk normally out of the estate. "Ah, the Taizhan gang." Inside the room, Guhan held a book in his hands, casually speaking without much regard, and resumed his reading. Since escaping the military camp 3 months prior, he had taken precautions by adopting an aged appearance during his travels, ultimately covering vast distances and arriving at the far-off Hengshan, far removed from the capital. Here, he assumed the alias Ran Han, with the surname Ran derived from his disciple Jing Yuan and his student Ran Min, while Han reflected the name of the great nation from his previous life. Subsequently, Guhan subtly showcased his peak internal strength and his identity as an alchemist, quickly earning the respect of the 3 major gangs in the area. Without having rendered them any service, he found himself generously bestowed with abundant provisions, servants, gold, silver, and fertile land. Among them, Lu Taizhan, the leader of the Taizhan gang, was particularly zealous, tirelessly procuring various goods for Guhan and generously delivering cartloads of gold and silver to his residents. It could be said that nearly half of Guhan's current wealth was a result of Lu Tieshan's generosity. Naturally, Guhan accepted it all without hesitation. As for performing any tasks, that would depend on his mood. Reflecting on this, Guhan couldn't help but chuckle softly, returning to his book. Alas, does Master Ran have no time today? Outside the estate, upon hearing the aged servant's response, Lu Taizhan, donned in a regal purple robe and adorned with a golden crown, exuded an imposing presence as he sighed and forced a smile. Since Master Ran is preoccupied today, I shall visit another day. I hope the elder will kindly convey my regards then. Certainly. With your command, how could I dare to disobey? The gray-clad servant waved his hands repeatedly, his face a mask of astonishment, while subtly hinting that perhaps Lu Taizhan should reconsider his visit for the following day. Alas, Lu Taizhan sighed once more. He was acutely aware of Master Ran's intentions, yet a master at the pinnacle of internal strength and a legitimate alchemist held immense allure for him. Should he gain this person's allegiance or support, the Taizhan gang could swiftly ascend to become the foremost faction in Hengshan, even potentially engulfing the other two gangs and dominating the entire region. Having already invested so much wealth and effort, how could he simply concede? Lu Taizhan felt a pang of unwillingness, akin to a sycophant from Guhan's previous life, reluctant to abandon his sunk costs, leading him to desire more fervently what he could not possess. Yet, what could he do in the face of such reluctance? Setting aside the fact that Master Ran's prowess was not inferior to his own, being a master at the pinnacle of internal strength, he could not dare to act against him. After all, an alchemist capable of producing elixirs suitable for such masters possessed connections beyond his imagination. Not only internal strength experts, but also those who could manifest true energy and reach the second tier of mastery likely formed part of his network. Such expansive connections meant that unless he had absolute certainty of securing him, he would not dare to make any moves. With another heavy sigh, Lu Taizhan finally departed the estate, glancing back 3 times as he left. My lord, the leader of the Taizhan gang has taken his leave. In the courtyard, the gray-clad servant returned to report respectfully to Guhan within the room. Very well, I understand. Notify everyone that for the next few months, I shall enter seclusion to pursue higher realms, and during this time, I shall not receive any visitors. Guhan stated. At that moment, he received a message from the simulator, indicating that after a 3-month cooldown, it was now ready for another simulation. However, this time the simulation would differ from the last, as the previous trial had preserved the cessation of time in reality, regardless of the duration spent in that life. In this new simulation, any time consumed within the simulated world would correspondingly consume time in the real world at a ratio of 1:365, meaning that for every day spent in the simulation, approximately a year would pass in reality. Commence the simulation now. Guhan commanded without hesitation, having grasped the simulator's rules. Beep. Command received. Please select a simulation method. As Guhan issued his command, a transparent attribute panel appeared before him, and lines of text began to materialize. Option 1. The host does not consume simulation points. Selecting from already discovered worlds. Currently available worlds, Tian Song Realm. Option 2. Consume simulation points to search for new worlds. Note, the greater the consumption of simulation points, the more powerful the worlds that can be discovered. Oh, 2 options? I did not expect the Tian Song realm could be selected again without consuming simulation points. Guhan mused, his heart stirring as he swiftly made his decision. In that case, I choose to not consume simulation points and select the Tian Song realm. Chapter 52. A new simulation ding. Consumed 0 simulation points. Successfully selected the world of Tian Song realm. The host's new life is about to commence. Please choose your identity. 1. Disciple of the true sect. You are born into one of the most powerful cultivation sects in the Tian Song realm, where several unparalleled elders preside. Countless formidable masters traverse the realm. Everything in the world is at the mercy of your sect and a few other true sections. Your sect is immensely powerful, with numerous cultivation families and sects as vassals, while countless mortals, cultivators, and prominent figures bow before your sect. You possess a noble bloodline, and from birth, you exhibit exceptional cultivation talent. You have a formidable master, already surpassing the endpoint that countless others strive to reach, ensuring a brilliant future that looms above billions. Required simulation points, 50 to 9999 points. Note, the disciple ranks within the true sect are divided into 5 levels, each increasing by 1000 points. 50-100 to 60-100 points for outer disciples, 60-100 to 70-100 points for inner disciples, 70-100 to 80-100 points for true inheritors, 80-100 to 90-100 points for ancestors registered disciples, and 90-100 to 99-99 points for ancestors direct disciples. 2. Disciple of the Immortal Gate. You are born into a noble immortal gate, which houses powerful masters and dominates a vast territory, controlling numerous cultivation families and mortal nations as vassals. Many mortals and cultivators bow before your sect. You have a formidable immortal master and possess considerable cultivation talent, surpassing countless mortals and most cultivators from birth, ensuring a radiant future. Required simulation points, 2,000 to 49.99 points. Note: the ranks of Immortal Gate disciples mirror those of true sect disciples, also comprising 5 levels, with each level increasing by 600 points. 3. Scion of a cultivation family. You are born into a cultivation family. Although your family may not be as powerful as an Immortal Gate, it still has immortals presiding over it, remaining exalted in the eyes of countless martial artists and mortals, untouched by the mundane world. You have an elder with moderate cultivation, and you may possess ordinary cultivation talent, yet you have already transcended many worldly mortals from birth. Required simulation points, 1,000 to 1999 points. Note: the ranks within cultivation families are divided into 2 levels, each increasing by 500 points, 1,000 to 1,500 points for collateral disciples, and 1,500 to 1999 points for direct descendants. 4. Mortal progeny. You are born into the mortal realm. You could be a noble, a disciple of a great sect, or even a beggar on the streets. You might be physically impaired, deaf, mute, or even a comatose individual. You lack a powerful backing and possess no cultivation talent. Even your martial prowess may be feeble. The harsh realities of life are starkly evident in your existence, rendering you merely a part of the ordinary populace, your birth possibly serving only to fulfill a numerical quota. Required simulation points, 0 to 999 points. Note: the identities among mortals are diverse, encompassing a multitude of levels within the vast population. Specific details may be viewed by the host. True sect, Immortal Gate, cultivation families, and the mortal realm. This is the essence of class. Gazing at these various identities, Guhan's eyes became ethereal, as if traversing through infinite universes, witnessing a flesh and blood pyramid constructed by myriad beings in the Tiansong realm. At the apex, the powerful look down upon the world, exploiting countless beings to enhance their own strength, observing the changes of the world with indifference. Those in the middle find themselves lacking compared to the strong, yet superior to the weak. Although they cannot traverse the realms as the powerful do, they still exert dominance within their own regions, akin to a supreme emperor. Ultimately, it is only those at the very base of the pyramid who toil away in obscurity, forever unable to catch up to the starting point of others, devoting their lives to serve the powerful and the middle tier, ultimately extinguishing their last spark of life without leaving a trace in the world. Simulator. Consume 800 simulation points to grant me an identity among the mortal progeny with a congenital family. Observing the clearly delineated levels on the attribute panel, Guhan gritted his teeth, directly investing a significant sum into his identity, reserving merely 100 points as a precaution against unforeseen events in this life for future ascendants. Ding. Host directive acknowledged. 800 simulation points consumed. Identity selection successful. Please choose a talent. Available talents. Heavenly Spirit Root. You possess a single spirit root from among gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, granting you an extraordinary affinity for this type of heavenly energy. Your cultivation speed is remarkably swift, with nearly no bottlenecks before breaking through the realm of the true immortal, and even a 50 probability of success in breaking through to true immortality. You are a natural-born candidate for true immortals, coveted by countless elder masters. Required simulation points, not specified. Dual spirit roots. You possess 2 spirit roots from among gold, wood, water, fire, or earth. While your cultivation talent may not match that of the heavenly spirit root, it remains robust, granting you a 90 probability of becoming an immortal master and a 0.5 chance of becoming a true immortal elder. Required simulation points, 5,000 points. Affinity for spiritual energy. You exhibit an exceptionally high affinity for a particular type of spiritual energy, allowing for accelerated cultivation of techniques aligned with this energy, potentially rivaling geniuses possessing a higher spirit root. Simultaneously, your techniques will possess greater power at the same realm. Required simulation points, 2,500 points. Alchemy talent, weapon forging talent. A plethora of formidable talents dazzled Guhan's eyes, tempting his heart. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary simulation points. Simulator. I shall forego any talents and enter the simulation world directly. Guhan reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the alluring talents listed on the attribute panel, silently contemplating. There was no alternative. Having expended 800 simulation points, the remaining 900 points acquired from his previous life were dwindling. Even if he spent them all, he could not exchange for any potent talent. Thus, it was wiser to retain them for unforeseen circumstances. Ding. Host's identity confirmed. Talent selection completed. The simulation world is officially commencing. Please prepare yourself. As Guhan issued the command, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind once more, followed by a blinding white light that enveloped his vision entirely. Chapter 53. Zhou night enveloped the surroundings in a shroud of darkness and silence, with not a sound to be heard. Yet, in the heart of the city, within a spacious training hall, the lights burned brightly. Countless high-quality tallow candles flickered, providing infinite illumination to the dim chamber. Inside, precious dragon saliva incense burned lavishly, emanating a calming fragrance that aids concentration. In the Great Chu Kingdom, in the East Chang Prefecture, within the innate family of the Zhou clan, seated upon a meditation cushion, supported by numerous treasures, the black-clad youth suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of glimmering orbs reminiscent of stars. Reflecting upon the memories in his mind, a smile graced his face. The youth who has traversed into this realm is none other than Guhan, though in this world, he is addressed as Zhou. Compared to his previous life, his current identity is of unparalleled nobility. He is not only a scion of the esteemed Zhou family, but also a direct descendant. His father is the third son of the venerable elder of the Zhou clan, a peak-level master who wields significant control over the family's finances. His mother hails from another prominent innate family within the Great Chu Kingdom, cherished since childhood. With such a formidable background, Zhou stands akin to the antagonistic young lords depicted in web novels, inherently perched above countless others. Even without exerting any effort, he would still tower over millions. Not to mention, Zhou is remarkably diligent. He toils in his chamber diligently practicing martial arts even through the night, to the point of inadvertently falling into a state of demonic obsession and perishing, ultimately leading to Guhan's reincarnation in his stead. What a curious sensation it is. In the secluded chamber, having familiarized himself with his memories, Guhan finds that his consciousness seems to flit effortlessly between reality and the simulated world, alternating between this life and the real one, which brings him great joy. Initially, he had harbored concerns that his corporeal form in the real world might suffer harm while immersed in the simulated realm, potentially leading to unbearable consequences. However, such worries have dissipated. At this moment, he perceives that his existence in this world resembles a simulation game, allowing him to log in and out at will. Should any disturbance arise in either the simulated or real worlds, he can promptly respond and resolve any challenges, thus effectively managing both realms simultaneously. This truly renders him invulnerable. Guhan reflects on the cultivation novels from his former life that spoke of extraordinary techniques, such as the ability to separate one's spirit from the body or to undergo rebirth through spirit seizure upon reaching profound levels of cultivation. He had once presumed these concepts to be mere fabrications of imaginative contemporary authors, yet now, through the celestial simulation device, he finds himself genuinely experiencing a sensation akin to spirit division. Life indeed holds wondrous mysteries, beyond comprehension. However, the disparity in the flow of time between the real and simulated worlds is stark. If he were to frequently switch between them, it would likely prove challenging for his spirit to acclimatize. It seems prudent to focus primarily on the simulated world in the future, allowing only a faint thought in the real world to perceive surrounding dangers. Sensing the intense discomfort within the depths of his soul caused by the fluctuations of time and space, Guhan is reminded to remain vigilant and silently resolves to maintain this awareness. Subsequently, he opens his attribute panel. Name, Guhan, Zhou level, for realm, late internal strength techniques, Vajra body refining fist, white tiger muscle transforming fist, Arhit fist, cobra blood refining palm. Self-created semi-spiritual cultivation method, tiger demon body refining fist, endless ocean technique. Skills, disguise technique, mastered. 10 fragrance soft bone powder recipe, understood. Moonlit steps, 3rd grade stage. 72 paths demon subduing palm, 3rd grade stage. Heavenly flip palm, 5th grade stage. Crossing the river on a reed, 5th grade stage. Indestructible Vajra technique, not yet initiated. Goal-breaking finger, 3rd grade stage. Spirit ape flowing steps, 3rd grade stage. System skills, simulation, allows the expenditure of a certain number of simulation points to generate a new identity within myriad realms, commencing a new life. Insight, enables the host to perceive characters up to 20 levels below, obtaining detailed information without consuming simulation points. Projection. In the simulated world, one can consume their own cultivation to project any technique or skill, thereby enhancing their own strength. Current simulation points, 123. Upon glancing at the newly emerged 4 martial arts on his attribute panel, Guhan's heart stirs, and a rush of memories floods his mind. The Zhou family is a widely renowned innate clan within the Great Chu dynasty, boasting hundreds of secondary-level masters and dozens of first-class experts. It is rumored that there are at least 4 innate masters who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the open, with countless others concealed in secrecy. Such power surpasses even that of the Gu family in the real world, let alone in this realm where divine beings are nearly extinct, leaving only remnants of legend. The Zhou family undoubtedly ranks among the top families in the entirety of Great Chu, aside from the royal family that possesses divine legacies and living deities. Few dare to claim superiority over the Zhou family. At most, they may assert equality or indifference. The 4 martial arts, Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist, Spirit Ape Flowing Steps, Gold Breaking Finger, and Endless Ocean Technique are closely guarded secrets of the Zhou family, each cultivated through the painstaking efforts of the family's ancestral masters. Only direct descendants are permitted to practice them, and even then, only in segmented volumes. Recalling the memories of these 4 martial arts fills Guhan's mind with clarity. Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist is likely akin to Vajra Body Refining Fist, both serving as foundational techniques before reaching internal strength, albeit the former is slightly inferior in quality. Spirit Ape Flowing Steps and Gold Breaking Finger were likely crafted by 2 powerful first-class masters and could be considered formidable Earth-level techniques in the main world. Just acquiring these 2 martial arts makes this journey worthwhile. As for the final technique, Guhan's gaze settles on the last martial art, the Endless Ocean Technique, which was the primary cultivation method of the original Zhou Yi. Chapter 54, Projection and Fusion with a Mere Thought, Ripples Arise in the Void. System Skill, Insight Target of Insight, Endless Ocean Technique. In the brightly lit chamber, Guhan's eyes suddenly transform, his dark pupils swirling with infinite radiance. Subsequently, the transparent attribute panel in the intangible void shifts, and lines of text swiftly materialize. Technique name, Endless Ocean Technique, incomplete, grade, heavenly grade, mortal, description, the Endless Ocean Technique. Created by Zhou Wuliang, the 3rd-generation ancestor of the Zhou family from the Qingling domain of the Celestial Realm, comprises 9 volumes, reputed for its integrated offense and defense. Possessing boundless power. Achieving the 7th volume grants one the status of innate, and upon reaching full mastery, their internal strength becomes virtually limitless, attacking like the surging sea, and defending as the ocean encompasses all. Evaluation. A commendable innate technique, it holds its own among mortals. Indeed, it is a heavenly grade technique. Furthermore, judging by its description, this technique appears to be exceptional even among heavenly grades, requiring only the attainment of the 7th volume to achieve innate status. It is truly formidable, likely unmatched even by most techniques within the Gu family of the main world. Upon reading the introduction on the attribute panel, Guhan is filled with elation, promptly disregarding the simulator's concluding evaluation. After all, the simulator is extraordinarily marvelous. Even the divine abilities of deities cannot compare, let alone the mere innate techniques crafted by mortals, which it naturally deems unworthy. However, while it may overlook its worth, Guhan cherishes it dearly, for this is a technique that can lead directly to the innate realm, although limited by the cultivation of his original self. Guhan currently retains within his memory only the 1st and 2nd volumes of the internal energy cultivation methods from this particular martial art. However, the value of these 2 volumes is immeasurable, far surpassing that of an entire Earth-level martial art. Though they merely represent the beginning, they embody the mysteries of the innate, which are beyond the reach of those beneath it. If placed in the outside world, even top-tier masters would vie desperately for the chance to glimpse such extraordinary martial skills, thus revealing their terrifying worth. Truly, as a direct descendant of a prominent innate family, Guhan's treatment is incomparable to that of the collateral branch of the Gu family in the main world. Filled with delight, Guhan could not help but marvel at the worth of the 800 simulation points spent. To gain such immense benefits upon his arrival in this world is astounding. If he were to leverage the power of his family, who knows how many more opportunities might await him. As he suppressed the tumult of emotions within, Guhan contemplated the newly emerged features of the simulator, unable to contain himself any longer. Beep. Insufficient cultivation level detected. The system's skill derivation cannot be utilized. Unable to use it? Guhan frowned at this response. What about the Duanjin finger-whirling Yuan agile steps? Beep. Insufficient cultivation level detected. The system's skill derivation cannot be utilized. Once again, he was met with refusal, leaving Guhan somewhat disappointed. At my current cultivation level, which martial arts or skills can I derive? He pondered silently. Beep. According to the simulator's detection, with the host's late-stage internal energy cultivation, the following martial arts can be derived: Vajra Body Refining Fist, White Tiger Muscle Transformation Fist, Arhut Fist, Jiao Snake Blood Cleansing Palm, Self-Created Half-Spiritual Energy Cultivation Method, Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist. The skills available for derivation include Disguise Technique, 10 Fragrance Soft Bone Powder Preparation Method, Moonwalking Steps, 72 Paths Demon Suppression Palm, Heaven Turning Palm, 1 Reed Crossing the River, Indestructible Fudra Divine Skill. As Guhan finished speaking, the attribute panel in the void underwent a transformation, revealing a list of martial arts and skills available for derivation. Oh, even the Vajra Body Refining Fist and Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist can be derived? Guhan was somewhat astonished at the words on the attribute panel. It is worth noting that although both of these fist techniques are merely foundational, they are exceptionally remarkable. The former is the Pinnacle Body Refining Fist technique from the Dragon Elephant Vajra Temple, a sacred martial arts site of the Yu Kingdom, created by innate experts and refined over centuries by countless masters. The latter is a closely guarded secret of the Zhou family, an innate family from the Great Chu Kingdom, also crafted by innate masters and perfected by numerous descendants. In terms of rarity, these two techniques may even surpass some ordinary foundational techniques of innate experts, undeniably qualifying as extraordinary martial arts classics. And now they can also be derived? With this thought, Guhan's curiosity compelled him to inquire further, and the simulator quickly provided an answer. As Guhan's thoughts settled, the attribute panel in the void suddenly transformed, revealing lines of text. The system's skill derivation is not merely a forced derivation of a single martial art. Rather, it can integrate martial arts of the same type or those with complementary potential, ultimately deriving a brand new martial art based on the strongest technique. Derivation? Integration? So that is how it works. Seeing the simulator's explanation, Guhan's confusion dissipated instantly. The Vajra Body Refining Fist from the Great Yu world trains the flesh, bones, and organs, while the Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist from the Tiansong realm, akin to the martial arts of Baozhu Temple, focuses on the skin, tendons, and blood. However, due to its creation by innate experts, the Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist encompasses the training methods for all three aspects within its single set of techniques, unlike Baozhu Temple, which requires a different martial art for each level of cultivation. Nevertheless, these 6 components of the physical body naturally complement one another. This is also the reason why Guhan, in his previous life, was able to possess a physique far superior to that of other martial artists of the same rank, achieving invincibility among equals, slaying those of higher tiers, and eventually creating the miraculous energy known as half-spiritual energy. Now, if he could truly utilize the system's features to fuse the Vajra Body Refining Fist with the Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist into a new technique, what kind of formidable power would that yield? With this thought, Guhan felt a surge of anticipation. Simulator, consume cultivation to derive the skills Vajra Body Refining Fist and Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist. Chapter 55, Dragon and Tiger Body Refining Fist. Beep. Host command received. Deriving and integrating the martial arts Vajra Body Refining Fist and Tiger Demon Body Refining Fist. As Guhan's command echoed, the system's mechanical voice promptly responded, and he felt the internal energy in his dantian swiftly depleting. Late-stage internal energy. Mid-stage internal energy. Early-stage internal energy. Blood cleansing success. Blood cleansing minor success. As time passed, Guhan's aura diminished continuously, nearly with each breath, his realm weakened by a fraction. Yet simultaneously, waves of inspiration surged within his mind, akin to consuming a legendary elixir, filling his thoughts with ethereal clarity. In the next moment, a torrent of fantastical ideas emerged, swiftly analyzing and reorganizing the two martial arts, ultimately leading to their integration. Beep. Congratulations, host. The derivation was successful. You have obtained the martial art Dragon and Tiger Essence Cleansing Fist. When Guhan's cultivation had completely plummeted, leaving not a trace behind, the system's mechanical voice finally resonated once more. Subsequently, the attribute panel before Guhan shifted again, revealing lines of new text. Martial art name, Dragon and Tiger Essence Cleansing Fist. Grade, half-spiritual description. The Dragon and Tiger Essence Cleansing Fist was created by Zhou Yi, the 29th descendant of the innate Zhou family from the Great Chu Kingdom, based on the integration of the Vajra body, refining fist, and the Tiger Demon body, refining fist. It boasts an exceptionally high quality, somewhat transcending the mundane. While it cannot rival true spiritual level techniques, it far surpasses ordinary innate martial arts. It not only significantly develops the human body's potential, training the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and marrow, but also allows for preliminary muscle and marrow cleansing before reaching internal energy, enhancing foundational qualities. If one achieves internal energy, its quality will far exceed that of ordinary internal force, directly cultivating an even more powerful half-spiritual energy. Furthermore, if practiced consistently after achieving internal energy, one can reverse the innate and attain an innate body at the level of internal energy. Evaluation: a commendable foundational fist technique. With diligent practice, it can assist you in more easily breaking through to the innate level. Muscle and marrow cleansing. Innate body. Gazing at the attribute panel detailing this martial art, Guhan felt a profound shock within. As someone who has reincarnated as a descendant of an innate family in both lives, Guhan is certainly no stranger to innate experts. Innate. The reason this realm is defined as innate rather than any other term is due to two fundamental reasons. Firstly, the innate masters have already comprehended the extraordinary meridians, establishing a bridge between heaven and earth, enabling the transformation of the true energy within their dantian into a miraculous force that far surpasses that of first-rate masters. This energy is known as innate true essence. Secondly, after the transformation of true energy into innate true essence, innate masters continuously utilize this essence to cleanse their bodies, achieving the effect of purging all impurities from their physical forms and reverting to the state of innate bodies. This innate body, often referred to as the innate physique, represents a state where the body has shed all superficialities, returning to a primal, infant-like condition. Only such a physique can swiftly absorb the higher energies that pervade the universe, thereby significantly enhancing the innate true essence within the masters. In other words, achieving this innate physique signifies that one's physical body has transcended that of many true innate beings. Subsequently, by diligently practicing, the attainment of innate status becomes almost a certainty, devoid of any barriers. Remarkable. This derivative function is indeed astonishing. It is unimaginable that the mere fusion of two foundational boxing techniques could give rise to such a magnificent martial art. Innate status. How many aspire to it? How deeply is this desire rooted within the hearts of countless individuals? Yet, what seems like an unattainable realm in their eyes can be approached with the method of this boxing technique, where systematic practice almost guarantees a breakthrough to this state. How terrifying is that? Guhan felt a surge of astonishment, but remained humble. After all, despite the purported wonders of the Dragon Tiger Essence Cleansing Fist, the simulator only rated it as semi-spiritual. The meaning of semi-spiritual was unclear to Guhan. In his previous understanding, aside from the mysterious immortals, the highest techniques in the world were those created by innate masters, classified as heavenly level. However, now that the simulator includes a semi-spiritual tier, it naturally leads him to deduce that there must be even higher spiritual levels. Coupled with the legends that immortals possess spiritual power, the answer to what lies above heavenly level becomes apparent. It seems that spiritual levels are indeed the lowest tier among immortals. And if semi-spiritual techniques are so potent as to enable martial artists to easily attain innate status, what then of true spiritual techniques and treasures? Is the gap between innate beings and immortals truly that vast? With these thoughts, Guhan felt a sense of urgency. In his reality, there was always an immortal foe looming over him. Although this immortal may not regard him with any importance, perhaps not even remembering him, for Guhan, regardless of the immortal's awareness, their presence hung over him like the sword of Damocles, making him tread carefully each day, fearful and cautious. Yet, he considered that perhaps he was being overly anxious. After all, he was still far from attaining innate status. Worrying about the immortal was futile. It would be wiser to utilize his noble identity and resources in this life to diligently cultivate, aiming not for the unmatched prowess of his previous life, but at the very least to achieve innate status. Resolutely, Guhan began practicing the recently acquired Dragon Tiger Body Cleansing Fist in the training room, seemingly indifferent to the martial skills he had lost. In truth, this was indeed part of his plan to discard the original owner's martial skills and cultivate anew with his own techniques, reclaiming semi-spiritual power. Now, not only had the original owner's internal strength been completely exhausted, but he had also derived the miraculous Dragon Tiger Essence Cleansing Fist, exemplifying the maxim of waste utilization. Delighted, Guhan had no time for sorrow. However, in this life, he was not entirely alone. While he was indifferent to his lost skills, it did not mean others felt similarly. Chapter 56. Blood of the Spirit Serpent. The following morning, in the grand hall of the Zhou family in Dongchang Prefecture, Great Chu, an imposing elder with white hair and black eyebrows sat in the central seat, exuding an aura of authority. Flanking him were 4 equally formidable middle-aged men, each appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. These powerful individuals emanated an extraordinary presence. Even the weakest among them possessed tremendous true energy, with a subtle aura of power radiating from them, slicing through everything in their vicinity. Their strength surpassed even that of ordinary first-rate masters by more than a fold. This was Zhou Anshan, the head of the Zhou family, accompanied by his 4 sons, renowned as the 4 kings of the Zhou family, who were said to be unmatched in the martial world. However, the focus was not on them, but rather on an elderly physician dressed in a healer's garb and a young man whose face was ashen and lifeless. "Dr. Liu, how is Yi faring?" Zhou Anshan asked, observing the physician whose hand remained firmly on Guhan's wrist, his brow furrowed in concentration. Sighing heavily, Dr. Liu eventually released his grip on Guhan's pulse, a look of deep regret on his face. "Master Zhou, it is not my intention to delay. Rather, young Master Yi's symptoms are exceedingly peculiar, which has prolonged the examination." According to young Master Yi, his eagerness to break through to the 2nd tier last night led to an unfortunate misstep, causing him to lose all internal power. However, based on his pulse now, it appears that young Master Yi's condition is more severe than mere loss of internal energy. His physical body has endured significant damage, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person. In such cases, young Master Yi should have already succumbed, for the path of martial cultivation is fraught with peril. A minor misstep can lead to total loss of abilities, while a grave error may result in death. Young Master Yi is now in a critical phase of having lost control, yet he remains alive, and remarkably, his bones and meridians show no signs of damage. This is indeed an extraordinary and rare occurrence. Seeing the gazes of the Zhou family head and the 4 kings upon him, Dr. Liu spoke with a hint of unease. "What, you wretched fool? Are you cursing my nephew to death?" As soon as Dr. Liu finished speaking, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, whose chair was larger than usual, erupted in rage, smashing a fine Zeton table beside him with a single blow, and shouted angrily at Dr. Liu. "Fourth brother, do not be rude." Seeing the hulking figure's recklessness, a composed middle-aged man clad in black intervened sharply, then turned to Dr. Liu and asked, "Doctor, is my son truly unwell? Also, is it true that his physical condition and meridians are as you described, intact? Will he still be able to continue his martial training?" Upon hearing Dr. Liu's words, the middle-aged man bombarded him with questions. Although his expression remained unchanged, the depths of his gaze towards Guhan were filled with concern. In response to the 3rd master, "I stake my life on the truth of my words today." Although young Master Yi has succumbed to his obsession, resulting in the complete loss of his internal energy, his physical condition remains unscathed. As for continuing his martial arts training in the future, that remains entirely possible. However, the skills he has lost cannot be reclaimed, necessitating a fresh start, which will inevitably consume some time. Upon hearing this, the esteemed physician Liu promptly patted his chest, fervently assuring everyone, not daring to show any hint of arrogance. Out in the world, he might be regarded as a prestigious healer, and due to his commendable alchemical skills, he has forged close friendships with over a dozen elite martial artists. With but a word from him, he could summon them in an instant, capable of extinguishing a second-rate sect in the martial realm without issue. Yet, in the confines of the Zhou family, while he may be referred to as a divine physician in flattering terms, the harsher truth is that he holds no real standing. Regardless of his connections with numerous elite practitioners, he would never dare to provoke the Zhou family's formidable presence. The Zhou family is exceptionally powerful. Not only do they boast a council of elders comprised of top-tier martial artists, but they also have 4 renowned innate ancestors who stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Moreover, there are undoubtedly many more lurking in the shadows. Just a single one of these innate masters could effortlessly subdue all the so-called elite practitioners Liu had associated with, leaving no room for resistance. Thus, even if the 4th master of the Zhou family is presently unceremonious towards him, he must endure it. Without delving into Liu's inner thoughts, the news that Guhan could still train brought sheer joy to Zhou Anshan, the head of the Zhou family, as well as to Zhou Huaiwang, the 4th master. "Haha, did you hear that? There is no need for excessive sorrow. Your meridians have not sustained any damage. With diligent practice, You can still ascend to the ranks of martial prowess in the Jianghu, though it may require some additional time. Besides, you are only 15. The days ahead are abundant. Even if you have lost your abilities for now, there is no need to worry about not becoming a top-tier expert. Furthermore, your uncles will fully support you. I have a Millennium Snow Lotus that I gathered from Bema Mountain a few days ago. I shall present it to you to aid in your recovery. Additionally, I still possess a few thousand ginseng pills obtained from the Apothecary Valley, which fourth uncle will also bring for you. Upon hearing this good news, Zhou Huayuan, the fourth master, erupted into hearty laughter, retrieving a small brocade box from his bosom while addressing Gu Han with a smile. Indeed, although fourth master can be somewhat rough around the edges, today he demonstrates a sense of propriety. Yi-Er is yet to recover from his illness and certainly requires some nourishment. Therefore, I shall forego my share of the spirit snake blood that was offered this year and have it delivered to Yi-Er instead. Watching Zhou Huayuan's generosity, Zhou Huayan, the second master, initially smiled in approval before turning to Zhou Huaizong, the eldest master. Haha, second brother, you are indeed generous. Even willing to part with your spirit snake blood. As the eldest brother, I cannot be stingy either. I shall also donate my share for Yi-Er's training. Observing the playful banter between the two, Zhou Huayuan, feeling slightly put out, exclaimed, "Oh, eldest brother, second brother, you two are so magnanimous that it makes me seem miserly in Yi-Er's eyes. Since you dare to give away the spirit snake blood, what do I have to hold back? Thus, I shall also forego my share and gift it all to Yi-Er." The sight of the two brothers' generosity incensed Zhou Huayan, his burly frame bouncing about like a monkey, his face flushed with indignation as he shouted, "Spirit snake blood? What is this substance?" As he heard the remarks from the Zhou family's third master, Gu Han was filled with confusion and immense curiosity. It was well known that the Zhou family's fourth master and his brothers were all peak-tier experts, on the cusp of breaking through to innate mastery themselves. And they placed significant importance on this spirit snake blood, which was only available in limited quantities each year. What could be so extraordinary about it? Just as Gu Han pondered this, the third master, Zhou Huayu, observed his expression and furrowed his brow, admonishing him, "Yi-Er, why are you still dawdling? What have I taught you? Gratitude must be repaid. Although your uncles are not outsiders, they have bestowed such generous gifts upon you today. You should promptly express your thanks to them." Zhou Huayu's gaze was stern as it bore down upon Gu Han. "Yes, Yi-Er expresses his gratitude for Father's teachings. Additionally, I extend my sincere thanks to my uncles for their generous gifts." Recalling the memories of his original self, Gu Han felt a twinge of discomfort but managed to utter the word father, mimicking the original's actions and manners with utmost respect. Haha, why such formalities? As elders, it is only natural to care for the younger generation. A few bottles of spirit snake blood are hardly worth mentioning. Do you think these few vials can help me? Zhou Huayuan, break through to innate mastery? Moreover, third brother, you are overly concerned with propriety. Look at how you have taught Yi-Er to behave like a bookish scholar, completely losing the lively charm he had as a child. As Gu Han displayed such decorum, the others nodded in tacit agreement, yet Zhou Huayuan raised an eyebrow, displeased. Humph. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think our Zhou family is some insignificant clan from the outside world? We must be well versed in the etiquette passed down by the sages. How else can the Zhou family maintain its standing in Dechu without being mocked as mere martial brutes lacking decorum? Upon hearing Zhou Huayuan's words, Zhou Anshan, the head of the Zhou family, felt a surge of anger, coldly snorting as he replied, "Enough. Enough. Father, you are repeating this yet again. I am growing weary of hearing it. How powerful is our Zhou family? Even with several innate masters, if others look down upon us, so what? They can only endure in silence, and they might even consider us to be genuine and unpretentious. Furthermore, even if we hypothetically consider that someone dared to challenge us over such matters, let them see whether I would personally twist their heads off." As Zhou Anshan finished speaking, the burly Zhou Huayuan, visibly impatient, rose abruptly to counter, a radiant golden aura emanating from him, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Though Zhou Huayuan may appear somewhat playful and juvenile here, in the outside world, he bears the moniker of the Iron-Blooded King, a figure steeped in bloodshed. With countless vengeful spirits entwined around him, he is far from a simple character. "Filial son, you dare to retort?" Zhou Anshan's fury escalated, ready to unleash his ire. But Zhou Huayuan interjected, "All right, father, since Yi-Er is fine, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, the spirit snake blood promised to Yi-Er will be delivered this afternoon. When that time comes, you should practice diligently. Once you reach the second-tier realm, I will take you out for some fun to temper your disposition, lest you be turned into a fool by your father." with laughter echoing through the hall. Zhou Huan disappeared in a flash of golden light, faster than sound, leaving behind a resounding echo of mirth amidst the spacious chamber. The sound was filled with a bold and carefree spirit, causing Gu Han, who had long been burdened by the pressures of the real world, to feel a yearning and envy for such a boundless existence. That rebellious son, observing Zhou Huayuan leave abruptly at the slightest disagreement, Zhou Anshan, the head of the Zhou family, could only roar in anger, yet felt utterly helpless. This wayward son, though he had resisted authority since childhood and despised constraints, possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts, far surpassing anyone in the Zhou clan. At just 30 years of age, he had already cultivated the family's secret technique, the supreme Yang divine art, to the 6th level, placing him among the pinnacle of martial experts. Moreover, he had concurrently mastered the Zhou family's advanced martial arts, including the dragon-slaying palm, divine wind leg, and indestructible body technique, achieving remarkable proficiency in each, rendering him unmatched in attack, defense, and speed. A rarity even among the innate experts of the entire Dechu. Even more astonishingly, half a year prior, Zhou Huayuan had faced off against an innate master, battling for 300 rounds without a clear victor. Such a feat sent shockwaves throughout Dechu, with rumors suggesting that even the royal immortals were stirred, personally seeking an audience with him. Whether these rumors held truth or not, they led the largest news organization in the martial world, the Wanxiang Tianji Pavilion, to release their latest rankings of the 72 strongest martial experts, placing him indisputably at the top. Furthermore, he received high praise from the pavilion's leader, Zhang Xingnan, who described his dragon-slaying palm as unparalleled, declaring that he was destined to become an innate master. Such a formidable figure was undoubtedly the pride of Dechu, and naturally, none could impose restrictions upon him. He could do as he pleased. Gu Han hoped that one day, he too could live without constraints, free to pursue his desires. As he gazed at the carefree Zhou Huan, a longing arose within him. Compared to Zhou Huayuan, Gu Han desired even more. For Zhou Huayuan was merely unrestrained within the confines of a small Dechu. According to the simulator's words, Dechu was merely a nation on a small island within the Qingling domain of the Tianzong realm. Such a weak nation could be obliterated in an instant by an external immortal. Much like the Zhou family's minor branches, they were utterly insignificant. With a mere thought from the Zhou family, they could vanish without resistance. Gu Han did not wish to be a minor figure in such a weak region. What he yearned for was to exist freely among the myriad realms of the true cosmos, unimpeded by anyone. In Gu Han's previous life, such a person was referred to as a great sage, grandfather, father, uncle, and second uncle. Since there is nothing more to discuss here, I shall take my leave, said Yi Er, having lost his cultivation and needing to focus on its restoration without wasting time. Determined, Gu Han decided not to delay further, apologizing to Zhou Anshan and Zhou Huayuan before preparing to depart. Haha. Yi Er is indeed well-educated and diligent, a source of comfort compared to the fourth brother. It seems our Zhou family has hope for the future. Zhou Anshan, the head of the Zhou family, who had just been angered by Zhou Huayuan, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Gu Han's courtesy. Yes, you may go. Remember to be careful during your training, do not rush. As for training resources, you need not worry, I will ensure everything is provided properly. Just focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the first class. Zhou Anshan spoke casually, as though the revered first-class realm was as commonplace as cabbages in a field, easily plucked at will. Thank you, grandfather. Gu Han expressed his gratitude, somewhat astonished by Zhou Anshan's tone, before taking his leave. Chapter 58. Recommencing cultivation. The Zhou family attended to matters swiftly. By afternoon, all resources promised by the four kings and Zhou Anshan had been delivered to Gu Han's secluded chamber. Is this the fabled spirit snake blood? In the tranquil chamber, the bright candlelight flickered, illuminating the array of pills and resources on the table that would make any first-rate martial artist envious. Gu Han, however, walked straight to a luxurious brocade box and opened it, revealing 8 or 9 small transparent glass vials, each the length of a finger. With a gentle lift, Gu Han held up one vial, observing the tranquil flow of emerald green liquid within, occasionally shimmering with a golden glimmer. As his thoughts stirred, a ripple in the void indicated that his system's skill, insight, had quietly activated. Item name: Ordinary Spirit Snake Blood Grade. Pseudo-Spirit Grade Description: a blood containing faint spiritual energy. Suitable for medicinal use. Its properties are mild, making it consumable by both cultivators and mortals. Cultivators can use it as an auxiliary material to refine lower-grade energy-enhancing pills, thus augmenting their cultivation. Mortals may consume it directly or apply it topically, If ingested, it can substitute for pills, enhancing martial prowess and improving physical aptitude. It also aids mortals below the first-class level in breaking through bottlenecks and overcoming meridian barriers. Prolonged consumption may extend lifespan and prevent ailments, transforming martial wastrels into geniuses. If applied, it can replace any essential medicinal substances for physical training, with effects potentially surpassing the original remedies, rendering the practitioner's body indestructible and impervious to harm. Evaluation: a substance that straddles the line between the mundane and the spiritual. Its essence slightly transcends the ordinary, yet it falls far short of the spiritual level. Not even qualifying as half-spiritual grade, barely scraping by as a pseudo-spirit grade. Just a pseudo-spirit grade? Guhan felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed at the vial, emitting a faint golden glow in the candlelight. Initially, upon hearing about this so-called spirit snake blood, he had anticipated encountering an extraordinary item akin to those of the immortals, his heart soaring with excitement. Little did he know it was merely a misunderstanding. While this spirit snake blood could be considered precious for any mortal and even for innate martial artists, its essence still fell short of the spiritual level, not even approaching half-spiritual grade. Alas, the chasm between mortals and cultivators is indeed vast. Even the most commonplace item among cultivators could be a once-in-a-lifetime treasure for mortals, highlighting the profound divide between the two realms. Guhan reflected with awe, but felt no sense of despair. He understood that with the immortal simulator at his disposal, as long as he remained alive, he would grow stronger with the passage of time and traverse different worlds. While he may feel powerless against immortals now, the future remained uncertain. After all, the ratio of time between the real world and the simulated world is 1:365. In other words, as long as he could break through to the innate level and live a healthy life until the age of 100, he would gain several millennia of experience in the simulated world. Several millennia, a span so lengthy that it is unfathomable, even for immortals. Even if he must endure, he could persist until he encounters true spiritual items or even ascends to become an immortal himself. Now, let us commence our cultivation. Though I have lost my former prowess, I am fortunate to possess a noble identity in this life. The Zhou family is not akin to the incapacitated families often depicted in countless online novels, where a handful of cats engage in constant internal strife, depleting their strength. Thus, my power should swiftly return. Guhan silently mused, then tilted his head back and consumed an entire vial of spirit serpent blood. From the memories of the original Zhou, he had some understanding of this substance. As far as he knew, the spirit serpent blood was extraordinarily potent, gentle in its effects, and, even more remarkably, difficult to dissipate. Once ingested, even if one was temporarily unable to fully digest it due to various constraints, most of the remaining energy would quietly reside within the body's limbs and organs, waiting to be utilized, with only a small portion wasted. This wondrous elixir is indeed rare, deserving of the esteem held by the immortal family of the Chu royal lineage. Boom. As the spirit serpent blood entered his stomach, its formidable energy began to emanate through Guhan's body, first dissolving in his stomach, then transforming into pure energy coursing through his blood, gradually and resolutely reshaping his form, while simultaneously stirring the vital essence within him. Dragon Tiger, Cleansing Fist. Sensing the potency of the spirit serpent blood taking effect, Guhan wasted no time and immediately assumed a fighting stance to begin his practice. Though the spirit serpent blood was remarkable and difficult to dissipate, it was not without its imperfections. A slight waste would occur during its flow. Although resources were not an issue for Guhan at present, his frugal nature could not bear to see even a small loss. Crack, thud, boom. The sounds of explosive punches and kicks shattered the silence of the underground chamber. Guhan moved like a dragon or tiger, executing the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist with precision. With each movement, his vital energy erupted, gradually refining his flesh, skin, muscles, bones, organs, and even his marrow. The Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist was an extraordinary half-spiritual martial art. Not only was it beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, but even those celestial beings who had not delved deeply into martial disciplines might struggle to create something of its caliber. Its fundamental principles were far more profound than the simplistic martial arts of the previous life in the Yin Kingdom, and significantly more powerful than those of the current Chu Kingdom or the Yu Kingdom in the main world. In the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist, there was no categorization of realms such as refining flesh, skin, tendons, bones, blood, or organs prior to establishing internal strength. Instead, it initiated the simultaneous cultivation of blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, membranes, and marrow from the very beginning. The entire set of techniques comprises 108 forms. Mastering the first 36 forms signifies entry-level proficiency, with single-arm strength reaching 9,600 pounds, comparable to the pinnacle of blood refinement or organ refinement masters from both lives. Mastering the middle 36 forms indicates minor success, with single-arm strength capable of reaching 108,000 pounds, rivaling the peak of internal strength practitioners like the barbarian King A Yin, Baozhu Temple Ju Ming, and Laocoon Patriarch. As for mastering the final 36 forms, the entire Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist would be considered complete, not only enabling the body to achieve the initial state of cleansing the marrow, but also significantly enhancing its potential. With single-arm strength reaching 800,000 pounds, directly rivaling second-tier peak energy emitters, placing his power just beneath the first-tier masters, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 59, Dragon Tooth, Rice Boom. Within the tranquil chamber, sounds akin to roaring waves erupted. Guhan's fists and feet moved like lightning, his vital energy surging, akin to torrents of a great river flowing within him. With each practice of the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist, his flesh, organs, tendons, and skin were ceaselessly tempered and strengthened. As dusk approached, with the sun gradually descending, Guhan finally ceased his punches, standing firm and with a single palm strike. Crack! In the next instant, a sound akin to a firecracker echoed through the air. The cause was the immense force behind Guhan's palm, which explosively ruptured a small pocket of air, creating an effect reminiscent of the air-splitting palm described in martial arts novels. However, compared to the legendary technique, Guhan's strike lacked the power. Several meters away, it would struggle to even topple a water cup, merely serving as a fade, without substantial practical use. As he assessed the power of this strike, Guhan felt a tinge of self-deprecation. After all, this modest strength was indeed feeble compared to the overwhelming prowess he once possessed, surpassing the majority of second-tier peak experts. Yet, he reassured himself that this was merely the result of an afternoon's practice. The Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist consists of 108 forms, and in just one afternoon, he had mastered the first 3, achieving a single-arm strength of 200 pounds, comparable to a minor practitioner of skin refinement. Such progress was astonishing. In his previous life, even with the aid of the Vajra refinement fist and the complementary martial arts of another world, he required nearly half a year to reach this level. Despite the differences in resources between the two lives, the disparity was indeed vast. Guhan mused, filled with confidence for the journey ahead. If one day's effort could yield results akin to minor skin refinement, what heights might he reach in the next 10 days? What about the subsequent 100 days, a year, or even a decade? Guhan eagerly anticipated the future. Gurgle. Just as Guhan was filled with confidence regarding all that lay ahead, a sudden gurgling sound from his stomach startled him, followed by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. While the spirit serpent blood was extraordinary, it seemed to lack the capacity to quell hunger. After a rigorous afternoon of training, although he had not exhausted the energy from the vial of spirit serpent blood, the remaining energy did not manifest to satiate his hunger. Instead, it lay dormant deep within his bodily cells, awaiting the next training session. Xiao Liuzi, prepare my dinner. I am quite hungry now, Guhan commanded as he walked to the door of the chamber, opening it to step into the room. He called out to the servant waiting outside, ready to attend to his needs. Yes, young master, I will prepare it right away, came the respectful reply, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. In less than a quarter of an hour, the servant Xiao Liuzi returned with several beautiful maidens, each carrying exquisite dishes made from precious ingredients, emanating tempting aromas. Xiao Liuzi, what is this? Guhan inquired, glancing over the array of delectable dishes capable of making an ordinary person drool. However, his gaze fixated on a bowl that Xiao Liuzi was carefully holding, filled with grains as clear as jade. Young master, do you not remember? This is dragon tooth rice. The head of the household has already instructed that you have just practiced and are currently in a weakened state, requiring nourishment. Thus, specific instructions were given to the kitchen to allocate 3 taels of dragon tooth rice daily for the next month to nourish the young master. Young master, this is your allowance for today, said Xiao Liuzi, who immediately responded, his eyes fixed on the silver bowl in his hands as if it contained an entire bowl of gold, fearful of any mishap that might cause even a single grain of rice to spill. In truth, this dragon tooth rice was indeed far more precious than gold. Dragon tooth rice? Upon hearing this term, Guhan felt a sense of familiarity and quickly delved into the memories of his past life, soon finding the explanation for this term. Dragon tooth rice was a rare treasure originating from the royal family, reputed to be the daily sustenance of immortals, possessing various miraculous effects. It not only aids mortals in nourishing their bodies, prolonging life, and enhancing physical strength, but also slightly elevates their innate abilities. Although its efficacy pales in comparison to that of spirit snake blood, it is still extraordinary. More importantly, this item is exceedingly rare. It is said that the annual yield is less than 5,000 pounds, with the consumption by immortals far exceeding that of spirit snake blood. The amount distributed among various ministers each year does not exceed 1,000 pounds, only due to the formidable strength of the Zhou family, with several innate masters within. Could they claim approximately 150 pounds annually for emergencies, illustrating the rarity of this item. The family's willingness to provide him with 3 taels daily for an entire month was indeed extravagant, a significant expenditure. Guhan pondered how much effort his father and grandfather must have exerted to convince the Elder Council to allocate such a considerable benefit for him. Amir Waste, who had fallen into obsession and lost all martial prowess. This loss of martial arts is a severe blow for any practitioner, and even with immense luck, surviving this ordeal would significantly diminish future potential. Typically, a disciple in such a plight would be abandoned, even by a wealthy clan like the Zhou family. The Zhou family is vast, with numerous collateral branches aside from the direct descendants represented by the head, Zhou Anshan. While these collateral members lack the resources and talent of the direct line, their sheer numbers occasionally yield capable individuals. The Elder Council, formed by these collateral disciples, is an institution aimed at curbing the powers of the direct line, led by an innate ancestor with several first-rate elders assisting, all united against the direct descendants. The innate ancestor, being above such mundane matters, would not concern himself with trivialities, but the first-rate elders would not be lenient against the recklessness of the direct line. Unlike spirit snake blood, which, though more precious, was recently allocated and belonged solely to the 4 princes of the Zhou family, dragon tooth rice is different. As it is now May, the new batch of dragon tooth rice from the court will not mature until after April. The family stock of dragon tooth rice is still from last year's reserves, while the personal shares of the 4 princes and the head of the family have long been consumed. Thus, the dragon tooth rice Guhan used was the family's property, and a daily allocation of 3 taels for a month amounts to a substantial 9 pounds. Such an enormous expenditure, if used to honor an innate ancestor or assist first-rate masters on the verge of breaking through, would be justifiable. But to squander it on a mere waste like him was incomprehensible. Guhan could not fathom the extent of Zhou Anshan and Zhou Huayu's efforts to persuade the elders. Alas, it was futile to dwell on such matters. What mattered most now was to cultivate anew and restore his strength. Once he mastered the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Punch and regained a more formidable semi-spiritual power, he would then navigate through the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, reaching the pinnacle of first-rate mastery. At that time, with the terrifying might of semi-spiritual power and his enhanced martial skills, even ordinary innate masters would pale in comparison. What was 9 pounds of dragon tooth rice to him? Even 90 pounds would be inconsequential. Resolute in his thoughts, Guhan lifted the bowl of dragon tooth rice from Xiao Liuzai's hands and began to indulge in a feast of mountain delicacies, including ferocious tiger meat, jade heart buds, golden patterned fish, crystal pork knuckles, and white deer antlers. Chapter 60, Rigorous Training. Delicious. Exquisite. As Guhan savored the various delectable dishes, he relished this rare culinary delight, soon finding his mouth glistening with oil, lost in sheer delight. It must be said that the culinary skills of the Zhou family chef were truly remarkable, and the ingredients were exceptionally fresh and precious. Even after traversing 2 lifetimes and having tasted countless delicacies, he could not help but be enamored by the feast before him, showering praises with every bite. Indeed, this crystal pork knuckle is exquisite. I shall have the kitchen prepare another for tomorrow. And this spicy golden patterned fish and braised ferocious tiger meat. Make sure to prepare more of those as well, Guhan instructed Xiao Liuzai while relishing the translucent, jewel-like dragon tooth rice. Yes, young master. Xiao Liuzai responded eagerly, his eyes brimming with envy. The ingredients for the dishes the young master requested were extremely costly, each sourced from martial artists of considerable skill in the rivers and mountains. In the outside world, the cost of these dishes alone would be extraordinary, likely amounting to at least 50 taels of gold, and that was merely the cost price. After the chef's meticulous cooking, the price would likely soar to over 100 taels of gold. 100 taels of gold. How much is that? It would take him 20 years to earn such an amount. Yet, this was merely the cost of 1 meal for the young master, not even accounting for the priceless dragon tooth rice. It is evident that the disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between man and dog. Some are born into privilege, possessing what ordinary people could not attain even after years of toil. Just like his cousin from the village, who, at merely 10 years old, exhibited astounding strength, able to lift over 1,000 pounds with one arm, far surpassing all adult men in the village, a prodigious talent that incites envy. If given the chance, he must introduce his cousin to the young master, even if he cannot achieve the same heights as Li Yi, who was once favored by the third master. Merely being a servant beside the young master, exchanging a few words, would be 1,000 times better than being the clan leader in that humble village. Xiao Yozai mused silently, but suddenly recalled his cousin's stubborn temperament, prompting a sigh from his heart. Hey, Xiao Yozai, what are you thinking? The young master is calling you. As Xiao Liuji found himself lost in thought, a gentle voice broke through the silence beside him. It was a small maid who, noticing his prolonged silence, tugged at his sleeve and cautiously reminded him, young master, I beg your pardon. It is my fault. I was momentarily distracted and did not hear you call for me. What instructions do you have for me? Upon seeing Gu Han's slightly furrowed brow, Xiao Liuji was immediately struck with fear, slapping his own face repeatedly in a desperate plea for forgiveness. In the Zhou residence, there were countless servants like him, who lived in utter humility, as insignificant as ants. If one were to cross a master in a foul mood, they could be met with an unjust fate, let alone incurring their wrath, which was deemed a grave transgression. Enough with the self-punishment, there is no need for that. I merely called for you to tidy up the dishes. Moreover, remember to approach your tasks with diligence in the future. Do not allow your mind to wander to trivial matters before completing your work, Gu Han said, waving his hand dismissively without being overly harsh. Though he had endured the trials of a previous life and had long since adapted to the brutal laws of survival in the simulated world, he reserved his ruthlessness for adversaries. For innocent souls like Xiao Liuji, he did not feel the need to be merciless, nor did he wish to unleash violence upon those who had not wronged him. Everything should be approached with a calm demeanor. Yes, thank you, young master. I will remember your kindness and serve you diligently from now on. Relieved by Gu Han's lack of reproach, Xiao Liuji felt a weight lift from his chest, his breathing becoming more even. All right, you may go now. I still need to continue my training. I will call for you if anything arises, Gu Han replied, nodding and casually gesturing for him to leave. He then returned to the secret chamber to resume his cultivation, having recently consumed the dragon tooth rice. Its effects began to manifest. As Gu Han's stomach started to digest, the rice transformed into pure energy coursing through his body. A small portion nourished his cells, alleviating his hunger, while the vast majority began to gradually enhance his physique and refine his meridians. In the secret chamber, the sounds of fists and feet clashing against the air echoed as Gu Han practiced the newly acquired Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist. This technique, originally a fusion of the Diamond Body Refinement Fist and the Tiger Demon Body Tempering Fist, had evolved significantly through the simulator. Yet, the essence of the two original styles remained apparent. Thus, even as a novice to this technique, Gu Han, well-versed in the two foundational styles, displayed remarkable speed in mastering it. With his innate talent having vastly improved, he believed that as long as he maintained his energy levels, he would soon master the first 36 movements, and the intermediate 36 would likely follow swiftly. Only the final, most formidable 36 movements might pose a slight challenge. With this resolve, Gu Han resumed his practice. The muffled sounds of his training continued to resonate within the confines of his secret chamber. In the ensuing days, Gu Han remained secluded, dedicating himself to his training. Initially, this was met with understanding. Others believed he was merely striving to regain his lost martial prowess, earning him their respect. However, as time passed, his continuous isolation drew concern. After all, the human body is not a machine. Even with relentless effort, rest is essential. Humans are inherently social creatures, and even the most reclusive individuals long for companionship after extended solitude. Yet, Gu Han had not stepped outside his room for half a year. This raised alarms among the household. A month later, not only the other residents, but even his father, Zhou Huayu, grew increasingly anxious watching his son obsessively train like a madman. Fearing that Gu Han's fervor was a result of his previous experiences, Zhou Huayu sought various means to alleviate his son's tension. Yet, faced with Gu Han's indifference, he ultimately felt powerless to intervene, resigning himself to allow his son to pursue his path. As time continued its relentless march, Gu Han's progress in cultivation, though unnoticed, flourished until another 6 months had passed. On this particular day, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. As the sun rose like a fiery orb, Gu Han sat down for breakfast when Xiao Liuji's booming voice announced at the door, Young master, something terrible has happened. Mama Wang is here. Mama Wang? She is back? Go tell her I'm not here and send her away. Gu Han replied, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. His irritation, however, was not born from fear of her influence over him. a direct descendant of the prestigious Zhou family, but rather from the fact that this old woman held a life-saving token that rendered him powerless. 2 months prior, in a fit of desperation due to his son's obsessive training, the third master of the Zhou family, Zhou Huayu, had been swayed by someone's malicious counsel. He believed that finding a woman might help his son regain his senses, leading to a balanced life of structured training rather than madness. After much deliberation, and considering his son's age, Zhou Huayu had quickly sought out the most renowned matchmaker in Dongchang Prefecture, Mama Wang, to facilitate this endeavor. He promised her a reward of 100 taels if she could find a beautiful and noble woman suitable to become a concubine of the Zhou family. If she could persuade Gu Han to accept 1 or 2 concubines, the rewards would be even greater. Since then, Mama Wang had been a frequent visitor, presenting Gu Han with the profiles of numerous young women for his selection. Initially intrigued, Gu Han's interest waned swiftly. It was not that he had shunned women. Having spent many years as a monk in his past life, he had resolved to abstain from desires. The issue lay in the fact that while these women were indeed beautiful and of noble birth, possessing talents in various arts, they were strangers to him. He had never laid eyes on them, and thus, there was no emotional foundation upon which to build. Furthermore, having lived for over 100 years in total across several lifetimes, his youthful body contrasted starkly with his mature mentality. He found no common ground with these young maidens. If he sought merely to indulge in carnal pleasures, the skilled courtesans of the brothels would far surpass them in allure and experience. Having been shaped by their environment and tutored in the arts of seduction, such individuals cannot possibly compare to the young ladies of these noble families. Xiaolu, why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to send that old woman away? After a brief moment of contemplation, seeing Xiaolu still motionless before him, Gu Han's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brows, inquiring, "Young master, no, this time we cannot simply refuse. The master has already stated that if you do not even take a glance this time, he will cut off all your cultivation resources for next month, leaving you with merely 1,000 taels of gold, allowing you to starve next month." Xiaolu stammered, unable to bear looking at Gu Han's expression. He knew the young master was indifferent to most matters, but he was particularly obsessed with cultivation resources. Delivering such grim news, he feared the young master's wrath. What? All cultivation resources cut off? Only a mere 1,000 taels left? Indeed, upon hearing this news, Gu Han was taken aback. The great Chu dynasty was vast and rich, not to mention the surrounding small nations and barbaric tribes, the mountains, deserts, and boundless oceans. Even just the 9 prefectures and 72 divisions of the entire Chu kingdom far surpassed the size of the entire world from his first life. Thus, in this life, the various resources of the Chu kingdom were exceedingly abundant. While 1,000 taels of gold was not an insignificant sum, it was not nearly as much as he had previously imagined. When converted to the purchasing power of the modern world in his first life, it roughly equated to around 10 million soft currencies. 10 million. Such wealth might still be considered unattainable for an ordinary person, yet for a martial artist like himself, who consumed resources in substantial quantities, it would hardly suffice for daily expenses. At best, it would barely cover his basic needs, enough to stave off starvation. Sigh. Since the matter has escalated to this point, I might as well make time today to meet that old woman. Xiaolu, go and fetch her. Gu Han, feeling resigned, quickly finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and instructed the visibly anxious Xiaolu. Yes, young master. I will summon her immediately. Upon hearing his master relent, Xiaolu felt a surge of joy and hurriedly stepped outside, fearing a change of heart. As Gu Han observed this scene, he pondered. Unlike the young masters from other families, or the protagonists from the melodramatic web novels of his previous life, who faced dire consequences when their cultivation went awry, leading to a loss of power or other severe repercussions, those supporting characters and antagonists would swarm like mad dogs, seeking revenge or grievances against them. Even those without animosity would rush forward to take a bite or trample upon them. In contrast, here he was, amidst a similar situation. Yet rather than encountering the rabid antagonists, he found himself surrounded by respectful individuals. Not only did no one dare to diminish his arranged cultivation resources, but women also sought to present themselves one after another. Otherwise, how could that old woman, despite her limited abilities, consistently gather the information of numerous young ladies from prestigious families? It was not as if these individuals did not willingly divulge their information, even proactively submitting it. Eager to cling to the power of the Zhou family, which explained the continuous influx of resources. Could it be that my identity in this life truly aligns with that of a fated antagonist? Otherwise, how could this family behave so unusually? There were no signs of the usual family feuds or the protagonist being bullied into becoming a waste. Rather, It was a scene of harmony, caring for the younger generation, and a reluctance to abandon anyone, where if one was wronged, the entire family would stand up in defense. Contemplating this, Guhan felt a sense of vigilance arise within him. He recalled that after completing the simulation in his previous life, terms such as Chosen One and Fated Antagonist had appeared in his evaluations. This suggested that the concept of destiny was not mere superstition, but an actual phenomenon. If his fate in this life truly resembled that of a fated antagonist, then this existence would indeed be intriguing. Oh my, young Master Yi, I have finally found you. Just as Guhan was deep in thought, a voice, feigning joy, interrupted him. He turned to see an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, dressed in vibrant attire, clutching a silk scarf, with a prominent mole on her face, accompanied by two porters carrying a large box. Young Master Yi, blessings upon you. I have come to convey my congratulations. Upon entering the hall, the old woman first bowed and greeted him, then without waiting for Guhan to respond, she began speaking in a rapid-fire manner. Young Master Yi, how have you been? This time, I have brought news of potential matches for you. This box contains detailed information on suitable young ladies I have carefully selected recently. Inside are details regarding their backgrounds, ages, appearances, experiences, and even their various personalities and preferences, everything one might need for selection. Young Master, you must take a good look. These girls are remarkable. Each one is as beautiful as a flower, graceful and poised, and they are all well-educated, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What else more? Each of them comes from a noble background. Either they are the daughters of prominent sect leaders or the direct descendants of prestigious families. At this moment, hearing that the young master is inclined toward taking a concubine, they are all eager to present their credentials, hoping for a glance from you. If you can arrange to meet them afterward, it would be an immense blessing. As expected of Wang Mama, the renowned matchmaker of Dongcheng Prefecture, she entered the hall and immediately began to sing praises, extolling the virtues of the young ladies while flattering Guhan. However, Guhan's mental age was not as youthful as his appearance suggested, and he was not easily swayed by a few compliments from the old woman. Enough of the pleasantries, bring forth the materials. I need to review them quickly, as I have little time for idle chatter before my training today. In the hall, Guhan remained seated, showing no signs of movement or interest in Wang Mama's lengthy discourse, speaking in a calm, yet firm tone. Yes, 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 young Master Yi, I will bring them right away. Observing the displeasure on Guhan's face, Wang Mama felt a shiver run down her spine, her usual eloquence faltering. She quickly instructed the porters to place the box beside Guhan and opened it, standing by in anticipation of his inquiry. Xie Feiyao, female, age 16. The legitimate daughter of the Xie family, a first-rate family in the Jiannan Dao of Dongcheng Prefecture, beautiful in appearance, possesses extraordinary martial talent. At the mid-stage of blood refinement, enjoys playing the guqin, listening to music, and martial arts. Upon opening the first document, Guhan perused the densely packed information about Xie Feiyao, detailing her life experiences, her father, her elder brother, and her mother, among other things. Occasionally, an illustration of the young woman accompanied the text, crafted by an unknown master, vividly depicting her as if she might step out of the painting at any moment. Young Master, what do you think of this lady? After a period of relaxation, or perhaps due to the alluring conditions promised by the third master of the Zhou family, Zhou Huayu. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Pozi, emboldened, ventured to inquire of Guhan after observing him peruse the materials on Xie Feiyao. Average. Guhan responded with a shake of his head, subsequently opening the file of the next young lady. Wang Xiyun, female, aged 15, daughter of the esteemed master of the Divine Spear Pavilion from the first-rate sect of Dongcheng Prefecture, possessed remarkable beauty and a penchant for reading, chess, and painting. Young Master, what about this one? Wang Pozi, emboldened by the striking portrait of the young woman, dared to ask once more. Average. Guhan replied again. Setting aside Wang Xiyun's dossier, Zhao Chengjing, female, aged 16, the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, a prominent clan from Shiping Prefecture. He Shiqing, female, aged 15, the legitimate daughter of the He family, an esteemed lineage from Beiyuan Prefecture. One by one, these profiles of renowned young women, coveted by many, were casually reviewed by Guhan, yet none captivated his attention long enough to warrant a pause. It was only when he neared the bottom of the box of materials that he finally stumbled upon a somewhat familiar yet ambiguous name. Zhuge Qingxing, female, age 17. Daughter of Zhuge Hong, the sect leader of the Guiyuan Sword Sect, a first-rate sect in Dongcheng Prefecture. Known for her extraordinary beauty since childhood, it was suggested that she be taken in at an early age, as her potential was evident. Observing these two somewhat familiar names, a fleeting thought crossed Guhan's mind, and he suddenly recalled Xiao Liuzi's previous words. He then inquired, Xiao Liuzi, may I ask you, months ago, when you returned home for the new year, you mentioned your cousin Qing Shan, who at the tender age of 10 possessed an arm strength exceeding 2,000 pounds, rivaling that of a consummate expert, and had astonishing skills with the spear, having slain a silver moon wolf king in the mountains to save a hunting team. Is this true, young master? How could I dare deceive you? Everything I have said is the absolute truth. You may find it hard to believe that a mere villager like me has such a remarkable cousin, but I assure you, he is indeed that formidable. The entire village can attest to this. If you do not believe me, we can visit the village another day to test his abilities. Xiao Liuzi trembled in fear as he eagerly replied. Xiao Liuzi, do not be anxious. I harbor no doubts about your words. However, having had you by my side for so long, I realize I know little about you, where you reside, or even your full name. Would you kindly share? In response to the young master, my humble name is hardly worth remembering. I hail from the Teng family village outside of Yicheng in Jiangning County, Dongchang Prefecture. My full name is Teng Qingyun, but due to being the sixth in my batch upon entering the Zhou residence, I have been affectionately called Xiao Liuzi. Teng Qingyun, seeing Guhan's inquiry, dared not withhold his answer, and offered a sheepish smile as he responded. Oh, Teng Qingyun, Teng Qingshan. So it is he. Recalling a vague memory buried deep within his mind, Guhan felt a flicker of interest towards Teng Qingshan. Yet, it remained merely a flicker of intrigue. After all, this world is the Tsang Tian realm, within the Qingling domain of Xuan'er Island, in the Great Chu Kingdom. Not the earth that is merely two faces of the Jiuzhou world. This Teng Qingshan is not the peerless figure from Jiuzhou, but rather akin to the projections of historical figures like Ming Wang Zhuhong or Wu Dao Tian Wang Ran Min from parallel worlds. Even if, hypothetically speaking, he had indeed traversed to that Jiuzhou world and encountered a future peerless expert, what significance would it hold for him, who possesses a celestial simulator with capabilities of imitation, insight, and deduction? After all, the levels within the Jiuzhou world are exceedingly low, even the innate experts there, in terms of power and destructive capabilities, merely equate to second-rate warriors in the main world of the Yu Kingdom and the simulated world of the Chu Kingdom, boasting only a strength of tens of thousands to 1,000,000 pounds. Such individuals, while not considered the lowest echelon within the Zhou family, would barely suffice to serve as a captain of the guard before someone like Zhou Yi, who could easily command them with a mere word. As for the so-called illusory realm and supreme experts, their power may surpass first-rate experts and innate beings of this world, yet they fall far short of true immortals. Thus, while Teng Qingshan may be of interest and worth recruiting, excessive enthusiasm is unwarranted. For even if this Teng Qingshan in this world possesses extraordinary talent and could potentially rise to become a supreme innate being, ranking first in the Tianbang of the Wanxiang Tianji Pavilion, what value does that hold for him? After all, with the time available, given his own aptitude and the support of the simulator system, he could easily achieve unparalleled status and perhaps even cultivate spiritual power to become an immortal. Reflecting on his training achievements over the past year, Guhan brimmed with confidence. Ran Min's innate talent is indeed formidable, and combined with the martial arts aptitude of his original self, Zhou Yi, their synergy has rendered his talent even more terrifying. In the past year, bolstered by the effects of the spirit serpent blood and dragon tooth rice, his progress has been astonishing. Within just 10 days, he successfully mastered the first 36 forms of the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist, achieving a single-arm strength of 5,000 pounds, comparable to a newly advanced blood refinement expert. Such progress, compared to his previous life, is accelerated by an order of magnitude. Subsequently, although the complexity of the remaining 36 forms slowed his progress, and with the depletion of his spirit serpent blood and dragon tooth rice after a month, Guhan still managed to master the middle 36 forms after 3 months of relentless effort, with his single-arm strength soaring to 180,000 pounds, rivaling the peak of third-rate experts in this realm. As for the subsequent 8 months, although he has yet to fully master the last 36 forms, he has attained proficiency in the 35th form, merely a step away from completion. With these thoughts in mind, Guhan resolved not to waste any more time. After a brief contemplation, he instructed the visibly anxious Xiao Liuzi beside him. Xiao Liuzi, after you escort Wang Pozi away, return to your clan. Today, I grant you a half-month leave to seek out your cousin Qingshan. Upon your arrival, inform him that I have heard of his exploits through your words and deem him a martial arts prodigy. Thus, I am inclined to recruit him into my Zhou residence's innate camp, offering him the treatment befitting a celestial class talent. Inquire if he would be willing to join us. If he agrees, then bring him back. If not, we shall let it be. Guhan casually made this promise. Regarding the genius, Tung Qingshan. Even though Guhan has concluded that he is not the individual from his memories, if he is merely a similar blossom from a parallel world, he is likely still a remarkable talent. If he could be recruited, it would be advantageous, as even if he does not assist Guhan directly, he would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Zhou family in the future. As for the treatment of a celestial class talent in the innate camp, while it may be precious to others, it is inconsequential to him. For although he lacks direct influence, his esteemed father possesses it. What? An innate camp? Celestial class treatment? Guhan remained unfazed, yet Xiao Liuzi was utterly bewildered by the news. Rumor has it that in the Great Chu Kingdom, the Zhou family and the other 3 eminent innate families were originally not of this land, but rather servants who accompanied a celestial ancestor of the Chu royal family from the outside world a millennium ago. Thus, for 1,000 years, these prominent families have enjoyed immense trust from the royal lineage, possessing the authority not only to recruit prodigies, but also to enlist a certain number of elite soldiers. The innate camp, a prestigious institution established 500 years ago by the Zhou family with the approval of the Great Chu Emperor, was specifically designed to nurture extraordinary talents aged between 10 and 18 from across the realm. Although few innate experts have emerged from this institution over the centuries, the Zhou family continues to conduct selections every 3 years from nearly 100 million youths in the Dongchang Prefecture and surrounding areas, choosing only 100 each time. Categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among these, the Heaven rank enjoys the highest privileges, while the Yellow rank has the least. For someone like Liuzi, hailing from a humble background, even the Yellow rank represents an extraordinary opportunity. Securing a Yellow rank signifies that the Zhou family recognizes this individual's potential to become at least a second-rate expert and will provide resources to facilitate that advancement. While second-rate experts might not seem particularly noteworthy to a young master, for Liuzi, such a person is indeed of great significance. Despite being a servant, his status is relatively low. The Zhou estate is renowned for its opulence, with countless attendants serving the direct descendants. Liuzi is but one of many, able to converse with the young master only occasionally. Were it not for the young master's kindness and amiable disposition, he might not even remember Liuzi's name. Like many other servants, if he were to perish outside, it is unlikely anyone would notice, let alone compare him to a second-rate expert. However, now that the young master has promised Liuzi to secure the Heaven rank for his cousin Qingshan, Liuzi believes that his own status within the Zhou family will undoubtedly rise considerably. Moreover, once he returns home and shares this monumental news with the clan leader and his uncles, he cannot help but imagine their overwhelming joy. And as for his cousin Qingshan, who once hesitated to study at the Guiyuan sword sect, he cannot fathom how he could refuse such a better opportunity now. Nor can he doubt that Qingshan will express gratitude towards his cousin. Liuzi's heart swells with anticipation as he envisions the elation of the clan leader, his uncles, and his talented cousin upon his return, filling him with excitement and deepening his gratitude towards the young master. Chapter 64. The matter is settled, young master. Shall I return now? Rest assured, whether Qingshan is willing or not, I will fulfill my mission and find a way to bring him back to serve the Zhou family, Liuzi declared earnestly. Although he has not received extensive formal education, he recalls hearing a saying from storytellers at the tea house: a scholar dies for his true friend. Considering their family, the Tung family, is merely a lowly mountain village, fraught with precariousness, lacking even a proper martial art, relying solely on innate talent and farming skills. It is astonishing that Qingshan managed to develop a form of internal martial art last year that greatly enhances physical fitness and cultivates strength. However, this remains merely a concept, as even Qingshan has yet to master internal energy. Yet, at this moment, a genius from such a humble background garners the personal attention of a figure as significant as the young master, who even extends the privilege of a Heaven rank. How could this not inspire a profound sense of loyalty? Liuzi's heart swells with emotion, his face glowing with excitement. Seeing this, Guhan smiles slightly and nods, then raises his hand, saying, "Very well, go. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your efforts. Our Zhou family is indeed sincere in inviting your cousin Tung Qingshan. By the way, the world is currently unsettled. Although the Zhou residence is not far from Yiqing, the journey is fraught with challenges, including the presence of bandits in the mountains. As someone with only basic skills, traveling alone may pose risks. Thus, take this command token and summon my bodyguard captain, Zhou Haiyuan, to accompany you on your journey home. This way, I shall have peace of mind," Guhan casually instructed, tossing Liuzi a token inscribed with the character E on one side and a dragon on the reverse. The character represents the Zhou family, while the dragon symbolizes their lineage. Among the four foremost innate families in the Great Chu dynasty, each governs a direction, venerating the four sacred beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, as their totems, collectively safeguarding the imperial family. The Zhou family, as the azure dragon of the east, thus bears a green token adorned with a dragon. Zhou Haiyuan, a son of a servant within the Zhou family, serves as the deputy leader of the bodyguard unit prepared for the original master, Zhou Yi. His cultivation is at the mid-level of second rate, yet due to the advanced techniques he practices, his strength rivals that of late-stage second-rate warriors in the world. By sending him along, Guhan aims not only to ensure Liuzi's safety, but also to subtly demonstrate the strength of the Zhou family to Teng Qingshan. What? The young master has arranged for Hai to accompany me? This is truly wonderful. Liuzi, with a pure heart, feels overwhelmed with gratitude. The young master places such importance on his cousin Qingshan, already making such significant sacrifices without even meeting him, promising him the heaven rank and sending a formidable second-rate expert to escort him. Such grace is indeed greater than the heavens. It seems imperative for Liuzi to persuade Qingshan to express his gratitude to the Zhou family in the future. Enough with the loyalty speeches. Now, go back. I look forward to your good news. After arranging everything, Guhan felt no further concern, waving his hand and returning to his private chamber. He had done his utmost to recruit Teng Qingshan. Success would be delightful, but failure would not be disheartening. Moreover, compared to relying on others, Guhan is far more interested in enhancing his own strength. After all, support from others may eventually dwindle, while one's own power is limitless. Time to continue cultivating. In the confines of the chamber, Guhan tilted his head back and swallowed a bowl of medicinal soup brewed from various precious herbs. Feeling the slight surge of vitality within his body, he immediately resumed his practice of the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist. First form, second form, third form. As time gradually elapsed, Guhan tirelessly dedicated himself to his training, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Haiyuan and Xiao Liuzi, after enduring 5 or 6 days of arduous travel, finally arrived outside the city of Yiqing in Jiangning County. Chapter 65. Conditions at this moment, in Dongchang Prefecture, Dongchang Road. Jiangning County and Yiqing, the Teng family village was adorned with festive decorations, resembling a grand celebration akin to the New Year. Passers-by could spot the imposing gate of the estate adorned with 2 conspicuous red lanterns from 100 meters away. As they drew closer, they could clearly see the bold characters inscribed in thick black ink on the bright red lanterns, one reading fortune and the other peace, symbolizing prosperity and safety. Inside the grand gate, numerous villagers donned in their finest new garments beamed with joy as they received compliments from visitors from other villages and the city. Teng clan leader, congratulations. Truly, congratulations. I heard your son Qingshan has gained entry into the legendary Zhou clan's innate camp and has even secured a heavenly level status. He is destined to become an extraordinary figure. Indeed, the innate camp of the Zhou clan is a place reserved for prodigies. Throughout its 500 years of establishment, only Wang Chuan from 200 years ago has entered, and even then, he only received a mysterious level status, far inferior to your son Qingshan. In Teng family village, the heads of various so-called prominent families from Yiqing set aside their previous heirs and came to the humble Teng family village, a place they would typically not even glance at, to congratulate Teng Yunlong, the clan leader, with a tone devoid of past disdain, now filled with flattery and reverence. Not at all. Wang Chuan was indeed the most accomplished master to emerge from Yiqing in centuries, his strength reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. In his day, he was renowned throughout the entire Guining County, far beyond what my son Qingshan can compare to. Teng Yunlong felt a surge of satisfaction within, but maintained a facade of humility. Observing the other clan leaders squeezed into corners, his aged face was unable to suppress a multitude of smiles, his white beard trembling with delight. Brother Yunlong, you are being overly modest. In the entire Great Chu Kingdom, who does not know of the unparalleled talents in the Zhou clan's innate camp? Even considering the vast lands of the Great Chu's 9 provinces, among nearly 10 billion people, they are truly exceptional. If your son Qingshan can truly join their ranks, he is sure to become a first-rate master in the future, perhaps even making a name for himself on the earthly rankings. As Teng Yunlong listened to the praise, he felt a mix of pride and apprehension. Although he was merely the leader of a small village outside Yiqing, he understood the significance of those on the earthly rankings. After all, while first-rate masters may be scarce, they are not non-existent. Within a single city or county, they are indeed rare, but when viewed more broadly, Even a single prefecture can harbor many, not to mention the Zhou clan of Dongchang Prefecture alone, with over 100 masters of such caliber. Alongside others of the second tier, first-rate families, and sects, the total likely exceeds 500. And this is merely one prefecture among the Great Chu's 9. If one were to count them all, the number of first-rate masters across the entire realm would likely surpass 4 or even 5,000. The earthly rankings, then, are composed of the strongest 72 among these 5,000 first-rate masters. Their terrifying prowess is something even Tung Yunlong could scarcely fathom. Enough about the earthly rankings for now. Brother Yunlong, might I request the presence of your young prodigy Qingshan? After all, to be favored by young Master Yi and granted a heavenly level status in the innate camp is truly intriguing. Seeing Tung Yunlong's anxious demeanor, the Lord of Yicheng smiled faintly, shifting the conversation towards Tung Qingshan. Well, since the Lord has expressed a desire to meet him, how could I refuse? Yongfan, go fetch Qingshan. Upon hearing this, Tung Yunlong nodded and turned to a robust-looking man beside him, who bore an unremarkable appearance. Master, Qingshan is not in the village. He left early this morning to train. Upon receiving this news, Tung Yongfan hesitated, stammering his response. What? He went out? Does he not realize that young Master Zhou's envoy would arrive today? How could he delay such an important matter? What are you still doing? Hurry and find him. If we miss the envoy's time, can we bear the responsibility? As soon as Tung Yongfan finished speaking, Tung Yunlong's anger flared, and he bellowed at him. Yes, master. Please do not be angry. I will go at once. Seeing Tung Yunlong's fury, Tung Yongfan dared not argue and rushed out. However, as fate would have it, just as Tung Yunlong was growing anxious, after about half an hour, a loud voice rang out from outside. The envoy has arrived. Before the voice faded, the crowd blinked in astonishment as a man clad in black, embroidered with a majestic azure dragon on his chest, entered, holding a 4-foot-long saber in his left hand while grasping a terrified Xiao Liuzi in his right. Welcome, esteemed envoy. Upon seeing the azure dragon on the man's chest, the crowd immediately understood his identity and gasped in shock, hastily bowing in reverence. There is no need for such formality. I am merely here on the young master's orders to escort Xiao Liuzi back to Tung family village to retrieve Tung Qingshan. This is not an official inspection, so you need not be so ceremonious. May I ask where Tung Qingshan is? Observing the crowd's respect, Zhou Haiyuan nodded slightly, managing a faint smile despite his rigid demeanor. Esteemed envoy, Qingshan left early this morning for training and has not returned yet. Rest assured, I have sent his father to find him, and he will be brought back as soon as he is located. With the envoy inquiring, Tung Yunlong felt increasingly anxious and hurriedly explained. Do not worry, clan leader Tung. It is only natural that geniuses possess their peculiarities. Moreover, Tung Qingshan is merely delayed in his training, not indulging in frivolities. There is no crime in this. If he is busy, then I shall wait here for his return. Observing the anxious Tung Yunlong, Zhou Haiyuan offered some words of comfort before he picked up his single-edged blade, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, awaiting the return of Tung Qingshan. Was this envoy truly so agreeable? Upon hearing Zhou Haiyuan's words, Tung Yunlong was momentarily bewildered, suspecting he might be hallucinating. He had often heard tales of the lofty arrogance exhibited by members of prominent families. Even an ordinary guard arriving in a small place like Yicheng would behave as if he were a local tyrant, issuing demands with an imperious air. Yet here was a man not only from the illustrious Zhou family of Dongchang Prefecture, but also possessing considerable power, respected even by the formidable Lord of Yicheng, who now spoke so amiably. Was this some kind of trick? Though Tung Yunlong felt perplexed, he remained unaware of Zhou Haiyuan's true thoughts. While he was not adept at navigating social relationships, it did not mean he was foolish. Tung Qingshan was clearly valued by the young master, who was willing to personally seek a coveted position in the innate camp from the third master, regardless of whether Tung Yunlong deemed him worthy of such an opportunity. With such abundant resources at his disposal, Tung Qingshan's achievements would likely surpass his own. To quarrel over trivial matters would be sheer folly. Master, Qingshan and I have returned. After approximately 15 minutes, the robust and breathless Tung Yongfan finally reappeared at the estate, accompanied by a youthful boy who appeared around 13 or 14, wielding a large iron spear. Are you Tung Qingshan? Hearing Tung Yongfan's voice, Zhou Haiyuan abruptly opened his eyes, radiating an overwhelming aura as he directed his inquiry towards the boy standing a short distance away. Yes, despite feeling the weight of Zhou Haiyuan's formidable presence, Tung Qingshan's eyes shone brightly, resembling stars, as he fearlessly met Zhou Haiyuan's gaze. Excellent. Upon entering the innate camp, you will first receive a body refinement technique created by a master of innate prowess, and an innate internal energy method, along with one innate martial skill. And the choice of 3 earth-level martial skills or techniques below the tier. Each month, depending on your martial realm, you will receive the 10 most potent pills suited to your level. After entering the internal energy realm, you will also receive a holy marrow fruit each month to strengthen your meridians, a portion of Wanjin soup each season to enhance your internal power, and an opening elixir each year to aid in comprehending martial skills. Furthermore, you will have free access to medicinal concoctions and materials worth no more than 100,000 taels of gold each month. In addition, there are various rare pills and martial skills not available elsewhere that can be exchanged with corresponding points within the innate camp. Given these conditions, are you willing to join my innate camp? Gazing at the resolute Tung Qingshan, Zhou Haiyuan suddenly retracted his imposing aura and unleashed a barrage of conditions that could easily bankrupt an ordinary second-rate family within a year, leaving Tung Qingshan momentarily stunned and speechless. This display of might and the subsequent presentation of benefits, the combination known as, was a quintessential strategy employed by the Zhou family to attract talent. Chapter 66. Joining. As Zhou Haiyuan's proposal settled in, Tung Qingshan had yet to respond, but the heads of several notable families in Yiqing were left in shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. Heavens! An innate martial skill, an innate technique, 3 earth-level martial skills, and a selection of techniques below that level. Is this a treasure trove of innate masters? What other family in Dongchang Prefecture could possibly offer such terms? Is this truly the legendary treatment reserved for innate camp geniuses? It is utterly terrifying, exclaimed a portly middle-aged family head dressed in fine attire. Humph, Li Fatty, you truly lack vision. As soon as the plump family head spoke, a lean middle-aged man dressed in green immediately countered. What does an innate technique matter? While these items may be precious to us, they are merely reusable resources for the Zhou family. Even when given to geniuses, they are just reproductions, costing them virtually nothing. The true treasures here are the holy marrow fruits, Wanjin soup, and opening elixirs, especially the opening elixir, which is said to be incredibly miraculous. Crafted by celestial beings of the Chu royal family and later produced only by masters of alchemy above the innate level. Each one is worth its weight in gold, and its effects are astounding. It is said that consuming one will clear the mind within 15 minutes, exponentially increasing the speed of martial cultivation, while also aiding in overcoming difficult points and breaking through martial bottlenecks, akin to the phenomenon of sudden enlightenment. Such divine pills are scarce even within the Zhou family, and one would never expect them to offer them to the innate camp's talents. What generosity! The lean middle-aged man, astonished, wore an expression of admiration. Following his explanation, the other family heads were equally awestruck, their gazes towards Tung Qingshan filled with envy and jealousy. Tung Qingshan, have you heard clearly? The treatment offered in the innate camp is extraordinary, although it may not match that of the most direct descendants of my Zhou family, such as young Master Yi. However, it certainly surpasses that of ordinary first-rate sects and true heirs of first-rate families, even rivaling some of the weaker innate families' direct descendants. Like me, had I received such treatment over 20 years ago, I would have undoubtedly become a top-tier master by now instead of languishing in the second-rate realm. With a sigh, Zhou Haiyuan looked at Tung Qingshan with envy. Though he was a second-rate master, he was merely one of many inconspicuous captains of guards within the Zhou family. He had only sampled the lowest-grade holy marrow fruit and had not even qualified for the Wanjin soup, let alone the opening elixir. Such thoughts were beyond reach. This esteemed envoy, I acknowledge that what you propose is indeed alluring and stirs my heart greatly. However, I have 2 inquiries I wish to pose. Should I join the innate camp of the Zhou family, will my freedom be significantly restricted? Furthermore, will you, like the Qinglong Guard, deploy forces or other means to protect my estate and family? These 2 points are of utmost importance, and I kindly request you to address them sincerely. Tung Qingshan, gripping his long spear, spoke earnestly, bowing respectfully. In his previous life, as a solitary assassin, he had no family aside from his deceased wife and an unacknowledged brother. Now, in this lifetime, having finally acquired a father, mother, sister, grandfather, and a multitude of uncles and cousins, he cherished them dearly. If this so-called innate camp could not provide protection for his family akin to the Qinglong Guard, he would resolutely decline joining, even at the cost of his future prospects. After all, despite the challenges of unlocking his meridians in this world, he still held confidence that within 5 to 6 years, by the time he was around 16, he would fully open his 12 primary meridians and achieve a formidable physical prowess comparable to second-rate masters. By that time, by simply joining the Qinglong Guard and acquiring a profound internal cultivation technique, along with the abundant resources provided by the Qinglong Guard, it is certain that within 2 to 3 years, one could swiftly elevate their internal strength to the pinnacle of the second tier. Such prowess, combined with one's own formidable physique, would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of an average second-tier expert, approaching the first-tier level. At 18, nearing the first tier, this strength may not yet qualify one as a super powerhouse, but it would likely not fall short of the so-called innate camp's weakness. With this thought, Tung Qingshan's resolve solidified, his eyes fixed steadfastly on Zhou Haiyuan, awaiting his response. Tung Qingshan, you're overthinking it. I was curious what had you so serious. But it turns out to be such trivial matters. Zhou Haiyuan chuckled heartily, then explained loudly, the innate camp is not a constraint. Its true intention is not to cultivate you into greenhouse flowers. The students of the innate camp have a total of 5 years for training. Except for the first 6 months, which must be spent studying at a specific location, the remaining 4.5 years are entirely at your discretion. Whether you choose to remain in the camp or venture into the world is up to you. As long as you return every 6 months for an evaluation to prove your strength, the innate camp will not interfere with you. Naturally, compared to the outside world, students of the innate camp generally prefer to stay within, as most of the instructors there are top-tier experts. Occasionally, I invite renowned masters with good relations with my Zhou family to give lectures. 8 years ago, even one of our Zhou family's innate ancestors came to the innate camp to teach, which speaks volumes about its significance. As for your concerns regarding family safety, there's no need for worry. The Qinglong Guard was established by my Eastern Qinglong Zhou family, so the benefits provided to its soldiers are also extended to the innate camp. Moreover, these benefits are even more formidable. For instance, ordinary soldiers below the rank of school officer have their family estates protected by the Qinglong Guard without deploying troops. However, in my innate camp, once you join and attain yellow level status, a small team of 10, led by a practitioner in the early stages of internal energy and supported by 9 blood refining experts, will be stationed at your family estate, providing round-the-clock protection. For those with talent at the sky level, we will dispatch a team led by a second-tier practitioner in the early stages, supported by 9 third-tier experts and 100 ordinary soldiers in the blood refining realm to serve as guardians for your family estate. Thus, even compared to some lesser second-tier sects dominating a county, this arrangement is not lacking, let alone in your small Icheng. With this, what do you have to worry about? Zhou Haiyuan spoke eloquently, pride evident in his eyes. My lord, you are too serious. In that case, I, Qingshan, am willing to join the Zhou family's innate camp. Upon hearing Zhou Haiyuan's assurances and sensing the genuine intent of the Zhou family, Tung Qingshan felt his anxieties dissipate. He clasped his fist in salute and readily agreed. Excellent. Zhou Haiyuan exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily. Subsequently, the entire Tung family estate erupted in cheers and congratulations, the sound of firecrackers resounding. On the 9th day following Tung Qingshan's induction into the Zhou family's innate camp, a newly copied manual was successfully delivered to Guhan's hands. Chapter 67. The pinnacle of fist techniques. The name Fierce Tiger Fist is indeed quite casual. Gazing at the slender manual in his hands, Guhan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Ever since that day when Tung Qingshan joined the innate camp, Guhan had immediately sent a message by carrier pigeon, expressing interest in Tung Qingshan's created fist technique in hopes of borrowing it for study. Of course, Guhan did not resort to coercion or deceit. Instead, he promised to exchange it for a sacred essence fruit, a treasure known to broaden meridians and enhance physical strength. For warriors of this realm, its effects might merely be an embellishment, but for an internal martial artist like Tung Qingshan, it was truly a sacred object. Having already entered the innate camp and tasted the privileges of the sacred essence fruit, Tung Qingshan graciously accepted the offer, promptly transcribing a portion of the manual that was shared with the Tung family, specifically the tiger form from the 12 shapes of Xingyi fist, the other 11 forms, as well as the 5 elements fist, the 3 body forms of Xingyi, and the tiger form divine technique, were conspicuously absent. Attempting such subtle tactics with me. Guhan mused with a slight smile as he perused the manual, a glimmer of infinite brilliance shimmering in his eyes. The next moment, he activated the system's skill insight. Item name: Tiger form of the 12 shapes of Xingyi fist grade, none description, one of many internal martial arts from the blue star of an alternate universe, said to have been created by General Yu Fei of the Southern Song Dynasty, with rumors of its founder being the Grandmaster of Internal Martial Arts, Ji Jike. From the Qing Dynasty, it has been continuously refined by later generations, gradually becoming one of the pinnacle martial arts of internal combat in Blue Star. Mastery facilitates immense control over the body, revealing the secrets of the flesh, and significantly aids in opening meridians and breaking through martial realms. Evaluation: a commendable martial art. It is recommended that the host utilize the system skill to merge it with the Dragon Tiger Washing Marrow Fist to form an even more powerful martial technique. Indeed feasible. Upon seeing the suggestion on the virtual panel, Guhan's eyes brightened with satisfaction. The simulator had previously informed him that the system skill involves integrating the strengths of various techniques to delve deeper into their potential, thus creating a new martial art. Now, whether it is the Dragon Tiger Washing Marrow Fist or the tiger form of Xingyi Fist, their fundamental aim remains the same, to better tap into the body's potential. Though the methods differ, the ultimate results are similar. Hence, Guhan specifically requested Tung Qingshan's martial arts, not minding the concealment of his intentions. After all, he merely needed a catalyst for the breakthrough from 0 to 1. The subsequent journey from 1 to 100, 1 to 1,000, and even to infinity would be managed by the simulator, allowing him to savor the final outcomes. Having connected the dots, Guhan promptly issued the command in his mind. Simulator, merge the Dragon Tiger Washing Marrow Fist with the tiger form of the 12 shapes of Xingyi Fist. Beep. Received host command. Detecting sufficient cultivation level. Merging Dragon Tiger Washing Marrow Fist with tiger form of the 12 shapes of Xingyi Fist. As Guhan's order resonated, the system's mechanical response echoed immediately, and he felt his physical strength rapidly diminish, as if his robust vitality were being siphoned away in an instant. Comparable to the pinnacle of the second tier. Comparable to the late stage of the second tier. Comparable to the mid-stage of the second tier. Comparable to the early stage of the second tier. Guhan's physical strength rapidly declined, nearly with each passing moment, his aura waning until, after a full incense stick's worth of time, his physical power, which had plummeted like a cliff, finally stabilized. With one arm capable of lifting around 20,000 pounds, he was comparable to a newly ascended third-tier warrior who had begun to cultivate internal energy. Thankfully, he was not too weak. With a gentle clenching of his fist, Guhan felt the explosive power within his grasp and quickly estimated his own strength, subsequently exhaling a sigh of relief. The system skills derived from the simulator were undeniably formidable, yet the cost of utilizing them was exceedingly steep, nearly depleting all the hard-earned progress of several days with each use. A year ago, in a moment of madness witnessed by many, he had lost all his martial prowess. If he were to succumb to madness once more a year later, and yet emerge unscathed and able to continue his training, it would certainly raise suspicions. While they would not take any drastic actions against him, it remained a significant hidden peril. Fortunately, this time luck favored him. Although the simulator had stripped away most of his strength, it still left him with a modicum. Once he had composed himself, Guhan silently inquired within, pondering what martial art the simulator had provided him in exchange for such a heavy price. He mused that he ought to see some tangible results. Otherwise, it would feel like laboring for naught. Buzz. As his thoughts settled, the attribute panel in the void seemed to respond, transforming to reveal lines of text. Martial art name. Dragon Tiger Transformation Fist Grade. Low Spirit Grade Description. The Dragon Tiger Transformation Fist was created by Zhou Yi, the 29th disciple of the Zhou family from the suspended Leaf Island in the Qingling domain of the Celestial Realm. Based on the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist and the Tiger Form Fist from the 12 shapes of Xingyi. This fist combines the strengths of both martial arts, retaining their characteristics while refining them to break through the barriers of ordinary martial arts and elevate to the spirit grade level. Practicing it greatly enhances one's physical potential. Even at a minor accomplishment, one's physical prowess can rival that of peak second-tier practitioners, and it can generate a trace of semi-spiritual energy within. Upon achieving great success, one's body can instantly attain the innate body, an indestructible form, capable of contending with peak first-tier experts using pure physical strength. Moreover, this fist facilitates rapid unblocking of the practitioner's meridians, significantly accelerating the cultivation of inner energy. This is an exceptionally outstanding foundational martial art, having reached the pinnacle among mortals. What an incredible Dragon Tiger Transformation Fist. Observing the fearsome introduction of this martial technique on the attribute panel, Guhan felt a wave of astonishment. Initially, he had believed that the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist represented the zenith of foundational martial arts. Yet he was now confronted with the realization that there were always greater heights to reach. How much more powerful would he become once he fully mastered this new technique and supplemented it with several other potent, innate martial skills? Would he ascend to the peak of the first tier, make his way onto the earth ranking, or, akin to the fourth master of the Zhou family, nearly rival innate powerhouses? Chapter 68. For years time flowed like water, passing swiftly. With Tung Qingshan entering the innate camp and Guhan cultivating the Dragon Tiger Transformation Fist, tranquility returned once more. In the first year, Gu Han managed to fend off the persistent marriage proposals from his adoptive father, Zhou Huayu, while diligently training in the newly acquired Dragon Tiger Transformation Fist. It must be acknowledged that the combined talents of Ran Min and the original Zhou Yi were indeed extraordinarily formidable. Previously, it took him a year to master the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist to great success, equating his power to that of peak second-tier practitioners. This time, bolstered by the experience from the Dragon Tiger Cleansing Fist, Gu Han, despite lacking the resources like spiritual snake blood or dragon tooth rice that only immortals could access, still managed to reach minor success in just 10 months, elevating his strength from the early third tier back to the peak of the second tier, generating a trace of semi-spiritual energy within. This achievement undoubtedly invigorated Gu Han. Consequently, he became even more diligent, practicing the fist by day and meditating to refine his semi-spiritual energy by night. Under such rigorous training, his strength surged once more. By the end of the second year, his physical power broke through to the first tier level, while his semi-spiritual energy reached the peak of the second tier. However, just as Gu Han sought to continue his training and simultaneously elevate both his inner energy and physical prowess beyond the first tier, another challenge presented itself. The semi-spiritual energy, being of an exceedingly advanced nature, did not harmonize with any internal energy techniques of this world. In other words, after reaching the peak of the second tier, the accumulated knowledge from his previous life had been exhausted. The semi-spiritual energy cultivation method he had created was only adequate for him to break through to this level. To advance further, he would have to develop subsequent techniques anew. Fortunately, Gu Han's current circumstances were significantly improved. With the system skill derivation at his disposal, creating new techniques would pose no difficulty as long as he had adequate resources. Thus, on one particular night, after deliberately reducing his cultivation to the level of early third tier, he successfully formulated an unparalleled martial art that integrated the first 6 volumes of the Boundless Ocean technique along with the characteristics of 3 top-tier Earth-grade techniques, sufficient to support his training to peak first tier. Upon the formation of this new technique, Gu Han's cultivation speed escalated dramatically. He broke through to the second tier in half a year, to early second tier in 3 months, to late second tier in 4 months, and finally reached the peak of the second tier in yet another half year. In the brief span of 1 year and 7 months, Gu Han's physical inner energy astonishingly returned to the peak of the second tier, preparing him to advance toward the first tier. However, at this moment, a piece of news interrupted his plans. In the Zhou residence, the serene environment of the western courtyard, surrounded by pavilions and artificial hills, found Gu Han and his father, Zhou Huayu, seated at a stone chess table beneath an ancient tree adorned with blooming pink peach blossoms, quietly engaged in a game. Plaque. Beneath the tranquil tree, a black piece was placed with a decisive sound, instantly capturing a large dragon of white pieces on the board. Huh, father, you've lost again. Observing how his black piece had blocked the last glimmer of hope for the white pieces, Gu Han smiled gently and spoke. Sigh, your chess skills are becoming increasingly refined. I am no match for you. Perhaps only Su Changqing, known as the chess sage, among the hundreds of millions in the entire Great Chu, could consistently defeat you. Zhou Huayu sighed upon realizing his swift defeat in less than a quarter of an hour. I do not know how this lad learned Go. He hardly plays, yet his skills are astonishing. Just months ago, I could still match him evenly, but now I find myself utterly powerless before him. Truly a marvel. Ah, it is merely talent. Such a gift cannot be envied, Gu Han replied with a light chuckle, acknowledging Zhou Huayu's lament. Haha, you rascal, you are far too immodest. Zhou Huayu laughed and scolded lightly upon seeing Gu Han's demeanor. Gu Han paid it no mind. Regardless of whether Zhou Huayu believed him or not, what he said was indeed the truth. Those with spiritual roots possessed an extraordinary natural talent that could not be measured by ordinary standards, and their gifts extended beyond mere cultivation. In fact, apart from martial arts, individuals like him exhibited remarkable talents in virtually any field, often achieving accomplishments in a short time that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to aspire to. Taking the game of Go as an example, Gu Han had never studied it before. It was only a year ago that he first encountered it by chance. Although he had done little research, in just a month, he had already achieved remarkable success, rivaling the ordinary Go masters within the realm. After 6 months, he was poised to stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Go expert Zhou Huayu, and now, he had far surpassed him. This exemplified the potency of innate talent, which ordinary individuals could never hope to compensate for, no matter how hard they tried. Much like Ran Min in his previous life, who, despite his youth, was the undisputed champion in martial arts and military affairs, aside from himself in that world. had it not been for the equally extraordinary talent of the barbarian King Akajan, who, under immense pressure from Ran Min for over a decade, managed to break through first. Ran Min would undoubtedly have surpassed Akajan and continued his legend as the foremost figure of his time. As Guhan pondered this, Zhou Huayu's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. By the way, in a few days, it will be the day for your batch of family youth to receive their official titles. At that time, I, the head of the Zhou family, will personally crown you. After that day, it signifies that you have reached adulthood and are expected to contribute to the family. From now on, you can no longer enjoy the family's resources without effort. You will need to strive for your own success. Have you considered which branch of the Zhou family you wish to join? Zhou Huayu spoke with a calm demeanor, reminding Gu Han of the family rules. Although he was reluctant to see his son venture out, it was an unavoidable tradition of the Zhou family, one that even his esteemed position could not contravene. Moreover, a sheltered environment does not foster greatness. Such trials were essential for his son to become a true powerhouse. Crowning? Upon hearing Zhou Huayu's words, Gu Han recalled that indeed, there was such a tradition. It was established by the first ancestor of the Zhou family that any adult descendant must undergo a period of training and cannot continue to enjoy family resources without contributing. Of course, the Zhou family's ancestor was not naive. He did not want his descendants to suffer like ordinary commoners. Thus, he stipulated that the offspring could utilize the family's resources to serve in any branch under the Zhou family, such as the private military Qinglong Guard, the private merchant group Qinglian Chamber of Commerce, the Eastern Bank, and various family enterprises throughout the Chu state, even including positions as court officials. These were all options available to the Zhou family descendants. However, the higher one's status, the greater the influence and choices available. Coincidentally, Gu Han belonged to the highest ranking group among them. Chapter 69. A mere second-rate father, I have made up my mind. I intend to accept an official appointment from the court and guard a region outside, Gu Han replied thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. After all, I have never ventured beyond Donchang Dao since my birth, and in recent years, I have hardly left the Zhou estate while focusing on my cultivation. It is indeed time for me to explore the outside world. I just wonder what position the court has prepared for our Zhou family this time. As Gu Han spoke, he reflected on the saying, scholarship requires wealth, while martial prowess requires even more. Pursuing scholarly endeavors demands significant financial resources, not to mention martial arts training. Now that he had reached adulthood, and the Zhou family was unwilling to provide resources as they had before, he needed to devise alternative means. Joining the Qinglong Guard or the Qinglian Chamber of Commerce, the Eastern Bank, or any other Zhou family-owned enterprises could grant him substantial power. But it would be unbecoming to exploit his own family's resources. While the Zhou family was formidable and abundant in resources, how could they possibly compare to the vast expanse of the Chu state, which encompassed 9 prefectures and countless miles of territory? In his previous life, there was a saying, 3 years of a clean governor yield 100,000 taels of silver. Being an official has always been one of the most lucrative professions in ancient times, if not the most so. Given his current status, once he entered the court, even disregarding his own merit, the reputation of the Zhou family alone would ensure he governed a region far larger than any mere prefect in his previous life. After all, the territory of the Great Chu was at least 100 or 1,000 times more extensive than the ancient states he once knew. Even a small corner of such vast land would be immeasurable, and the resources it could yield would be equally profound, provided he had enough time. Not only could he support his cultivation to a first-rate level, but he could likely acquire the resources needed to reach the innate level as well. Oh, you actually wish to venture outside? Zhou Huayu exclaimed with delight upon hearing Gu Han's words. For years, he had endeavored to awaken his son from the obsessive state of cultivation and encourage him to experience the outside world and ease his mind. Yet all his efforts seemed fruitless. He initially thought his son was a homebody, especially after the previous incident that made him wary of outside opinions and reluctant to engage with the world. Now, unexpectedly, his son was willing to step outside and explore, which brought Zhou Huayu immense relief. After all, as the scion of a prestigious family, being afraid to engage with the outside world could be a fatal flaw. With this thought, Zhou Huayu felt even more joyful and laughed heartily. Excellent. Since has made such a decision, how could I not support you? Once your coming-of-age ceremony concludes, you shall venture out with Li Si for a few years. Coincidentally, just a few days prior, the military commander of Huayang Dao, Zhang Zongfeng, had been promoted to the capital, leaving his position vacant. He had visited me recently and mentioned that the court had allocated this position for distribution within the Zhou family. After discussions with the Elder Council, your grandfather intended to offer this position as an option during your coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, this position is perfectly suited for you. However, to avoid any controversy, perhaps you will be the one to serve as the gatekeeper during the ceremony. Zhou Huayu smiled, seemingly treating the commanding position of Huayang Dao, one that wielded immense power, as merely a matter of course. Oh, the military commander of Huayang Dao? Upon hearing this title, Gu Han felt a surge of excitement. Within the Great Chu, there were 9 prefectures, each vast and sprawling, covering tens of thousands of miles of land. To facilitate administration, the court divided each prefecture into hundreds of districts, with the highest authority in each district known as the Dao Master. Beneath the Dao Master, there were 2 chief ministers, one in charge of civil affairs and the other overseeing military matters, known as the State Shepherd and the Commander respectively. The position of military commander of Huayang Dao, as mentioned by Zhou Huayu, referred to this very role. Such a position not only held great power, but also governed all martial families and prominent sects within the district. Any martial family or prominent sect wishing to act within Huayang Dao would have to regard him favorably, highlighting the magnitude of his authority. Gu Han felt satisfied, realizing that indeed, a prestigious family is distinguished by its extraordinary opportunities. Had he not been willing to expend those 800 simulation points to reincarnate into the Zhou family, his journey would not have been so smooth. As for aspiring to attain a position such as that of a guardian at Huayang Road, it is unfathomable how many arduous years of relentless effort one must endure. Yet, at this moment, it is merely the beginning. One might say that being born into the right circumstances is an art. If one wishes to prosper in the next life, one must first ensure a fortunate birth. Regarding the guardians mentioned by Zhou Huayu, this is a rather straightforward matter. It is a tradition upheld by the Zhou family, as they are, after all, one of the most powerful innate families within the vast realm of Dechu. Their coming-of-age ceremonies naturally attract countless martial artists from afar, whether to forge connections, expand their horizons, or cultivate associations. During those days, the Zhou family is invariably visited by numerous masters from various regions. However, although the Zhou estate is extensive, it cannot accommodate such a multitude of prodigies. Thus, to deter any unscrupulous individuals, the Zhou family appoints a dozen or so guardians each year. Their cultivation level need not be excessively high, but must meet the threshold of the 2nd tier. In previous years, these guardians were typically individuals from the Zhou family as servants or bodyguards, with very few instances of a young master personally taking on the role. After all, reaching the 2nd tier by the age of 20 is a formidable challenge, even for collateral descendants of the Zhou family. However, for those of direct lineage, it is quite feasible. What say you? This position of guardian should pose no difficulty, I trust. Observing that Gu Han remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, Zhou Huayu could not help but smile and inquire further. Although he rarely questioned his son's cultivation, he could glean insights from the meals he consumed and the resources he utilized. While perhaps not at the 1st tier, he was undoubtedly proficient at the 2nd. Haha, father, you jest, it is merely the 2nd tier, so it is certainly not a problem. In due time, I shall simply await Er's display of prowess. Upon hearing Zhou Huayu's words, Gu Han responded with a serene smile and a nod of agreement.